The rich second generation of other people's families always buy luxury cars, date beautiful women, and live in luxury houses. As a second-generation rich person, I had no interest in these things at all. Instead, I chose to sell all my inherited property. It is only because in the previous life, a series of drastic changes caused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to revive, the 3,000 great ways to reappear, and all existing order would be broken up. So, at that time, money is nothing but waste paper and has no value at all. Even though I own Beichen Group with assets worth hundreds of billions, what can I do? After the spiritual energy revived, I suffered a lot because I was a step slower than others. I wasted more than 10 years and finally died tragically in the mouth of a ferocious beast. All the hardships in my previous life are still vivid in my mind. In this life, I am reborn and vow to change everything. I only have 10 months to plan ahead, and I have to cash out my shares as soon as possible and receive more than 60 billion in cash. Combined with the memories of my past life in my mind, I was able to leave everyone behind when the drastic changes came and become the top powerhouse after the revival of spiritual energy. But in this world, I'm the only one who knows the secret of the upcoming spiritual revival. So when people learned that I was going to sell off my inheritance, I was surrounded by shareholders who were surprised and angry. The old and stubborn Zhao Jiangwo was trying to persuade me desperately, with a look of pain in his eyes. He questioned my decision and even blamed me for betraying my parents' last wishes. Just as Zhao Jiangwo looked at me disappointedly, Luo Sun chuckled. This hypocritical guy has been waiting for an opportunity to seize control of Beichen Group, and he has even gone so far as to put pressure on me many times, both overtly and covertly. At this moment, his smile seemed a little funny to me. I slowly turned my head to look at him and said calmly, "Uncle Luo, haven't you always wanted to increase your stake in the group? Why don't I sell you the 39% of shares I have?" My words caused an uproar among the people present, especially Luo Sun, who was obviously stunned for a moment, revealing a look of suspicion. He has been being sarcastic to me for so long, but instead of being angry, I planned to sell my shares to him. Obviously, he couldn't hide his doubts, and there was a wary look in his eyes, as if he was wondering what I was thinking. "Sure, what's your price?" he asked tentatively. I pretended to be nonchalant and said, "One price, 80 billion. His eyes lit up slightly, and he seemed to be a little moved. 80 billion was indeed a big premium, but considering the future value-added space of Beichen Group, this price was not a ripoff for him. Besides, he is very ambitious, so how could he let go of this opportunity? He pondered for a moment, took out his phone, and said while flipping the screen, 80 billion? I can't take out that much cash. Can I use some real estate and other assets to pay for it?" The fish took the bait. I felt a little happy, but I kept my composure and nodded. Of course. His screen lit up, and the deeds and properties were listed one by one, including the southern peak of the Hengduan Mountains that had left a deep impression on me in my previous life. In the previous life, it was this inconspicuous piece of land that became the opportunity for the Luo family to rise after the spiritual energy revived. An S-level secret realm is hidden in it. In my last life, I regretted missing this secret realm, but in this life, I want to firmly grasp it in my own hands. In just a few dozen minutes, we completed a negotiation with a total value of 80 billion. Luo Sun smiled triumphantly, shook hands with me, and was still immersed in his self-proclaimed victory. I sneered in my heart, secretly lamenting his short-sightedness. For me, this deal was an unimaginable bargain. The shares now have no value to me, but this secret realm will allow me to be one step ahead in the future spiritual energy revival and become a top powerhouse. "Let's sign the contract tomorrow," I said with a smile, with a hint of determination in my eyes. Luo Sun nodded hurriedly, obviously afraid that I would go back on my word. This guy laughed so happily, thinking he had gotten an advantage, but he didn't know that he was leading himself into an endless abyss. At this moment, the other shareholders looked at each other, their eyes no longer on me, but turned quietly to Luo Sun, as if they had tacitly agreed that he would soon become the new person in power. Zhao Jiangwo looked at me, shook his head and sighed, his face full of helplessness. "Xiao Xian, you will regret this. If your parents knew about this, I'm afraid they would not be able to rest in peace." I looked at Uncle Zhao quietly, with a little emotion in my heart, but in the end I just replied calmly, "Uncle Zhao, don't worry, if my parents are still alive, they will only be proud of me." Zhao Jiangwo was so angry with me that he said nothing. He angrily slammed the table and turned away. And I just smiled and looked at everyone. My heart was extremely clear. At this moment, a familiar and dazzling string of numbers popped up on my phone screen. Ding! Your ICBC card with the last number 9527 has received 5 billion yuan, and the current balance is 41 billion yuan. I nodded gently, and the corners of my mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The 500 billion in my account finally brought me back to reality from the share transaction with Luo Sun. Just 5 days ago, Luo Sun and I signed the agreement, transferring my 39% stake in Beichen Group in exchange for almost all of his cash flow and real estate, especially the piece of land at the south peak of the Hengduan Mountains, which was ordinary to others. And in my eyes, that will be the key to the future S-level secret realm. Such a huge amount of cash had to be transferred in batches. The service efficiency of the top-level black card is naturally excellent. Transfers of 5 billion have all been received within a few days. I didn't stay long and immediately asked the butler to arrange a private plane to fly to Britain. The purpose of this trip is very clear: to take the 3 ancient bronze swords in Johnson's hands as soon as possible. I took a brief rest for a few hours on the plane, and when I opened my eyes, there were still 5 hours before arriving in London. Picking up the satellite phone from the bedside, I dialed the number I had arranged in advance. A respectful voice immediately sounded on the other end of the phone. "Dear Mr. Su, your hotel is ready. The Collector Johnson has also accepted your invitation and will be waiting for you at his house. Cancel the hotel arrangements. I'll go straight back," I responded calmly. After hanging up the phone, I closed my eyes and thought. This trip to Britain was not for sightseeing, but to collect the 3 ancient bronze swords. These 3 ancient swords are treasures from China's spring and autumn period and warring states period. After the revival of spiritual energy, they will be completely renewed and form the peerless Kaitian sword formation. In the previous life, this sword formation suppressed countless beast tides, but its power was controlled by foreigners and eventually even used against us Chinese. In this life, I must bring it back and make sure that humiliation never happens again. The plane landed smoothly in London. As soon as I stepped out of the cabin door, I saw that the special car was ready outside, and the driver nodded to me respectfully. In Britain, many things can be solved quickly as long as you have money. I only spent a few £1,000,000 to get clues about Johnson's collection of ancient swords, which was incredibly efficient. "Mr. Su, do you want to take a rest first or go directly to see Mr. Johnson?" the driver asked in fluent Chinese. "Go meet him directly." Without even raising my eyes, I continued to use my phone to handle the transfer of domestic assets. About an hour later, the car drove into the estate on the outskirts of London. Johnson was clearly well prepared, and he welcomed me into the collection room and got straight to the point. There was no point in wasting time talking to him. "Show me the 3 ancient bronze swords." I went straight to the point without any further ado. He carefully took one of the ancient swords out of the glass cover and held it in front of me with both hands. The surface of the sword is covered with rust, giving it a faint sense of age, and the lines are blurred, but I can confirm that this is the sword I'm looking for. £10 million, sell me the 3 swords as a package. I offered calmly. £10 million was obviously enough to satisfy him, but his eyes revealed a hint of hesitation, as if he was considering whether to raise the price further. I glanced at him and said bluntly, £30 million. This sentence obviously stunned him, and then I saw shock and greed in his eyes. Obviously, he was not satisfied. I sneered and continued to raise the price. £30 million. Johnson finally fell silent. 3 swords approached £100 million, and he obviously couldn't resist anymore. But there was still a hint of playful sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, as if I, a rich man from the East, was just a sucker who could be slaughtered at will. He said, "There is an old Chinese saying that goes, all swords come from the same source. Since you like these 3 swords so much, and you are Chinese, selling them to you will be considered returning them to their original owner." I ignored his hypocritical politeness and directly threw out the black card, not wanting to waste a moment. A few minutes later, when the transfer was confirmed to be successful, Johnson could not hide the joy on his face. His eyes were full of greed, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he was obviously immersed in the joy of this huge sum of money. This ridiculous guy doesn't even know what he's selling. I sneered in my heart. £90 million was a sky-high price for him, but to me, it was just a number that would evaporate. These ancient bronze swords are one of the keys to China's future rise. When I received the 3 heavy bronze swords packed in a mahogany box, A sense of relief flashed across my face. It can be considered as taking back something from our ancestors, I said to myself, my heart filled with mixed emotions. Johnson respectfully escorted me to the gate of the manor, with a flattering and gratified smile on his face, and bowed slightly and said, Mr. Su, according to your Chinese saying, this can be regarded as returning the jade intact to Zhao. Thank you for your generosity and integrity. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to contact my assistant. He stretched out his right hand, his blue eyes full of smiles. It's a pleasure working with you. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly, and I shook hands with him politely, but I was sneering in my heart. The Eight-Nation Alliance invaded China and looted many precious treasures, which were finally displayed in British museums. In the future, I will definitely return these items to their original owners and will never let them continue to enjoy this pride. At this moment, a cold light flashed in my eyes. Johnson seemed to feel something, and his body trembled slightly. After I left the manor, he was still frightened and couldn't calm down. 5 days later, I returned to the manor where I lived, but my eyes were fixed on the 3 bronze swords on the table, and I was thinking about something. I stretched out my hand and gently stroked the brown sword body. There was almost no rust or scars on it, which undoubtedly reflected the superb casting technology of the ancient Chinese. The sword body is about 60 centimeters long and is carved with intricate patterns that resemble flowing water, clouds, the sun, the moon, and mountains. It is obscure and difficult to understand, but it exudes a strong sense of antiquity and vicissitudes, as if whispering about the changes in history and the passage of time. These 3 swords should be 3 of the 6 swords of King Yu. I was intoxicated by the aroma of red wine, and memories came flooding back. According to legend, the King of Yu ordered the strongest swordsmith to forge 6 bronze swords: morning light, dawn, cutting water, subduing demons, chaos souls, and splitting the sky. The 6 swords were used together, along with 3,000 Yu soldiers, to defeat the overlord of the spring and autumn period, King Fuchai of Wu, and the swords have been passed down to this day. As history progresses, dynasties change, and times pass. 3 of these 6 swords were discovered in the Old Summer Palace during the Ming and Qing dynasties. In modern times, they were snatched away by the Eight-Nation Alliance and eventually collected by Johnson. Now they've been passed on to me. I gulped down the wine, and my anger involuntarily surged up in my heart. The other 3 bronze swords are still nowhere to be found. After the spiritual energy of the previous life was revived, a powerful force took them out from the tomb of King Yu and finally combined them into a supreme sword formation to resist the invasion of ferocious beasts and the ancient clan. This should have been the strength of our China. However, at the critical moment, when the ancient true king arrived, they chose to betray and massacred humans on a large scale, causing China to fall into turmoil. I carefully put away the bronze sword and placed it in an alloy safe with 8 layers of passwords, then slowly walked out and came to the balcony. The moon was high in the sky. The breeze was blowing gently. I looked down at the lights of thousands of houses below the mountain, raised my glass, and whispered to the distance, "This glass is for the whole of China. May the mountains and rivers be safe, and the country be peaceful, and the people be safe." After saying that, I raised my head and drank it all in one gulp, with a surge of pride in my heart. The next day, in Suxian Manor, living room number 22 on the 2nd floor. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and the assistant's voice came from outside the door. "Mr. Su, they are here. Come in." I put out the cigar in my hand and sat on the leather sofa, looking calm. The door slowly opened, and Assistant Xia Wensi, wearing a neat suit, walked in respectfully, followed by 3 people in strange costumes. A man with braids and an eye mask, a fat bald man with a gentle smile on his face, and a young woman with a hot body and a sexy leather skirt. "Mr. Su, these 3 are the people you are looking for." Xia Wensi walked to my side and deliberately blocked the direction of these 3 people, appearing to be very considerate. I glanced at him, silently approving. Xia Wensi has been following me for many years. After my previous life spiritual energy was revived, I left Beichen Group, but he still followed me closely. In the end, in order to protect me, he stood in front of the monster and was killed by it. He is loyal, reliable, smart, and resourceful. "Please sit down." I waved to them to sit down with a casual attitude. The young woman saw the half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray and blurted out in surprise, "Gurkha Royal Courtesan cigar, worthy of being the chairman of Beichen Group, a billionaire worth hundreds of billions, and one of the top 10 richest people in China. A cigarette worth 1.5 million. You just said no, tut-tut. Ma'am, what is your name? I was a little surprised. I looked at her and smiled. You can call me Shirley. The one dressed like a Caribbean pirate is my senior brother, Zhang Sanlian. The bald guy is my junior brother, sure too. She did not shy away from anything and sat on the sofa in a daze. She said, let's not waste any more time. We are very clear about Mr. Su's commission. The older the tomb, the more dangerous it is. And the tomb of the king of you are looking for this time is an extremely dangerous place after analysis. She said, her eyes serious and determined. If senior brothers Master Partridge and Master Bai were not in China, we would definitely invite them to participate, which would greatly increase the success rate. But even without them, we will work hard to complete it. After saying that, Shuli stopped talking and looked at me with her big, sparkling watery eyes, her face full of innocence and romance. I pondered for a moment, then understood what he meant and gestured with my hand. The assistant immediately took out 3 cigars and handed them to them. Miss Shirley, I'm a direct person. I will never treat you unfairly in terms of price. As long as the task can be completed, I can raise the price. I leaned on the sofa with a calm expression. But before that, can you let me see your skills? I don't mean anything else. It's just that I've been very interested in your industry since I was a child, and I even often read the books of Nampai Sanshu. I said frankly. Shueli chuckled after hearing this, stretched out her green right hand, placed the cigar in her palm, then gently held it, and then opened her hand, and the cigarette suddenly disappeared. Mr. Su, this is not a magic trick. At the same time, she flashed and took back the cigar from Zhang Sanlian's head, and the cigar in Zhang Sanlian's hand had just been lit. I nodded and clapped my hands. Good move. In that case, I won't say any more. Just listen carefully to what I'm looking for. I said in a firm tone and got straight to the point. After some bargaining, we finally reached an agreement on a price of 5 million. These 3 tomb robbers will be responsible for retrieving the other 3 of the king of Yu's 6 swords. First pay a 30% deposit, then pay 20% after getting the exact information about the tomb of King Yu, and finally pay the remaining 50% when the bronze sword is recovered. After sending these tomb robbers away, Assistant Xie Wenxi stood aside with a look of doubt and worry in his eyes. Mr. Su, can these people complete the task? I leaned back on the sofa, smoking a cigar, and after a moment's hesitation, I replied, if Master Partridge and Master Bai were here, there wouldn't be much of a problem. I heard that these 2 are top masters in the tomb robbing world. Then these people, Xie Wenxi's worry was obvious. If they can't complete the task, won't our investment be wasted? I slowly stood up, patted his shoulder, and smiled. Don't worry. If they can't complete the task, they'll try to find Master Partridge and Master Bai. In the tomb robbing world, face and connections are extremely important. The assistant suddenly realized what was going on. He turned around and said in surprise, so, you didn't care whether these people could find the tomb of the king of Yu at first, but wanted to contact Master Keiqiao and Master Bai through them? I couldn't help but smile at his understanding, but secretly admired him. Then I changed my mind and asked, how are the arrangements for the trip to the northeast going? It's already been arranged. A helicopter will pick you up at 2:30 this afternoon. You'll have a meeting at Uncle Gui's place at 5 o'clock. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Kyushu banquet will be attended by the directors of the Tourism Bureau, the Cultural Bureau, the Huaxia Construction Bureau, and the largest local foreman. I have conveyed your idea to them and confirmed it with their secretary. It should go smoothly. I nodded and said with satisfaction, that's a good arrangement. At 2:30 in the afternoon, with a strong gust of wind, a large-capacity helicopter hovered in the air and slowly landed on the platform on the first floor. The hatch opened and 2 people walked out. The leader was a burly, middle-aged man with short hair, wearing green light armor, and was energetic with a sharp look in his eyes. When he saw me, he respectfully called out, Mr. Su. Ahu, thank you for your hard work. I walked forward with a smile and nodded in response. Ahu shook his head and said with a hint of respect, working for the gentleman is not hard at all. This is for you, please put it on. He took the bulletproof vest handed to him by the man next to him and handed it to me. Ahu is my parents' confidant. He has been with me since I left the Beichen Group. He has been helping me resist the invasion of alien races until the spiritual energy was revived. His loyalty warms my heart. I didn't refuse. I took off my suit and put on my vest directly. After I tidied myself up, I put on my suit again and put on my ear cap. Let's go. The assistant followed closely behind, carrying a suitcase. Soon after, the hatch closed and Ahu controlled the helicopter, which took off slowly and gradually increased in speed, heading straight to the northeast and disappeared from sight after a moment. Tianjin is only a few hundred miles away from the northeast, and the helicopter is extremely fast, reaching its destination in less than 2.5 hours. At the airport, several people who had been arranged long ago came over, led by an old man wearing a Zhongshan suit and with slightly gray hair. There was a gleam in his eyes. When he saw me coming down the hatch, he immediately trotted forward and said respectfully, "Mr. Su, we have been waiting for you for a long time." I nodded and said sincerely, "Uncle Gue, thank you for your hard work." This ghost uncle is also one of my parents' confidants. He runs a branch of Beichen Group in the northeast and has close ties with the local government and other gray forces. Uncle Gue made a lot of contributions to the successful contact with the forces in northeast China this time. 10 minutes later, we arrived at a secret meeting room in a hotel. I sat in the main seat, with about 10 people on both sides, including Uncle Gue, Ahu, Xia Wensi, and some veterans of Beichen Group. They and my parents had experienced the development and listing of Beichen Group. After I sold my shares, these people left Beichen without hesitation and followed me resolutely. After taking a quick look, I spoke first. "Everyone is gathered here, so I guess you already know what it is." I noticed that some people were confused, while others understood. I nodded and continued, "Your guess is correct. Selling the shares of Beichen Group is not a rash act on my part. My dear uncles, you have worked in Beichen Group for many years and have dealt with me before. You should understand that I, Su Xian, am not a man of courage but no strategy." Uncle Gue nodded quickly. "We are naturally aware of Mr. Su's talents. Beichen Group has been singing all the way over the years, crushing Sony, defeating Samsung, suppressing Microsoft, and becoming one of the top 100 companies in the world. We have seen it all. In fact, Beichen Group is about to become the strongest in China, competing with world-class companies and becoming a symbol of China. However, everyone really doesn't understand why, Mr. Su, you chose to sell your shares at this critical juncture. Luo Sun's intentions are known to everyone." Others echoed, "Yes, Mr. Su. Beichen Group was founded and developed by your parents, and it has grown stronger under your leadership. Now it is thriving. Wouldn't it be a bargain for Luo Sun if you sell the shares and make others laugh at you? Of course, no matter what Mr. Su decides, we will never change our minds and will definitely follow you." I took a quick look and felt slightly disappointed to find that Zhao Zhengwo, the second largest shareholder of the group and the person my parents valued the most, was not among this group of people. But I didn't blame him either. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. After a few seconds of silence, I pressed my hands together and the place immediately became quiet. I slowly said, "Regarding the sale of shares, I can't explain it now. Anyway, everyone will understand it in the future, so I won't mention it again." My tone was gentle, but it carried an irresistible force. The elders shut up and looked up at me. Regarding the purpose of my visit to the Northeast, I will not reveal a single word of what I am going to say next. I hope everyone can keep their mouths shut. Everyone nodded. I can trust these people completely. After the spiritual energy was revived, they never betrayed me. Instead, the second largest shareholder, Zhao Zhengwo, immediately joined Luo Sun. Our main goal this time is to go deep into Danling to find a 1,000-year-old thunderwood tree. This thunderwood tree is deep in the primeval forest. It has survived thousands of lightning strikes and still stands tall despite wind and rain. Vinci will project its specific shape and appearance for everyone later. But our public statement is that we want to relax in the Danling scenic area, so we must send a large number of people to investigate and ensure that we can fully understand it. I have already communicated with the leaders of the relevant departments about this, and it will not cause much impact. However, what I'm most worried about is that Luo Sun will definitely become suspicious. If he intervenes and the news leaks, it will be extremely disadvantageous to us. After that, Assistant Xia Wensi began to project the PPT onto the big screen in the conference room and explain them one by one. Everyone stared at the screen and was shocked when they saw the image on it. The image projected on the big screen was of an ancient tree with a diameter of 1 meter. The outer bark had been charred by lightning, but the tree still stood tall. The trunk was straight and towering, and the surrounding area was barren, as if all the vitality and nutrients were monopolized by it. I thought to myself that this tree must have an extraordinary origin. As everyone knows, the people of Northeast China have a tradition of using lightning-struck trees to ward off evil spirits, but this thunder tree has withstood multiple lightning strikes without falling or dying. The assistant stood up and began to switch to the big screen to show more details. According to my speculation, This tree grows in the primeval forest in the center of Danling, so we must be cautious this time. After he said that, the meeting ended and the elders quickly began to arrange the next work. This project is huge. The Danling area is vast and requires at least 1,000 people. With so many people, confidentiality of information becomes a problem. The time came to March 5, 2124, at 8 o'clock in the evening at Kyushu Banquet, the largest five-star hotel in northeast China. In the luxurious private room, the atmosphere was warm and everyone was talking to each other. I smiled and raised my glass, responding to their politeness. Mr. Su, this time we have invested a huge amount of money in the construction of the scenic area. On behalf of the entire Northeast Tourism Bureau, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Don't worry, the returns in the future will be generous. The director of the Tourism Bureau, a bald middle-aged man, had a shiny face and a smile on his face. With a smile on my face, I raised my glass and gently clinked it with the director's glass, bowing my head slightly. Director, you have made a long trip. For the development of the Tourism Bureau, I have decided to provide a 10 million yuan subsidy free of charge. The director's expression suddenly turned serious, and he quickly pulled the edge of the cup down to align it with me. The director said, "Don't worry, Mr. Su. The Danling Scenic Area will definitely be built into a 5A scenic area." After saying that, he immediately drank the white wine in the glass. Then I provided 10 million yuan to the leaders of the Cultural Bureau and the Construction Bureau as startup funds for the project. With the help of the China Construction Bureau, the project is progressing quite smoothly. The foreman, who seldom spoke, even promised that he had found a reliable team of 1,000 people and would start exploring the mountains early tomorrow morning. We toasted frequently during the meal, and the three directors had a better impression of me, and the smiles on their faces became brighter. They commented on me. "You are worthy of being the former chairman of Beichen Group and the youngest business genius in China." They did not mention the fact that I sold my shares. Apparently, these veterans who had been in the officialdom for many years were well versed in the art and knew what to say and what not to say. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was a little tipsy. I thought the time was right, so I asked my assistant to send the 3 directors away and leave the foreman behind. "Mr. Su, do you have anything to say?" The foreman seemed particularly cautious in the increasingly drunken atmosphere. I stopped trying to cover up and got straight to the point. This time, in addition to surveying the terrain, I also need your people to go deep into the primeval forest. The foreman frowned slightly. "The depths of the forest are extremely dangerous, Mr. Su. For those who go deep into the forest, it's 500 yuan per person per day," I said without question. He looked embarrassed. "Mr. Su, deep in the Din Mountains for so many years. 800 yuan a day." I continued to increase the price. The foreman fell silent, seemingly struggling. 1,000 yuan a day. "If you don't take it, forget it. I don't want to waste any more time." Hesitation flashed across his face, but he finally seemed to have made up his mind and said through gritted teeth, "Okay, for Mr. Su's sake, I have no choice but to sacrifice my life for you. I'll take this job. After the matter is accomplished, the person who finds what I want can get a reward of 500,000, and you, my friend, can get 5 million. I added, looking at him with a smile. The foreman gasped in surprise. "Mr. Su, you are really generous. Don't worry, we will find it as quickly as possible." On March 6, 2124, Luo Sun stood in the Luo Sun Villa in Tianjin. On the luxurious bed in front of him, 2 young and charming women were lying on the left and right sides, soundly sleeping. "Mr. Luo, there's news." There was a knock on the door, and the assistant's voice came from outside. Luo Sun immediately opened his eyes and gently patted the 2 women's faces. "Go to another room to rest. I will find you in the evening." A woman yawned, put on her clothes reluctantly, and left the room. And when she opened the door, she did not forget to wink at the assistant. Su Xian went to the Northeast yesterday and met with the directors of the Tourism Bureau, the Culture Bureau, and the Construction Bureau. He hopes to develop a scenic spot in the Northeast, which seems to be related to Dianling. The assistant reported the situation. Luo Sun frowned and pondered for a moment. This guy sold his shares just for this? Danling is underdeveloped. I also wanted to build a scenic spot here before, but gave up after an investigation. Could he have other purposes? Luo Sun paced back and forth in the room, and suddenly stopped and said to his assistant, "Send someone to the Northeast to investigate carefully and find out what Su Xian wants to do. If he is just going to build a scenic spot, report to me immediately. If it is something unimportant, let him do it." "Okay, Mr. Luo, I'll arrange it right away." The assistant retreated respectfully. Luo Sun fell in a deep thought, thinking to himself, I must not let this guy make a comeback. He wants to build a scenic spot? No way. Thinking of this, Luo Sun immediately called the director of the Tourism Bureau. On March 6, 2124, I stood outside the jungle, looking at the endless, lush, and dense forest, and my heart was filled with emotion. After the revival of spiritual energy, many strange ancient creatures emerged here, and the spiritual energy surged. Many great monks went deep into it and discovered thousand-year-old lightning-struck wood. They made them into divine bows with infinite power. Unfortunately, these monks eventually betrayed the human race. The foreman said, Mr. Su will set off right away. They are all good fighters who can fight 10 people at once, and they are locals, so they can definitely keep their mouths shut. The foreman stood respectfully in front of me, extended his hand, and introduced the burly men standing in a column behind him. I nodded and said nothing more. The foreman stood at the front and shouted in a loud voice, Let's go. Then a team of hundreds of people, carrying tools, headed deep into the jungle. Sir, there is news from the Tianjin auction. After everyone left, Xia Wenxi came over and whispered, Auction? My heart moved, and I felt a little happy, because I know that there are usually some antiques at the auction. The antiques may not be worth much now, but after the spiritual energy is revived, some antiques will absorb the spiritual energy and become priceless treasures. Go back to Tianjin. I made a decisive decision. I didn't want to waste any more time in this unknown forest. Let's see if there's anything worth looking at the auction. March 7th, 2124. There were still 2 hours before the auction started, and my assistant Xia Wenxi and I arrived at the auction venue, the Emperor Building, early. The items in this auction are said to be antiques from a long time ago and are very valuable. So those who come here are industry leaders, wealthy people from all walks of life, and collectors. Hey, isn't this Mr. Su, China's outstanding entrepreneur and the youngest legendary genius? Why are you interested in participating in this auction? Before he entered the elevator, a gloomy voice came from the side. I looked back and saw that it was Xia Jianren, the vice president of operations of Beichen Group. He was wearing a suit, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. When we were in Beichen Group before, he was very respectful to me. But now that I have left Beichen and sold my shares, his true face has been revealed immediately. This person has always been Luo Sun's confidant, and this time he was ordered to come to the auction and collect antiques. I was too lazy to pay attention to him. I just thought this lackey's provocation was ridiculous. Xia Jianren realized that I didn't want to pay attention to him, so he turned around and said nothing. As time went by, more and more bigwigs walked into the building, handed their black gold invitations to the staff, took the elevator, and went straight to the auction site. What a coincidence! Isn't this Director Su? When I walked into the venue, a group of familiar faces came into view. They were some shareholders or directors of the top 10 groups in Tianjin. I nodded slightly as a greeting. The spiritual energy of the previous life was revived, but these people were unable to break through because they were clinging to their assets. They used their own connections and relationships, and eventually betrayed humanity, joined the ancient tribe, and crazily massacred the Chinese people. Assistant Xia Wenxi looked unhappy, but he would never take the initiative without my approval, because he knows my character. Either I don't move, or once I take action, I leave the other party with no chance of fighting back. In my opinion, verbal disputes are like quarrels between children, which are meaningless. The big guys gradually came in, and the atmosphere became more tense. I simply closed my eyes and rested, not bothering to pay attention. My once respectful attitude was exposed after I left Beichen. It really puzzles me that these people are so eager to reveal their true nature. Logically speaking, they have been working hard on the business pyramid for many years and should understand the principle of not showing off one's happiness. Could it be that they have relied on luck to get to the top? An hour later, the auction site was already crowded with bigwigs and wealthy people from all walks of life, talking in low voices in groups of 3 or 5, and the time for the auction to start was getting closer and closer. A group of people not far from me were talking about the items in the auction. They said, I heard that the items being auctioned this time are all antiques from a long time ago. Among them is a vase from the Han Dynasty, which is very valuable. That's nothing. I also heard that there is a meteorite that is said to be 5,000 years old. I opened my eyes, feeling a little excited. After the spiritual energy of my previous life was revived, antiques like vases naturally had no effect. But if those jades can absorb spiritual energy, they will become spiritual stones, becoming an important resource for cultivators to improve their strength. Such treasures are absolutely rare. As for the meteorites they mentioned, I'm even more looking forward to it. In his previous life, Luo Sun collected several meteorites and eventually forged them into treasures through the secret realm of the Hengduan Mountains, which greatly enhanced the strength of the Luo family and later became one of the top 10 families in China. Time passed minute by minute, and the auction finally began. An auctioneer in a tuxedo and with a slicked-back hair walked onto the auction stage, and the lights on the scene instantly focused on him. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for participating in this auction held by the Emperor Group. I am the auctioneer of this auction, Ma Domo, and I am very honored to serve you. His tone was confident and his voice was loud, attracting the attention of the entire audience. The theme of this auction is to explore ancient Chinese culture. The items to be auctioned are all Chinese antiques, which are very old and have extraordinary collection value. We welcome everyone to participate. His introduction lasted more than 10 minutes and sounded quite boring. Then, a slim Cheongsam girl walked onto the stage pushing the first auction item. Ma Domo walked to the center of the stage and began to introduce. The first auction item is Tang Sankai low-temperature glazed pottery, Silk Road. The starting price is 5 million. Each bid must not be less than 500,000. The bidding starts now. As the auctioneer's order was given, the scene suddenly became agitated. As the most distinctive pottery of the Tang dynasty, Tang Sankai has profound value and significance, and is a treasure that collectors dream of. But for me, this vase has no substantial function. After the spiritual energy of the previous life was revived, these beautiful vases had no other use except for viewing. So, I was too lazy to buy them. After several rounds of fierce bidding, a big boss finally won the bid at a high price of 12 million. Congratulations immediately rang out at the scene, and everyone praised the value of this item. The second auction item is a pair of ancient jade stones of mother and child from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Ma Domo continued to introduce. According to expert appraisal, this pair of jade is the oldest antique ever found. It is completely natural and has no traces of being cut by a knife or an axe. The starting price is 1 million, and each bid must not be less than 100,000. The auction begins now. I thought everyone would be very excited about this, but surprisingly, there were very few people bidding. Everyone's point of view is very direct. Even if it is ancient jade from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, it is impossible to have been preserved to this day. This so-called ancient jade from the Shang and Zhou dynasties is most likely man-made and has no value. The auctioneer was embarrassed and was about to let the item go. At this moment, I suddenly raised my hand and said, 1 million, I want it. Everyone around him immediately focused their attention on him, and everyone burst into laughter. No, everyone knows that ancient jade can only be stored for a few hundred years at most. The Shang and Zhou dynasties were thousands of years ago, so where did the pure natural jade come from? Did the former chairman of Beichen not understand this at all? Who knows? It is said that a few days ago, he sold all of his Beichen shares and gave them away. If Su Jie and his wife knew about this, they would surely die with regret. So it was him, the number one prodigal son in Tianjin, who went from being a Chinese business genius to being the number one joke in China. I don't care about the ridicule of the crowd. Only I know how useful this pair of ancient jade from the Shang and Zhou dynasties will be in the future, and these people will regret it immensely. The auction continued, and a number of antiques and calligraphy and paintings were unveiled one after another. Based on my memories of my previous life, I roughly determined that most of these items were only of ornamental value. Although the revival of spiritual energy will change many objects, and some antiques will absorb spiritual energy and become magical weapons, most antiques at present still do not seem to have actual spirituality. For example, one of the paintings, 100 Ghosts Parade at Night by Wu Daozi, was indeed exquisitely painted with powerful brushstrokes, but after the revival of the spiritual energy from the previous life, it did not show any special effects. The auction went smoothly, and 7 or 8 lots were sold at good prices one after another. The smile on Ma Domo's face became brighter and brighter. He estimated that today's commission had exceeded his annual salary. The atmosphere in the venue gradually became heated, and the bidding for several key items aroused the fighting spirit of some buyers. There was even a hint of disdain in their eyes when they bid against each other. After more than 40 minutes, the auction came to an end, and everyone knew that the most anticipated finale item had not yet appeared. Finally, after 5 minutes, the items were sold one by one. Ma Domo smiled mysteriously, as if he had whetted everyone's appetite. I'm sure you all know that the finale of this auction is of extraordinary value. It can even be called a treasure that transcends the category of antiques. He looked calm and spoke gracefully, as if every word carried a bit of magic, successfully attracting everyone's attention. Mr. Ma, stop keeping us in suspense, and take it out for us to see, someone said in a joking manner. That's right, Lao Ma. We old friends can't stand you playing like a cat teasing a mouse like this. Another one also agreed with a smile. Ma Dumo smiled slightly and glanced at the entire audience. After the atmosphere was set just right, he clapped his hands. Then, two Cheongsam girls slowly came pushing a small cart with a bronze box on it. Looking at this ordinary box, everyone did not look down on it at all. In such occasions, the more ordinary things are often the most precious. Wearing professional dust-free gloves, Ma Dumo carefully touched the box. He introduced, "This bronze box is extraordinary. It has been specially processed and contains 18 kinds of rare metals. It has extremely high protection, antioxidation, invulnerable to swords and guns, and impervious to water and fire. More importantly, what is hidden inside it?" My heart moved slightly as I noticed that he used the word treasure instead of antique. It was obvious that this auction was bound to be extraordinary. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ma Dumo slowly opened the bronze box, revealing the item inside, a reddish-brown stone the size of a basketball, with an irregular shape and a hint of burning heat. The indescribable peculiar texture made everyone present hold their breath. My heart was shocked because it was almost exactly the same as the meteorite that Luo Sun got in his previous life. After the spiritual energy was revived, the meteorite was refined in a secret realm and cast into a peerless magic weapon, helping the Luo family become one of the top 10 families in China. When some rough people saw that it was a stone, they were immediately disappointed. Some even mocked in a low voice. I thought it was a rare treasure, but it turned out to be just a broken stone. That being said, I knew they were just playing psychological tactics to dampen the enthusiasm of bidders. Ma Dumo smiled slightly, not affected at all, and explained, "Everyone, this stone is not ordinary. Experts have confirmed that it is a meteorite from outer space 5,000 years ago, containing more than 80 kinds of unknown mineral components." He paused for a moment, observing the interest on everyone's faces, and then said, "It can be said that these elements have never been seen on our blue planet. Perhaps it will subvert the existing periodic table of elements in the chemical world." The starting price is 20 million. Each bid increase must not be less than 2 million. The auction begins now. Ma Dumo stopped talking, smiled calmly, and left the room for imagination to the bigwigs present. I immediately raised my sign. 30 million. This offer shocked the whole audience. Someone said dissatisfiedly, "Do you really need to add 10 million? 32 million. 50 million. Without hesitation, I raised the price again. The man was furious and said in a deep voice, "I am the young director of Beichen Group. Please give me face, friend. I will give you 52 million. The bidders on the side fell silent. Beichen Group was second only to Beichen Group, with an annual revenue of over 800 billion yuan. It was obvious that no one wanted to compete with it for a piece of stone. However, I ignored him and shouted, 80 million. Huaxin's young director obviously couldn't accept it and angrily yelled, "Are you sick? You added 10 million a moment ago, and now you add 30 million directly?" The sexy girl next to him whispered to him, "Shall you forget it?" He slapped him and threatened, "Shut up. If you don't want to die, don't talk too much." How could he retreat in this situation? Unfortunately, his funds were no more than 200 million, and he had to sell his assets to make up for it. "Shall you want to save face?" 200 million. I sneered and immediately offered 500 million. The bigwigs in the audience were dumbfounded. Even the well-informed Ma Dumo was stunned. Who could have thought that a piece of stone would be bid up to 500 million? Xiao Yu looked pale, and after a little sobering up, he sneered sarcastically. A mere broken stone, but he actually spent 500 million to buy it. This prodigal son was destined to become the laughingstock of the whole audience. I ignored all the looks and sat down calmly. Looking at this precious meteorite, I was extremely satisfied with this auction. Both it and the ancient jades would become priceless treasures. Just as I was about to leave, Ma Dumo suddenly caught up with me and said, "Mr. Su, please stay. Our president wants to see you." Then I accepted the president's invitation. "Mr. Su, please take a seat." As soon as I walked into the office on the top floor of the Emperor building, the middle-aged man beside the desk stood up with a gentle smile on his face. This person is none other than the chairman of the Emperor Group, Sheng Qingping, a legendary figure in China's antique industry. He single-handedly established the Emperor Group and the Emperor Building, almost monopolizing the entire Chinese antique market, with his income from commissions alone reaching hundreds of billions. Moreover, in his previous life, after the revival of spiritual energy, he was the first businessman to notice the changes. He hoarded a large number of antiques and became one of the people with the most treasures in China. Later, he provided a lot of help to the government. After Ma Dumo lit my cigar, Sheng Qingping smiled and said, "Mr. Su is indeed a man of vision and financial resources. I admire him very much. Let me introduce myself formally first. My name is Sheng Qingping." He personally poured a cup of tea and handed it to her, saying politely, "This is the Golden Gourd tribute tea shipped from Yunnan. Mr. Su, please have a try." I took a sip and the tea soup was rich and fragrant. It was indeed a good tea worth hundreds of thousands per gram. But I remained calm, put down my teacup and said, "The president just mentioned some good stuff. I wonder if it can open my eyes." Upon hearing this, Sheng Qingping smiled and clapped his hands. Two Chongsam girls came in with two exquisite wooden boxes and placed them carefully on the coffee table. When the wooden box was opened, there were more than a dozen thumb-sized, dark red wooden beads inside, which looked very much like the elixirs in the novels about cultivating immortals. My pupils shrank slightly, and I secretly suppressed my inner excitement. These seemingly inconspicuous wooden beads are actually the elixirs with depleted spiritual energy that I saw in my previous life. After the recovery of spiritual energy, these pills, once absorbed by the spiritual energy, can help people quickly improve their realm. They are even more precious to those humans who have just started practicing. The quality is average. I glanced at it casually, pretending not to care, with a hint of disappointment on my face. Sheng Qingping obviously saw my hard-to-get attitude and hurriedly smiled and said, "Mr. Su is knowledgeable and can certainly see the clues. These pills have been stored in China for many years and have never faded or deteriorated. It is really rare." He continued, "How about this? I'll only charge you 50,000 for each of these medicinal stones. How about that?" I was ecstatic after hearing this. Although these pills were not worth mentioning before the revival of spiritual energy, they would become priceless treasures afterwards. I nodded reluctantly. Since President Sheng said so, I won't refuse. I will accept all these pills. In addition, if the president has other antiques and rare treasures, please feel free to bring them out. In the end, I purchased a total of 100 pills for 5 million, which was enough for me to reach the Xinzong realm after the spiritual energy was revived. In my previous life, it took me 15 years to barely break through to the early stage of Xinzong. Now, with these pills, I will most likely surpass my previous life in a short period of time. When I was about to leave, Sheng Qingping's face suddenly darkened and he reminded me, "Mr. Su, at this auction, you publicly offended Xiao Yu, the young chairman of Beichen Group, but you also offended the 9 major groups." He also said, "Xiao Yu has always been vindictive and will definitely seek revenge in the future. The other 8 groups used to resist Beichen, and now they will not miss any opportunity to suppress you. So be careful." I smiled and thanked them. I had been on guard against these 9 major groups, but the revival of spiritual energy is about to come, and their so-called business threats will be nothing but paper tigers by then. After leaving the imperial mansion and returning to the estate, I began to take a detailed inventory of existing assets and resources. Time is running out. It is now March 7th, 2124, and there are less than 8 months left until the revival of spiritual energy. 3 months before that, strange phenomena will gradually appear on the blue planet, which will arouse the vigilance of certain major forces. Therefore, I must complete the layout as quickly as possible and seize the initiative as soon as the spiritual energy revives to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Now I have collected 3 bronze swords, enough to form a sword formation. As for the remaining 3, I still need to continue searching. After all, the location of the tomb of King Yu is secret, and it was only discovered 1 month before the revival of spiritual energy in the previous life. The 1,000-year-old lightning struck what is deep in Den Mountains, and it is difficult for me to find it at this stage. As for the meteorite from outer space, this auction has brought me an unexpected surprise. It will surely be made into a peerless treasure in the future. I already have 100 pills, which are enough to meet the cultivation needs of the first realm, but I still need to continue to purchase more in the future. The ancient jade has also been purchased, so my spiritual energy supply is temporarily worry-free. After counting, I still have more than 30 billion in assets on hand, which is temporarily sufficient to support subsequent acquisition plans. However, I still need to go to several key locations during this period before the revival of spiritual energy. On March 8, 2124, I stood at the foot of the Hungduan Mountains and looked up at the endless mountain ranges. The mountains were steep and rugged like a giant dragon lying across hundreds of miles. The Hungduan Mountains are located in the northwest, with an altitude of 7,000 meters. The peaks are undulating and the peaks are shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. There are more than 80 main peaks, which are vigorous and majestic. As far as I can remember, this valley will become an S-level secret realm after the spiritual energy is revived. The rich spiritual energy directly promoted the rise of the Luo Sun family. Now I have purchased the entire mountain in advance, nominally for the purpose of building a forest park, but in reality, it is just a cover-up. We got on the helicopter and flew towards the main peak valley. After landing, I jumped off easily with the help of Ahu. The valley before us is quiet and peaceful. It has not yet been developed into a scenic area. The road is winding and steep, and few tourists set foot here. This valley will be my key place in the future. After inspecting it with my own eyes, I finally felt relieved. The next step is to go to Yunbei to continue planning. Chapter 9. Crazy Old Man. Acquiring Immortal Level Kung Fu. March 14, 2124, afternoon. Yunbei Ancient Town. Street Noodle Shop. Su Xian has been waiting here for 4 days, ordering a bowl of noodles every day and sitting here waiting. Will he show up, sir? The assistant obviously did not have Su Xian's patience and was very confused and curious. Have no idea. Su Xian shook his head, his expression firm, without any impatience. But we have to wait here. According to his memories from his previous life, after the revival of spiritual energy, many secret manuals of martial arts appeared in the ancient town of Yunbei, Lujia village, which is where he is eating noodles now. What is strange is that it rarely appears in other places. Later, some human monks investigated and found that there was a crazy old man in this place with untidy beard and silver hair. When he saw children, he would start to trick them into selling his magic secret book, and the price was extremely low, but normal people would not buy it. Therefore, the locals also call him a liar, and sometimes even throw stones at him. This old man's whereabouts are erratic, but most of the time he appears on this street, just opposite the noodle shop. At this moment, an old man wearing a patched coarse cloth shirt, with disheveled hair and untidy beard came from the opposite direction. He walked unsteadily with a cane and a cloth bag on his back. He walked to the opposite side of the noodle shop, looked around, sat down, and opened the cloth bag. The books inside were scattered all over the floor. He remained calm and slowly spread out the books bound with inferior paper. Then he parted the hair on his forehead and shouted, "Take a walk, take a look, the secret book of magical skills. This opportunity is not to be missed. The time will not come again. No matter how rich you are, it is not as good as divine power." The people around him shook their heads and mocked. "Old man, are you out to cheat again? TSK. Stop lying to the kid. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Pack up and go back quickly. The village management team will come soon, and you will be in big trouble, haha." The old man was not frightened at all, and snorted coldly. "Is that called cheating when it comes to scholars? How can you, a bunch of mortals, understand the magic of the gods? Get out of here." Those people left laughing, and the air was filled with a happy atmosphere. "How do you sell this book?" The old man raised his head and saw the young man with extraordinary temperament, and smiled. "Single copy 50, multiple copies are discounted. Large quantity gets a discount, sir. Would you like to take a look? Here are all the secret manuals of divine skills, all the treasures you have dreamed of. It seems that today, I am destined to be with you. As long as you buy more than 10 copies, I will give you an extra one." Su Xian smiled lightly and looked at the books on the ground. Most of them were made of low-quality books. He flipped through them casually and found illustrations of the moves in them. He became more certain that these things were the skills that could be practiced after the spiritual energy was revived. This book of Tathagatapam is extremely powerful. Young man, you are lucky, you know that? I only sell this secret book to those who are destined to have it. Ordinary people like them are not qualified to see it. Then, the voice stopped abruptly because after Su Xian opened the book Tathagatapam, he found that there were many notes in it, and the handwriting was different. Upon closer inspection, most of them were curses against this old man. "Damn old thing. Charging me $10 a day to rent it. Ahem, this I actually wrote it myself. Do you believe it?" The old man smiled awkwardly and brushed aside his messy bangs. "Pack it up. Su Xian stood up and pointed at dozens of secret books on the ground. He was sure that these skills, whether they were external techniques or internal skills, were suitable for cultivation. The reason why I can't practice now is because the spiritual energy has not yet revived. The spiritual power cannot be condensed in the Dantian, and the physical strength is also limited, let alone refining qi and cultivating immortals. Okay. The old man happily packed it up and handed it over. Sir, the total is 3,500 yuan. There are also 10 free books inside. Please keep them. The assistant immediately took out cash and handed it over. Su Xian nodded, already making plans for the future in his mind. Most of these skills are of relatively low level, which may be sufficient in the early stage, but in the later stage, when the true kings of the ancient tribes descend, they are no longer enough. Fortunately, there is still a group of loyal people following him, and these secrets can be passed on to everyone to practice and improve overall strength. After the old man finished selling, he felt refreshed and ran directly to the noodle shop opposite. He ordered 3 big bowls of noodles with soybean sauce and 2 bottles of Coke. He began to eat and drink like crazy, wolfing down the food as if he wanted to make up for days of hunger by eating and drinking to his heart's content. Su Xian was about to leave, but he felt something was wrong. He turned around to look at the old man and suddenly remembered. After the revival of spiritual energy, in addition to these more basic exercises, it seems that in the ancient town of Yunbei, a fragment of a heavenly level exercise appeared. After someone practiced it, his strength increased greatly, and he was almost able to compete with the true king of the ancient clan. Unfortunately, he did not put it together and ultimately failed. However, it also indirectly reflects the power of this technique. Walking to the noodle shop and sitting opposite the old man, Su Xian stared at him and said slowly, "Whether there is real magic or not, you should understand what I am talking about." The old man's eyelids twitched slightly. Although it was difficult to detect, Su Xian still caught it. Then he swallowed the noodles and said incoherently, "These are all magical skills. How could they be fake? I, old Yang, have been doing business for decades, and I never cheat anyone, and I am absolutely fair." Su Xian didn't say anything either, just looked at him with a smile. The old man's wrinkled face showed a trace of surprise. Then he looked around and found that no one was paying attention to this side. So he lowered his voice and said, "Can you afford it?" Su Xian smiled slightly without saying anything, then tapped his fingers lightly in the teacup and wrote 6 nines on the table. "Okay, come see me in the evening." The old man was mumbling something, so he quickly finished his noodles and went home. March 14th, 2124, evening. Su Xian followed the address provided by the old man and arrived at his destination. It was a dilapidated temple in Lujia village, but it gave him an extraordinary feeling. Could it be that there is another mystery behind this place? Thinking of this, he immediately sent a text message to his assistant with just a few words, secretly purchasing the dilapidated temple northeast of Lujia village. Then he slowly pushed open the wooden door and saw the old man from the daytime waiting for him. "Sir, I think this is what you want, the real magic skill." The old man chuckled and handed over a parchment book. Su Xian opened it out of curiosity and found that the densely packed words inside were unrecognizable. They looked like Tibetan, Mongolian, and even more like Sanskrit. They were obscure and difficult to understand, and exuded a long and vicissitudes of life. I even suspect that this text may not have appeared in Chinese history. After the revival of spiritual energy, it is said that there is a complicated immortal level technique called Ancient Heavenly Book, Tianzi Scroll, which is the technique practiced by the cultivator who reached the top in his previous life. The text style circulated in it is exactly the same as that of this book. Su Xian was certain that the parchment book in his hand was the Ancient Heavenly Book. So he said casually, "Name your price." The old man slowly stretched out 5 fingers, smiling. Su Xian nodded. "Deal, 50 million. The amount is quite large and may arrive in batches. Send me your bank card number and pay part of it first." The old man was stunned and confused. "No, this 50 million? I thought I could get it done with 5,000 or 50,000 yuan. I was ecstatic for a while. What does 50 million mean? 99% of Chinese people will never be able to earn that much in their entire lifetime." After the card number was sent, it took only a few minutes to receive a transfer of 10 million. Su Xian ignored the old man's shock and left the ruined temple. Before leaving, he said, "You should move to another place. If you have similar skills in the future, remember to contact me. My last name is Su." Chapter 10. Layout. Luo Sun's son falls into the trap. March 20th, 2124. After Su Xian returned to the manor, he collected all the things he had acquired so far and then began to plan his next step. Within these 6 days, the tomb robber Shuali reported back that although the tomb of the King of Yu had not been completely found, some clues had been found, and it would not take long to find it. Su Xian was not too anxious about this. According to the progress in his previous life, those major forces began to notice the revival of spiritual energy and officially started looking for the bronze sword 1 or 2 months before the revival of spiritual energy, and he still had 5 months. The foreman from Danling also sent news. After going deep into Danling, they did not encounter any accidents. Only a few people were injured. They found a lot of lightning-struck wood, but the quality did not meet the requirements, and it was not the 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood that Su Xian was looking for. However, the foreman told him not to worry. Since they could find lightning-struck wood, they would definitely be able to find 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood. Su Xian was not very anxious about the news. He sat quietly in the bedroom, drinking red wine, looking out the window, waiting for good news that will make him happy. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. Assistant Xia Wenxi pushed the door open, holding a tablet in his hand, with a happy look on his face. Sir, Luo Tian has joined the game. Su Xian's eyes lit up. He nodded and smiled. Notify them. They can start now. Xia Wenxi nodded respectfully and said, Yes. Tianjin, the largest nightclub paradise on earth. In a luxurious box, there was a young man wearing a shirt and with blonde hair. Around him were several shivering young girls who looked relatively innocent. At this moment, they were covering their faces and crying, with almost no clothes on. The sexy clothes they were wearing had long been torn into pieces by the young men, and the black clothes and suspenders had all turned into pieces. One of the girls, who was extremely beautiful, had not yet woken up. The young man was Luo Tian, the son of the chairman of Beichen Group. Since he had no ability, Luo Sun did not allow him to interfere in any affairs of Beichen, nor did he give him any funds for investment. Luo Tian was very dissatisfied with this, especially since Su Xian had already left Beichen Group and Luo Sun had not arranged any position for him. He had made it clear that he would not let him become the successor. If you just want to be a rich second generation, eat, drink, and have fun, and live your life comfortably, then there's nothing wrong with that. The key point is that Luo Sun promoted his brother, Luo Xiang, a bastard born to a mistress, to be the company's vice president of finance, in charge of the group's financial power, which Luo Tian could not tolerate. Therefore, it is not until nightfall that people start going to nightclubs for fun. Coincidentally, the nightclub owner, who knew him, told him that a new batch of tea had arrived recently. Why are you crying? Do you know who I am? The young chairman of Beichen Group. Luo Tian hated women crying the most, so he took out a black gold card from his pocket, threw it in a woman's face, and shouted, Don't fucking cry. Take it. There's 500,000 in cash. It's enough for you to spend. At this moment, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and 5 or 6 young men with colorfully dyed hair and pierced ears walked in. The leader was a burly man in a suit with a smile on his face. Mr. Luo, why are you so angry? The person who came was the club owner Shui, who was also an old acquaintance of Luo Tian. Luo Tian glanced at him, lit a cigarette, and blew out a smoke ring with a very dissatisfied look. Boss Shui, you know that I hate crying women the most. Do prostitutes still need to talk about chastity? Deal with this matter quickly and don't let it affect our friendship. After hearing this, Shui put away his smile, slowly walked to the girl who was hit by the black gold card, and suddenly said in surprise, Mr. Luo, I'm afraid something is wrong. Luo Tian frowned and stood up. What's the meaning? Shui glanced at the girl, then ordered his men to take all the girls away. Then he approached, looking at Luo Tian with a serious face, and lowered his voice. Mr. Luo, do you know who that sleeping girl is? Luo Tian didn't care and sneered. She's just the campus beauty of Tianjin University's music department. What's so great about that? I still played with her, didn't I? Mr. Luo, do you know her name? I heard her name was something like Ding Lingling, so what? Luo Tian showed a trace of impatience on his face, put out his cigarette, raised his voice. If you have anything to say, just say it now, don't be so hesitant. At the same time, I suddenly had a bad feeling in my heart. Shui looked at him deeply and said word by word. She is the only daughter of Ding Yishan, the director of the Tianjin Finance Bureau. She is the apple of his eye and the lily in the Tianjin socialite circle. Luo Tian was stunned. Then he started to curse. Shui, what the hell do you mean? Do you want to mess with me? If you don't explain yourself clearly today, I won't let you go. Shui sighed and stretched out his right hand. Mr. Luo, to be honest, we went to Tianjin University to look for new tea and happened to run into a drunk Ding Lingling, but we didn't pay much attention to it. It wasn't until the missing person notice went out last night that we found out after comparing photos. Then he opened his phone and saw a missing person notice. Luo Tian took a quick look and his scalp tingled as he suddenly realized that the photo was of a drunk girl he had played with last night who had not woken up yet. Xiao Xian was extremely flustered and didn't know what to do for a moment. He fell on the sofa with his eyes blank. After a while, he said, "Hurry, I'm going to call my brother and ask him to sort it out." "No, I can't let him know. If he finds out, he will definitely tell my dad, and then I won't know if I can survive." The daughter of the director of the finance bureau, this is no joke. Luo Tian was completely at a loss at the first moment and did not even doubt the authenticity of the incident, but he would rather not question it than ask his family for help. "What should I do, Boss Shui? Please help me." In an instant, Luo Tian's attitude took a 180-degree turn. He grabbed Shui's arm and shook it continuously, like a drowning man grabbing a straw, shouting for help. A hint of mocking smile flashed across Shui's lips, and then he said seriously, "Mr. Luo, we can't do anything to help. Ding Lingling will definitely have a physical examination. By then, Mr. Luo's affairs will definitely be exposed. This is the director of the finance bureau. Even if you are the chairman of the Beichen Group, I'm afraid you can't do anything. What should I do? What should I do?" Shui pretended to be in deep thought, and after a while he slowly said, "Got it. Luo Xiao, Ding Lingling has always been interested in antiques. If you can sell or give away the antiques you have, maybe you can help her keep the secret." Luo Tian was slightly stunned. Then he thought that he was also a collector, and it shouldn't be difficult to give him a few antiques. So he nodded and agreed. "No problem. Then please communicate with Boss Shui." Shui nodded. "Now, Luo Xiao, just pretend you know nothing. Just do what you need to do and wait for my news." Okay. I'll follow your instructions. Boss Shui, you must help me. Please." Chapter 11. Buying Bodhi seeds at a high price. Is Luo Tian confused? March 21st, 2124, inside Luo Tian's room. "Mr. Luo, you don't want your father and your eldest brother to know about this, right?" A beautiful girl in a purple dress and with long hair looked at Luo Tian with a smile on her face. She was one of the women he had sex with last night, and also Ding Lingling, the daughter of the director of the finance bureau of Tianjin. From her tone, it can be seen that she did not seem to feel angry or humiliated about getting drunk and having sex with Luo Tian, but the threat revealed in her tone was very clear. Luo Tian's body trembled slightly, especially when he heard the word big brother. A look of fear appeared on his face without hesitation. "I am already at a great disadvantage among the family heirs. If my eldest brother finds out about this, there will be no chance of turning things around. Miss Ding, please tell me what you need. I will do my best to satisfy you if I have anything." Luo Tian poured her a cup of tea with a flattering look on his face. Ding Lingling sat on the sofa, leaning her slender back against the soft sofa, slightly raising her swan-like white neck, and glanced at him with her beautiful eyes. "I heard that young Master Luo is quite interested in antiques and curios, and he even has quite a few good stuff in his hands." Luo Tian was slightly stunned after hearing this. A trace of panic appeared in his eyes, and he nodded reluctantly. "Yes, I do have a collection of antiques, but most of them are not good things. If Miss Ding is interested, you can go to the collection room to take a look." Ding Lingling hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Afterwards, Luo Tian took her out of the room, around the corridor, turning left and right, and finally came to a room near the corner, which was Luo Tian's collection room. When you push open the door, you will see the magnificent appearance inside. The entire collection room is more than 600 square meters. There are calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls, ancient swords displayed in glass cabinets, and blue and white porcelain vases standing on the table. It is a dazzling array of things. Luo Tian also began to show a proud look and started to act as a commentator. "I bought this sword from a Venetian merchant. It is said to be a Han sword from the Sui and Tang dynasties. I bought this painting from an antique shop when I visited Jiangnan 3 years ago. It is said to be an authentic work of the painting master. And this night-shining pearl is from the East China Sea. 1,000-year-old silk, this is..." It must be said that Luo Tian was very familiar with antiques, and he was very eloquent and talented in explaining them. Every time he said this, his face was filled with pride, and he even secretly glanced at the girl next to him. There was surprise and appreciation in Ding Lingling's beautiful eyes, which made Luo Tian feel extremely satisfied. From the side, she was also very beautiful, worthy of being the school belle. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly had an absurd idea. It would be nice to be her boyfriend. After the introduction, Ding Lingling suddenly shook her head and smiled. Mr. Luo, your collections, these antiques, are indeed precious and valuable, but they are not old enough. To me, they are not rare items. Look, do you have anything else to offer? Otherwise, Luo Tian was shocked. Cold sweat rose. He took a breath and said slowly, there is a treasure that I bought from a temple in Tibet. I have kept it in my collection for a long time. No one can explain its origin. Over time, it was forgotten in a corner. If you don't tell me, I'll go get it now. Ding Lingling's eyes lit up. Oh, there's actually such a treasure. Luo Xiao, you are really too mean. Luo Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled awkwardly. I forgot about it. Now I'm going to find it out. Then he entered the innermost corner and looked at the white safe. Luo Tian showed joy on his face. He opened the safe and saw the box inside. He picked up the box and opened it. Then he saw the object inside. It was a Bodhi seed the size of a thumb, pitch black, ordinary, and even a bit ugly in shape. Luo Tian carefully picked up the Bodhi seed, his eyes complicated, then turned his head and said, that year I was traveling in Tibet and went to a temple. There a high monk told me that this Bodhi seed was very rare in the world and would shine when the time was right. He told me to preserve it well. Ding Lingling took a look and was greatly disappointed. She said, it's ordinary and dried up. I think this Bodhi seed is just an ordinary item. There's nothing to brag about. After hearing this, Luo Tian immediately retorted, Ms. Ding, I don't allow you to say that. Although this Bodhi seed looks dried up now, I think it must be very useful. It's just that we haven't figured out the way yet. Ding Lingling chuckled. According to what you said, you treasure this Bodhi seed so much. How could you forget it in a corner? This? Okay. I see your collection room is unremarkable and there is nothing special in it. Why don't you sell the Bodhi seed to me? I promise that the homework will not be spread out. Ding Lingling was a little impatient and raised her hand. Luo Tian's expression tightened and he said, this? To be honest, I paid a high price for this Bodhi seed, and it is destined to be with me, so I am really reluctant to part with it. Ding Lingling's eyes turned cold. Luo Tian immediately showed panic on his face, with cold sweat on his forehead. Well, as long as Miss Ding promises me not to spread the news of last night, I will sell it to you. Ding Lingling covered her mouth and laughed. That's right, cooperation is beneficial to both sides. Well, I see that you really like this Bodhi seed, and I happen to like it too. So, why not sell it to me for 50 million? What? Luo Tian's pupils suddenly shrank, his heart beat violently, and his breathing became rapid. Even though this Bodhi seed is precious, I only spent over 10 million to buy it. Why is it priced at such a huge premium now? Isn't this a win? Why? You don't want to? Luo Tian waved his hands quickly. No. I'm a little surprised. If that's the case, then I will sell this Bodhi seed to you for 50 million. Is that the end of what happened last night? Ding Lingling raised her eyebrows. What? Do you think you're still in a position to bargain? Or do you doubt my credibility? That's not the case. That's it. Give me the Bodhi seeds and the card. I'll pay you 10 million first, and the rest will be in my account tonight. Holding the Bodhi seeds, Ding Lingling left without looking back. Luo Tian's cell phone immediately received a text message notification that the amount was 10 million. This time I won. Luo Tian put down his phone and a smile of victory appeared on his face. At night, Su Xian's manor. When the assistant handed him the Bodhi seeds, Su Xian smiled with relief. This Bodhi seed may look ordinary, but after the spiritual energy is revived, it will become a real treasure and play a vital role in improving one's cultivation. Mr. Su, according to the information our people brought back, it is said that when Luo Tian bought this Bodhi seed, a high monk told him that this Bodhi seed would shine brightly at a specific time. Xia Wenxi said respectfully. Su Xian's eyes lit up slightly. How could he know all this 3 years ago? Who is this enlightened monk? It seems that I have to meet him. Maybe I can find more useful treasures. Get ready and fly directly to Tibet tomorrow morning. Remember to go there in secret this time. Yes, sir. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 12. Tibetan monk presents dragon-shaped stone. March 22nd, 2124, 11 a.m. Longhu Monastery, Tibet. According to the information he collected, Su Xian found the origin of the Luo Tian Bodhi tree. When he saw the plaque at the entrance of the temple, his heart moved slightly. Longhu Temple, this place seems inexplicably familiar. Suddenly, some bizarre memories flooded into my mind like a tide, intermittently, as if being cut. It's actually here. Based on these memories and fragmented images, Su Xian suddenly remembered that in his previous life, the Dragon and Tiger Temple was located in the northwestern border of China and was the first to be attacked by ancient tribes and ferocious beasts. At the beginning of the revival of spiritual energy, the land of China was in chaos, with ferocious beasts everywhere, ancient tribes invading, and countless casualties. The Tibetan monks of the Longhu Temple, relying on the long-standing heritage and abundant spiritual power of this place, as well as the ancient formations, resisted the ancient tribe and the ferocious beasts for 3 whole years. In the end, they were not defeated until a strong man of the true king level arrived. Since then, the entire Northwest Territory was lost, and the true king of the ancient clan led a 1,000,000-strong army and marched straight in, engaging in an endless battle with the Chinese warriors. The Longhu Temple was also the backbone of the resistance against foreign invaders. All the people in the temple fought to the death, and no one was spared. After calming down his thoughts and emotions, Su Xian straightened his clothes and walked through the door. Clang! The melodious bells rang out, and the square in front of the temple was empty. Su Xian was a little confused and continued to walk inside. At this time, the gate of the inner courtyard slowly opened, and a young monk in a monk's robe walked out, clasping his hands together. "This donor, would you like to burn incense and pray or listen to Buddhist teachings?" Su Xian nodded slightly. "Since you have come to listen to the Buddhist teachings and burn incense to pray, please guide me, Master." Su Xian had great respect for the monks of Longhu Temple because of various things that happened in his past life. After all, in this materialistic and impetuous age, it was so precious to have such a passionate group of Buddhist disciples who were dedicated to fighting demons and defending the way. "This way, please." The young monk led Su Xian into the inner courtyard and came to the main hall. The main hall, the entrance to the Mahavira Hall. He lowered his voice and said, "You have come at the right time. The host is giving a lecture on Buddhist scriptures. If you are interested, you can enter through the side door. Please keep quiet." Su Xian raised his head slightly and looked at the dozens of steps in front of him. He heard a vigorous and powerful voice coming from inside, which made him feel as if he had been enlightened. He nodded and entered through the side door under the guidance of the young monk. The entire hall is about several hundred square meters. On the main seat, a monk wearing a bright red cassock, with kind eyes and white eyebrows and beard, is lecturing on Buddhist scriptures. He holds a Buddhist rosary in his left hand and clasps his right hand together. His expression is pious and his tone is natural. The appearance of the eminent monk is deeply rooted in people's hearts. There were more than 30 monks kneeling on cushions in the main hall, their eyes staring straight ahead with a pious look, sometimes with sudden enlightenment in their eyes, sometimes with confusion. Su Xian's arrival didn't even attract anyone's attention, so he just sat down quietly and listened. The host smiled and spoke slowly, but he was clearly telling a story. It was raining heavily that day, and the roads were muddy. Monk Tanshan was traveling with his fellow Taoists. On the way, they met a beautiful woman who was unable to walk through the muddy path because she was wearing a silk dress. The monk Tanshan then picked up the girl, walked across the muddy path, and then put her down. All the way, the Taoist friend was unhappy and silent. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and asked Tanshan, "Monks don't like women, especially beautiful women, so why did you hug her?" Guess how Tanshan responded? The abbot smiled and glanced at the monks around him. The monks were thinking hard and shook their heads to indicate that they did not know. At this time, Su Xian suddenly said, "I think Tanshan must have answered like this. Is that a woman? I put her down long ago. Are you still holding her?" As soon as these words came out, the whole hall fell silent. The host nodded slightly and said, "Just as the donor said, if you can take it and put it down, all beings are equal, so why are there men and women?" The monks in the hall were all shocked. They looked at the young man who suddenly appeared and were amazed at his wisdom and understanding. Afterwards, the host told some Buddhist stories in a humorous and instructive way, which made the monks in the hall laugh, understand, and think from time to time. 40 minutes later, as the bell rang, the Buddhist teaching ended and the monks left on their own in an orderly manner. Only the abbot and Su Xian were left in the entire hall. Su Xian did not hide anything and stated his intention directly, saying, "Hello, Master. I came to Longhu Temple this time to ask you something. I hope you can tell me." The host raised his hand, and smiled gently. Donor, please feel free to speak. I, the Buddha, do not tell lies. 3 years ago, the master gave a young man a dried Bodhi seed. Now it has come into my hands by chance. I would like to ask the master, where did this Bodhi seed come from? Su Xian did not hide it and asked directly. This Bodhi seed will become a rare treasure after the spiritual energy is revived. If you can know its origin in advance, you can purchase it in advance, and then the treasure will be in endless supply. The host clasped his hands together, as if nothing had happened. It seems that the donor has a connection with him. I found this Bodhi seed by chance in the mountains. That day, I saw that the man and this Bodhi seed seemed to have a causal relationship, so I gave it to him as a gift. Unexpectedly, this person insisted on buying it, thus cutting off the chance of getting this Bodhi seed. Now it is in the hands of the donor. It seems that this item has a cause and effect with the donor. Su Xian was slightly disappointed. If that was the case, the Bodhi seeds could not be mass-produced, so he nodded and said, "Thank you, master. I'll take my leave now." After saying this, Su Xian slowly stood up, bowed with both hands, and prepared to leave. "Please stay, benefactor." The host suddenly stood up and said with a smile, "Today, the donor came to Longhu Temple. Maybe this is the opportunity. Now that you have obtained the Bodhi seed, if my guess is correct, the Dragon Tiger Temple may need your help in the future." Su Xian was horrified and his pupils shrank. This host seemed to have the ability to predict the future. Could it be that he also knew that the spiritual energy would revive and the catastrophe would come in a few months? Don't be surprised, I am just guessing. But since you are here, I have something to give you. The host smiled. May I ask what it is? Just follow me. Half an hour later, at the back mountain of Longhu Temple, Su Xian followed the host and quickly reached the halfway point of the mountain. The host suddenly turned around and asked, "Donor, what do you think of the topography of this mountain?" Su Xian stood on the mountainside looking down. The mountains were stacked one on top of another, undulating and winding, connected together, and surprisingly, it looks like a giant beast lying prone. Judging from its head, tail, and body, it looks like a tiger or leopard. The host nodded slightly, smiled without saying anything, and then pointed to the mountains above his head. Su Xian raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and was startled. He said in a lost voice, "Surrounded by these mountains, it's like a flying dragon in the sky." The host smiled and said nothing. After a moment, he said, "I once found something on this mountainside by chance. I was unable to fathom its mystery, so I kept it." As he spoke, he bent down, pulled aside the dry grass, and took out a dragon-shaped stone, which was pitch black and of unknown type. He handed it over. "This item is destined to be with you, so I will give it to you today. I also hope that you can come to your aid when the time comes and don't let the Dragon Tiger Temple disappear. Even if I only have a trace of Buddha seed, a disciple, I hope the donor can help me for today's sake." Su Xian was more and more frightened. He felt that the host was an unfathomable and high-ranking monk. Although he was not very specific, he seemed to have vaguely known about the revival of spiritual energy. So he nodded and said, "Please rest assured, if that day comes, I, Su Xian, will definitely come to your aid. In that case, please." Su Xian suddenly said, "To be honest, I came here this time with something else I want to take away. Hashtag, 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 hashtag." Chapter 13. Zulong Tendons and Veins. The monk passed away. If it were an ordinary person, Su Xian's behavior would be considered as pushing the limit and being a little ignorant. However, the abbot of Longhu Temple did not feel angry, nor did he think that he was greedy. Instead, he smiled and said, "What? It is a beast tendon that cannot be penetrated by water or fire, cannot be cut by swords or knives, and cannot be broken by great force. It is extremely resilient." Su Xian naturally couldn't describe it directly. The ancestral dragon's tendons only began to show their functions and effects after the revival of spiritual energy. They were also the key items for making fairy-level weapons together with the 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood. The mountain breeze blew, and the abbot of Longhu Temple suddenly put away his smile, letting his robes flutter. The Buddhist beads on his neck were blown by the wind, and they collided with each other, making a dull sound. "Have you thought it through, benefactor?" The host suddenly looked solemn and serious, as if he was asking about a major matter that concerned everyone in the world. Su Xian looked determined, nodded, his eyes full of piety, without any hesitation. The host nodded slightly and looked up at the dragon-shaped mountain, which was rolling and undulating. Under the sunlight, it looked like a prehistoric beast about to awaken, and the murderous aura rose to the sky. He then chanted a Buddhist name, as if he had made up his mind, and said slowly, "Since the donor has already considered it, I will not say anything more. I just want to tell you that this animal tendon is a rare item. Once you decide to use it, you will have to bear the consequences. If you are able to fully use it one day, don't forget your original intention." Su Xian nodded and said, "I will definitely live up to your trust." According to memories and speculations from previous lives, this dragon and tiger temple is located at the foot of the Himalayas and has an extraordinary origin. It is said that it has been built for thousands of years and has undergone countless repairs, but it still stands. After the revival of spiritual energy, great changes took place. At the top of the mountain, the ancestor dragon awakens, and eternity continues. At the foot of the mountain, tigers roar in the forest, and a great formation is formed by nature. The dragon and tiger temple also relies on these ancient formations to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, resist the countless attacks of ferocious beasts and ancient tribes, and protect the dragon and tiger temple for many years. At noon, Su Xian stayed in the temple, with green lamps, ancient Buddhas, vegetarian meals, and scriptures. He was completely away from worldly troubles, which made him feel unprecedented tranquility and emptiness. Those monks also became monastics and had no interest in the outside world or fame and fortune. They didn't even ask him about worldly matters. They just ate vegetarian meals, listened to Buddhist scriptures, chopped wood, and fetched water in obscurity. After dinner, Su Xian followed the abbot to the Zen room. In the center, there was a large regular script character written in thick brushstrokes, quiet. There was a worn-out cushion below, covered with a layer of hair, obviously showing its age. The host took out a 2-meter-long animal tendon from the corner. It was brown, plain, and very soft. He handed it over. "This should be the animal tendon you want." Su Xian took it, touched and observed it carefully, and found that the surface of the animal tendon was rough and there was nothing special about it. He pulled it with a little force and found that it had amazing elasticity. At the same time, there were waves of obscure, murderous aura coming from the beast tendons, which seemed to be there and not there. Su Xian felt relieved. This beast tendon was exactly the same as the ancestral dragon tendons from his previous life. Both in appearance and touch, they were exactly the same. Especially this kind of indescribable aura, it can be confirmed. "Thank you, Master. If there is any trouble in the dragon and tiger temple in the future, I will protect you." Su Xian clasped his hands together and saluted with a firm expression. The trip was fruitful. In addition to finding the ancestral dragon's tendons, we also obtained a dragon-shaped stone. He was looking forward to seeing what kind of amazing treasures these two things could create in the future. The host closed his eyes, sat on the cushion, and said no more. Su Xian slowly stood up and left the meditation room. After walking out of Longhu Temple, he looked back at the plaque and set out on the journey home with his assistant. What Su Xian didn't know was that as they were leaving, a monk walked into the meditation room and found that the abbot had passed away. In Longhu Temple, all the monks came to the meditation room and saw the old abbot sitting on the cushion, already dead. They put their palms together and chanted the Buddha's name in unison. Amitabha. On this day, the abbot of Longhu Temple, Venerable Feikong, passed away. Temples across the country were shaken, and countless monks observed a moment of silence. When Su Xian returned to Tianjing, he also learned the news. He was shocked and understood that Elder Feikong had let go of his worries and had no more concerns. He passed away and ascended into the sky, truly entering the Buddhist world, breaking off his past, and settling the 6 causes and effects. March 22nd, 2124, evening, Su Xian Manor. There are less than 7 months left before the official arrival of spiritual energy revival. According to the trajectory and experience of the previous life, about 3 months before the revival of spiritual energy, some prophets had already begun to predict it and started to prepare. These people formed a large force, collecting antiques everywhere, and seemed to know some secrets. After 2 months, more and more people had sensed the trend and started to pay attention to antiques. But there were still many wealthy people who did not take any action. And when there was only 1 month left, the first group of people to intervene in the collection already had many treasures in their hands, which also made them pioneers after the spiritual energy was revived. However, those rich people still did not take any action, and they were still reluctant to spend the money in their hands. Until the spiritual energy revived, various animals mutated, and ferocious beasts from ancient times suddenly appeared, And when the ancient tribe came to the earth in depression, chaos began to officially begin. Time is running out. I wonder how things are going in Dun Mountains and the tomb of King Yu. Su Xian shook the red wine glass and lay half on the sofa, his thoughts wandering. At present, I have collected a lot of treasures that I know about, and there are still some that I need to continue to find, and I even have 30 billion on hand that I haven't spent yet. It seems that we must speed up the progress. Otherwise, we will not be able to keep up with the invasion of vicious beasts by then. 3 days later, in the Far East, on a small island, there is a Taoist temple called Beichen Temple. An old Taoist priest with silver hair, tied up and wearing a green lotus crown on his head, and a Tai Chi Yin-Yang Taoist robe in clear black and white, stands at the gate of the Taoist temple, gazing at the boundless sea. There was a whisk inserted diagonally behind his back. His hands were behind his back, and a hint of surprise appeared on his weathered face. Beside him were 2 young Taoists, one tall and one short, one big and one small. The older one was about 20 years old, and the younger one looked to be 12 or 13 years old. Elder Feikong has passed away. The old Taoist priest spoke slowly, with emotion and sigh. Master, are you familiar with him? The old Taoist priest did not answer immediately, but stared at the sunset glow on the sea level, lost in thought, and after a while he slowly spoke. Yes, he's an old friend of Master. Then he turned around, a kind smile appeared on his face, and he stroked the little Taoist's head. He is one of the few people that Master respects in his life. Then he added, he was an extraordinary monk and a true Buddha. Chapter 14. Overwhelming Public Opinion. China's #1 prodigal son. Time passed quickly like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this period of time, Su Xian relied on his memories of his previous life to spend billions of Chinese yuan to buy antiques to fill his house. There is a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum taken from Kunlun Mountain, which is a dark mass. There is the Polygonum multiflorum vine dug from the southern forests, which is said to cure all diseases and prolong life. There are rare fruits picked from the deep mountains and old forests in the extreme northern plateau, which will not rot even when they are dry. At the same time, the news that he spent money like water and squandered tens of billions of cash spread throughout Tianjin. It only took 2 months for him to go from being the genius of the group and China's top young entrepreneur to being the laughingstock he is today. This was naturally fueled by Luo Sun and the 9 major groups. In the face of public opinion, it is not difficult for elites to become clowns. The power of the media is very strong, and the transmission speed of the internet is also very fast. Keyboard warriors and internet trolls have joined the vortex of hotspot makers and started to show their skills. Those clickbait headlines follow the hot topics closely and write one article after another with sharp wording and incisive tone. All social media platforms were constantly reporting these shocking things, and some even began to reveal that all of Su Xian's past achievements in Beichen were due to the collective efforts of his think tank, and that he, Su Xian, was just reaping the fruits of the team's victory. Some people even went so far as to claim that Su Xian took advantage of his position to sexually assault women in the company. Everything swept in like a storm, instantly becoming a hot topic and staying at the top of the list for a week. Even the hot topic of a well-known singer's album release could not make it to the top of the list. Su Xian Manor. Xia Wenxi took the tablet and started muttering. The chairman of the Tianjin First Group, Beichen Group, was found incompetent by the group and was forced to withdraw from the group and sell his shares. He then used this huge amount of cash to continuously purchase those bizarre and useless antiques. This is really incomprehensible. Su Xian held his chin with 2 fingers and shook his head. It's not eye-catching enough. No wonder he has so few likes. Xia Wenxi smiled bitterly, looked up at his boss, and then continued to read the next article. Beichen elders, current chairman Luo Sun and vice chairman Zhao Zhengwo, tried hard to persuade him to stay, but to no avail. Su Xian was young and arrogant and looked down on everyone. He resolutely gave up Beichen Group and his parents' decades of hard work. He's worth tens of billions. He's only in his 20s and running a business. He's actually spending a ton of money on a lot of worthless antiques. Beichen Group chairman Luo Sun held a press conference and revealed that the 8th generation of drone products will be unparalleled in the world. Beichen's stock price once again hit the daily limit. Faced with overwhelming public opinion and reports with ulterior motives, Su Xian knew clearly in his heart that these were either operated by Luo Sun and the 9 major groups, or some editors and reporters wanted to get some traffic. It seems that Luo Sun has run out of tricks to increase Beichen's stock price by this means. Su Xian played with a red wine glass in his hand, his heart calm. He was naturally very clear about Luo Sun's strength. He is not good at exploring, nor at maintaining the status quo. His strategic vision is not as good as the top executives of the 9 major groups. He is quite opportunistic. Letting him be the chairman of the group will only lead Beichen to decline. But it doesn't matter anymore. Today is April 20th, 2124. There are only 6 months left until the official arrival of spiritual energy revival. By then, the money of these groups will be no different from waste paper. Their assets will be the same as scrap. Only antiques that are very old and have special properties may be able to play a role. By that time, the monetary system had undergone a major change. People no longer used money to communicate, but instead exchanged everything for spirit stones. Mr. Su, do we need to attack? Attack. Su Xian turned his head and smiled mysteriously. Of course we have to attack, but not fight back. Vinci, I want you to use all the media power, unite various social media platforms, spend a lot of money, add fuel to the flames, and make this fire burn even more fiercely. Xia Wenci looked at the boss with some surprise, his face full of confusion. Do as I say. Yes. Then the assistant left the room, leaving Su Xian alone. In fact, Su Xian's idea is very simple. His prodigal behavior of selling shares and purchasing antiques with cash has attracted widespread attention. But most people still reserve their opinions, and the situation has not yet become an established fact. As a result, his behavior will attract special attention, which will be very unfavorable to his subsequent arrangements, especially the Millennium Lightning-Struck Wood and the 6 Swords of the King of Yu, which are of great importance. Instead of doing this, it would be better to add fuel to the fire and completely solidify your image as a prodigal son. Then no matter how much you do, it won't cause much of a stir and will instead be gradually forgotten. And when it came to that critical moment, they started to purchase antiques on a large scale and made large-scale layouts. According to memories from previous lives, about 3 months after the spiritual energy revived, a mysterious force intervened and began collecting it in advance. Sure enough, under Xia Wenci's arrangement, the top 10 live broadcast platforms and 8 major social platforms began to release news and short videos related to Su Xian, and various up-hosts began to explain. The most common thing is that Su Xian sold his shares, squandered his family fortune, and spent money extravagantly, and he went from being China's #1 business genius and the youngest chairman to the #1 prodigal son, which makes people feel infinitely regretful and sigh. Danling is a place with few people and poor transportation. Building a scenic spot here is like opening a supermarket on the moon. It is simply a pipe dream. Spending $1 billion to auction a so-called meteorite from outer space is really crazy. With this money, if you just invest in any project, wouldn't you make a lot of money? At the same time, Luo Sun invited the chairman of the 9 major groups to dinner, during which they also discussed Su Xian. I tried to persuade him with Mr. Zhao that day, but he refused to listen and insisted on doing so. I had no choice but to agree. However, if he wants to come back in the future, I will let him buy shares at any time and hand over the position of chairman to him. Luo Sun raised his head and drank the top-quality Feiqian liquor in the cup, his eyes filled with sadness. Boss Luo is a man of deep friendship and loyalty. We all admire him. Su Xian doesn't know what's good for him and has ended up like a lost dog. It's all his own fault. He is too young after all. Yes, Mr. Luo has done his best. Even if the Su couple knew about this, they would definitely be grateful. The chairman of other groups offered words of comfort. Luo Sun's eyes were red, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He seemed very sad. Su Xian was at home watching the overwhelming ridicule and abuse, and even a few theoretical experts analyzing the situation in detail, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. His goal has been achieved. From now on, when Su Xian is mentioned, he will definitely be associated with the prodigal son. Over time, no matter what bizarre things he does, it will not cause any huge waves. The character setting has been achieved, and the next step is to consider the issue of spirit stones in the future. Su Xian stood in the room, clicked on the touchscreen on the wall, and spoke directly. Student Xiao AI, open the map of Wencheng. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 15, Abandoned Mining Area, taking over at a sky-high price. April 25, 2124, Wencheng, suburbs. At the gate of the abandoned mining area, a mobile house stood there alone. A middle-aged man in his 40s with disheveled hair and unshaven beard, wearing a dirty gray coat, was sleeping soundly against the door. In his right hand, he held a bottle of Nullenshin Erguotu, half of which was left in it. His nose was red, his eyes were slightly closed, and he was snoring loudly. The board house is surrounded by a 3-meter-high courtyard wall. Much of the lime on it has fallen off, revealing the bricks inside, which look very mottled. "Third uncle," a loud voice sounded, and in front of the board house, a big high school student in school uniform came over. He had a chubby face and a silly look. Seeing that the drunkard had not woken up yet, the big student broke off a piece of dogtail grass from somewhere and stuffed it into the drunkard's nostrils. Achia! The drunk couldn't help sneezing, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the silly big round face close to him, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. "Dachun, why the hell are you here when you're not studying hard for the college entrance exam?" Uncle Sam was woken up and was very dissatisfied. He sat up shakily, turned his head to look at the small half bottle of wine in his hand, and without saying a word, he drank it madly with mutterings, his eyes full of bloodshot. After hearing this, Dachun patted his chest with a bit of pride on his face. "My mom said I don't need to take the college entrance exam." Uncle Sam was a little suspicious. He put down the bottle and glanced at him. "Why?" Dachun became even more proud after hearing this. He even straightened his chest and said loudly, "My mom said that even if I take the exam, it won't change anything. My total score won't exceed 20 points, so I won't be able to go to university." The corner of Uncle Sam's mouth twitched. What the hell is there to be proud of? Then he continued to drink, his face full of decadence, as if he thought of something, and suddenly he was startled. "Your mother isn't asking you to work for me, is she?" Dachun touched his head and said seriously, "That's right." Then he moved his body to reveal an oversized suitcase, a backpack, and 3 large bags of clothes, all tied to a shoulder pole. Uncle Sam took a deep breath and tried to calm his complicated feelings. "Put it in first. I'll turn around, you stay here." "Okay, Uncle Sam." The roar was like muffled thunder, which frightened Uncle Sam so much that he staggered and half of the drunkenness in his body disappeared. Walking into the mining area, Uncle Sam stood there in a daze, looking at the deserted ruins and scattered ores, sighing. "Once upon a time, this was the largest mining area in Wencheng. After I contracted it, it became very prosperous. I made a lot of money every year, drove luxury cars in and out, and all the people I knew were well-known figures in Wencheng. However, after that strange incident, the special rocks that were constantly present in the mining area could no longer be mined. From then on, everything went downhill, and the entire mining area had no source of income, but the annual contract fees that needed to be paid remained unchanged. Not only did he lose all the money he had earned in previous years, he also mortgaged his car and house, his wife divorced him, and all his friends left him one by one. The entire mining area was completely abandoned, but no one was willing to take it over. Of course, Uncle Sam still had some feelings for the ore and did not give up. He always believed that this mining area would be revitalized and become as prosperous and bustling as before. However, no matter how others disliked him, this silly Dachun never did. Maybe this kid is more innocent, but this kid has been very strong since he was young, and he has a big appetite. Now I send him to my place. I don't know if he can handle it. Uncle Sam rubbed his temples and felt a severe headache. During his daily inspection, he checked every corner of the mine but found no changes. It was still lifeless, and he couldn't help but sigh. Now we basically rely on loans to maintain the abandoned ore, and we don't know if we can survive this winter. Uncle Sam muttered to himself, his eyes filled with grayness and despair. If by then there is still no one to take over, then I will have no choice but to leave. After completing the inspection, Uncle Sam walked out of the mining area and came to the simple wooden house where he lived, only to find a young man with extraordinary demeanor looking at him with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Wong." Su Xian stood up, stretched out his right hand, gentle, calm, humble, and polite. Uncle Sam looked puzzled, but he still stretched out his hand. He found it was a little dirty, so he wiped it casually on his clothes, then stretched out his hand and gently shook it. "Hello. Please take a seat. It's a bit narrow here, please don't mind." Uncle Sam smiled awkwardly, then shouted, "Dachun, make tea." Upon hearing this, the big guy inside sat up from the bed, put down his phone, and started to boil water. Su Xian glanced at the young man. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. If he was not mistaken, this young man named Dachun should be born with a diamond body and infinite strength. After his spiritual energy was revived, he relied on his horizontal training to defend Wencheng. My nephew had no chance to study, so his family arranged for him to have this experience. Uncle Sam smiled and handed over a cheap double happiness cigarette, then lit one himself and began to puff away smoke. Looking at your temperament, you must be a boss, right? Come to my shabby place. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Su Xian showed no disdain, lit up a cheap cigarette, and blew out smoke rings in a familiar manner, and said slowly, Wang Shi, the former Wencheng or business tycoon and the industry leader, has become a ruin due to a bizarre incident. The mine no longer produces because I couldn't bear to give up the foundation I had built with my own hands, and also because I held out hope for a glimmer of possibility, I spent all my family wealth and waited for 10 years, and I am still in poverty today. Wang Shi frowned, a cold light flashed across his face, and his tone was icy. If you were here to laugh at me, there is no need to do so. I've been listening to this for 10 years. Please go back. Su Xian said seriously. Mr. Wang misunderstood. Su really admires Mr. Wang's perseverance. If we continue like this, there will be no one to take over this mine. I'm afraid Mr. Wang will be very sad, right? What is your purpose? Mr. Wang, I will buy your mining area for 1 billion, but you still have the right to operate it independently. All activities will be carried out by you. In addition, I will prepare an additional 2 billion in cash for you to use. Su Xian pressed the cigarette, but into the ashtray and rubbed it gently until it was extinguished. Wang Shi was shocked, with a complex expression of confusion and shock on his face. He couldn't help but ask, why should I trust you? In his opinion, even if this young man was a senior executive of a certain group, it was nothing short of a fantasy for him to directly take out 3 billion in cash. My name is Su Xian. Su Xian didn't care. He straightened his collar and smiled slightly. You are Su Xian, the number one in China. Yes, the number one loser. Su Xian shrugged, not caring about the comments of the outsiders, and continued to speak. My request is very simple. 1 billion as the acquisition right. The mine will belong to me, but you can get 10% of the operating dividends. The other 2 billion is at your disposal as operating funds. I hope you can complete the construction of the mine within 3 months. Within 5 months, I want to see a brand new mining area, no matter what method you use. After 5 months, the operation rights of the mine will be handed over to me, and you can still get the dividends. Also, I suggest that Dachun stay and help. I can offer him a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Wang Shi opened his mouth and couldn't close it for a long time. After a while, he sighed and said, It seems that what is reported in the media is true. Su Xian remained silent, but he was ecstatic in his heart. After the spiritual energy of this abandoned mining area was revived, it continuously produced spiritual stones, which became one of the most precious wealth. By then, with the Hengduan Valley as his base camp, and this place as the source of spiritual energy, and with all kinds of magical weapons added to his body, Su Xian is confident that he can far surpass his previous life. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 16. 9 major groups work together to harm Su Xian. April 30th, 2124. The most luxurious restaurant in Tianjin. Food comes first in the VIP room. A group of people were having a heated discussion around a round table. They were the leaders of the 9 major groups in Tianjin, including Luo Sun, chairman of Beichen Group. Xiao Jingtian, chairman of Huaxing Group, looked a little unhappy and snorted coldly. This Su Xian made my kid lose all face at the auction. If I can't make him pay 10 times the price, I won't be able to swallow this anger. The others echoed. Boss Xiao, this Su Xian is really outrageous. Xiao Yu has already set his eyes on the meteorite, but he still won't give in. He even piled up a few $100 million on something that is worth less than tens of millions, and finally spent a full billion to buy it. This behavior is really despicable. Mr. Luo, Su Xian should have had a very difficult life when he left Beichen Group. How come he is so prosperous now? Even though we have fanned the flames in the media and made it known to everyone, and his image as a prodigal son has been established, he himself does not seem to have suffered any losses. Yes, Mr. Luo, you are already in charge of Beichen, and that old man Zhao Jingwo listens to you. But can you tolerate Su Xian being so comfortable now? Luo Sun glanced at everyone silently, sneering in his heart. These bastards want to deal with Su Xian, but don't want to take action, so they use me as a gun. He was sure that if Beichen Group encountered a crisis one day, these bastards would attack all of Beichen's business operations without hesitation and devour them until they became bigger. And when Beichen falls, this group of people will kill and attack each other. He remained calm and raised his glass. Everyone, let's have a drink first. The wine glasses clinked, and more than a dozen people drank them all. They all looked at Luo Sun, as if waiting for his statement and speech. After a while, Luo Sun chuckled and said, "Everyone, I think that Su Xian can no longer make any waves." According to the latest news, guess what Su Xian did? After saying this, he couldn't hold back the smile on his face and looked very happy. The other chairmen looked at each other, and one asked in confusion, "Could it be that he is buying some so-called junk antiques at a high price?" Luo Sun couldn't hold it back any longer and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha! He went to Wencheng in person a few days ago and actually bought the mining area that Wang Shi had abandoned for 10 years and offered a whopping price of 1 billion. Hiss! What?" After hearing the news, all the bigwigs in the room were stunned, and then burst into loud laughter. "Ha, talent, what a talent." The Wencheng mining area suddenly stopped producing more than 10 years ago, and the mining area of more than 300,000 square meters became a ruin. Wang Shi sold everything he had, mortgaged his car and house, and his wife and children left him. He struggled to support the business, but no one was interested. I didn't expect Su Xian to take over. It's unbelievable, unbelievable. Haha, that's right. After the mine was abandoned, the business plummeted and its value became worthless. If Su Xian bought antiques, they still have collection value and may be able to be sold in the future. However, the abandoned mine is really worthless. Is Su Xian crazy? Just when everyone was mocking Su Xian, Luo Sun suddenly released another message. In addition, Su Xian also took out 2 billion in cash as operating funds for the mining area. Can you believe it? What? The dozen or so people who were already dumbfounded burst into exaggerated laughter and fell forward and backward after hearing the news. Is it possible that Su Xian is planning to build a scenic spot? Or invest in other construction? Impossible. Wencheng is a poor area in China, and the mining area is even more remote. Due to underdeveloped transportation and low popularity, no one has been interested in it for many years. Moreover, there are no mountains and rivers here, so the success rate of building a scenic spot is too low. That doesn't make sense. Does Su Xian really think that this money is just useless waste paper? Is he squandering it at will? Just when everyone was mocking and wondering, the chairman of the smallest group among the 9 groups, Tianyu Group, was a young man named Chui Cheng. He adjusted his glasses. A few gleams of light appeared in his eyes, and he slowly spoke. "Everyone, I have a different opinion. Chairman Chui, why don't you tell us about it? If Su Xian is not the idiot that everyone says he is, nor the prodigal son, but the former chairman who led the Beichen Group to rapid development, the business genius who planned and won the world, then his actions are worthy of everyone's attention." As soon as these words came out, Luo Sun's face suddenly became unhappy. He put away his smile and said nothing. Xiao Jingtian snorted coldly. "Chairman Chui, in terms of group size, you are the youngest. In terms of age, you are the youngest. In terms of financial resources, you are the youngest. In terms of seniority, you are the youngest. But in terms of tone, you are the oldest." Beichen Group has been able to grow in size because of Chairman Luo's good leadership. What does it have to do with Su Xian? Does Chairman Chui think that the Damling area can be turned into a 5A scenic area? Or that the Wencheng mining area can be revived and become the top mining area again? The sharp and incisive words came straight at him like a spear or dagger. Facing Xiao Jingtian's aggressiveness, Chui Cheng was powerless to refute and could only shake his head and say, "I'm just worrying too much. Please forgive me." That's true. These places are simply not likely to bring any profits to Su Xian, but why does he insist on doing so? Ahem. Luo Sun coughed twice, and everyone immediately quieted down. He then glanced at everyone and stayed on Chui Cheng's face for a few seconds. The displeasure on his face flashed away, and then he spoke. "I agree with everyone's proposal. Since Su Xian doesn't know what's good for him, we don't have to be polite. According to my calculations, he still has at least 30 billion in cash, and this rate of consumption is far from enough. I'm sure you all remember clearly how the Su couple suppressed you in the past, right? In that case, I suggest that we work together immediately to take out all the antiques in our homes, especially those that are very old, and even put some land in remote areas up for auction. With Su Xian's crazy behavior now, he will definitely take the bait. At that time, we will all temporarily raise the price and squeeze out all the 30 billion cash in his hands. From then on, he will no longer be able to make any waves. Everyone, what do you think?" Xiao Tianjing was the first to nod. "I agree. I second that. I agree. I agree." Chui Cheng was the last one to express his opinion. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart, as if Su Xian was not as stupid and simple as he seemed. What exactly does he want to do? Chapter 17 News about the tomb of the King of Yu, Xueli's arrival. It took 3 full days for Su Xian to finally help Wang Shi regain his confidence and start operating the mining area again. But the key problem is that this place has been abandoned and or cannot be mined 10 years ago, so it has no value. Wang Shi questioned this. If there were no or what else could be done in this mining area? You couldn't develop an amusement park here. This place is far away from the city center of Vancouver, with poor transportation and no one interested in it. Even if $2 billion is invested, it is unlikely to change anything. In response to this, Su Xian gave him the answer: to gather a large number of trustworthy people, build high walls here, clean up the waste, and build a cement road connecting to the urban area to ensure that cars can pass smoothly. Wang Shi's time was 5 months. 5 months later, the mining area was handed over to Su Xian, who began to take over the management. As for the workers, Su Xian was also very generous. He offered each of them a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan and gathered 500 people to work together. After 5 months, when his requirements were met, he would withdraw. Can you tell me why you have to invest so much money in this mining area that can no longer be revived? Before leaving, Wang Shi was still confused. Su Xian wrapped himself tightly in his windbreaker, holding a cigarette in his mouth, puffing out smoke and gazing into the distance with deep eyes, leaving only one sentence. You will know when the time comes. I will only give you 5 months. Regardless of whether you can complete the task or not, I will leave the 2 billion yuan to you to manage. But please make sure you get what I want. After saying this, Su Xian decisively left Wensheng. During this period, I chatted with Dachuan and found out that this kid was born with great strength, but had a simple heart. After his spiritual energy was revived, he directly transformed into a Vajra body, and his physical body was extremely strong. It would be nice if you could win him over in advance, and he could become a great help to you later. After taking care of the mining area, Su Xian entrusted his assistant to contact some collectors in China. He spent more than 2 billion yuan to purchase a large number of ancient weapons, filling up the utility room in the manor. Time passed slowly. During this time, Su Xian contacted the foreman of Dianling, who found some lightning struck wood there one after another. Through video identification, he found that it was not the unique 1,000-year-old lightning struck wood in his previous life. However, Su Xian still paid those people tens of thousands of yuan for their hard work. On May 20th, 2124, Su Xian looked at the calendar on his mobile phone. It had been exactly 3 months since his rebirth, and there were still 5 months left before the official arrival of the spiritual energy revival. As expected, 2 months later, some mysterious forces began to take action slowly, collecting antiques everywhere and searching for secret places. According to the memories of the previous life, there are many human traders hidden in this group of forces. They communicated with the ancient tribes and foreign lands in advance through secret means, learned the secret of the revival of spiritual energy, and began to seduce those wealthy people to occupy the secret realm of the future and acquire the magic weapons of the future. But when the ancient clan arrived, they turned against them and handed over these secret realms and magic weapons, bringing great disaster to the entire human race. In this life, we must not let these people succeed. Sir, there is news over there. Xia Wenxi's voice was heard outside the door. Su Xian moved his body, drank the red wine in the glass, lit a cigarette, and felt refreshed. After waiting for so many days, there was finally news. At Su Xian's signal, Xia Wenxi slowly spoke. Miss Xueli sent me news that the tomb of the King of Yu has been found. But it seems that some unexpected accidents have occurred this time. The tomb of the King of Yu is extremely dangerous. They lost a lot of people in the process of moving mountains and removing hills. Miss Xueli may come to talk to you in person tomorrow. Su Xian nodded, his expression unchanged. The 6 swords of the King of Yu are extremely powerful, and the tomb where they are stored is naturally not easy to find, so it is normal that there will be losses. Also, according to the feedback from the crazy old man in Yunbei, he seems to have found a mysterious technique, but he won't tell us. I need you to go there in person. Okay, I get it. Let Shirley come find me. Yes, sir. Xia Wenxi nodded and left. Su Xian sat on the sofa and began to think. After the spiritual energy of the previous life was revived, the most powerful sword formation was the Kaitian formed by the 6 swords of King Yu. At that time, he had only witnessed the 3 swords of Britain and the 3 swords of China facing off. The sword energy was soaring into the sky, and those below the realm of True King could not get close at all. If the six swords were gathered together and combined into a complete version of the Kaitian sword formation, according to the method engraved in a Taoist temple in memory, the power would be unimaginable. Among the martial arts from Yunbei, the most famous one is the ancient Heavenly Book. In the previous life, someone gathered 2 volumes of the Heavenly Book and was almost able to compete with the level of the ancient True King. Su Xian had no idea how terrifying it would be if the complete Heavenly Book was gathered. The next morning, Xueli came to Su Xian Manor. "Good morning, Mr. Su." Very different from the first time they met. This sexy, lively, and cheerful young mixed-race girl looked a little lonely and tired this time. Her pretty face was full of dejection, and her drooped eyes no longer had the confidence of last time. What surprised Su Xian slightly was that his right arm was wrapped in bandages. "Miss Shirley, please take a seat." Su Xian stretched out his hand with a gentle expression. "It looks like you're not in a good condition." Xueli smiled bitterly, picked up the green tea, drank it all, then raised her head and stared at Su Xian deeply. "Mr. Su, I want to ask you a question." "Please go ahead. Why are you looking for the 6 swords of King Yu?" Shirley spoke each word with a hint of doubt in her tone. Su Xian put out the cigarette in his hand, smiled faintly, and said with a slightly dissatisfied tone, "Miss Shirley, I don't think I have the obligation to tell you the specific reason. Besides, I've always liked collecting antiques." "Is that a problem?" Xueli did not look away. After more than 10 seconds, she did not see anything unusual on Su Xian's face. Then she looked away and let out a breath. "Okay, I'll just assume you like collecting antiques. I came here this time to talk to you. The tomb of the King of Yu is much more dangerous than we imagined. And when we went to the cemetery this time, we lost more than a dozen good fighters before we found the ancient sword." "So?" Su Xian nodded and interrupted her. "So, you're here to raise the price?" Xueli was slightly stunned and smiled. "That's right. After we went back to review and summarize, we unanimously agreed that the current 2 factions of moving mountains and removing mountains are unable to complete the commission, so we want to ask 2 experts to come out, and their price is much higher. What do you think, Mr. Su?" "Of course, if Mr. Su is not willing, we will end the deal here, and we will return the 1.5 million deposit you paid intact." Su Xian did not answer immediately. After a few seconds of hesitation, he took a sip of the warm coffee in the cup and said with a smile, "I agree, but I hope this is your last price increase. The 5 million we agreed on before will remain unchanged. On this basis, an additional 100 million will be added. The condition is that you invite Master Keiqiao and Master Bai and send the ancient sword to me within 3 months. Miss Shirley, I don't think this is difficult." Shirley was also a little confused. She obviously didn't expect Su Xian to be so straightforward. She originally thought that she would need to bargain for a while, but he directly offered 100 million. This was far beyond her psychological expectations. She nodded and said, "Mr. Su, please rest assured. I have already written to the 2 seniors. After they finish dealing with the affairs in the United States, they will rush back immediately. They will arrive in 2 months at the latest. By then, I will definitely bring the ancient sword to Mr. Su. Then I will wait for good news." Su Xian stood up and personally escorted Xueli out of the manor. After Xueli left, Xia Wenxi came over and whispered, "Mr. Su, the construction of Hingguan Valley has started as you instructed. It is estimated that all the projects will be completed in 4 months. I have reviewed all the construction drawings, and they are completely consistent with your requirements." Su Xian nodded, entered the gate, suddenly turned around, and said with a smile, "I guess Luo Sun and the others can't wait any longer, right?" Xia Wenxi was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "The 9 groups have sent more than a dozen invitations in the past half-month, and I rejected them all according to Mr. S. instructions." Su Xian remained expressionless as he took off his cloak, and his assistant immediately took it over. "Get ready. We are going to meet these 9 groups." Chapter 18, Only 20 billion. Pack them all for me. May 22nd, 2124, in the living room of Luo Sun's villa. The heads of the 9 major groups and some senior executives all gathered together, totaling more than 20 people. On the square table made of fine wood, fruits, snacks, cigarettes, drinks, etc. are placed in a rich and colorful manner. "Do you think Su Xian will come?" Someone asked the question that everyone is most concerned about. Since more than half a month ago, I have sent Su Xian countless invitations and even visited him at his home, but I was stopped at the door by his assistant and told that Su Xian was not there. As for phone calls and emails, they fell into the sea and no one answered. Everyone was already full of confidence and ready to give Su Xian a hard time, but they found out that he ignored them. It was like a powerful punch hitting cotton, very uncomfortable. As time went by, these people's enthusiasm gradually dissipated, and they even gave up their previous ideas. Whatever, I'm tired. At this moment, Su Xian suddenly agreed to the appointment, and Luo Sun had to gather these people together again and wait for Su Xian to arrive. It should come. Luo Sun put out the cigar in his hand and took another sip of vodka. Based on my experience working with him over the years, Su Xian is a self-proclaimed expert who likes taking risks and taking advantage of opportunities. He ignored the shareholders' advice and entered the film industry, burning money to compete with Wanda, and ultimately destroyed Wanda, which Wang had painstakingly managed for decades. This is proof enough. So, I dare to conclude that he will definitely keep the appointment this time. With Luo Sun's assurance, everyone felt relieved and started drinking, smoking, and chatting. An hour later, Su Xian still hadn't arrived, and the group was beginning to get tired of it. Xiao Jingtian, chairman of Beichen Group, looked at his watch, frowned, and said, "It's already past 10 o'clock. Is Su Xian going to stand me up?" Luo Sun was getting a little impatient and felt anxious inside, but he still looked confident on the surface. "Mr. Xiao, please be patient. We're going to have lunch, but it's not time yet." Another hour later, facing everyone's questions, Luo Sun's face became a little embarrassed, so he urged his assistant to find out the situation. As soon as the assistant walked out of the room, the butler's voice came from outside. "Boss, Mr. Su is here." Everyone was delighted and looked at the door in unison. Suddenly, a tall young figure slowly walked into the room. The gray high-end suit was very straight, with a $2 million windbreaker on the outside. Shiny crocodile leather shoes were very eye-catching. His hair was slightly combed back, and the burgundy tie was particularly eye-catching. Su Xian put the hat in his hand, his face gentle, glanced at everyone, and smiled. "Everyone, sorry for the wait." Then he looked at Luo Sun meaningfully, without saying anything. The butler respectfully took the windbreaker and hat and hung them on the shelf in the next room. "Su Xian, come and sit down." Luo Sun's face was full of smiles, and his eyes showed the love and care of an elder for the younger generation. "Su Xian, we meet again." A young voice came. Su Xian turned his head and glanced, and found that it was Xiao Yu, the young chairman of Beichen Group, who was also the opponent who lost to him in the competition for meteorite at the auction that day. Su Xian lit a cigar, put his legs on the table, squinted his eyes, and looked at him sideways. "Why? Are you still not convinced by the last auction?" Xiao Yu's face changed slightly, as if he had swallowed a fly alive. He felt very uncomfortable inside, but he resisted the urge to rush over and hit him, and smiled awkwardly. "No way. Boss Su is extremely wealthy and spends a lot of money lavishly. He is now a household name in Tianjin and even in China. Is this the defense that's broken? Is the yin and yang beginning?" Su Xian felt amused, but was extremely rude to people like Xiao Yu. "Since you don't have the ability, then shut up. We are talking to several chairmen. What qualifications do you have to interrupt?" Xiao Yu's mouth twitched and his body trembled with anger, but he did not dare to lose his temper. His father had long told him not to conflict with Su Xian, so he should endure it if he could. "Su Xian, to be honest, as your uncle, I work with your father to build the world and achieve Beichen's current success. I don't want to see you become like this. I don't know what your reasons are, but I don't want to see you continue to spend money like this." Luo Sun put out the cigarette in his hand and said with great sorrow, "I dreamt about Brother Su a few days ago. He asked me if I'd taken good care of Beichen and taken care of you. I felt so ashamed that I burst into tears when I woke up. Su Xian, if you need your shares, you can buy them back at any time." After he finished speaking, Luo Sun even had tears in his eyes. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket and covered his face with his hands while crying. "Mr. Luo, you have done your best. There is no need to blame yourself. Yes, Mr. Luo, under your leadership, Beichen Group is thriving, and we can all see it." Luo Sun covered his face with one hand and cried and stretched out his other hand to signal everyone to stop. "Stop talking. Today's situation is all my fault. I feel so sorry for Brother Su. I remember that we had a long talk all night long, from Wall Street business to the economic crisis, from the steam age of the Industrial Revolution to the rise of the industrial internet." Su Xian watched this scene quietly. If he didn't know what kind of person Luo Sun was, he would probably have been fooled by his superb acting skills. "Uncle Luo, needless to say, I know your dedication and pursuit for Beichen Group. Now that the shares have been sold, there is no way they can be taken back. I'm fine the way I am now. I can just wander around and enjoy the scenery. It's very relaxing." Luo Sun was overjoyed. Su Xian publicly stated that he would not take back the shares, so he was completely relieved. After decades, he finally achieved the situation of controlling Beichen. If Su Jian knew that there was such a prodigal son, he would probably die with regret. Everyone, let's not talk about irrelevant things and get straight to the point. Su Xian lit another cigarette with a very arrogant attitude. He didn't even look at these people. He looked very vividly like a young, arrogant, and conceited person. This made everyone more convinced that Su Xian was really, as reported by the media, ignorant, arrogant, and spendthrift. I heard recently that you were looking for antiques everywhere. We uncles happen to have some. Do you think we can find any useful antiques? We are old now, and even when we pass away 100 years later, we won't be able to take anything with us into the earth. Of course, you don't have to worry about the price. We will sell it to you at the original purchase price. It's just that this batch of antiques plus a few pieces of land may be a bit high in value. Luo Sun showed his concern, and even had a hint of provocation in his tone. Su Xian waved his hand, flicked the unextinguished cigarette in his hand casually, and dropped it into the fruit plate. His tone was very arrogant. Look at the items first, then talk about the price, and don't talk about other nonsense. I sneered in my heart. This group of people wanted my cash, and I wanted antiques. They thought they made money, but in fact they suffered a huge loss. 5 months later, the monetary system collapses and cash will be like waste paper. No matter how much cash you have, it will be useless. Instead, these antiques may become valuable treasures. The faces of several chairmen turned unnatural. If they had not had to endure it in order to squeeze the funds from this kid, they would have exploded long ago. So under Luo Sun's arrangement, the chairman of the 9 major groups took out all the antiques they had acquired and showed them to Su Xian. When Su Xian saw these things, he was very surprised. Tang Dynasty Jade Rui, Snow Mountain Ice Beads, East China Sea Night Pearls, the Great Lane Temple Mingzuan Relics, Dried Stone Dan. Plus there are several other plots of land that contain secret places. Su Xian was very happy in his heart because he had made a lot of money, but he looked uninterested. This Jade Rui is in good condition, but unfortunately there are flaws inside. The Night Shining Pearl is lustrous and looks like it has been nurtured for more than 60 years, but it is too small and not of top quality. The Snow Mountain Ice Pearl has icy skin and jade bones. I can already feel the biting cold before I even get it in my hand. Not bad. As Su Xian selected and evaluated, everyone's hearts were hanging. After all, if these antiques did not catch Su Xian's eye, then they would definitely not be able to sell, and their plans would be ruined. What really surprised Su Xian was not these items, but the several mining areas they mentioned. Most of those mining areas were in the same situation as the abandoned mining areas in Wencheng, but Su Xian knew that these mining areas had undergone qualitative changes after the recovery of spiritual energy. Either it will produce spiritual stones or special metals, which are most suitable for creating magical objects and weapons. It took 2 hours to go through all the things. Su Xian finally lit a cigarette, leaned back in his chair, and said nonchalantly, I thought you guys would give me a big surprise, but it looks like nothing special. Name your price. Luo Sun and Xiao Jingtian looked at each other and saw excitement in each other's eyes. One price, 20 billion. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at Su Xian in unison. After all, the total purchase of these things only cost less than 5 billion yuan, and they had even made plans to bargain in their hearts. The scene was extremely tense, and no one even breathed hard. Su Xian sneered. It's only 20 billion. Pack them all up. I hope that the contract will be signed within 7 days. My assistant and lawyer will communicate the details with you then. You won't be able to use the lunch, everyone. Goodbye. Amidst everyone's confusion, Su Xian took the windbreaker and hat handed to him by the butler. Put on the windbreaker, put on the hat, turned around, and walked out of the hall. It was a few minutes later that everyone came to their senses and then burst into crazy laughter. It seems that Su Xian has fallen into the vortex of collecting and is getting deeper and deeper. He is undoubtedly the #1 prodigal son in China. Haha, we made a lot of money this time. Congratulations, everyone. No more talking, let's eat. Luo Sun was also ecstatic. Everything was going according to his plan. Su Xian was just a stepping stone for him to become famous all over the world, and Beichen Group was just a platform. This time I have invited a Michelin chef to come. We have the best imported foie gras and Australian steak. Please enjoy them slowly. After returning to the manor, Su Xian began to make a series of arrangements, and his assistant Xia Wenxi began to implement them according to what he said. Lawyers, antique appraisers, banking institutions. These tedious tasks require time and energy. You will be responsible for handling this matter in the next few days. I'm going out for a while. I have to keep an eye on the mining area, Daanling, and Hungguan Valley. Don't worry, sir. Chapter 19. The Ancient Book of Earth. Encounter with the Master of Baiyun Monastery. May 28, 2124, Lujia Village, Yunnan Ancient Town. When Su Xian saw the crazy old man again, he was also a little surprised. His hair was neatly combed. He wore a well-fitting brand-name suit, shiny leather shoes, a Swiss mechanical watch worth millions, and was followed by 4 or 5 burly bodyguards. "Mr. Su, this way, please." The old man was very polite. He stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. 5 minutes later, at the door of a villa halfway up the mountain in Lujia Village, Su Xian looked at the cool supercar and the exquisite 5-story villa. He suddenly realized that money can really change people's lives, and it's not a small amount. After entering the old man's room, he asked everyone to leave. The old man stayed alone with Su Xian and took out a bottle of aged brandy from the shelf. He said, "Mr. Su, would you like to try this?" Su Xian nodded, lit a cigarette, and said nothing. After handing over the wine glass, the old man poured himself a glass, drank it all, closed his eyes, and looked intoxicated. "Mr. Su, you have been so kind to me. You have allowed me to have all these things. Things that could only appear in my dreams have now come true one by one." Su Xian didn't say anything about this. After all, he was just a businessman. What businessmen valued was profit and equal exchange. He waved his hand and said, "Nothing, you deserve it. I came here this time to see what you mentioned on the phone, the ancient heavenly book." The old man nodded, stood up, and walked to the safe in the corner. After opening 8 layers of passwords in succession, he took out a yellowed and worn parchment scroll and handed it over. Su Xian took it and looked at it. The cover was exactly Ancient Heavenly Book. Earth Scroll. The text format inside was exactly the same as the Heaven Scroll he purchased last time. It is certain that this heavenly book is the one held by the great monk when his spiritual energy was revived in his previous life. Back then, that cultivator was only at the peak of the Xinzong realm, but with 2 volumes of heavenly books in hand, he was able to fight back and forth with the ferocious beast at the Jinshan realm, which was amazing. It is indeed what I am looking for. This time is the same as last time, still 50 million. Su Xian put away the parchment book and made an offer directly. It seems like a crazy act to spend 50 million to buy a treasure like this. However, when the spiritual energy revives, this heavenly book will be a priceless treasure, and even billions of spiritual stones will not be enough to exchange it for it. Obviously, the old man didn't know this, and he agreed immediately. "Deal. Mr. Su can take it back first, and the money will be transferred to you later." Before leaving, Su Xian asked a question. "Where did you find this book?" Old Yang grinned. "The mountain behind Yunbei, Nanyang Mountain. However, this thing depends on chance. I discovered it by accident. Mr. Su, if you are interested, you can go and have a look." 50 million is enough for old man Yang to live for a lifetime. So he also understands that for a person like Su Xian, it would be easy to obtain the origin of the heavenly book, and there is no need to ask at all. Besides, this heavenly book is of no use to me. "Thank you very much." Su Xian nodded, left the villa, and decided to go to Nanyang Mountain in person. The spiritual energy of the previous life was revived, and he lived for a full 15 years, but he had never set foot in Yunbei. Later, it was secretly occupied by a powerful force, and various magical skills flowed out of it. The whole of China was scrambling for it, but no one had ever entered. Because anyone who enters, no matter what their realm is, will be beheaded, and their bodies will be hung at the entrance of the village the next day. It seems that there must be some mystery behind this Nanyang Mountain. Before that, Su Xian decided to go to the ancient temple in the north of the village first. This place was also where old man Yang lived before. There was nothing inside except a golden Buddha statue. There were dense spider webs, rats and cockroaches crawling everywhere. The incense in front of the Buddha statue had long since disappeared, and the golden body had begun to fall off, revealing the mottled inside, which was very ugly. Su Xian looked around carefully and found that there was nothing special about this dilapidated temple. Perhaps it would only become apparent after the spiritual energy revived? However, this dilapidated temple only cost 10 million, so it's not a big deal. After thinking about it carefully, now that the Hungguan Valley, the base camp, has been taken care of, the Wenqing mining area has been taken into pocket, and with the 5 major mining areas sold by the 9 major groups, there is no need to worry about spiritual energy in the future. The elixir purchased from the Emperor's Association should be more than enough to break through to the Xinzong realm. Meteorites and ancestral dragon veins are both materials for making immortal weapons. The bronze swords were combined into the Kaitian sword formation, and now we are waiting for the other three. 2 volumes of the Heavenly Book are now in his hands, as well as many techniques. Bodhi seeds. Everything is ready. Physical constitution, comprehension, magic treasures, elixirs, spirit stones, weapons, and techniques have all been found. Su Xian was full of expectations for the future. In his previous life, he was completely unprepared. It took him 15 years of hard practice to reach the Xinzong realm and touch the threshold. In this life, if I plan ahead, I wonder how far I can go. After leaving the dilapidated temple, Su Xian followed the directions provided by Old Man Yang, and it took him 2.5 hours to reach Nanyang Mountain. This mountain is located in the north of Lujia village. It is a branch of the world-famous Himalayas. It is about 900 meters above sea level. It has not yet been reclaimed. The mountain roads are rugged and steep and very difficult to climb. When he reached the top of the mountain, Su Xian sat on a huge rock, looking down at the abyss below and all the mountains below. He felt suddenly enlightened. When looking up, God can see a thin sea of clouds, like a fairyland. I wandered around the top of the mountain, but didn't find anything special. Few people have ever set foot on this barren mountain. In addition, Yunnan is remote and poor, so it has not been developed into a scenic area. Apart from the flowers, trees, insects, fish, birds, and animals all over the mountains, which have a primitive ecological atmosphere that is not found in big cities, there is nothing else worth noting. After staying for half an hour, Su Xian was about to leave, but he saw a figure slowly climbing the mountain, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He has a head full of silver hair, wears a black Taoist robe, holds a whisk in his hand, has an ancient sword inserted diagonally behind his back, has his hair tied up, and wears a green lotus crown on his head. He walked briskly on the rugged mountain road as if it were flat ground. The old Taoist was also stunned when he saw Su Xian. Obviously, he did not expect that someone would appear in Nanyang Mountain. He didn't know Su Xian, but Su Xian knew him. The master of Baiyun Temple, Taoist Xian Yuan, the pinnacle of Taoism, appeared 10 years after the recovery of spiritual energy, killed the true king of the ancient clan with one sword, and became famous throughout China. Master Suan Yuan? Su Xian bowed with both hands, very respectful. The old Taoist put his palms together, nodded slightly in return, and looked puzzled. Do you know me? I've heard of it. That's weird. Xian Yuan came to the rock and stood side by side with Su Xian, looking at the cliff thousands of feet below. I have always lived in the Eastern Sea and rarely set foot inland. How do you know me? Su Xian blinked and smiled. Maybe it's fate. Xian Yuan laughed. What a fate! It seems that meeting you in Nanyang Mountain today is also fate. If I'm not mistaken, you have obtained the ancient heavenly book, right? Su Xian's heart moved. Could it be that Xian Yuan at this time had already seen through the secrets of heaven and knew about the 2 volumes of the heavenly book, or even the future revival of spiritual energy? It's only May now, and there are still 5 months before the official revival of spiritual energy. How could he know it so quickly? But he knew that Xian Yuan was a righteous master who worked tirelessly to protect China, so he did not hide it and nodded. It's already in my hand, Taoist priest. Do you want to take it back? Xian Yuan shook his head and said with a smile. No, it's an ancient heavenly book with a mysterious origin. Only those who are destined to have it can obtain it. Now that you have obtained it, there is no reason to change hands. Keep it well. Maybe you will need it someday in the future. Don't forget your identity and original intention. Su Xian was shocked. It seemed that Xian Yuan must know something. After hesitating for a while, he asked, Master, I would like to ask you, what is so special about Nanyang Mountain? Xian Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, and then he flicked his whisk. The secret of heaven cannot be revealed. My friend, our meeting is fate. If we have a chance one day, maybe we will meet again. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and Xian Yuan went down the mountain so quickly that he looked like a trail of afterimages. Su Xian looked down hurriedly, but after a moment his figure was gone. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 20. Finding the Millennium Lightning-Struck Wood and Crossing the Valley. On June 10, 2124, there were only 4 months left before the revival of spiritual energy. At this time, good news finally came. That is, the 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood that they needed had been found in Danling. Through the video and photos, we can preliminarily judge that there is no problem, but we still need to go to the site to confirm it. In the morning, Ahu landed a helicopter on the open space of the manor. Su Xian, alone, wearing a bulletproof vest, got into the helicopter. At noon, they had arrived in the northeast. Before going to Danling, Su Xian decided to take a look at the project in Hengduan Valley first. After all, it would be his base camp and place for training in the future. When he arrived at the foot of the Hengduan Mountains, he found that many construction workers had gathered there. They were working according to their plan. The cable car, stairs, and roads leading to the main road were all proceeding in an orderly manner. When the leader in charge of the construction saw Su Xian coming, he hurried over with a flattering look on his face and even took out his bonus group and handed it over. Su Xian took the cigarette, lit it, and asked, "How's the progress?" The middle-aged leader wearing a helmet quickly replied, "The 2,000 steps are almost finished, and only the water grinding process is left. The cable car is basically finished. Around the 25th of next month, you can take the cable car and enjoy the scenery of Hengduan Mountain. The auxiliary road leading to the G901 National Highway in the city is expected to be more than 30 kilometers long and will be completed by the end of September." Su Xian nodded. These progress were already included in his plan. On October 20th, the spiritual energy will be revived. By then, the spiritual stones from the 6 mining areas will need to be transported here continuously. This auxiliary road will be very critical. The steps and cable cars are purely for the convenience of going up and down the mountain. Before entering the Tianyuan realm, you cannot fly and need the help of these external objects. The valley only needs some minor construction. According to his idea, these mountains can be turned into places for living and resting. Keep working hard and make sure you finish it as planned. After giving the instructions, Su Xian continued to board the helicopter and prepared to head to Danling. The foreman of the construction site immediately guaranteed that the project would be completed on schedule, and he was very respectful of Su Xian, who was generous enough to offer twice the market price. After completing this order, my net profit was as high as 20 million. This is my net income for more than 10 years. Boss Su, you are really my father. No, you are closer to me than my father. The leader watched Su Xian leave, with the smile on his face becoming increasingly presumptuous. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Su Xian arrived at Danling and saw the 1,000-year-old lightning-struck tree in an abandoned industrial building at the foot of the mountain. It was 3 meters long and about 40 centimeters in diameter. It was charred all over, as if it had been struck by lightning or burned by fire, but it contained a faint, obscure aura. Su Xian was a little excited. In his previous life, this lightning-struck wood was acquired by a noble family in China and eventually made into an immortal-level spear. Every time it was swung, plasma flew out and thunder roared. I stretched out my right hand and gently stroked it, feeling the rough surface of the lightning-struck wood, which was uneven and the bark had not yet completely fallen off. We spent several months with a team of 100 people searching in the mountains and finally found it. Boss, it's strange to say that although this lightning-struck wood is shattered, its bark has remained relatively intact and it hasn't even died yet. Baotou became more and more excited as he spoke. He was about to get 5 million, and it could be said that he was so happy that he fainted. The money will arrive tonight, and your people can withdraw. Su Xian turned his head and looked at him, then took out a black card. In addition, there is a deposit of 1 million in it. The password is 6 zeros. As an extra gift, I have only one request. You must keep it secret for at least 3 months. Can you do that? The man with the bag was startled, then overjoyed, and nodded quickly, saying seriously, "Boss, don't worry. The people I'm looking for are hunters and farmers who have lived in the Danling area for generations. They rarely interact with the outside world and are all trustworthy. If you have any needs in the future, just call me and I will definitely satisfy the boss." The foreman smiled happily after receiving the black card. 1 million, but it would take me 5 or 6 years to earn that much. What a generous boss. After Su Xian left with the lightning-struck wood, the foreman couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. He was so excited that he couldn't sit still when he thought about getting 5 million in the evening. Tonight, I can take my brothers to the clubs in Danling City and enjoy it. I must call 5 technicians to serve together. It's so nice. After meeting Uncle Gue and others, Su Xian arranged for them to send some people to participate in the project in Hengduan Valley. "Mr. Su, we have more than 300 good fighters here, more than 100 of whom are veterans who have retired from the army and fought in the battlefield. There is no problem with their loyalty. As for firearms and ammunition, the control is now relatively strict, but it is enough to ensure that there will be no mistakes when goods enter the Northeast. Uncle Gue is very confident about the territory he has run for decades." Su Xian shook his head and said, Don't be too optimistic. Those real noble families have not yet appeared. They are not comparable to us business groups. I only have one request, which is to do your best to protect the Hengduan Mountains and ensure the traffic safety of this highway. You can communicate more with the Transportation Bureau and appropriately share the pressure of the traffic control team. They will understand. Uncle Gui's eyes lit up, and then he nodded and said, "Understood. Sir, I see that you have spent all your money in the past few months buying antiques, purchasing mining areas, and building projects. Have you found any investment opportunities? Or is there something big happening in the future? After all, this period is not peaceful. Many countries in the world are at war. Although China is very peaceful, other countries may still be in the midst of smoke and suffering." Su Xian glanced at him coldly and said, "Don't ask any more questions. Just do as I ask. You will know it later." Uncle Gui's heart trembled, and he suddenly remembered that the young man in front of him had single-handedly led Beichen to destroy the Wanda that Wang had painstakingly managed for decades. He quickly replied, "Remember, sir?" After circling for a few days, Su Xian found some of the things he needed in the northeast, brought them all back, and then returned to Tianjin. June 15, 2124, Tianjin, Su Xian Manor. "Sir, there's news from the Emperor's Club that they have acquired 10,000 dried medicinal stones." The assistant came into the room. Su Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited. These pills would become important items for improving his realm in the future. Even if you don't practice by taking pills, even if you're a pig, you can reach the peak of the Xinzong realm. Let's go and take a look. In the afternoon, Su Xian arrived at the Emperor building. It was a little different from last time. The president of the Emperor Club, a well-known figure in the antique world of Tianjin, looked a little sad at this moment. "Mr. Su, I recently received some rumors that the future situation seems not optimistic." The president looked at Su Xian with doubt and temptation in his eyes and worry in his gloom. Chapter 21. 3 months left. A mysterious force appears. Su Xian did not answer directly. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said calmly, "What news did the president hear?" Sheng Qingping pushed open the office chair, stood up, sat on the sofa, shook his head, and said, "Nothing much, just some friends told me that something big might happen in the future, and this thing might affect the whole world. Some time ago, I went to Jiangnan to buy a batch of antiques, and accidentally discovered that it seemed that some old-line families began to appear, and they were also buying. Normally speaking, these aristocratic families behind the scenes would never get involved in the antique business, so I guess something big is going to happen, which is why they are scrambling to make a deal." Su Xian remained expressionless, but his heart was already filled with turmoil. In the previous life, a mysterious force was the first to intervene, buying up antiques and purchasing land everywhere, but that was after July and August. It is only June now, and there are still 4 months before the revival of spiritual energy, but those old families have already intervened, earlier than expected. "Don't worry, President. We will stop the enemy with our own army and block the flood with our own earth." Su Xian lit a cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. He didn't want to argue with Sheng Qingping on this issue, so he continued to ask, "I will buy all the dried medicinal stones that the president found this time at the same price as last time." Sheng Qingping then nodded and clapped his hands. His assistant came in holding a wooden box and opened it in front of Su Xian. Inside were dozens of elixir stones, which were oval in shape, dark red in color, and the size of a thumb, about the same as last time. This time there are more than 10,000 of them, and the price is still the same, 500 million. Sheng Qingping forced himself not to think about the unknown things that might happen, and just regarded himself as a businessman. He could make a profit of 400 million from this deal. The huge profit temptation allowed him to ignore the reasons behind the emergence of those aristocratic families. Readily, Su Xian smiled and nodded, put out the cigarette in his hand, and left the room. Before leaving, Sheng Qingping suddenly asked him a question. "Mr. Su, everyone already knows what you have done recently at great expense. I'm not a talkative person, but there is something I need to say." Su Xian turned his head and said seriously, "Please speak, President. Those noble families are different from the 9 major groups. If Mr. Su conflicts with them in the future, he should try to be patient." Sheng Qingping did treat Su Xian as a friend. From a business partner to a friend, in addition to the huge profits it brought to himself. More importantly, he vaguely felt that Su Xian would rise in the future. This feeling was difficult to explain, but he believed it. And no matter when, the Emperor will definitely stand on Brother Su's side. Su Xian nodded, looked at him deeply, and said, "Thank you very much. In the memory of the previous life, the Emperor Club finally joined the official Chinese organization to help China resist the attacks of ferocious beasts, restrain local forces, and maintain order, which is admirable. Time passed quickly, and Su Xian was also making arrangements in an orderly manner. After several months of operation, the previous 40 billion in cash was now reduced to less than a few billion. Su Xian had already thought about the arrangements for these billions and was not in a hurry to spend them now. In a blink of an eye, a month passed, and it was July 20th, 2124. Su Xian looked at his mobile phone. There are still 3 months left for the full recovery of spiritual energy, and most of my layout has been arranged. Now I just need to wait. The project of Hengduan Valley, the bronze sword of the tomb of King Yu, the clearing of the Wenqing mining area, and the construction of several roads. Once all of this is in place, all that remains is to wait for the spiritual energy to revive. Hanging the Bodhi seeds around his neck, Su Xian went to the balcony and looked into the distance. Those mysterious forces should be appearing soon, right? In the south of the Yangtze River, there is a hidden pavilion that exudes a sense of simplicity and elegance. The vermilion gate, glazed railings, and the corners of the roof are decorated with all kinds of lifelike beasts. In the lobby of the pavilion, a group of people were discussing matters. On the main seat, an old man in his 60s with a head full of silver hair leaned on the armchair with his eyes slightly narrowed. The old man exuded an aura of majesty without even getting angry. He was none other than Murong Ge, the father of Murong Yin, the current head of the Murong family, the most aristocratic family in Jiangnan. Below him are the core members of the Murong family, his 3 sons and several grandsons and granddaughters, who are now big figures in their respective areas. The Murong family has been working in Jiangnan for hundreds of years and has inherited it to this day. The family has a large business and amazing financial resources. It was once able to compete with the entire Jiangnan consortium. Most of the chairmen of the top 100 groups in Jiangnan are members of the Murong family. Father, after this month's hard work, we have acquired hundreds of antique calligraphy and paintings, as well as 3 mining areas. Murong Yin sat below and looked at the old man very respectfully, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Murong Gue slowly opened his eyes and glanced at his son. The latter immediately lowered his head, breaking out in cold sweat. The other people did not dare to look at him. This Murong Gue had participated in the war with the United States back then. He was a ruthless man who emerged from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He was also known for his ruthlessness in the shopping mall. Countless corporate bosses had their families destroyed by him. What are you in a hurry for? Murong Gue spoke slowly after a long while. His sons and grandchildren were completely confused and looked at each other in bewilderment. If you don't hurry, others will get there first. But they dared not speak out what was in their hearts. According to the prophet, there are at least 3 months left. Since my Murong family has received this news, others must have also received the news. Murong Gue suddenly stood up from the armchair, put his hands behind his back. His face was filled with extreme confidence, and his eyes were shining. And the reason why my Murong family has been able to stand firm in China for hundreds of years is that we plan carefully before taking action, and the one who laughs last is the winner. Recently, many people have learned about this news and started to take action, but they are just ants on the road of my Murong family. If we act too hastily, we will easily alert the enemy. The Liu family in Hanzhong, the Sun family in Guangdong and Guangxi, the Zhang family in Kyoto, and the Li family in the northwest, they haven't made a move yet. Aren't they also waiting for the final blow? After hearing this, several people from the Murong family suddenly realized that there were only 3 months left, which was enough time for the Murong family to prepare, and there was no need to rush. Hanzhong Liu family. The head of the family frowned as he listened to the report from his subordinates, somewhat dissatisfied. Don't be so anxious. There are still 3 months left. Old Ghost Murong and the others haven't made any moves yet. Don't be too hasty, or you might alert them. Yes, the following leaders all agreed, but they were a little worried in their hearts. After all, the prophet said there were only 3 months left. At the same time, the 10 major families in China held secret meetings to discuss major events 3 months later. A mysterious force called the Prophet quietly infiltrated the major families and encouraged them to begin planning. The storm is coming. Su Xian already knew that these noble families would take action. In the previous life, these noble families, under the instigation of the mysterious forces, took the lead in making arrangements, searching for a large number of antiques and treasures, purchasing secret land, and waiting until the spiritual energy revived to seize all the resources. And those mysterious forces were spies planted among humans by ancient foreign tribes in advance, who eventually led these families step by step towards destruction. Fortunately, the Chinese government realized the seriousness of the problem and took timely action to stop it, thus avoiding the spread of the disaster. Then the noble families woke up, and the younger generations joined the army to resist the ancient clans and the fierce beasts. However, in this life, Su Xian had made arrangements 5 months in advance, occupied 6 mining areas, an S-level secret realm, the 6 swords of King Yu that could kill the true king, 2 volumes of ancient heavenly books, and other precious treasures. The results would certainly be very different. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 22. Master Keiqiao and Master Bai, Tomb of the King of Yu. More than half a month passed and good news came from Xueli. That is, Master Partridge and Master Bai had finally finished dealing with the matters in the United States and came to China at night planning to meet Su Xian. Su Xian had always been fascinated by tomb robbers since he was a child, and he also had some understanding of them. According to the different methods and tools used by the tomb robbers, there are the Banshan School, Xiangling School, Fakia School, and Majin School. There is also an old saying, to touch gold, one needs a talisman. To find a place to break the mound, one needs a seal. To move mountains, one needs a technique. To remove mountains, one needs armor. True Man Partridge is an outstanding figure among the mountain-moving sect, while True Man Bai is a real gold-moving lieutenant who is proficient in terrain survey, feng shui metaphysics, finding dragons, and dividing gold, etc. On August 10, 2124, there are only 2 months left until the spiritual energy revival. In the evening, 2 celebrities in the tomb-robbing industry came to Su Xian's manor. The Taoist monk Banshan was wearing a gray-blue Taoist robe, with his hair tied up and wearing a crown. A long sword was inserted diagonally behind his back, and 2 pistols were tucked on his waist. There was a majestic demeanor between his eyebrows, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. Beichen was wearing a leather jacket, had an untidy beard, and sleepy eyes. He didn't seem to care much about his appearance and looked rather casual. The 2 were authentic northerners, so Su Xian made mutton hot pot directly in the living room. Waves of spicy aroma wafted out, and the best free-range fresh mutton slices were placed next to it. Mr. Su, to be honest, we saw some strange phenomena when we came back from the United States. Master Partridge stirred the lamb slices in the dipping saucer, then put them directly into his mouth, saying as he ate, "In the United States, everyone is frantically hoarding things, daily necessities, food, and household items. And those merchants have begun to search for antiques everywhere. But the United States has only a few hundred years of history, and it seems that there are no antiques. Mr. Su, is something big about to happen? A war?" Facing Master Partridge's question, Su Xian nodded and said, "I heard that something big might happen. I can't tell you exactly what it is, but you'll know when the time comes." After saying that, he picked up a cup of erguo and drank it in one gulp. Master Bai lowered his head and ate mutton slices madly, eating at least 70 or 80 slices in one breath. As far as I know, the tomb of the King of Yu was once robbed, and 3 of the 6 swords were stolen. After the times changed, they were moved to the museum, but were eventually stolen by the British during the invasion of the 8-Nation Alliance. The Partridge Master calmly told these anecdotes. And the person who stole these 3 swords was none other than a member of the tomb raiding school under the command of Wei Taizu during the 3 Kingdoms period. Su Xian's heart moved slightly, and he vaguely felt that there seemed to be some potential connection. The spring and autumn period and the 3 kingdoms were separated by 800 or 900 years. There couldn't be any connection between them, right? Why did King Go Jian of Yu forge 6 swords? Why did Emperor Taizu of Wei steal 3 of them? There is no way to know these things. Su Xian only knows that he must gather these 6 swords together before he can fight against the masters of the ancient clan's true king level. He is a master who has seen the level of a true king. He can pluck stars with his bare hands, destroy cities, and split mountains. He is simply a nightmare to the world and an invincible demon. I wonder what Mr. Su wants these 6 swords of the King of Yu for? Master Bai suddenly put down his chopsticks, raised his eyes, and stared at Su Xian. Su Xian smiled slightly. "I have always liked collecting antiques. The older they are, the better. I saw the 6 swords of the King of Yu in a book and was quite interested, so we made this deal." Master Bai lowered his eyes and suddenly said nonchalantly, "I once saw an ancient sword formation in a Taoist temple in my early years. There were 6 bronze swords in it. They seemed very similar to the 6 swords of the King of Yu. Could it be that Mr. Su is interested in this sword formation?" Su Xian smiled and said, The sword formation is unlikely to appear in the real world. Master Bai nodded in agreement. That's true. It's hard to say what it was like in the distant past, but sword formations are illusory and cannot exist in the real world. Afterwards, the three of them chatted about the location of the tomb of the King of Yu and their next plans, and everything went very harmoniously. Before leaving, Su Xian stopped Master Bai and asked him, "I wonder where the Taoist temple that the immortal mentioned is?" Master Bai glanced at it, and after a while he slowly said, "In the East Sea, a cemetery near Baiyun Temple. Brother Su, if you are interested, you can go and watch, but I advise you to just watch these sword formations and don't take them seriously." After finishing speaking, the two said goodbye and set out on their journey to the tomb of the King of Yu. Su Xian had no doubt about the strength of the two men, so it would not be a problem for him to take out the bronze sword. It turned out to be a cemetery near Baiyun Temple. Due to special reasons in his previous life, he was passively involved in an ancient Taoist tomb and observed the Kaitian sword formation, which was exactly the same as described by the Taoist Master Bai. However, he was in a hurry at that time and did not have time to copy it, nor did he understand the geographical location. It turned out to be near Baiyun Temple. No wonder I felt like I was on an island, and all I could hear at night was the sound of waves. Some time ago, I met Taoist Master Xinyuan from Baiyun Temple in Nanyang Mountain. It seemed that he came here for the ancient heavenly book. What is certain is that he must know some secrets, but he cannot tell them now. It seems that I have to go to Baiyun Temple and try to find it nearby. After all, the power of a complete Kaitian sword formation is immeasurable. August 20th, 2124, there are still 2 months until the spiritual energy is revived. At this moment, the project in Hengguan Valley was basically completed. After Su Xian finished the phone call, he sat on the sofa, feeling calm inside. Wang Shi also called and reported that the auxiliary road in Wenqing mining area was being built day and night. More than 80 excavators were mobilized and hundreds of people worked at the same time. Finally, the highway was built and could directly run through the national highway. The mining area was also cleaned and repaired, and a large amount of garbage was transported to the sea by trucks. According to his estimation, the ore can be fully transported out starting next month, but there is not much ore left, and the quality is not high. The remaining mining areas acquired from the 9 major groups have also been cleaned and repaired by Su Xian, and basically by October, they can be transported freely. Then Su Xian invested the remaining billions without hesitation and notified Uncle Gue and others to directly hire a total of 500 people. These people were all retired veterans and were scattered in key transportation fortresses in the 5 mining areas to provide escort for future transportation of ore. After arranging all this, Su Xian slowly felt relieved. Now he just had to wait for the 3 bronze swords from the tomb of King Yu. At the end of August 2124, the 10 great families could no longer sit still and finally sent out their best men to start the search. Jiang and Murong family. Murong Gue looked out the window with his hands behind his back. The lights of thousands of houses were particularly brilliant. Behind him are several core members of the Murong family. Let's get started. First thing to do, find these 6 bronze swords and figure out a solution yourself. The second thing, find these 3 abandoned mines. The third thing, find this Bodhi seed. The fourth thing, Murong Gue issued a series of instructions, and the assistant took out the corresponding pictures and marked the corresponding location coordinates. Murong is invincible and has fulfilled his mission. More than a dozen people lowered their heads and shouted loudly. At the same time, other families began to take action, and those collectors and businessmen also began to collect antiques everywhere. The whole of China was caught in a storm of antique sales, with prices increasing by dozens or even hundreds of times, and the entire antique world was thrown into chaos. In the luxurious office on the top floor of the Emperor Building, Sheng Qingping rubbed his brows and looked at the report passed by his subordinates. His smile turned bitter, and he muttered to himself, "Brother Su, you are really one step ahead of others." Then, a dozen of his most capable men all entered the room and waited for orders. Use all your connections to acquire antiques. The older they are, the better. We must not let them fall into the hands of the top 10 families. Yes, President. Sheng Qingping raised his eyes, glanced at everyone, and said slowly, "You must remember that everything we do in the Imperial Society is for China. Anyone who is found hiding something and not handing it over to the authorities or reporting it to me will be executed as a traitor to the Imperial Society." Yes, President. Hashtag. Chapter 23. Go to Baiyun Temple and observe the sword formation in the Taoist ancient tomb. August 20th, 2124, Eastern Sea, Archipelago, Beichen Temple. In a quiet courtyard, shaded by bamboo trees, beside a stone table, Su Xian was drinking tea with Taoist master Xian Yuan and his two disciples. The tea leaves in the cup were green and juicy, each one standing upright. The tea soup was cool and refreshing, with a hint of bamboo fragrance. He sipped it gently, but it was very delicious. His internal organs felt refreshed and comfortable. Su Xian couldn't help but sigh. Good tea. May I ask what is the name of this tea, Taoist? Xian Yuan looked relaxed, leaning back in his chair, stretching his arms, and said with a smile, I haven't given it a name yet. I just found it by chance behind a bamboo forest. You don't need to stir-fry it. You could just boil it with spring water and drink it. Xian Yuan's two disciples were eating melon seeds boredly. The older one called out 1, 2, and the younger one called out 3, 4. The latter looked at Su Xian with a smile on their faces and a friendly attitude. This guy is very nice. He brought us so many things. Jerky, eggs, snacks, and so many daily necessities. It's really good. After more than 10 days of inquiries, combined with the fragmentary memories of his previous life, Su Xian finally found out the whereabouts of Beichen Temple. It has to be said that the islands in the East Sea are scattered all over the place. If you have not made sufficient preparations, it is difficult to find the specific location of Beichen Temple. Su Xian came this time mainly to paint the sword formation on the wall, so when he arrived at Beichen Temple, he naturally brought a lot of items and food. Taoist Master Xian Yuan was indifferent by nature and had no taboos. He would take whatever was given to him, and even took out the best tea to entertain guests. Mr. Su was able to find Beichen Temple, which proves that you are destined to be with us. I wonder what happened this time. Xian Yuan had a head full of silver hair, but Su Xian clearly felt that compared to the last time he was in Nanyang Mountain, he seemed a little younger and could almost be described as having a youthful face with white hair. Could it be that the revival of spiritual energy has an impact on him? He had never had direct contact with him in his previous life and didn't know much about him. He only met him once in this life, but Xian Yuan gave him the feeling that he was unfathomable and mysterious. After thinking for a moment, Su Xian decided to state his intention directly. To be honest, I came here for an ancient Taoist tomb site. There is a mysterious sword formation drawn in the tomb, which is composed of 6 bronze swords and has infinite power. According to my friend, this ancient tomb site is near Beichen Temple, so I want to ask for help from the Taoist priest. Xian Yuan's expression changed slightly. The smile on his face disappeared, and he stared at Su Xian in a daze. When he saw those domineering but clear eyes, the doubts and hesitations in his heart instantly dissipated. Perhaps this is the opportunity. After a long pause, he said, This sword formation needs to find the 6 bronze swords of mysterious origin before it can be activated. It seems that you have already found them. Su Xian nodded. Half of it has been collected, and the other half will be collected soon. Xian Yuan nodded, as he expected, but did not directly answer his question. Instead, he continued to speak vaguely. A catastrophe is about to happen. It seems you are ready. Well, let's make an exception for this channel. The ancient tomb site is 30 miles north of Beichen Temple. I will draw the exact location for you later. Su Xian was overjoyed and bowed with both hands. Thank you, Taoist priest. After a while, Xian Yuan drew the location of the ancient tomb on a piece of paper, folded it, and handed it to Su Xian, while saying something unclear. Since you have found the sword formation, you should take responsibility for this cause and effect. No matter when, don't forget your original intention. Hearing this, Su Xian was slightly stunned, with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. By the way, what Elder Feikong said last time at the Longhu Monastery in Tibet seemed to be similar to this. So what exactly is this invisible and intangible cause and effect? I will follow the Taoist instructions. Su Xian nodded slightly, then left quickly with the map. After he left, Yi couldn't help but ask, Master, why should you tell him? Xian Yuan said seriously. He is the one who deserves the disaster. Yi curled his lips. I don't see it. He didn't say what was in his mind. He was just a money-grubbing businessman. How could he be considered a person who would be doomed to calamity? Sansi, on the other hand, liked Su Xian very much. He put the snacks in his mouth and chewed them while pretending to be serious. Brother Su Xian is quite good and nice person. I can feel that he is definitely not a bad person. What the hell do you know? He was slapped on the head with one slap, and he staggered and spat out all the snacks in his mouth. What are you doing? Okay. Taoist Xian Yuan looked into the distance. Why rush? If I'm wrong, I can choose again when the time comes. In the afternoon, Su Xian, along with Ahu and several agile and strong men, found the ruins of an ancient Taoist tomb. Among the broken walls and ruins, there is a blank stone tablet slanting into the ground. The surface has been weathered, revealing some spots and vicissitudes. Here it is. Ahu, I leave it to you. Su Xian looked at the drawing and repeatedly compared it with the surrounding reference objects. He could confirm that the entrance was next to this stone tablet. Perhaps after a long time, the entrance has been blocked by rocks and soil and is covered with weeds, requiring manual digging. Sir, leave it to us. Ahu skillfully took off his backpack, pulled out a folding alloy shovel from it, and assembled it quickly. The 5 or 6 people beside him also quickly took out their tools and started digging. This group of people are full of energy and are all veterans, so excavation work is not difficult for them. Su Xian simply set up a tent nearby, took out a fishing rod, looked at the East China Sea where the sky and the sea met, and started fishing. He had to spend the night here anyway. About 2.5 hours later, when the sun was almost about to sink into the horizon, Ahu reported back that the entrance to the ancient tomb had been found. Su Xian hurriedly dropped the lure, thinking that it was empty-handed, and followed Ahu straight to the entrance. I saw that near the stone tablet, these people had dug a deep pit with a diameter of 1 meter and a depth of more than 3 meters. It was pitch black underneath, like the huge mouth of a monster in the abyss, full of unknown fear. Ahu immediately tied a burning candle with a rope and slowly lowered it down. After lowering it for more than 10 meters, the candle still did not go out, but it did not reach the bottom. There should be plenty of oxygen in there, but the depth is quite terrifying. Down! Su Xian gave the order without hesitation. He had been to this ancient tomb in his previous life, and it was not dangerous. So under Ahu's arrangement, these 7 or 8 experienced veterans took up their weapons, put on gas masks, and slowly climbed down the rope. Only after they confirmed the bottom did the people who followed slowly descend. This is a relatively empty ancient tomb with Taoist-related patterns painted on the walls, such as images of the 3 pure ones, the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram, the 8 trigrams formation, the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the 28 constellations, and so on. Su Xian held the torch and relied on his memory to finally find the wall with the sword formation depicted on it. Everyone takes pictures from different angles and then goes back. Yes, everyone took pictures from different angles, stored the entire sword formation diagram in their mobile phones, and then slowly exited. After getting the photo of the sword formation, Su Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This is the complete Kaitian sword formation. With this sword formation, when the true king comes, he will be invincible and China will be saved. At the same time, Assistant Xia Wenxi also called to say that Master Partridge and Master Bai had found the other 3 bronze swords and would go to Tianjing to deliver them tomorrow. Su Xian was cheered up and immediately decided to take a helicopter back to Tianjing early the next morning. Chapter 24, Everything is Ready. A strange phenomenon appears from the sky. September 20th, 2124, Hengduan Valley. Su Xian looked at the built steps and cable cars, the road leading to the main road, the large pile of treasures he had carried from the valley, and the 6 bronze swords inserted according to the layout of the sword formation, and his heart was calm. Now everything is ready except for the east wind. Su Xian even mortgaged his villa and built a simple living place in Hengduan Mountains. He hired a full 800-strong team to stand guard around. He even entrusted some officials through Uncle Gui and others to pay attention to and take care of all the safety here to ensure that everything will be safe before the spiritual energy revives. Mr. Su, according to your instructions, 360 alarm devices have been deployed near Hengduan Mountain, and 500 mercenaries with the strength of elite armed police have been deployed. In addition, in this city, the public security team can dispatch a full 1,000-man team for support at any time, and they will arrive within 10 minutes. Xia Wenxi stood aside and began to report the situation around him. Su Xian nodded silently, but still felt it was not enough. In his previous life, he had witnessed with his own eyes the madness of that group of aristocratic families, which had almost reached the point of a fight to the death. Even after the revival of spiritual energy, this group of people set up their own faction and established a powerful force to confront the government. Various phenomena indicate that when these old families reach a certain point, they will become extremely crazy and will achieve their goals regardless of cost or sacrifice. After pondering for a moment, Su Xian continued to issue orders. This defensive force is not enough. Call Uncle Gui immediately and ask him to withdraw some of the people sent out to protect the highway and deploy them all near Hingguan Mountain to support these mercenaries. At least 500 people. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army and only a moment to deploy it. After building up the power for so many years, it's time to use it. As long as we can withstand the offensive and wait until the spiritual energy recovers, then these aristocratic families, the ancient beasts, the 9 major groups, or the group of so-called prophets will not be a concern. Su Xian's eyes showed strong confidence, but he was still a little nervous. In this life, I've tried my best to plan and done everything I can think of. It is impossible to evaluate what level I will achieve by then. In short, one thing is certain. It is far superior to the previous life. According to the classification of treasures, Su Xian made plans in advance. In the Hengduan Valley, 6 bronze swords are placed according to the 5 elements. Lietian is in the middle, which is the core of the sword formation, also called the eye of the formation. The morning light belongs to gold and should be placed in the northwest direction. Dawn belongs to wood and is placed in the east. Duan Shui belongs to water and should be placed in the north. Fu Mo belongs to fire and should be placed in the south. The chaotic soul belongs to the earth and should be placed in the southwest direction. 5 directions, guarding the ancient sky-splitting sword in the center. This is the complete version of the sky-splitting sword formation in the Taoist ancient tomb sword formation diagram. Su Xian carries the Bodhi seed with him. When the spiritual energy is revived, this thing will undergo tremendous changes. It is said to be related to enlightenment, but the details are unknown now. The 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood and the ancestral dragon's tendons are put together. These 2 things can be put into the furnace in the secret realm to forge magical weapons and sharp blades. The meteorite that was auctioned for 1 billion, the dragon-shaped stone given by Elder Feikong, and the ancient jade from the Shang and Zhou dynasties obtained from the auction were placed together. These things could also be forged into fairy-level treasures and weapons. Tens of thousands of dried elixir stones are piled together. Once spiritual energy is infused into them, these items will become real elixirs, and their realm will be greatly improved. Su Xian placed the rest of the antiques collected from the 9 major groups in another place. The valley was quite large in area and space, and after filling it with all these things, there wasn't much space left. At the same time, Su Xian also excavated a super large flat land on the mountainside, covered it with a thick alloy shed, and installed doors and windows. These were all used to store spirit stones. With everything ready, Su Xian simply lived in Hengduan Mountains and began to slowly adapt to the various climates here. On September 30th, 2124, all of China will have a holiday to celebrate the most important holiday, China's National Day. After busy work and studies, people buy tickets or drive themselves to various tourist attractions. A wildlife park in northeast China was packed with people. The guide, with a microphone on his chest, began to introduce the park in a vivid way. The Siberian tiger, a member of the Felidae family and the Panthera genus, is currently the largest cat species. The Siberian tiger standing in front of you is called Xiaohua, a 4-year-old girl. She is usually quiet and likes to eat meat, but she can be a bit fierce sometimes. Children, please stand away. At this moment, a little girl suddenly pointed at the sturdy Siberian tiger and shouted, "That tiger, how come he has 8 legs? Little boy, you are so humorous." The narrator smiled slightly and gave the little girl a kind look. "Annie, it's real." At the same time, there was a commotion among the crowd. The commentator's face suddenly changed. He couldn't help but look back and found that the Siberian tiger that the girl named Xiaohua lived with day and night suddenly grew in size and grew 8 legs. It raised its head and roared fiercely, and then it slapped down with one claw, causing a dent in the steel cage. The commentator's face turned pale, but he remained calm. He grabbed a worker nearby and almost shouted, Quickly issue a red alert, call the armed forces over, and put the entire zoo on level 1 alert." Almost at the same time, the entire zoo was filled with screams of fear, followed by a large number of people rushing towards the net like a tide, while the thin children were squeezed around, fell to the ground, and were even trampled and pushed. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly sounded out of nowhere. "Everyone should not panic. Line up in an orderly manner and leave quickly. If anyone is dissatisfied, they will be treated as disrupting public order." As soon as these words were spoken, the chaotic crowd was instantly frightened. Several young men with dyed yellow hair tried to get out of the crowd, but were pinned to the ground by several armed men and could not move. The remaining people no longer dared to rush around and retreated in an orderly manner under the leadership of the staff. In a remote village in the southwest, Several farmers were harvesting rice in the rice fields. The sun above their heads was not as scorching as it was in June and July, but it still made people feel hot. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound in the sky. A farmer raised his head, and a terrifying scene suddenly appeared in his eyes. I saw countless hailstones falling from the sky and landing on people's heads. It was very painful. They were as hard as stones and came with great force. "Go home quickly. The hail is coming." A clever young man immediately put on his hat, shouted wildly at the top of his lungs, and ran nonstop. Jiangnan, an amusement park. Black clouds destroyed the city. A tornado raged out of nowhere. Screams and cries of fear rang out one after another, and the scene fell into chaos in an instant. The authorities directly dispatched a team of 500 people and began to command the crowd to evacuate to the nearest shelter in an orderly manner. At this moment, strange phenomena appeared in the sky across the 9 provinces of China and all over the world. Giant hailstones that haven't been seen in 800 years, mutated beasts, super tornadoes that have never appeared, strong and terrifying earthquakes, mudslides, tsunamis, typhoons. The natural disaster struck China in an instant. At the same time, the whole world is facing horrific natural disasters. In the land of Sakura, a tsunami of unprecedented magnitude occurred, destroying more than a dozen ports in an instant and claiming the lives of thousands of people. A rare earthquake occurred in the United States, destroying more than half of the high-rise buildings in an entire state and killing tens of thousands of people. In the British Strait, a typhoon that had not been seen in 1,000 years appeared, directly destroying hundreds of ships on the sea. In Australia, some of the once docile kangaroos suddenly mutated, increasing their size several times and becoming extremely violent. Within just one day, thousands of people were bitten to death, and corpses were everywhere. A natural disaster that is raging around the world is rapidly approaching, and humanity is facing a very terrifying crisis. Chapter 25: The Anger of the Morong Family. The 10 Great Families Questioning from a Distance. The National Day in 2124 is a festival that will be unforgettable. According to our station, recently there have been strange phenomena in the sky, and natural disasters rarely seen in 1,000 years have occurred in different regions. The Northwest has seen 3 consecutive days of polar day, with a continuous temperature of 50 degrees. The riverbed has dried up, crops have died, and the whole area is short of water. The Southwest has seen a rare large hailstorm, which lasted for a full 40 hours and damaged thousands of hectares of crops. Tsunamis of varying degrees occurred in coastal areas, and about 6 ports were submerged, causing varying degrees of casualties. The southeast region suffered a rare rainstorm, with rainfall reaching 10 meters in 2 days. Thousands of villages were submerged, and the search team worked without sleep for more than 30 hours. The country attaches great importance to this and has sent a team of 8,000 people to support various places. China is a country that has suffered many disasters, but it is also a tenacious nation. In the face of natural disasters, China's search and rescue teams rushed to the front line and stood with the people. This station is continuing to broadcast. I'm the host, Bing Bing. Su Xian half lay on the sofa, picked up the remote control, and turned off the TV. Sure enough, just like in the previous life, in less than a month, natural disasters struck, animals mutated, and there were casualties of varying degrees throughout China. Fortunately, the people of this nation were of the spirit of helping each other in times of trouble, and they soon joined the search and rescue team to fight against the natural disaster. And it won't be long before these disasters are over. It once again demonstrated the Chinese people's spirit of hard work, unity, self-reliance, perseverance, and fearless perseverance. Jiangnan, Morong Family. Morong Gue stood outside the window, looking at the busy rescue team shuttling back and forth downstairs, and the weak and helpless people with a sneer and mockery on his face, and said coldly with his hands behind his back, "Natural disasters are a good way to select excellent genes. Society is like nature, where only the fittest survive. When riots strike, when catastrophes arrive, the weak will try to survive in the cracks until they are eliminated, while the strong will prepare in advance, take advantage of the situation, and continue to accumulate resources. And my Morong family will stand at the top of China's aristocratic families and tell the world what the heritage of China's oldest family is." All the descendants of the Morong family admired him and praised him. All of this is due to the wise leadership and careful planning of our ancestors. Although Morong Gue was old and had experienced many ups and downs, he still found these flatteries very useful. He turned around and looked at his most satisfied grandson, saying, "In the near future, the whole turmoil will come, and the land of Jojo will surely fall into a new chaos. By then, it is not impossible that the class will be restructured and the country will change hands. You must study hard and manage well. The future of the Morong family is in your hands." The young man immediately became extremely excited, his body trembling, and he nodded vigorously. "It's all thanks to the good teachings of the ancestors. I will definitely work hard and, under the leadership of the ancestors, make the Morong family stronger and more prosperous." The other young men cast envious glances at him. Being noticed by the ancestor was tantamount to declaring the power of the Morong family. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and a slightly hurried voice came from outside the door. "Ancestor, we are back." Since Morong was not informed in advance, he did not know how the people he arranged were doing, but he firmly believed that there must be no mistakes. A rare smile appeared on Orange Peel's old face. "Come in." Then he turned to the group of young people and said, "See, our Morong family is so efficient. Listen carefully to how our ancestors planned things." "Yes, ancestor." Everyone nodded in unison, surrounding the old ancestor with serious expressions on their faces. Afterwards, several middle-aged men in black coats, with murderous aura on their bodies, slowly walked into the room. The moment they saw Murong Fu, they knelt down on the ground. The smile on Murong Gui's face froze instantly. He had a bad feeling in his heart, frowned, and shouted, "What's going on? Really?" One of the burly men quickly replied, "Ancestor, this time we found a master in the tomb-robbing world, discovered the location of the king of Yu's tomb, and went into search. We discovered that the bronze sword had been stolen, so we got there first." Murong Gui's expression changed drastically after hearing this. He instantly flew into a rage. Veins popped out at the corners of his eyes, and he shouted angrily, "What did you say? Gone? How is that possible? I started planning for this matter much earlier than those companies. I've been planning for this moment for a full 10 years and spent a full 50 million, all for the purpose of getting the bronze sword without anyone noticing when the disaster strikes. And now you tell me it's gone?" Angry roars echoed throughout the room. Murong Gui's face turned ashen. His hair and beard fluttered. The people in the room trembled, lowered their heads, and dared not make a sound. Fear instantly filled their hearts. "Waste! You are all waste!" Murong Gui glanced at everyone, raised his hands, and shouted loudly, his body shaking with anger. "Investigate it immediately. Once you find out who it is, use all your strength to take it back. This bronze sword has long belonged to my Murong family. If anyone dares to steal it, I will kill him without a burial place." The man who spoke first quickly replied, "Ancestor, based on our multiple inquiries and investigations, we have identified the suspect, who is none other than Su Xian, the former chairman of the Beichen Group." Murong Gui frowned and paced back and forth. "Su Xian? Su Jie's son, the young man who has been frantically buying antiques in recent months and has been named the #1 prodigal son in China by the media." "Exactly." Murong Gui reacted in an instant and became furious. "Okay, he fooled us. The media has been reporting on him and creating a prodigal son image. It turned out that this was planned in advance. It seems that he has his own methods. Good boy, you are very capable. Send someone immediately. No matter what method you use, you must bring the bronze sword back." At this time, another person also began to report. "Ancestor, the 2 abandoned mining areas we targeted have long been acquired by Su Xian, who has also carried out large-scale cleanup. He even built roads around them and sent heavy troops to guard them. Ancestor, the jade and elixir stones you wanted were also taken away by Su Xian from the Emperor Association. Ancestor, the Bodhi stone has fallen into Su Xian's hands." Ancestor, after listening to his subordinate's report, Murong Gui's face turned even darker. He could no longer bear it and punched the table with his fist. The huge force made the table dent several inches. He took a deep breath and said, "They are all idiots and losers." They were played around by a young man. "Luo Sun is also a moron. What should we do now?" Ancestor, according to our spies' reports, Su Xian has hired at least thousands of veterans and even has a large number of heavy weapons. If we attack rashly, we may not get any benefits. The middle-aged man in the lead lowered his head and explained the current situation and circumstances. Murong Gui paced back and forth, his head working rapidly, and began to think of countermeasures. The others dared not make a sound, and the whole room fell into a very quiet scene. About 5 minutes later, Murongue glanced at everyone and said gloomily, "Contact the 9 great families immediately and tell them that all our plans were intercepted by Su Xian. We, the Murong family, are going to take action to take back everything that belongs to us. As for the other families, they can do whatever they want." "Yes, ancestor." At the same time, the other 9 great families in China all reported the same situation as the Murong family. After years of planning, they were all intercepted by Su Xian, and all their efforts were in vain. After a long meeting that lasted an entire afternoon, the leaders of the 10 great families reached a consensus and asked Su Xian to return the treasures and mining areas that originally belonged to them. They even quickly established a distribution mechanism based on their contributions and current status. Therefore, the representatives of the 10 major families shouted at each other, demanding that Su Xian return the things that did not belong to them. For this, they are willing to pay 30% of the price. Otherwise, we will have to go to war, and then there will definitely be trouble. In Hengduan Valley, after Su Xian finished reading the letter sent by the 10 major families, he tore it into pieces and took quick action. Notify all units immediately and enter a level 1 combat readiness state. If they dare to come, I will take action. I will bear all the consequences. Su Xian gave his assistants the order to prepare for battle, with madness flashing in his eyes. The chaos is coming, and there is nothing to be afraid of. If these noble families dare to come, I will show no mercy. And when the spiritual energy is revived, this group of people will be less of a concern, and it will not be difficult to kill them until a river of blood flows. Yes, sir. The assistant slowly walked out of the valley and began to convey Su Xian's orders to every place. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 26. One step further, no mercy. October 15, 2124. There are still 5 days until the spiritual energy is revived. As disasters continue to strike, officials from all over the world dispatched almost all their agency personnel to form temporary search and rescue teams, intelligence analysis teams, scientific research teams, etc. Especially in China, all government agency personnel were thrown into the rescue team. At the call of the country, they left their comfortable rooms without hesitation and rushed to the dangerous front line. If it is beneficial to the country, why would we avoid it because of misfortune or fortune? The People's Army and the troops of the military region mobilized all their forces. The people of the entire China consciously took on the rescue work and continued to fight against natural disasters and sudden changes. At this moment, after Su Xian tore up the letter, the leaders of the 10 major families, after several days of heated discussions, finally decided to take force to take back what belonged to them. We must seize Hengduan Mountain immediately, take back everything that Su Xian has acquired, put it together, and then start distributing it. Also, send people to seize the 5 major mining areas immediately. Use powerful force to intimidate them and make them hand them over obediently. Right now, the official army is guarding the borders, resisting those mutated animals, or joining the search and rescue operation. They are completely unable to restrain us. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss it, our 10 great families will be doomed. As the leader, Murongue put forward his own suggestions. I second that. I agree. Patriarch Murong is right. We cannot just sit there and wait for death. We must take drastic measures. Agree. Therefore, when the authorities put their energy into rescue and search, as well as law and order maintenance, the 10 major families dispatched all their family forces to go to Su Xian's base camp, Hengduan Mountains. When hundreds of trucks transported thousands of people to the city in Hengduan Mountains and marched along the highway, Su Xian had already learned the news. He immediately summoned all the forces that had been arranged previously and assembled them all in Hengduan Mountains. He deployed a battalion of 1,000 men, equipped with a large number of heavy weapons, and was ready for battle. When all the weapons were set up, Su Xian stood on the Hengduan Mountains and looked down. Through the telescope, he saw a large and mighty army on the dusty road. At the same time, Ahu was flying a helicopter to form a pincer attack with the Hengduan Mountains defenses, providing a steady stream of intelligence information and being able to pick up Su Xian from dangerous situations at any time. Standing next to Su Xian were the core men of Beichen Group. They had all gone through mountains of swords and seas of fire, and now facing a battle with real guns, they seemed very nervous. Boom! As the roar of cars sounded, the convoy of the 10 major families slowly arrived at the foot of the Hengduan Mountains. On the wide open space, A team of hundreds of people from the 10 major families began to gather quickly and assemble weapons, preparing to launch an attack. Su Xian stretched out his right hand and blocked the defense team on the mountain. They loaded their guns and aimed at the foot of the mountain. They were ready to fire billions of bullets at the command. With the advantage of geographical location, Su Xian's side took a very important initiative. After lining up in a row, Murong Gue, under the protection of several bodyguards, slowly came to the foot of the mountain, looked at Su Xian on the mountainside, took the megaphone, and shouted loudly, "Su Xian, I respect your father Su Jie. I will give you 10 minutes to think about it. If you can hand over everything, we will withdraw our troops immediately and promise not to embarrass you again. If you dare to resist, our 10 great families will definitely destroy this place, stain the Hengduan Mountains with blood, and you will become wandering ghosts." The voice was loud and resonant throughout the Hengduan Mountains. Every one of the 2,000 people present heard it clearly, and they all looked at Su Xian, the former chairman of the Beichen Group, the young man who was dubbed China's #1 prodigal son by the media. Everyone was waiting for Su Xian's response. After all, the other party was one of the top 10 families in China, and also the strongest unofficial force. It can be said that in the whole of China, apart from the official forces, they represent the pinnacle of strength and power. And at this moment, the 10 major families joined forces just for a young man who was less than 30 years old, and even formed a confrontation. Suddenly, a strong wind blew on the mountain, making Su Xian's windbreaker rustle. Su Xian took the megaphone handed over by his assistant and spoke a few words to the troops of the 10 great families at the foot of the mountain in a decisive and extremely indifferent tone. "If you take this one step further, I'll kill you without mercy." Hiss! The whole place was silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at the young man with wide eyes in disbelief, with that cold voice without any emotion echoing in their ears. Kill without mercy. How many years? Since the establishment of the 10 great families, through so many dynasties, even the royal relatives in the feudal period never spoke to them in this tone. It can be said that they control almost half of the resources in the whole of China. But now, right in front of them, a young man in his 20s was telling them, "Go further and kill without mercy." How arrogant is this? How outrageous is this? Murong Fu's face was uncertain. His heart was filled with turmoil. His eyes revealed a murderous aura. He clenched his fists tightly, looked at the heads of the other 9 great families, nodded, and then issued an order. "Go ahead." He didn't believe that Su Xian dared to resist. He didn't believe that Su Xian dared to go against the 10 great families. Under his command, the troops at the foot of the mountain drew their guns and moved towards the Hengduan Mountains step by step. They are the core figures of the 10 great families, and they are not afraid of death. After Su Xian saw this, he sneered and gave the order without hesitation. Shot. In the previous life, these 10 great families, without exception, all surrendered to the foreign race and massacred their Chinese compatriots without blinking an eye. One of the reasons why they were able to grow rapidly was that they obtained those treasures and acquired the mining areas. They used China's heritage to kill their own compatriots, just for the arrival of the true king of the ancient clan and to pledge their allegiance to them. Their defection caused heavy losses to the Chinese government. In this life, I will definitely not let you get what you want. Under Su Xian's order, this group of veterans opened fire without any hesitation. Whoosh! Whoosh! The bullets fell like meteors, hitting the front of the aristocratic family troops, splashing up dust. This round of shooting was just a warning. Those people panicked instantly and stopped immediately. Murong Gue and the others showed horror on their faces. They couldn't believe that Su Xian really dared to shoot. For a moment, they seemed to be in a difficult situation. If we advance, rivers of blood will inevitably flow. If you retreat, you will lose all your face. Advance or retreat. At this moment, the heads of the 10 great families were filled with shock, hesitation, and fear of Su Xian. He really shot. What to do? The other people looked at Murong Gue with anxious expressions. Murong Gue took a deep breath and was also panicking. How the hell do I know what to do? You don't have brains? But he didn't show it on his face. At the same time, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and heard a very anxious voice. Ancestor, we who went to the mining area were surrounded by a large number of armed forces sent by Su Xian. Now, we have no way to escape. They are all carrying a large number of heavy weapons. What should we do? Murong Fu took a deep breath, then cursed. Fuck it. How the hell am I supposed to know what to do? Then he hung up the phone, looked at the stunned people around him, and replied helplessly, "Let's retreat. It won't be too late for us to come back when the great catastrophe comes. By then, our strength will be much greater than it is now. Withdraw." As a result, this huge crowd began to retreat in panic. Su Xian watched this scene calmly and sneered in his heart. "After 5 days, you will be nothing." Chapter 27. The revival of spiritual energy arrives, and Bodhi integrates 10,000 times the enlightenment. After the 10 great families withdrew from the Hunduan Mountains, Su Xian issued an order for the family troops detained in the major mining areas to surrender their weapons and then tie them up with iron chains and not release anyone, no matter who they were. As a result, the 10 great families not only failed to achieve their goal this time, but also lost hundreds of people in 5 mining areas. After learning about these things, the 9 major groups in Tianjin beat their chests and stamped their feet in deep regret. "I regret selling these antiques," to Su Xian. Having received news of the impending catastrophe, Luo Sun was now extremely upset. The same goes for the other 9 major groups. They used all their connections, but in the end they were able to acquire very few things. The entire antique world was almost completely looted by the emperor, and most of it fell into Su Xian's hands. More than 40 billion. A full 40 billion. Luo Sun was so angry that he smashed the vase that he had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on. "It's all a conspiracy. Su Xian, you deserve to die. You have thought about it all in advance, step by step, starting from selling the shares. Damn it." October 20th, 2124, 12 a.m. When the clock struck midnight, Su Xian sat quietly in the Hunduan Valley. At his request, the core members of the Beichen Group did not go to sleep as they were all waiting for this moment. Boom! In an instant, there was thunder rumbling in the depths of the sky, resounding throughout the night sky. Then, countless incandescent lightning struck, tearing a big hole in the night sky. At the same time, strong winds blew and heavy rains fell. The creepy roar of wild beasts could be heard between the mountains and forests. In front of the few people, some unknown plants suddenly grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye and instantly grew to 4 or 5 meters high. A rich breath echoed in the Hunduan Valley, and purple mist instantly enveloped the entire valley. A familiar breath flowed into Su Xian's limbs and bones. Su Xian opened his eyes and carefully felt this familiar feeling that spanned 2 lifetimes. He knew that the moment he had been planning and waiting for 8 months had arrived. At this moment, the global spiritual energy is reviving. All living things will grow at an unheard of speed. Humans are at the top of the food chain, and so is nature. The spiritual energy poured in, and Su Xian opened his hands and felt it with his heart. At the same time, the treasures he had already placed were also slowly absorbing this unreasonably rich spiritual energy. First, the string of dried Bodhi seeds madly absorbed all the spiritual energy around it, emitting a dazzling light, and its originally black appearance began to slowly fall off, revealing a dazzling golden color inside. Afterwards, the Bodhi seeds seemed to be under some magical power and began to slowly rise, suspended in the void, and approach Su Xian step by step. Feeling the powerful force coming from the Bodhi seed, Su Xian remained calm and did not refuse, allowing the Bodhi seed to slowly sink into his forehead. Suddenly, a powerful force emanated from his sea of consciousness. Su Xian sat cross-legged and felt himself entering a very mysterious state. Bodhi seed meets its master, merging, current progress 1%. Su Xian couldn't help but be overjoyed when the prompt came from his mind. This Bodhi seed is an ancient spiritual object. It already has its own spirituality. Now that it has recognized its master, it will surely bring unexpected benefits once everything is integrated. I decided to wait patiently. Closing his eyes, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. In a vast white unknown land, a long-haired monk with deer antlers on his head, wearing a gorgeous emerald green robe and leaning on a wooden cane, walked slowly forward. I don't know how long I walked or how much time had passed before the monk came to a huge rock. He took out a thumb-sized Bodhi seed from his arms and scattered it on the ground. In an instant, the seed germinated, broke through the soil, and a tender shoot grew out. The monk was very pleased when he saw this. He immediately put his walking stick on the ground, sat on the ground, and muttered, "There is no Bodhi tree, nor is there a mirror stand. Originally there is nothing, so how can dust be contaminated?" Then, the monk's figure gradually became transparent and disappeared. Fusion successful. Current progress 100%. You have merged with the Bodhi seed and are currently in the seedling stage. Your comprehension has increased 10,000 times. It seemed like a moment had passed, and it also seemed like a long century had passed. Su Xian slowly opened his eyes, and his heart was calm. With his spiritual consciousness opened, he could clearly see that the Bodhi tree sapling in his mind was madly absorbing spiritual energy and growing vigorously. But it is still in its seedling stage, and it can be seen that there is still a lot of room for growth. In my previous life, it took me 15 years to break through to the early stage of the Shinzong realm. In this life, with the blessing of Bodhi seeds 10,000 times enlightenment, it should be much faster. According to the realm classification of the previous life, from low to high, they are body-tempering realm, vein-shaping realm, divine conservation realm, Tianyuan realm, ascension realm, creation realm, immortality realm, domination realm, and two realms that only exist in legends and whose names are still unknown. Until he was killed by a ferocious beast, he realized that the highest realm in the entire China was the Tianyuan realm. As for the realms that came after that, he had no idea. In this life, Su Xian was fully prepared and had great confidence that he could surpass the Shinzong realm. After completely absorbing the Bodhi seeds, Su Xian's entire body was covered in a hazy golden light that intersected with the purple spiritual energy, instantly becoming mysterious. At this moment, rich spiritual energy emerged all over the world. The noble families who had made preparations in advance did not sleep at all. They began to absorb the spiritual energy and prepare for practice. And those who are unaware may still be asleep. At Murong's house, Murong Gue closed his eyes and sat in the center of the room. Beside him were dozens of medicine stones, which were emitting a rich scent after being invaded by spiritual energy. Murong Gue grabbed 7 or 8 pills without hesitation and stuffed them directly into his mouth. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy flowed through his limbs and bones. The muscles in his arms bulged, and the wrinkles on his face began to slowly disappear. In that instant, he felt at least 20 years younger and full of energy. After a full hour, he opened his eyes, exhaled, and a confident smile spread across his face. Next time, I should officially enter the bodybuilding realm. The younger generation of the Murong family around them quickly complimented. The ancestor's sword is still sharp, and his comprehension is extraordinary. He will definitely be the first person to break through to the body-forging realm. Congratulations, ancestor. Murong Gue enjoyed the praise from his descendants. A trace of resentment and disdain appeared on his face, and he sneered in his heart. Su Xian, I will let you live for a few more days, and when I break through the body-tempering realm, I will definitely kill you. Zhongzhou, the Li family, as one of the top 10 families in China, also collected some elixirs and antiques in advance, with the aim of allowing the 3 younger generations of the Li family to practice first. In the basement, 3 young men sat on the ground, closed their eyes, and began to digest the absorbed spiritual energy. Suddenly, a young man opened his eyes and said in ecstasy, "Breakthrough! I feel like my physical strength has reached a new level. Among the 9 tendons and bones in my body, one has been tempered and is as strong as steel." Good! The eyes of the Li family ancestor flashed with brilliance, and his heart was ecstatic. He was truly a genius to be able to enter the bodybuilding realm in just 1 hour. At the same time, the 10 major families made arrangements and concentrated all their resources to allow the geniuses of their families to practice and break through. Most of them could enter the first level of the body-tempering realm after an hour, and were ecstatic. Ordinary people who have no resources, on the other hand, try hard to gain understanding but are still unable to get started. At most, they just feel that they have a little more strength. In Hengduan Valley, Su Xian did not choose to practice and break through immediately, but began to investigate the changes after the influx of spiritual energy. The secret realm of the Hengduan Valley has not yet been fully revealed, but the spiritual energy inside is already very rich, at least 50 times richer than in the previous life. The bronze sword did not react much. It seemed that it needed to be activated through the sword formation diagram and some key things. The Bodhi seeds have been absorbed, and my understanding has increased 10,000 times. The ancient jade stones from the Shang and Zhou dynasties have changed and are now filled with rich spiritual energy. As long as you hold them in your hands, you can gain endless insights. The tendons of the ancestral dragon and the 1,000-year-old lightning struck would have only just begun to change, so it will probably take some time. The meteorite didn't seem to have changed at all, and was still a pitch-black mass. The biggest change was the 10,000 medicinal stones purchased from Sheng Qingping, the president of the Emperor's Club. After completely absorbing the spiritual energy, the surface layer fell off completely, revealing a rich medicinal fragrance. Okay, next let's start cultivating our realm. Chapter 28. The ninth level of the one-step pulse-shaping realm. The attention of mysterious forces. Without any hesitation, Su Xian grabbed the pill on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, holding the ancient jade in his hand, he took out a book on bodybuilding exercises, innate body tempering technique, and began to practice. After the pill was chewed into pieces, rich spiritual energy quickly rushed through the body, penetrating the limbs and bones, originating from the dantian, traveling around the body, and merging into the Qi Sea and Snow Mountain. It is like drinking a bottle of iced watermelon juice under the scorching sun. The cool feeling that penetrates the heart and spleen spreads throughout the body, followed by a slight soreness. Su Xian clearly felt as if there was a small knife in his bones, scraping constantly, making a teeth-aching friction sound and unbearable stinging pain. At the same time, Su Xian felt that his skin seemed to start to crack and then reorganize, and it did so for dozens of times without stopping. And each time it grew again, the skin became smoother and tougher. The tendons and veins in the body were also bearing the countless impacts of the spiritual energy, causing them to feel sore and swollen. Su Xian gritted his teeth and persisted. Compared with his previous life, the noise this time was hundreds of times louder, and the pain also increased many times. According to what the Chinese genius said in the previous life, they also encountered similar situations when they were training their bodies. The so-called bodybuilding realm is actually to absorb spiritual energy according to the exercises, constantly temper the muscles, bones, and skin, and constantly refine the body to reach the level of being able to withstand the impact of spiritual energy. If you can withstand it and transform it all successfully, you will break through smoothly. If you cannot bear it or give up halfway, then you will stay in the body tempering stage until you break through. There are 9 levels in the body tempering realm. Each level requires a very painful tempering. If you succeed in all 9 levels, you will enter the second level, vein shaping. According to the summary of practitioners in previous lives, the greater the pain endured in the body tempering stage, the greater the strength of the body will be improved. Even at the same first level of body tempering, the physical strength may differ by hundreds of times, and the strength of the body determines the upper limit of future cultivation. After all, after the revival of spiritual energy, the early stage became a world of high-level martial arts. About 3 minutes later, Su Xian was enduring wave after wave of spiritual energy shocks. Following the formulas and moves in the innate body tempering technique, he completed his practice and successfully entered the second level of the body tempering realm. Su Xian opened his eyes and took a long breath. His back was sticky with many black impurities stuck to his clothes. His skin became smoother and more textured, and his body was full of strength. Su Xian couldn't help but clench his fist and swung it out lightly. Boom! The fist smashed into the wall of the valley, directly smashing the rock into pieces, which fell down quickly and even caused a vibration. Su Xian was shocked. He was only at the first level of the body tempering realm, and he had only used 10% of his strength to reach such a terrifying level. Even if I reached the third level of body forging in my previous life, I couldn't reach this level. Afterwards, Su Xian continued to grab Danyang and stuffed it into his mouth, his eyes fierce. Come again! Boom! After the medicinal power dissipated, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy increased countless times, absorbing it madly. And then there was another familiar combination, tempering the muscles, bones, and skin. 3 minutes later, Su Xian opened his eyes and found himself reaching the second level of the body tempering realm. The strength of his whole body had increased more than tenfold. Su Xian is now confident that he can kill the tiger with one punch. Come again! Su Xian ignored the soreness and tiredness after the severe pain. His eyes were crazy. He grabbed the pill on the ground and forced it into his mouth. After repeating this over and over again for many times, Su Xian's back was soaked with sweat. His hair was all stuck to his scalp. A thick layer of impurities appeared on the surface of his body, and his realm had reached the 9th level of the body tempering realm. Su Xian opened his eyes, and a golden light suddenly appeared in his eyes. It was the sign that the innate body tempering technique had reached perfection. His whole body was filled with powerful strength, like a surging river. In my previous life, it took me 3 full years to reach the 9th level of the body tempering realm, and I was far from being as powerful as I am now. I didn't expect that in this life, I could complete it in just half an hour. Based on the experience of the previous life, the geniuses from the ancient aristocratic families who reached the ninth level of the body-tempering realm at the fastest took 3 days and consumed a large amount of resources to achieve it. If people knew about my current speed, it would probably cause a huge uproar. After a little thought, Su Xian simply took off his shirt, revealing his perfect outline and strong muscles. With a height of 185 centimeters and strong muscles, he was full of explosive power and the beauty of golden ratio. He continued to grab the pills and stuff them all into his mouth, preparing to break through to the second level, vein shaping. In order to increase the success rate and prevent the spiritual energy shock from being interrupted, Su Xian simply grabbed 10 handfuls of pills and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing them frantically, with complete madness in his eyes. Because he could foresee that soon, the ferocious beast would come, tear apart China's defenses and trample on its homeland. Only by growing rapidly could they resist the ferocious beasts. Close your eyes and let the spiritual energy rush through your body, tearing and reorganizing the bones, tendons, and skin tissues, over and over again. Su Xian felt a piercing pain and gritted his teeth to endure it. I don't know how long it took, but I finally felt the barriers in my body suddenly disappear, and countless spiritual energy poured into my 8 extraordinary meridians. Su Xian opened his eyes and was ecstatic. Success! You practiced at the strongest level of the body-forging realm, broke through to the pulse-shaping realm, and became the body of an innate martial god. Your root bone strength increased 10,000 times. After hearing the hint, Su Xian was surprised but also a little confused. The innate body of a martial god was something that had never been heard of in the previous life. Even the geniuses from ancient families, the prides from ancient clans, and the powerful men from foreign countries had not achieved it. According to the description of a powerful old madman of the human race, only in ancient times could strong people achieve this. However, no one knows a series of questions, such as what ancient period it was, why there were these cultivation systems in ancient times, why the inheritance was interrupted in the middle, why the spiritual energy revived after many years, etc. After reaching the meridian's shaping realm, Su Xian did not intend to stop, but instead found a meridian's shaping technique, Meridian Cleansing Scroll. The author of this exercise book is unknown, but it records how to open up the 8 extraordinary meridians, the Ren and Du meridians, and wash away impurities in the tendons and veins. This is exactly the same as the open up the tendons and veins and draw qi into the body required in the meridian shaping realm. The elixir entered the body, and spiritual energy poured into the tendons and veins. An abnormal soreness and swelling came over him. This feeling was more torturous than tempering the body. Su Xian gritted his teeth and persisted. And suddenly, he found that the ancient jade beside him had a gentle pulling force, which seemed to be able to neutralize the soreness and swelling. So he hurriedly grabbed the ancient jade from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Suddenly, a strange, warm, dark green spiritual energy slowly flowed into the body through the tendons and veins, and together with the spiritual energy, it widened, cleansed, and transformed the tendons and veins. This time, it took a full hour and he endured countless pains. Only after the ancient Shang and Zhou jade in his hand became dull and lifeless did Su Xian reach the 9th level of the vein-shaping realm. Different from the physical changes in the body-tempering stage, he felt that qi had finally appeared in his body, and it was hundreds of times more than in his previous life. The width and capacity of the tendons and veins have increased by an unknown amount. Su Xian slowly stood up and stretched out his right hand with his palm facing up. A ball of spiritual energy quickly gathered in his palm. With a thought, it changed into a crescent shape. The spiritual energy overflowed and emitted a violent sound. He swung it casually. Boom! Suddenly, there was a terrifying sound that shook the earth and the whole valley. Rocks fell down rapidly, making a huge noise. "Mr. Su, are you okay?" The assistant's anxious voice was heard outside the door. Su Xian coughed awkwardly. "No problem. It seems that I have to be more careful next time. The vein-shaping realm in this life is hundreds, even thousands, times more terrifying than that in the previous life." In the far north, outside the Great Wall, deep in the desolate jungle, an old man in a gray robe suddenly opened his eyes with an extremely shocked look in his eyes. It's only been a short time. Someone actually broke through the meridian-shaping realm and even caused some resonance between heaven and earth. Who on earth could have caused such a horrific situation? Check it for me quickly. A voice sounded in the darkness. Yes. Chapter 29 Chaos. Official intervention. Su Xian stopped only after he broke through to the veins-shaping realm in one fell swoop, because breaking through from the veins-shaping realm to the divine conservation realm not only required skills of the corresponding level, but also a large amount of spirit stones. These pills no longer have much effect. Even if you take 10,000 of them, there won't be much effect. Thinking of this, Su Xian slowly walked out of the Hengduan Valley. Xia Wenxi, Uncle Gue, Ahu, and others were already waiting respectfully outside. Don't you practice? Su Xian glanced at these people and found that they did not seem to be practicing, but were guarding outside the valley. We must first ensure the safety of the gentleman, Ahu said without hesitation. Although the revival of spiritual energy made him eager to move and all the cells in his body became active, he still chose to stay. Su Xian felt warm in his heart. This group of people were indeed trustworthy. They were loyal to their duties in their previous lives, and they were still loyal in this life. He nodded and took out a handful of pills from his pocket and handed them over. You should hurry up and practice to the best of your ability. Don't waste these pills. Eat them all. Ahu and others stared at Su Xian in amazement, their hearts filled with excitement. Even Uncle Gue, who was already old, felt very surprised. With a wise leader like Mr. Su, what does it matter if we go through fire and water? Without saying a word, they took the pills and stuffed them directly into their mouths, then found a place and began to meditate and practice. Su Xian even asked his assistant to pick out several books on bodybuilding exercises purchased from Yunbei and give them to them so that they could practice quickly. Vinci, please bear with it for now and call Wang Shi and a few other places to ask about the situation there. Yes, sir. Xia Wenxi gave up practicing without hesitation, walked to a deserted place, and started talking on the other end. Su Xian stood on the mountainside, looking at the night sky. If his guess was correct, tonight would be the beginning of the unrest. About 10 minutes later, Xia Wenxi came over to report the situation. Sir, I called several mining district managers to confirm that they also encountered strange phenomena from the sky. A large amount of unknown spiritual energy poured in crazily. Some people have already started using this spiritual energy for cultivation. However, it seems that there haven't been many changes in the mining area. Su Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. It seems that it will take time for the spirit stones to be produced. Based on the experience of the previous life, in the first wave of spiritual energy revival, the ones who would go first would be the noble families who had made preparations in advance, followed by the collectors, then the wealthy, and finally the ordinary people. At the same time, there is chaos in the world. Natural disasters and man-made disasters continue to occur, and the Chinese government will also take action and set up special organizations. There is only one thing you need to do, and that is to improve your strength. Before the ferocious beasts and ancient tribes invade, you must improve yourself to a terrifying level, enough to kill any invading force. This is the only way to be absolutely safe. On October 21st, 2124, the second day of the revival of spiritual energy, after natural disasters and sudden changes, the second wave of chaos came. In just one day, tens of thousands of body-tempering realm warriors appeared on the streets. They took to the streets and began to try to retaliate against society. In a certain southwestern city, in a large bar in the middle of the dance floor, a group of sexy girls are twisting their bodies wildly. A group of people below the stage are drunk and shouting hysterically, and the noisy DJ sounds ignite the atmosphere of the entire bar. At this moment, a young gangster with dyed yellow hair and earrings suddenly came over. He came to a dancing girl, looked ferocious, and punched her directly on the head. Suddenly, blood spurted out, the girl fell backwards, and blood splattered all over the stage. The bar immediately fell into chaos. People left in panic and scrambled to get out. The yellow-haired man remained indifferent. He sat down in a booth, poured himself a glass of foreign wine, and drank it slowly. After a while, the crowd dispersed and the entire bar was empty. Under the guidance of the lobby manager, 5 security guards armed with electric batons walked in. You killed someone? The middle-aged security guard in the lead stared closely at the yellow-haired man. Come with us to the police station. The yellow-haired man didn't even raise his head, lit a cigarette, and completely ignored him. When the security guards slowly took out their electric batons and prepared to hit them on the head, the yellow-haired man suddenly turned around, grabbed the electric baton, and crushed it with a little force. Then he swung his fist and smashed the security guard's entire nose. 3 minutes later, 5 security guards fell in a pool of blood. The yellow-haired man grabbed the lobby manager's hair with one hand and the dancing girl's hair with the other, dragging them out, leaving 2 long bloodstains. Everyone scattered with looks of horror. Placing the 2 bodies side by side, Huang Mao sneered. "You 2 bastards. I tolerated you before you lost your strength. Now that I'm at the 5th level of the body-tempering realm, how can I still tolerate you?" Then he put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked away. This girl is his girlfriend, and she often plays with the lobby manager. Unfortunately, he is too weak and never dares to fight back because he is bullied. Now that spiritual energy has revived, he accidentally obtained a string of Buddhist beads. In just one day, he has reached the 5th level of the body-tempering realm and came directly to seek revenge. This phenomenon is happening everywhere. After their strength increased greatly, those who had long been dissatisfied with society in their hearts, like wild horses running wild, launched acts of revenge. To this end, the imperial capital officials began to build up their power. In order to maintain social order, to restrain martial artists, for the safety of the people, and for the long-term security of society, starting today, I have decided to form a cultivator alliance called Longting. In the imperial capital's conference room, an old man with silver hair, vigorous spirit, and wearing a green military uniform with 5 stars embroidered on it, announced something important. This old man is none other than the director of the Huaxia Public Security Bureau, Chen Tianping, who is also a retired general with distinguished military achievements. Yes, yes. At the conference table, members of the Sheriff's Bureau team nodded and began to record the meeting minutes. From now on, we will recruit a large number of practitioners, at least the 3rd level of the body-tempering realm. The most important thing is character. As long as the person has good character, we will recruit them without reservation, increase their salary by 3 times, and all financial expenses will be directly reported to the Finance Bureau. In extraordinary times, we must use extraordinary measures to protect the safety of the people first. Chen Tianping glanced at everyone with an eagle-like gaze. Everyone nodded in response with solemn expressions. After the spiritual energy was revived, hundreds of murders occurred in just one day. Police stations in various places were almost fully mobilized to search for fugitives. The Imperial Capital Security Bureau is also under tremendous pressure and needs to coordinate with various agencies to jointly maintain social order. Afterwards, Chen Tianping and the team members held a meeting for a full 7 hours, focusing on discussing all relevant matters of the organization. The final conclusion is, try every possible means to recruit experts and hand over all those that cannot be managed to local areas and set up branches. Thus, the Longting organization was officially established. After everyone left, Chen Tianping sat in a chair with a heavy heart and a worried look on his face. According to the latest news from the Intelligence Bureau, a large number of mutated ferocious beasts have begun to appear in many mountainous areas. Judging from their appearance, they seem to be giant beasts that appeared in ancient times and have not been seen for thousands of years. A storm of ferocious beasts is about to ravage the entire China. Hashtag Chapter 30. Continue to break through and officially enter the Xinzong realm. When Longting was established, countless people with lofty ideals applied for the position and devoted their efforts to contributing to the country. In just 5 days, the Public Security Bureau had recruited 10 branch chiefs and 500 warriors above the 3rd level of the body-tempering realm. After various screenings and background checks, 8 branch chiefs and 300 warriors were finally left. They immediately launched a series of actions: arresting fugitives, suppressing troublemakers with thunder-like means, participating in rescue operations in various places, and so on. A week later, the chaos in China was fundamentally resolved, and the news was reported everywhere. Compared with China, those Western countries, which have always advocated superficial human rights and freedom, instantly fell into extreme panic and chaos. Those warriors held rifles and shot at every house. Rapists, bandits, vagrants, murderers, etc. appeared on the streets in large numbers at almost the same time, inciting the people to act with them. The government was too busy to take care of it and sent a large number of troops to suppress it, but it still failed to completely eliminate it. The neighboring Sakura country was in complete chaos. The group of warriors rushed directly into the police department and burned it down. In just a few days, more than 30 police stations were burned down and more than 1,000 people were injured or killed. For this reason, the Prime Minister of Sakura country decided to send those actresses to divide them with the beauty trap. On the other hand, he strongly condemned them through the media and of course sent the military to intervene. But the effect was not as expected. After 7 consecutive days, good news finally came from Guangxi. The abandoned mining area had indeed mutated after absorbing spiritual energy, and pieces of purple, irregularly shaped stones began to appear. And this is exactly the spiritual stone that Su Xian has been waiting for. According to the memory of the previous life, the abandoned mining area of Wunsheng is the largest spiritual stone producing area in China. After being occupied by the Murong family, the entire family's cultivation speed was far ahead. Finally, when the ancient clan descended, they led the entire family to surrender and turned against the Chinese officials, causing huge losses. In this life, the spiritual ore is in my hands, and I will never allow the aristocratic families to get involved in it. Under Su Xian's arrangement, Uncle Gue and others led their confidants and armed forces and rushed to Wunsheng to hand over the transport convoy there. In order to ensure unobstructed traffic within these 2,000 kilometers, Su Xian dispatched a team of 1,000 people, all armed with hot weapons, and issued a death order. Anyone who dared to rob would be shot to death, leaving no one alive. After Uncle Gue and the others had the elixirs and techniques provided by Su Xian, their realm improvement speed was greatly accelerated. They have already become masters of the 8th level of the body-tempering realm, capable of sweeping an area. Sure enough, they encountered harassment from the Murong family on the road. Uncle Gue didn't say a word and smashed the skull of a young man from the Murong family with one punch. Coupled with the machine gun fire, the Murong family's team was directly defeated and fled. With the lesson learned from this incident, the rest of the families remained silent and stopped taking any action. After all, compared to the Murong family, they were not stronger. 5 days later, when Uncle Gue reported back with 5 carts full of spirit stones, to be honest, Su Xian was a little surprised. I had come into contact with spirit stones in my previous life, but the quantity was very small. After the monetary system collapsed, money became waste paper, while the price of spirit stones continued to rise, eventually replacing money as the new currency, and only then did it slowly stabilize. Sir, I have accomplished your mission. Uncle Gue piled 5 carts of purple spirit stones, totaling more than 300 square meters, in the secret room that Su Xian had built in advance as required. Su Xian was very satisfied and nodded. I'm going to be in seclusion for a while. I'll have to trouble Uncle Gue with the matters at the mining area during this time. Vinci, keep a close eye on the family. Also, you have to practice diligently and don't slack off. Yes, sir. After giving the instructions, Su Xian directly distributed the remaining pills, mainly the bodybuilding pills, and handed them over to Uncle Gue and Vinci to deal with. He would have no use for them anyway, but they were of vital importance to them. After receiving the bodybuilding pill, the core members worked harder and were very grateful in their hearts. Their loyalty to Su Xian increased again. At the same time, Uncle Gue took out some of the body-strengthening pills and distributed them to the few people who had made the greatest contribution to the escort of the spirit stones and were the first to open fire on the Murong family. After receiving the body-strengthening pills, those people worked even harder and were more loyal, and had completely regarded Su Xian as their master. Sir, this is a priceless bodybuilding pill on the market, and you gave it to us just like that. Uncle Gue felt grateful and a little surreal. Mr. always treats us as friends and relatives. Xia Wenxi felt touched as he watched Su Xian slowly walk into the Hunduan Valley. Having followed Su Xian for so many years, he has always treated himself as a family member. All the spirit stones were taken out and stacked in the valley, 4 or 5 meters high. Rich spiritual energy instantly filled the entire valley. Every time Su Xian breathed, he would absorb the pure spiritual energy into his body, passing through his tendons and veins throughout his body. Now, the Ren and Du meridians are opened, and the 8 extraordinary meridians are opened. After practicing the 2 volumes of Shimai, the width of Su Xian's tendons and veins is several times larger than that of ordinary warriors, and the capacity of spiritual energy is hundreds of times larger. Coupled with the special influence of the innate divine body, the spiritual energy is 1,000 times higher than that of people at the same level. That is to say, my current spiritual energy capacity is comparable to that of 1,000 people. After preparing everything, Su Xian entered a complete retreat mode. First of all, it is the realm. Now he was at the 9th level of the meridian-shaping realm, with all the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body opened. He could draw qi into his body, gather qi into blades, and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for his own use to launch spiritual attacks. This had far surpassed the scope of a bodybuilding warrior. The next realm is the Shinzong realm, which is the realm that he had just reached after 15 years of hard practice in his previous life. The so-called Shinzong realm is to further temper the organs of the human body after completing the tempering of the tendons, bones, and skin, and on the premise of shaping and opening up the tendons and veins throughout the body to unlock the treasures hidden in each organ. This is the Shinzong realm. Su Xian closed his eyes and sat directly into the pile of spirit stones and began to practice according to the Shinzong realm technique, Dragon Elephant Divine Art. Rich purple spiritual energy slowly entered his body and began to flow around him. The Bodhi tree sapling in my mind began to grow wildly, like a long-awaited rain after a long drought. Before long, it had grown 2 or 3 meters tall and became a small tree. Although it had only a few sparse branches and not many leaves, the prototype of the Bodhi tree had been formed. At the same time, a reminder came to my mind. Absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, the Bodhi tree began to grow, from the seedling stage to the mature stage, and its understanding increased by 100,000 times. Then, according to the requirements of the Dragon Elephant Divine Art, Su Xian opened up all the tendons in his body and frantically absorbed spiritual energy. The spirit stone beside him began to dim at a speed visible to the naked eye until it became an ordinary stone without any luster. In an instant, Su Xian felt soreness and pain in his muscles and veins all over his body, which was even more terrifying than when he was in the meridian shaping realm. It was as if he was pierced by millions of silver needles, or as if he was being torn apart by millions of hands. Spiritual energy was running everywhere, causing his internal organs to churn constantly. After an unknown amount of time, Su Xian felt his mind become clear and his 5 senses increased countless times. He could even detect the heartbeats of other people outside the valley. At the same time, there was a sharp pain in the heart, and countless spiritual energy poured into it, as if thousands of ants were biting at the heart, which was very uncomfortable. Boom! With a loud bang, a pillar of purple light shot up into the sky across the valley, illuminating the entire night sky as if it were daytime and took a long time to dissipate. The spiritual energy of the spirit stones around Su Xian was completely sucked out, and they rolled down like dominoes, hitting the ground in the valley and turning into ruins. The mirror is broken. A familiar feeling surged into his heart. Su Xian opened his eyes, which were golden in color. There was a strong beating sound from his heart, which seemed to show the vigor and strength of his vitality. In my previous life, it took me a full 15 years to reach the Shinzong realm, and now, in just a few days, I have already reached that level. Even with the spiritual stone sent to me, I can continue to make breakthroughs. In my previous life, I didn't have any skills in the divine hidden realm. Now I have more skills than I can use up. I even have 2 ancient heavenly books. I remember that the strongest genius in my previous life took 3 full years to reach the Shinzong realm. But now, if I have enough spirit stones, I can complete it in just half an hour. Su Xian's eyes were full of confidence. He was confident that in this life, he could be far ahead of everyone, suppress all geniuses, and crush all the aristocratic families. This breakthrough took less than half an hour, but the noise it caused was earth-shattering. At Beichen Temple, Taoist Xianyuan stood under the night sky, looking at the purple light column in the direction of Hengduan Mountain from afar. He was greatly shocked and muttered to himself, "I never thought that someone could break through to the divine hidden realm in just a few days and even cause such a terrifying phenomenon in the world. This kid's talent is #1 in the world." In the far north, outside the Great Wall, in the desolate land, the gray-robed old man opened his eyes again, filled with strong shock and horror. He looked up at the purple light column in the direction of Hengduan Mountain and said in surprise, "Just a few days ago, he broke through the meridian shaping, and now he has broken through the divine storage? Who is this person? Is he the reincarnation of those old guys? Where's #8? As the old man's shout rang out, the entire desolate land trembled, and then a figure covered in a black robe slowly approached. "Elder, I'm here. A few days ago, I asked them to go and gather information, but they haven't reported back yet. It looks like they will never come back. China is still so unfathomable." When the gray-robed old man mentioned the word Huaxia, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. "I hope you can find something useful if you go in person this time." #8 nodded. "Yes." When he was about to leave, the old man suddenly called him, looked at him deeply, and said slowly, Don't be too high profile. Although you have reached the pulse-shaping realm, someone in China has entered the divine hidden realm. Your mission is to find out the news. Remember? Number 8's body shook, and his heart was filled with shock. He had been planning for so many years and collected a large amount of resources in advance, which allowed him to break through to the first level of the pulse-shaping realm. However, a strong man in China actually broke through to the divine conservation realm. He quickly put away his inner contempt, with cold sweat on his forehead, and bowed his waist and said, "Yes." Then his figure flashed, and he left the place in an instant. Chapter 31 Test, Million Force. The commotion caused by Su Xian's breakthrough directly attracted the attention of major forces, such as the Chinese official organization Longting, the top 10 families, the mysterious force in the far north, and Beichen Temple. After the recovery of spiritual energy, strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Fierce beasts mutated, and the world fell into turmoil. Thanks to the establishment of the Longting organization, China curbed the riots, maintained order, and compared with other countries in the world, China was peaceful and stable. However, this sight of Su Xian's 1,000-foot-long beam of light rising into the sky was the first time they had seen it. Deputy Director Long Tung, a young 9th-level warrior in the body-tempering realm, stood outside the conference room with his arms folded, looking at the dazzling beam of light in the sky, speechless for a long time. This kind of strange phenomenon is really rare. I wonder which powerful person is practicing to cause this kind of phenomenon. If we can recruit Long Tung, it will be a great help. The old director, Chen Tianping, looked at the sky with a sigh and gently patted the shoulder of the deputy director Xia Chang'an next to him and said, "Xiao Xia, after you finish dealing with things here, I need you to go over there and investigate what happened in that direction. If you are a strong man from my human race, please recruit Long Tung at all costs." A hint of barely perceptible anger flashed across Xia Chang'an's face, and after a flash, he put on a smile. "Director Chun, don't worry. As long as they are cultivators, I will definitely strive to get Longting." Chun Tianping nodded, turned and left, saying meaningfully, "Xiao Xia, the nation is in trouble now, so we should put the overall situation first." Chun Tianping had some understanding of Xia Chang'an. Through their dealings during this period, he could tell that he was extremely talented. He had reached the 9th level of the body-tempering realm in such a short period of time, so he might have had some kind of adventure. However, young people are always a little arrogant, thinking that they're already the strongest in China and invincible. In fact, China is full of hidden talents, and there are many unknown masters, and they are not willing to join the Longting organization. This time, letting him go down the mountain will also make him understand what "there are always people better than you" means. If all goes well, he may be able to bring in stronger people. At that time, Longting's strength will be further improved, and those desperados and terrorists will definitely not be so arrogant. "I know, Director Chun, please rest assured." Xia Chang'an nodded, but he was secretly thinking in his heart that he was now invincible in the whole of China. So how could there be anyone stronger than him? He decided that if he really met the so-called strong man, he would make him understand who the genius was. Of course, he would not tell anyone that he had picked up an ancient fan the day before the revival of spiritual energy. It was with the help of the fan that he was able to continuously improve himself and eventually join Longting and become the deputy director. Looking at the huge hole blasted on the top of the valley, Su Xian was slightly speechless. Isn't it just a breakthrough to the Xinzong realm, developing the heart and strengthening the 5 senses? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Shaking his head, Su Xian did not intend to repair the hole. Instead, he sat cross-legged, looking at the 2 roasted suckling pigs in front of him. His stomach growled, and he picked up a whole roasted suckling pig without hesitation and began to devour it. After breaking through, Su Xian did a special test to try out his strength. It turned out that he was able to lift up a huge rock weighing 10,000 pounds, and he hadn't even used more than 20% of his strength. In order to test how much strength he had now, he lifted an 8-meter-long truck with just one finger. Later, Su Xian was shocked to find that there seemed to be no heavy object that could test the limit of his strength. Otherwise, after I finish my retreat, I will try to see if I can lift a high-speed train with one finger. 3 minutes later, only the skeletons and fat parts of the 2 roasted suckling pigs weighing about 40 kilograms were left. Su Xian finally felt a little full. Since his realm was raised and his strength increased, Su Xian felt that his appetite had increased many times. 2 pigs and 80 kilograms of meat were enough to make me feel full. He was sure that his appetite had reached an astonishing level, and he could easily eat a whole roasted beef in one meal. After finishing the 2 roast suckling pigs, Su Xian had someone bring in 10 roast ducks. They were eaten up in less than 10 minutes, leaving only bones on the ground. Su Xian then burped, picked up a basin of spring water with rich spiritual energy brought from Yunbei, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. After eating and drinking, Su Xian felt satisfied and planned to walk out of the valley to try out his full strength. So he came to the northern peak of the Hengduan Mountains, looked at the steep mountain wall that looked as if it had been cut by a knife or an axe, took a deep breath, raised his right fist, and then hit it hard. Boom! Like a bolt of lightning, with one punch, the entire mountain wall collapsed in an instant. Rocks flew everywhere, the earth shook, and the entire mountain wall began to collapse with a deafening roar. The hard mountain wall that was impervious to swords and guns actually cracked and shattered, turning into powder like foam and fluttering in the air. After several minutes, it slowly stopped, and the mountain wall of the northern peak disappeared, causing the peak above to fall directly. Su Xian retracted his right fist with some disappointment in his eyes. One punch can split mountains and rocks. It is already 1,000,000 times stronger than in my previous life. I estimate that the force of my fist has reached more than 1,000,000 pounds, but I am still not very satisfied. In Su Xian's impression, 3 years later, an extremely ferocious beast would descend from the sky. If it moved slightly, it would cause earth-shaking destruction. That kind of terrifying power and that kind of suffocating physical strength were absolutely not something that human warriors could contend with. If other martial artists saw him like this, they would probably want to beat him to death. After testing his physical strength and power, Su Xian began to plan to draw on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to test his strength. Su Xian gathered his energy a little, and a ball of milky, white light appeared in the palm of his hand, emitting a violent roar of energy. When he saw that the time was right, he threw it towards a hard boulder not far away. Boom! With a loud bang, the beam of light hit the boulder directly, smashing the 6 square meter stone into pieces. Stone chips flew all over the sky, dust rose, and a strong smell of lime hit us in the face. Su Xian nodded. He liked this attack's strength very much. If he was dealing with a ferocious beast, he would have some confidence. However, he prefers the feeling of being pounded with fists. Close combat, punching each other in the flesh, is the fighting style that men yearn for. At this moment, bursts of rumbling sounds suddenly came from the Hengduan Valley, as if a landslide was happening. The entire Hengduan Mountain was enveloped by a powerful aura, blocking out everything from the outside world. Su Xian looked back in surprise, and felt that he was in a particularly mysterious space, which seemed completely different from the real world he was in. A large amount of spiritual energy, no, an aura that is richer and purer than spiritual energy, continuously gushed out. Su Xian made a prompt decision and rushed back to the valley immediately. Chapter 32. The secret realm arrives. The red flame, sea appears at the center of the earth. When Su Xian returned to the valley, he was shocked to see a shocking scene. The valley, which was originally similar to the mouth of a gourd, began to collapse its surrounding walls, turning into a pile of stone chips and dust, which flew all over the sky with a loud rumbling sound and blocked the view. Then, rocks on the top of the valley began to fall off one after another. Su Xian did not dodge. Whenever a boulder fell on him, he would punch out without even raising his head, directly smashing the boulder into pieces. The valley collapsed beyond recognition. Su Xian's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of joy emerged in his heart. The Hengduan Valley was an S-level secret place in a previous life. Could it be that it has already begun to arrive? As if to verify his guess, after the valley collapsed, the rubble that had piled up into a mountain began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were being swallowed up by something underground. However, what was strange was that the 6 bronze swords remained motionless, just stuck in the ground in midair, without being affected at all. Suddenly, with a rumbling sound, as if a mechanism suddenly appeared, walls began to emerge from the ground all around, reshaping the valley. Su Xian took a quick look and found that the wall was erected according to the 8 trigrams. There were 8 sides in total. It was solid and 5 or 6 meters high, wrapping the entire valley tightly and fitting perfectly. After the wall was formed, it was engraved with complicated and incomprehensible patterns. Su Xian walked closer and found that I don't recognize them at all. The patterns are all monsters that I have never heard of. There are 9-headed monster snakes with antlers on their heads, 1,000-year-old trees with human-shaped heads, giant crabs with more than 20 legs, and giant monster birds with 8 claws. Are these all ancient creatures? There was no time to think, as the pattern on the wall suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light, followed by an ancient vicissitudes and obscure aura. The Bodhi tree in Su Xian's mind suddenly shook wildly and greedily absorbed the light. A bloody hole appeared between Su Xian's eyebrows, as if it was forcibly absorbing the spiritual energy emanating from the pattern. This is? The Bodhi tree actually responded to these strange biological patterns. Su Xian became very curious about the origin of the Bodhi tree and the monk who appeared in his mind that day. About 5 minutes later, the Bodhi tree in the mind finally absorbed all the golden light in the pattern. The branches continued to grow, directly increasing by 10 meters. The branches also separated into more than a dozen plants. The emerald green leaves gradually grew larger and more in number, gradually giving a feeling of lushness. In Su Xian's consciousness, he could clearly feel that the Bodhi tree seemed very happy, as if it had a hint of human spirituality. Just as Su Xian was lost in thought, suddenly a loud roar was heard from the ground in the valley. Su Xian lowered his head and glanced at his feet, and suddenly his heart was filled with shock. The ground beneath his feet began to crack, and he could hardly stand. Su Xian moved and leaned directly on a wall, looking at the broken ground patiently. In an instant, it turned into stone fragments and continued to sink. Then the dark, bottomless bottom appeared, with no end in sight. It was like a huge mouth of the abyss, swallowing up the entire valley. Grass! Su Xian suddenly remembered that the meteorites, ancestral dragon tendons, thousand-year-old lightning-struck wood, and various other treasures piled on the ground all fell into the black hole as the ground cracked, and he had no way to rush down to save them. Just as he was regretting and blaming himself, suddenly, an extremely hot breath emerged from deep underground where there was darkness that seemed to have no end. Not good! This scorching breath even made Su Xian feel a little pain. This terrifying high temperature made him a little afraid. He couldn't help but raise his body 4 or 5 meters, leaning on the wall, looking at the strange scene below. I saw hot magma gushing out from the depths of the earth, bubbling like boiling water, and in just a moment it formed a sea of lava. The scorching heat could melt almost everything in the world. Su Xian felt as if his whole body was about to be melted by the high temperature, and his skin felt a burning pain. At this moment, the Bodhi tree in his mind seemed to wake up, swaying in the wind, emitting breezes that blew slowly and instantly dispelled the scorching breath, wandering in Su Xian's body like a sweet rain after a long drought. Boom! The magma under the ground suddenly surged up to a height of 3 meters, then quickly fell down, making a crackling sound. Then, in Su Xian's extremely surprised eyes, the treasures that had been swallowed up actually slowly floated above the magma. They were the thousand-year-old lightning-struck wood, the ancestral dragon's tendons, meteorites from outer space, and other treasures acquired. With the resistance of the Bodhi tree, the magma, which was hundreds of degrees, posed no threat to Su Xian. In order to test whether he could withstand the magma, Su Xian boldly slid down the wall, then stretched out his right hand and went directly into the thick, rolling red magma. Finding nothing unusual, he boldly jumped into the magma and took out the treasures. Su Xian's expression changed slightly. As he looked at the magma under the ground, a light suddenly flashed in his mind, and he understood it instantly. This should be the central red flame sea in the secret realm. There was a gleam in Su Xian's eyes and a look of joy on his face. In the previous life, the Hengduan Mountains were occupied by Luo Sun, and he eventually obtained an S-level secret realm. According to Luo Sun, there seemed to be a lava area in this secret realm that could be used to forge artifacts. The forging place was deep underground, with countless magma gushing out, so it was named the Earth's core Red Flame Sea. Combining the current situation, Su Xian can be sure that this is the forging place mentioned by the Luo Sun family. After about a few minutes, the magma that was originally rolling and boiling suddenly stopped and showed signs of solidifying. After a moment, it solidified completely, and the scorching breath dissipated without a trace. This is? Su Xian was a little confused. He was standing on the magma that had solidified into flat ground, but he could not feel any burning breath at all. He was shocked. Could it be that it is like this at ordinary times? It will only open when it needs to be forged. In order to verify his guess, Su Xian decided to give it a try. However, at this moment, the bronze swords inserted in 6 directions, including the ancient sky-splitting sword that had been lost and recovered from the center of the earth, all lit up with dazzling light. The rust on those bronze swords fell off and disappeared one by one, leaving no more spots, revealing the bright surface inside and the intricate patterns. Buzz! In an instant, the 6 bronze swords began to tremble violently, making bursts of metallic clanging sounds, pleasant and melodious, as if their own spirituality was beginning to emerge. Su Xian was greatly shocked. Could it be that the Kaitian sword formation was about to appear in the world? Just when he was puzzled, the solidified lava in the center suddenly began to boil again and turned into a flowing form again. But the heat faded away, leaving only a trace of vicissitudes of life and ancient breath. This is where the real forging takes place. A hint of joy flashed in Su Xian's eyes, and he decided to give it a try. Chapter 33. The Arrival of the Ferocious Beast, Heavy Casualties. The far north, Tian Shan Mountains. This is the largest mountain range in northern China. Further away is the Great Wall in the far north, which guards Guangzhou and has stood for thousands of years, resisting thousands of attacks from northern nomadic peoples. The Tian Shan Mountains are extremely cold, covered in ice and snow all year round, and are seldom visited by humans. After this revival of spiritual energy, tremendous changes began to take place. The ice and snow melted and gathered into a river, rushing down from the top of Tian Shan Mountain and directly into the rivers, lakes, and seas. The white snowfield covered in silver now reveals its true appearance. The vegetation that was hidden by ice and snow stubbornly emerges from the ground to greet the rising sun. It looks like everything is thriving and coming back to life. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the top of the mountain, like the sound of a huge bell, resounding through the sky. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying figure, with thunder and lightning, ran rapidly from the top of the mountain and rushed madly towards the foot of the mountain, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Roar! With a roar, the white shadow, as fast as lightning, jumped directly off the cliff thousands of feet high, falling like a 1,000-pound boulder, and landed at the foot of the mountain, smashing a huge, deep pit on the ground. Dust splashed 5 meters high, accompanied by terrifying aura, which cut the surrounding trees and boulders into pieces. The destructive power is incredible. Calling, this is Longting Tian Shan Squadron 127. We have found the traces of a vicious beast. Its strength is unknown, its species is unknown, it is very fast and powerful, and it is already rushing towards the village. A young man in a green uniform and carrying a rifle turned on the microphone and hurriedly reported the situation. Then he ran quickly, following the huge footprints on the ground, in the direction where the ferocious beast was running, even though it had disappeared. Roar! The ferocious beast, as big as a mountain, ran wildly in the jungle. Wherever it passed, all the plants in sight were destroyed. It was like a bulldozer with incredible killing power. From a distance, the beast was 10 meters long and 5 meters tall. Its 4 strong and powerful hooves were 60 centimeters in diameter. It looked like both a wolf and a tiger, with snow-white skin and 2 sharp and exaggerated fangs at the corners of its mouth. Soon, the ferocious beast rushed to the nearest village at the foot of Tian Shan Mountain. It stopped for a moment, raised its head and let out a roar, then rushed straight into the village and began to wreak havoc. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. An old lady in her 70s who was carrying a wooden bucket to wash clothes was swallowed by the beast's bloody mouth before she could react. Afterwards, screams were heard one after another, and the ferocious beast went on a killing spree, devouring everything without exception. At this time, a group of strong and sturdy men rushed out of the village, holding iron forks, standing in a row, looking at the ferocious beast in unison, with horror and fear in their eyes. The combat power of this group of people was not high. The highest was only at the 3rd level of the body-tempering realm. As they watched the ferocious beast slowly approaching, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, and their hands holding the iron forks were also shaking, and emotions of fear and tension spread instantly. The middle-aged man in the lead, who was also the most advanced among them, suppressed the fear in his body and shouted, "Brothers, family, for the sake of our homeland, let's fight these bastards." After he finished speaking, his eyes revealed the determination and bravery of a moth flying into a flame, with a bit of sadness and despair. "Third brother, take the elderly, women, and children and run away immediately. Everyone else, come with me to deal with these bastards. If we're lucky, we might be able to hold out until they get here." After saying this, the middle-aged hunter, without any hesitation, raised the iron fork in his hand, and stabbed directly at the tall and ferocious beast. "Let's go. What are you still standing there for?" Another middle-aged man pushed the young man, whose face turned pale and whose eyes were filled with tears, to the back. "Escape quickly, and don't forget your mission. You must avenge us in the future." Brothers kill. Soon, after overcoming their initial fear, this group of people rushed forward without hesitation, because behind them were their homes, their brothers and sisters, and they were the upright Chinese men. The third brother wiped away the tears in his eyes with the back of his hand, looked at the middle-aged man who was beaten into a pulp by the murderer's claws, and without hesitation, he turned around and ran, starting to stop everyone from escaping. Whoosh! Two nimble hunters on the roof were drawing bows and shooting arrows. With two ding sounds, the sharp arrows fell down helplessly as if they had hit steel. The hunters looked at each other with horror in their eyes. The murderer's defense and lethality were completely beyond their imagination. 3 minutes later, these dozen or so hunters in the body-tempering realm were all killed by the ferocious beasts. Some were beaten into meat paste, while others were swallowed directly into their mouths. After taking a look at the people running in the distance, the ferocious beast did not choose to chase them, but continued to move towards the next village. Vomit. When the warriors of the Longting team saw the remnants of purgatory before them and the pungent bloody smell hit them in the face, they could not help but bend over and retch. After a while, the warrior resolutely followed the murderer's footsteps and turned on the microphone. Calling, Beichen village at the foot of Tianshan Mountain suffered heavy casualties, and the fierce beast's strength is at least higher than the 9th level of the body-tempering realm. Requesting support, requesting heavy weapons strike over. Putting the microphone between his chest, the warrior took a deep breath and took off his rifle. His expression was extremely solemn, and his heart felt like it was falling into an ice cellar. 10 meters in front of him, a white ferocious beast opened its copper bell-like eyes and stared at him. Jiangnan, Ningong, the sky is clear. The blue sky and white clouds plus the azure blue sea form a beautiful picture. As the largest trading port in Jiangnan, Ningong quickly regained its former prosperity and bustle under Longting's maintenance after experiencing initial turmoil. The passing ships, the staff on duty at the dock, the delivery men running back and forth, and the passengers leaving by ship were all in a hurry, as if the revival of spiritual energy had not brought much impact on them, and they just had to go on with their lives. Just when the place was bustling with people, suddenly huge waves appeared on the sea surface in the distance. In the surprised eyes of everyone, a giant octopus jumped out of the water and swam rapidly towards the port. The octopus had dozens of strong arms that slid quickly across the sea like oars, at a speed that was astonishingly fast. What is that? The people at the port felt their scalps tingling, their faces were filled with shock, and their bodies were stiff. It's a ferocious beast. Run! Someone shouted loudly, and the scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. Countless people rushed towards the inland direction of the port and ran desperately. At the same time, the warriors from the Longting Jiangnan branch looked at each other, seemingly not knowing how to respond. What to do? Fight. Fighting is bullshit. The ancestor said that hunting ferocious beasts is Longting's job, not ours. But aren't we dragon warriors? Don't forget, this is Jiangnan, the territory of the Murong family. The warrior, who looked like a small leader, took a look at the octopus's position and was shocked. In just a dozen seconds, he had already crossed a distance of 100 meters. It would not take long for him to reach here. He immediately shouted, "If you don't want to die, run quickly and find the ancestor." The other warriors nodded, speeded up, and ran towards Murong building. However, for ordinary people who have not yet practiced, it is undoubtedly a calamity. In less than 5 minutes, the entire port was flooded with blood. Hundreds of people were hunted by the octopus, and the blood dyed the sea clean. The octopus did not seem to be satisfied yet, and with a dozen arms supporting its huge head, it gradually moved inland. On this day, extremely ferocious and cunning beasts appeared in 7 places in China. They had invulnerable defenses, lethality beyond the body-tempering realm, and terrifying speeds comparable to those of airplanes. They specifically target practitioners and absorb their spiritual energy to make themselves more powerful. Imperial Capital. At the conference table, Chen Tianping glanced at everyone with a solemn expression and a gleam in his eyes. He said, "Everyone, it's time to fulfill our mission." Hashtag. Chapter 34. The Murong family's response, the birth of the magical weapon. Jiangnan Murong Building, the largest building of the Murong family in Jiangnan, is also the tallest building in the entire Jiangnan city and a landmark building of Jiangnan's financial industry. In the luxurious conference room on the top floor, Murong Gui held a piece of A4 paper in his hand with a slightly funny look on his face and said with a half-smile, "Just now, the old man in the capital sent an email to my secretary. It was marked as urgent. I'm too old to handle those things, so I printed it out." Glancing at everyone, he noticed that everyone's eyes were full of curiosity. He pressed the A4 paper on the table, slowly put away the smile on his face, and said seriously, "Is the imperial capital so great? Can Longtung issue orders at will? They underestimate the importance of my Murong family. Tell me, what should we do now?" As if it was just for fun, Murong Gui handed the A4 paper to his assistant, and soon everyone had the same email in their hands. The content of the email was actually to get the Murong family to take action and eliminate the ferocious beast. The tone was commanding and could not be resisted. "Ancestor, if it was in the past, my Murong family might still be a little afraid of him, but now things are different. My Murong family is no longer something that Longtung can control, so I think we can completely ignore him this time." A radical young man spoke in a frivolous tone with a mocking look on his face. Murong Gui glanced at him sideways, as if he was looking at an idiot. The young man's face changed drastically in an instant. He looked around with confusion and fear, not understanding what he had done wrong. Murong Gui turned his gaze to the left, looking at a young man who looked very calm, and said, "Awei, what do you think?" This Awei is Murong Gui's grandson, and also the young generation that he values the most. Not only is he smart, but he also has a strong talent for cultivation. He has now reached the 8th level of the body tempering realm, which is enough to make him the master of the entire China. Awei pushed up his glasses, a harmless smile appeared on his gentle face, and he said slowly, "Grandfather, speaking publicly, our Murong family is in charge of the Longting Jiangnan branch. Speaking privately, Chen Tianping and you are old friends. Speaking logically, our Murong family has ruled Jiangnan for so many years, and we should not stand idly by in times of crisis." "Awei, are you crazy? We just do whatever that old man tells us to do." The young man who spoke first looked at Awei in disbelief, his face full of dissatisfaction. "Shut up." Murong Gui glanced at him coldly, then said lightly, "From now on, you are not qualified to participate in the Murong family meeting. Get out." The young man looked stunned, but did not dare to hesitate at all. He quickly stood up and walked out of the hall, closing the door carefully. "Tell me what you think." Awei nodded. "We have to exert our strength, but we can't try too hard. We have to show it to the imperial capital and everyone in Jiangnan. We have the courage and strength of the Murong family when facing ferocious beasts. But this murderer's realm and strength are beyond imagination. We can't devote too much manpower. After fighting it, we will do everything we can to send it to the next door. If the beasts are really gone, then my Murong family will become a behind-the-scenes businessman like before. Obviously, this is not in line with our Murong family's ancestral precepts and goals." Murong Gui couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing this, his eyes full of admiration, which became more and more intense. "Okay, everyone listen up and do as Wei asks. From now on, when I'm not around, everyone must obey Wei's orders." Across the valley, Su Xian stared quietly at the magma in the center. The sky-splitting bronze sword inserted in it seemed to be unaffected at all. It still emitted bright light and was not burned or swallowed by the magma. But the meteorite on the other side caught his attention. The meteorite, which was originally pitch black, was absorbing spiritual energy. The spots on its surface kept falling off, revealing the snow white inside, and emitting a hint of terrifying chill. Even though Su Xian is now a powerful warrior in the Xinzong realm, he still felt a tingling sensation in his body. He was shocked and used his spiritual power to dispel the chill. Then he endured the pain and grabbed the meteorite to examine it carefully. After all the outer layers have fallen off, there is a pure feeling, just like a dirty quail egg with its shell removed. It becomes crystal clear. It seems that this meteorite has a cold and yin attribute. In order to verify his guess, Su Xian threw the meteorite into the magma without hesitation. Squeak! The meteorite fell into the magma, making a sound like water vapor evaporating, and was directly swallowed by the magma. Then, two auras with different attributes suddenly appeared in the valley. Hot and cold. Colliding, entangled and struggling with each other, the meteorite suddenly broke free and jumped out of the surface of the magma, rolling in the air, as if trying to escape from its restraints. But then the magma in the center suddenly turned into a huge human-shaped arm, grabbed the meteorite, and then stuffed it into the magma, and it disappeared in an instant. Is that all? Su Xian was somewhat confused and disappointed. This meteorite cost him 1 billion, but in his previous life, Luo Sun had used this thing to forge a god-level weapon. According to the current classification system, weapons, skills, and magic weapons can be divided into yellow level, mysterious level, earth level, heaven level, god level, saint level, immortal level, and super immortal level. Each level is divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. If he could really forge a god-level weapon, his combat effectiveness would instantly increase by countless times, and even if he encountered a peak-level ferocious beast, he would not be afraid. Thinking of this, Su Xian felt a strong sense of anticipation rising in his heart. As if in response to him, the meteorite did not want to succumb to the power of the magma and emerged again, rolling back and forth in the magma, jumping constantly. The magma seemed to be particularly annoyed by this thing's dissatisfaction and directly released an even hotter breath, suppressing all the cold breath emitted by the meteorite and pressing it into the magma once again. This time, the meteorite never jumped up again. As time passed, the magma began to become quiet, as if it was full, and there was no movement at all. No way, buddy. Is that all? As if he thought of something, he looked around and found some spirit stones that had not been consumed. There were hundreds of them. Su Xian threw all of them down without hesitation. Suddenly, the magma began to boil violently. The spirit stones became dim in an instant. The spiritual energy inside was absorbed by the magma frantically, and then turned into powder and was swallowed by the magma. At the same time, the meteorite became active again, and this time its shape was gradually changing, and the magma turned into a long knife starting to cut and process continuously. Su Xian was stunned. The magma started to process and handle the meteorite like an old blacksmith, but his method was more fierce and violent, which was to cut it directly. 30 minutes later, under Su Xian's gaze, the meteorite was transformed by magma into a glittering, chilling 3-foot-long sword. It was snow white, crystal clear, and as charming as an icy soul. The sword is engraved with cloud-like patterns, adding a touch of spirituality and beauty. As soon as Su Xian grasped the sword, a strong chill rushed into his body. With a muffled groan, Su Xian mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body to fight against the cold, and the Bodhi tree in his mind was emitting a green light. After more than 10 seconds, the coldness in the body was completely dispelled by the Bodhi tree. Su Xian held the sword without any discomfort. It seemed that he had temporarily subdued it. You have forged a god-level weapon, and it has been recognized as the master. Please name it. A prompt came to his mind, and Su Xian was ecstatic. It worked. After a moment of hesitation, Su Xian said slowly, "Then call it Bingpi Yu Miao." The long sword seemed to have spirituality. After hearing that it had a name, it actually hummed, making a clear and pleasant sound. Su Xian showed a relieved smile on his face. He urged his spiritual energy and waved his hand casually. White frost instantly covered the valley without causing any discomfort to himself. It is indeed a magic weapon. Next, let's find a place to test its power. Jiangnan. Ningong, after the attack and massacre by the octopus, is now deserted. The seawater mixed with blood emits a fishy and pungent smell under the setting sun. A large number of human corpses, as well as broken organs and limbs, were floating on the sea like a Shura purgatory. Murong Wei, the third-generation leader of the Murong family, who was sitting in the helicopter, even though he inherited Murong Gui's cold heart, couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. This beast is so cruel. The helicopter searched around the port and finally found the octopus. I saw an octopus with more than a dozen arms tearing apart a woman's body. Amidst the pain and howling, the octopus tore the woman's head off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Damn it, hasn't the military arrived yet? Wei's scalp tingled, and he couldn't help cursing. The troops of the Jiangnan military region have been transferred to the extreme northern border. It is said that a large number of ferocious beasts have appeared there. Wei took a deep breath and said slowly, "Notify the 3rd team, the 7th team, the 9th team, and the Special Operations team. All of them should bring their weapons and prepare for battle." Yes. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 35. Fierce battle with ferocious beasts, Dragon Elite sets out. 10 minutes later, 6 fighter jets flew in the sky, which were the Murong family's accumulation over the years. 1 month before the revival of spiritual energy, at the suggestion of the prophet, Murong Ge purchased a large number of antiques and various combat equipment. These 6 fighter jets were part of it, and he spent a full 1.2 billion. Bayubiubiu. The machine gun barrels on the fighter jet sprayed bullets like raindrops, all of which hit the octopus's head, splashing a series of sparks. Hiss! The octopus felt the pain and left the woman with half of her body left. It turned around suddenly, raised 2 20-meter-long tentacles, and whipped towards the fighter plane that was approaching it like lightning, with a terrifying aura. The warrior who was operating the fighter plane was quite skilled. He rolled the plane sideways and narrowly avoided the attack of the octopus tentacles. He then immediately distanced himself and soared into the sky, during which he began to replace bullets. Several other fighter jets did the same thing and also caused some damage to the octopus, but the effect was not significant. Machine gun bullets that can blow an elephant to pieces seemed to have little effect on an octopus. Ah Wei, who was watching the battle not far away, frowned deeply. It was obvious that the octopus's defense and combat capabilities had far exceeded their expectations. Don't make any unnecessary attacks. Notify them, harass, and drive them away. As long as we drive the octopus back to Jiangnan, it will have nothing to do with my Murong family. Yes, sir. So, the 6 fighter planes began to change their strategy, starting to gather together, harassing and driving away the octopus constantly. As long as the octopus ran back, they would retreat without giving it any chance. After suffering dozens of rounds of bombing and attacks, the octopus seemed to become smarter. It jumped directly into the sea and began to swim desperately towards the distance. Keep chasing it and drive it out of Ningong waters. As long as it is not in this area, it is not our responsibility. So, these fighter jets chased the octopus, shooting at the sea surface continuously to drive it away. After the octopus understood, it continued to flee, and finally escaped from the Ningong waters and disappeared into the vast ocean. Awei issued the final order. Notify all teams to gather and send an email to the imperial capital immediately. The battle against the giant beast has been completed. Make sure it does not cause any more trouble in Jiangnan. When Su Xian walked out of the Hengduan Valley, he had been in seclusion for 10 days, but he was completely unaware of it. Sir, things are very uneasy right now. When Assistant Xie Wenxi saw Su Xian coming out of seclusion, he hurried over to report. However, after feeling the extremely terrifying aura coming from the master and the white sword in his hand that made people tremble with fear and almost suffocate, his heart was filled with turmoil. Sir, you have been in seclusion for 10 days, and your condition has reached such a terrifying level? Take your time. There's no rush. Under Xie Wenxi's arrangement, 2 burly men who had reached the 4th level of body forging came laboriously carrying a roasted whole cow and placed it in front of Su Xian. Su Xian took a look at them, who were sweating and panting, and stretched out his right hand, grabbed the beef thigh, and gently lifted up the whole roasted beef, then began to chew it frantically. Xie Wenxi and the 2 men who were at the 4th level of body tempering were stunned. This roasted whole beef weighed at least several hundred pounds, but Su Xian started to chew it like a chicken leg. The huge impact made them stunned for a moment. Even forget to report. Su Xian glanced at him and slowly came to his senses. He had only used less than 10% of his strength, but he had scared them like this? You can leave now. Vinci, go on. Su Xian held the roasted whole beef in one hand and kept swallowing it. Xie Wenxi took a deep breath, calmed down his inner shock, and said slowly, in the past few days, a large number of ferocious beasts have appeared throughout China. Their fighting power is amazing, and the number of casualties has exceeded 2,000. Su Xian paused for a moment, but didn't show anything. Several of our vehicles transporting spirit stones were attacked, and no one survived. When Su Xian heard this, he suddenly felt that the roasted whole beef in his hand was no longer fragrant. He slowly put it down, stood up, and said coldly, which one is closest to us? Xie Wenxi's eyelids twitched, and he said tremblingly, it is a giant snow-white beast that looks like a wolf or a tiger. 30 Longting warriors have already died at its hands. It is said that even Longting Deputy Director Xia Chang'e personally took action against it. Xia Chang'e? Su Xian also had doubts. The Deputy Director Long Tung in his previous life was not this person. Oh, I forgot to tell you, sir, Xia Chang'e is already a 9th level master in the body tempering realm. He is said to be one of the best in the entire China. In just less than a month, he had reached the 9th level of body forging, which was indeed quite good. Su Xian nodded and said, "Notify Ahu and prepare the helicopter. We will go look for this beast tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir." At the foot of the Tian Shan Mountains, on the vast white snowfield, a dozen soldiers in white ghillie suits were crawling forward in the snow. They were well disciplined, marched in unison, and formed a Chinese military formation. They looked like regular Chinese soldiers. They were wearing white hats that almost blended into the snow, and if you didn't look carefully, you couldn't notice them at all. The leader was hunched over with a serious look on his face. He carried a sword case on his back and had an ordinary-looking folding fan slanted across his waist. It was Xia Changhe, the deputy director of Longting. After passing through the snowy jungle and turning a mountain, Xia Changhe moved his body carefully. He stuck half of his head out and saw a ferocious beast gnawing on a corpse not far away. His heart was beating violently. He took a deep breath, stretched out his right hand, and made a gesture to stop moving forward. Behind him, more than a dozen Longting warriors who were at least at the 6th level of the body-tempering realm squatted down, held their breath, slowly drew out their weapons, and prepared to fight at any time. Xia Chang had turned around, motioned for everyone to hide behind the shelter, and lowered his voice and said, "It's eating and at its lowest alert, which is the best time for us to attack. We are about 80 meters away from the beast." According to the information provided by the martyr, the beast can run at a terrifying speed of 20 meters per second. This means we need to react within 4 seconds, whether to dodge or attack. Now, tell me about the skills or magic weapons that you're good at. After the recovery of spiritual energy, everyone has more or less opportunities. Xia Changhe knows that this group of people are already the representatives of China's highest combat power. The average person is at the 7th level of the body-tempering realm, which has seriously threatened his position as deputy director. Perhaps by killing the ferocious beast, he could reach the meridian-shaping realm and become the strongest person in China. I am extremely strong and can lift a boulder weighing 800 kilograms. I am very fast. I can run at full speed up to 15 meters per second. I have practiced the Golden Bell technique, which gives me super strong defense. I will calculate. The last young warrior was a little embarrassed to speak. Xia Changhe nodded and said, "Now listen to my instructions. You can harass from the side for a while, using the rifle's long-range advantage, but be sure to dodge at all times. You assume the frontal defense. You planted mines in those places. Calculate the attack trajectory of the beasts and remind them at all times not to join the battle. Do you understand?" It has to be said that Xia Changhe still has certain command and judgment abilities. Everyone nodded and approved of his plan. "Very good. On the count of 3, we'll get started." 3. Everyone held their breath and was extremely quiet. 2. Everyone held their weapons tightly and found their positions. 1. As the last count was finished, Xia Changhe rushed out like an arrow, running wildly on the snow. At the same time, the sword box behind him made a bang, and a huge sword of Quan Ren with a cold light popped out. He held it tightly in his right hand, his whole body filled with murderous aura, and attacked the beast directly. Another agile and thin young man raised his rifle and kept shooting at the back of the beast. The remaining people began to move quickly according to their division of labor. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the 7.62 millimeters bullet from the rifle flew out accurately and hit the back of the beast, but it made a clanging sound of steel colliding. The bullet was completely unable to penetrate the beast's fur and bounced off. Xia Changhe was shocked and immediately realized something was wrong. Damn it, the information is wrong. Retreat quickly. At the same time, he and the warrior who had learned the Golden Bell cover stood side by side in the front. Without saying anything, he spun the giant sword and swept towards the ferocious beast with the force of thunder. The rest of the Longting warriors reacted instantly, but no one retreated because they had already rushed forward. The distance of 80 meters was reached in about 7 or 8 seconds. The beast, attacked by bullets, quickly turned its head, opened its huge bloody mouth, and let out a disturbing roar. Boom! With the help of inertia, bursts of energy swirled on the giant sword. When snowflakes were flying, Xia Changhe raised the sword with both hands and swept it towards the ferocious beast, accurately hitting the beast's front paw. There was a sound that made people's scalps tingle. The full-strength attack of the 9th level of the body-tempering realm, even a sneak attack, did not cause any damage to the beast. Xia Changhe was shocked and shouted angrily, "Defense!" The warrior beside him raised his hands without hesitation, and a golden barrier rose up instantly, covering the two of them like a huge golden bell. The next second, the ferocious beast launched an attack. I saw its mountain-like body shrink back slightly, then leap up and directly cross a distance of several meters, raise its two front paws as thick as buckets, and swing them like lightning, leaving a series of afterimages. Bang! The pair of sharp claws struck the golden bell without any fancy moves. In an instant, the barrier that seemed as solid as iron shattered. The young warrior flew backwards, spurting a stream of blood in the air, and then fell to the ground and fainted. Then, the sharp claws continued to slap Xia Chang'a's face directly. In shock, Xia Chang'a held the sword with both hands across his chest and took the claw's attack. Puff! His body flew backwards, blood gushing out of his mouth, his face as pale as paper. Xia Chang'a only felt that his palm was completely numb, his internal organs were displaced, and he was seriously injured. The remaining dozen or so Longting warriors quickly drew out their rifles and fired a volley at the beast. By Yubia, there was a burst of gunfire in the snow. The ferocious beast stood up, protecting its head with its claws, and let the bullets rain down like raindrops. Seeing the ferocious beast approaching step by step, Xia Chang'a shouted angrily, as if he had made up his mind, and directly drew the folding fan from his waist and opened it. A cloud of black mist rose up and poured into his body. The next moment, the wounds in his body healed quickly, and his pupils turned blood red. He stood up slowly and stared at the beast fiercely. "Come on, beast!" Chapter 36. First Battle. Violently killing the divine hidden realm beast. This folding fan is Xia Chang'a's family heirloom with an extraordinary origin. It became a magic weapon after the recovery of spiritual energy. It was with the help of this folding fan that he rapidly improved himself and reached the 9th level of the body-tempering realm in one fell swoop. Looking at the whole of China, he is a genius-level strongman. His dream since childhood was to join the army. As spiritual energy revived, Long Tongue actively recruited practitioners. Xia Chang'a gladly joined, firstly to fulfill his dream, and secondly, to be able to show off. As expected, due to his first place in realm, he was directly promoted to deputy director and was highly regarded by Qin Tianping. This time, the ferocious beasts in Tianshan were rampant. In a short period of time, all the Longting team members in the area were killed. The nearby villages were also massacred by the ferocious beasts, and there was almost no survivor. Xia Chang'a resolutely led the Longting elite troops and attacked with his entire army. He originally wanted to hunt the ferocious beast and make a name for himself. However, he did not expect that the beast's realm was far beyond his, and it was seriously injured after a single attack. At this moment, the ferocious beast seemed to have no interest in Xia Chang'a, but ran towards the other soldier who was shooting. In a moment, it had torn the two soldiers to pieces alive, and the internal organs and flesh and blood spurted out, splashing on the white snow, which was shocking. "Brute!" Xia Chang'a's eyes were about to burst, and he waved his folding fan. His whole body was shrouded in thick black fog, and he exuded murderous aura as he ran straight towards the ferocious beast. At this moment, his realm also directly broke through the body forging and reached the meridian-shaping stage. The ferocious beast slowly turned its head and looked at Xia Chang'a, a hint of impatience in its eyes. It raised its head and roared, then lowered its head and charged forward. The folding fan in Xia Chang'a's hand was extremely mysterious. He spun it rapidly, and thick black smoke scattered in all directions, instantly forming an impenetrable hurricane that blew up the snow on the ground, as if the snow was dancing. The ferocious beast's huge head penetrated the black smoke directly, lifted up Xia Chang'a's body, and then slammed it hard into a mountain. With a loud bang, Xia Chang'a's entire body was blasted directly into the hard mountain. His aura dissipated, and his body drooped down like a deflated ball. It was unknown how many bones were shattered. The folding fan in his hand fell off helplessly, and he was dying. By Yubia, another gunshot was heard. Xia Chang'a pried open his eyes and opened his mouth, trying to shout out one word silently and weakly, "Escape," but no sound came out. The beast was enraged and turned around to kill the group of soldiers. In just a moment, the whole snowy field was filled with screams, and 3 or 4 soldiers were torn to pieces or beaten into meat paste by the beast. However, none of them escaped, because they are Longting warriors, and behind them stand more than 1 billion Chinese people. The responsibility they bear is heavier than Mount Tai. "I'm going to fight you." Suddenly, the soldier who was burying the grenades had his eyes wide open, and he rushed over with a row of grenades tied to his chest and pulled the fuses of all of them. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Flames rose, and the soldier detonated a grenade, which exploded on the body of the ferocious beast. Snowflakes flew 10 meters high, and dust flew up, blocking the view. Xiaochang'e stared at all this in a daze, coughing up a piece of bloody flesh, his eyes red and tears streaming down his face. When the dust settled, the beast reappeared, standing proudly and roaring, but apart from being covered in snow and dirt, it was unharmed. Xiaochang'e felt a deep despair in his heart. The beast was so terrifying. How could China deal with it? The remaining Longting warriors were even more terrified. The strength and realm of the ferocious beast that rushed down from Tianshan Mountain were far beyond their imagination. It is like an insurmountable mountain, bringing the shock of death and irresistible pressure. Xiaochang'e watched the ferocious beast slowly approaching his comrades and closed his eyes in despair. He was heartbroken and only hoped that the imperial capital would get the news as soon as possible and dispatch the military's powerful heavy weapons to destroy the ferocious beast with lightning speed. Just when everyone was in despair, the sound of helicopter propellers turning suddenly came from the sky. Xiaochang'e used all his strength to look up at the helicopter in the sky, and then he saw the helicopter slowly lowering its altitude. Then a figure opened the cabin door and jumped down. Boom! There was an earth-shaking sound on the snow, and the figure trampled a deep pit in the snow, right in front of the ferocious beast, 10 meters away. Xiaochang'e was shocked, and then he saw a burly young man with a long sword on his back, wearing a black sweatshirt and a hood. He had a handsome appearance, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and there was no fear on his face. Although he seemed to have no breath in his body, he had an inexplicable feeling of being completely invincible, and even felt a pressure in his heart that was more terrifying than that of the ferocious beast. This person has a very high realm. Xiaochang'e's first impression was that this young man's strength did not seem to be any worse than that of the ferocious beasts, which meant that this person's realm might have reached the level of a god. For an instant, Xiaochang'e felt his scalp tingling, and a deep sense of bitterness and loss surged up. Originally, I thought that I was at the 9th level of the body-tempering realm and was already the strongest man and the most talented person in China. But now it seems that I am just a frog in a well. No wonder the director said last time that there were strange phenomena in the Hengduan Mountains, suspected to be a breakthrough by a genius, which caused a resonance between heaven and earth. The person who came was Su Xian. He had searched everywhere by helicopter in the morning, but had not found any trace of the beast. It was the gunshots and roars that pointed him in the direction. When he arrived, he found blood and broken arms and legs all over the ground, as well as a few remaining people. Judging from their appearance, they must have just been in a fierce battle with ferocious beasts. Obviously, they failed, and it could even be said that they were completely slaughtered without any chance to fight back. Su Xian didn't waste any words. He narrowed his eyes and took a look at the ferocious beast that was 10 meters long and looked like a wolf and a tiger. Then he leaped across the 10-meter distance and swung his right fist, smashing it on the beast's head. Ouch! A scream was heard, and the ferocious beast, which weighed more than 10 tons, was knocked away by Su Xian's punch. There was an obvious dent on its left cheek, and blood was slowly flowing from its bloody mouth. A sharp fang was broken. Xiaochang'e was stunned when he saw this scene. That was a ferocious beast that slaughtered hundreds of people. Even the most elite squad in the entire imperial capital, Longting, could not hurt it at all. Even terrifying thermal weapons such as grenades and rifles cannot cause any damage to it. And now, the young man in front of him could knock the beast to the ground and even injure it with just one punch. The power of this fist is probably hundreds of thousands of pounds. Who exactly is this young man? Su Xian succeeded in his attack, but he was very dissatisfied. He shook his head with a look of disgust on his face. Too weak. What? The dragon warrior in the snow suspected that he had heard it wrongly and stared at the young man in shock. It was invulnerable to swords and spears. The Longting elite team was almost wiped out. It was a terrifying beast that knocked a 9th-level bodybuilding practitioner away with one move. Do you think it's too weak? No, buddy. Su Xian watched the ferocious beast slowly stand up. He immediately moved his body and rushed forward. When he was close to the beast, he jumped high, then retracted his calves, lowered his knees, and smashed hard on the back of the beast. Snap! Snap! The sound of breaking bones could be heard one after another. The ferocious beast had just stood up when it was knocked down again. It fell to the ground in the snow with a loud bang, raised its head and let out an angry roar. At the same time, its tail rushed forward like an iron whip, tearing through the air with thunderous force. "Careful," a Longting warrior quickly warned, his heart beating in his throat. This ferocious beast was so despicable and cunning. Su Xian didn't even bother to turn his head. He punched out with his right hand, his whole body shining with golden light. He easily dissolved the attack that was as strong as steel and carried the force of a landslide. He hammered the tail directly and made it bounce back. The tail hit the snow heavily and collapsed powerlessly. Su Xian then rode on the back of the ferocious beast, swung his fist, and smashed it hard on the head. One punch, two punches, three punches. The beast finally couldn't hold on any longer. Its head was a bloody mess, its skull was hammered into a pulp, and the brain matter mixed with blood spurted out. Its head tilted, and it fell to the ground, dying. After killing him with 3 punches, Su Xian felt unsatisfied. He couldn't help but frown, feeling very dissatisfied. Although this beast is at the Xinzong realm, with immense strength, amazing defense, and terrifying speed, it has yet to develop any skills, and its combat experience is mediocre. But if this happened in the previous life, even if one had practiced for 15 years, one probably wouldn't be able to kill this ferocious beast. I didn't expect that in this life he could be killed with just 3 punches. Su Xian was relatively satisfied with this. After killing the ferocious beast with a hammer, Su Xian directly pulled out his sword, poked into its abdomen, took out a red fist-sized inner pill, stuffed it into his arms, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. This ferocious beast has already condensed an inner elixir, which is extremely important to him. It can maximize the development of the treasures of the organs in his body and enhance the potential of his body. Then he retracted the great sword, easily carried the murderer's body on his shoulders, and prepared to go back. It was so heavy that the helicopter definitely couldn't carry it, but carrying it back like this would be too conspicuous. After thinking about it, he waved to the helicopter above his head. Ahu immediately landed the helicopter slowly and handed over Su Xian's cell phone. "Vinci, arrange a truck, at least one that's 12 meters long. I sent you the location." After saying that, he hung up the phone, turned around, and prepared to open the cabin door and get on the helicopter. "Sir, that..." A dragon warrior mustered up his courage and ran over. Su Xian turned his head and asked doubtfully, "What's up?" "Thank you for saving our lives. We are Longting." The middle-aged soldier expressed his sincere gratitude to Su Xian, but was interrupted by Su Xian. "First of all, I'm here to kill the beast. Your lives have nothing to do with me. You don't need to thank me. Secondly, I don't care which organization you belong to, and I don't want to know." Su Xian waved his hand to stop him, then turned around, stepped into the cabin, and left in Ahu's helicopter. The soldier who was standing there looked embarrassed, and finally, he let out a long sigh and said, "Do good things without seeking fame. No wonder he didn't join Longting." Afterwards, these people quickly began to rescue their seriously injured comrades and called an emergency number. Soon, several ambulances arrived and took Xia Changhe and other injured people back. The truck arranged by Xia Wenxi arrived not long after. 10 burly men used a 100-ton crane to load the ferocious beast onto the truck. When it was lowered, there was a loud bang. The truck swayed from side to side, and the tires even began to sink into the snow. The driver took a breath. This must weigh more than 10 tons. Afterwards, the murderer was transported back to Handuan Mountains. But no one of them noticed that after everyone left, a figure covered in a black robe suddenly appeared on a tree in the distance. His body was shaking and beads of sweat were pouring down his face. "Damn it, there is such a terrifying person in China. I'm afraid it's useless for the young master to come. No, I must tell the elders this news as soon as possible." Then, he planned to leave, but found that his legs were shaking and numb and could not be moved at all. So scary. The man in black kept taking deep breaths, trying to ease the fear in his heart. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came. "Can't walk anymore?" Chapter 37, Killing the Half-Demon and Advancing to the 3rd level of Xinzong. When the man in black heard the voice, his whole body froze. He felt scared and cold sweat broke out on his back. He turned his head with difficulty and saw a young man with a long sword on his back on a tree next to him, looking at him with a smile. "Can I help you?" Su Xian could roughly guess the identity and origin of the man in black. In the previous life, to the north of the Great Wall, there was a huge forest called Qiushan Baiyao Road. This place was inhabited by half-human, half-demon monsters. They coveted the land of China's Kyushu, and after accumulating a lot of power, they took advantage of the battles between China and the ancient tribes and ferocious beasts to sneak in. In the end, countless practitioners rushed to the Great Wall to guard the national border and engaged in a fierce battle with this huge force. The man in black took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that he couldn't run away, so he started thinking about how to delay time until the elders sent someone else here. Just now, there was such a fierce fighting scene in this place. The ancestors should be able to capture every bit of information through special props. If I send another signal, there will be a chance to escape. Thinking of this, he calmed down a little, then raised his hand slightly and slowly stretched it into his arms. Then his face changed drastically, and his arms were empty. Are you looking for this? Half-demon. Su Xian took out a red object that looked like a candle from his arms and shook it. The man in black felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, feeling desperate in his heart. He raised his eyes with difficulty and looked at Su Xian. His voice had become hoarse. How did you steal it? Then he seemed to understand something. His voice was filled with surprise and fear, and his tone was austere. How do you know my identity? The half-demon, codenamed Number 8, who has always been known for his stealth and caution, has always been the Elder's confidant, and is also the most powerful being among the 12 great demons. He couldn't believe that the signaling item he carried with him was stolen without anyone noticing, and he didn't even notice it. Su Xian smiled. Want to know? The man in black nodded, obviously very interested in the answers to the two questions, but he did not notice Su Xian's gradually colder expression. Then I'll tell you right now. Su Xian had a harmless look on his face. Then, under the expectant gaze of the man in black, he suddenly drew his sword and swung it with lightning speed. In an instant, a sharp sword energy, carrying endless coldness, flashed and cut the neck of the man in black. The blood froze as soon as it flowed out and was covered with a layer of snow-white frost. The man in black widened his eyes, covered his neck with his right hand, made a meaningless ho-ho sound from his mouth, and then his whole body fell down and fell from the tree. Su Xian jumped down immediately after him and searched the black-clothed man's body, but found nothing except a bottle of medicine, a few spirit stones, and an earth-level dagger. After collecting the spoils, Su Xian took a helicopter. He let Ahu almost run out of fuel, but he didn't find any ferocious beasts, so he finally decided to go home. When Su Xian returned to Hengduan Mountains, he found that everyone was looking at him with admiration, which was completely different from the way he had bought people's hearts with money in the past. Because at the foot of the mountain, the corpse of a ferocious beast over 10 meters long had been hung up by the people of Hengduan Mountain. They stared at the beast meat with greed in their eyes. However, no one dared to take action. After all, this was the ferocious beast that Su Xian was hunting. Su Xian ignored their flattery, whether it was sincere or false. He had heard it too many times, and it no longer made any sense. As for the meat of the fierce beasts in the Xinzang realm, it contains a large amount of spiritual energy, which is very useful for strengthening the body. But for Su Xian, who has already reached the Xinzang realm, it is almost useless. On the contrary, the fur might be of some use to me. If I throw it into the red flame sea at the center of the earth, and combine it with other materials, I might be able to forge unexpected weapons or armor. You are to divide the beast meat. Try to give everyone a piece. The skins are kept, then washed, air-dried, and placed on the mountain. After Su Xian gave a brief explanation, he planned to continue his retreat because the terrifying spiritual energy coming from his body seemed like it was about to overflow at any time. Yes, sir. Xia Wenxi was naturally happy to be able to taste the meat of the ferocious beast and improve his strength. So he immediately asked people to buy 3 trucks of beer, prepared more than 100 barbecue racks and piles of seasonings, and prepared to have an open-air party in the evening. When everyone heard this, they cheered and their gratitude and loyalty to Su Xian increased. After returning to the Hengduan Valley, Su Xian finally felt full after eating 3 roasted pigs and drinking 10 cups of orange juice. If this continues, I will probably be able to eat 2 cows in one meal. There was a bitter look on Su Xian's face. After his strength increased, his demand for food increased countless times. Although this did not affect his body, he did not like the feeling of eating like crazy. After everything was ready, Su Xian sat quietly in the valley, closed his eyes, and began to practice. After reaching the Xinzang realm, in addition to tempering the body, tendons, and organs, some insights are also required. The potential of human organs is endless. The practice of Xinzang realm is to develop human organs to the extreme without damaging them. In his previous life, Su Xian saw that some practitioners in the Xinzong realm, in order to stimulate the potential of their organs as quickly as possible, did not hesitate to swallow a large number of elixirs with side effects, such as the heart-stimulating pill, to make their organs stronger and tap more potential. But in the end, they all suffered from sequelae of varying degrees. Some strong people, on the other hand, practice some extreme skills to consume their body's potential in advance, or even temporarily stimulate their body's potential during battle. In the end, all kinds of problems will basically arise. Simply put, it seems very contradictory to develop the body's potential while also developing it in moderation. Cultivation is a matter of extremes, but maintaining moderation is a way of restraining it. Su Xian took a deep breath, sat on the ground, took out the inner elixir from his arms, and swallowed it without any hesitation. After the inner elixir enters the body, it begins to slowly dissolve, turning into strands of extremely pure qi and blood, which circulate in the major orifices throughout the body, bringing with them an endless supply of spiritual energy. In an instant, the Bodhi tree in his mind reappeared, with lush branches and leaves, exuding endless vitality and breath, and absorbing all the spiritual energy and blood. Su Xian was stunned. So you are not picky about food? After the absorption was complete, Su Xian felt a cool sensation coming from his eyes, and then countless spiritual energy began to impact and transform his eyes. Unlike the last time I developed my heart, this time it didn't bring any pain. Instead, it made me feel very comfortable. I don't know how long it took, but when the spiritual energy slowly dissipated, Su Xian felt an inexplicable change in his eyes, as if his vision had become much stronger. Su Xian opened his eyes and saw an ant on the wall of the valley, 20 meters away from him. He could see the hairs on the ant's legs clearly and could even count them clearly. Su Xian was slightly surprised. The significant improvement in his eyesight was also a major manifestation of improved combat effectiveness. In the previous life, he was stuck in the first level of the Xinzong realm and had made no progress for many years. His body organs had not been strengthened at all, and he had not discovered any valuable effects. For this reason, he even secretly took banned pills and practiced banned techniques, but still failed to break through the first level of the Xinzong realm. In the end, he was torn to pieces alive by the ferocious beast. You have broken through to the second level of the divine hidden realm, strengthened your eyes, and gained the skill. Eagle eyes. Eagle eyes. Your eyes become as sharp as an eagle's, and you can even see small animals hundreds of meters away. Su Xian felt very relieved as he heard a series of reminders in his mind. As far as he knew, in the previous life, many practitioners in the Xinzong realm were able to break through and tap the potential of their organs, but very few were able to acquire some skills. For practitioners, among 1.4 billion people, no more than 10 can gain one skill after breaking through the Xinzong realm 9 times, and no one has 2 or more skills. And now that I have broken through to the second level, I have already acquired skills. This kind of luck can be said to be 1 in a billion. You can break through 7 times. The first time was to strengthen my heart, which enhanced my sixth sense, which allowed me to sense the half-demon. Now with the addition of Eagle Eye, my perception ability will be further improved. Su Xian nodded, closed his eyes, and continued to attack, because he felt that the blood and spiritual energy used in the breakthrough just now had not consumed half of his inner elixir. Su Xian opened the bottle of pills and found 2 blood-red pills inside. He put them to his nose and smelled them, then became ecstatic. This is a potential pill specially used for the Xinzong realm. It has no side effects and can accelerate the development of the body's potential. For practitioners in the Xinzong realm, it is a rare and coveted good thing. Without any hesitation, he directly stuffed the 2 pills into his body. After the elixir entered the body and melted, it emitted extremely strong medicinal power mixed with the blood energy of the inner elixir and was madly absorbed by the Bodhi tree. Afterwards, Su Xian felt that his waist area, that is, his kidneys, began to bear the impact and transformation of the spiritual energy. After about 10 minutes, everything was absorbed. You have broken through to the 3rd level of the divine hidden realm, strengthened your kidneys, and gained the skill. Unyielding. Unyielding. When you are attacked beyond your current level, there is a 15% chance of avoiding damage. Su Xian was even more delighted when he heard this tip and skill. The improvement of realm and the increase of one's own strength are secondary, but the enhancement of these organs is a qualitative improvement. If all organs were strengthened to the same strength as tendons, bones, and skin, then there would be no need for bones and skin to protect the fragile organs, and practitioners would become more lethal. As for his skills, they make him even more powerful. A 15% probability is not low, which is enough for him to fight against super-level practitioners or ferocious beasts. In my previous life, it took me 15 years to reach the Shinzong realm. In this life, I was able to reach the third level of the Shinzong realm without any effort. My starting point has surpassed the end point of my previous life. Su Xian's eyes gleamed with brilliance. In that case, I will collect all the debts from my previous life. Chapter 38, I will beat anyone who dares to betray Brother Su Xian. Wencheng, an abandoned mining area in the past, became a spirit stone mine after the revival of spiritual energy. It was also a place that the 10 major families coveted. They tried to attack it several times but were repelled every time. Wang Shi spent a lot of money to renovate the mining area and built a large number of high-rise buildings around it, including office buildings, warehouses, logistics areas, dormitories, training rooms, entertainment rooms, etc. In just a few months, this abandoned mining area that was once forgotten by the world has become extremely lively. More than 600 veterans were employed. When they had nothing to do, they would play cards, ball games, and sleep in the recreation room. They were well paid and had little work to do. But at critical moments, they need to stand up. After the revival of spiritual energy, this group of veterans, whose physical constitutions were stronger than ordinary people, quickly entered the bodybuilding stage, and their strength was further improved. With so many people gathered together, there is bound to be some friction. After all, there is no order here. However, what surprised Wang Shi was that his nephew, Dachuan, directly stepped into the 9th level of the body-tempering realm after the revival of spiritual energy and inherited natural supernatural powers. All of this was because Su Xian gave him a string of bracelets a few months ago and asked him to wear them on his hands. Dachuan, I'll leave those to you. Wang Shi rubbed his eyebrows. He had been doing business for decades and regarded himself as a businessman. He never liked violence and did not advocate it. However, the current situation was completely different from the past. Natural disasters and ferocious beasts are coming one after another. Casualties are soaring every day. Smoke of war is rising on the border, and all the military are transferred to guard the border. It looks like the end of the world. There were people causing trouble in the Jiqi mining area, trying to instigate everyone to revolt, snatch the spiritual stones, and distribute them among themselves. Wang Shi handed the matter over to Dachuan to deal with it, and Dachuan directly used violence and left the aftermath and beating work to himself. In order to better manage the mining area, Wang Shi, in accordance with Su Xian's instructions, set up an audit department composed of his confidants to supervise it on a daily basis. Dachuan stuffed a 20-inch pizza into his mouth, drank a 550 milliliters bottle of Coke in one breath, swallowed hard, and nodded. Uncle San, don't worry. For Brother Su Xian, these are nothing. Then he stood up. His huge body, now nearly 2 meters tall, made the ground tremble when he walked. In the entertainment room, 7 or 8 burly men in colorful shirts, with cigarettes in their mouths, began to talk among themselves, looking quite excited. We have guarded the mine for him for so long, and even risked our lives to provoke a conflict with the Morong family, but in the end, we got nothing except the money. Is this reasonable? Is this fair? The big man on the sofa spread out his hands, his tone quite dissatisfied. You better keep your mouth shut. Once the people from the audit department hear you, they will definitely take you in. A middle-aged man who looked more calm nearby quickly dissuaded him. I'm not afraid of shit. The big man who spoke first stood up, rolled up his sleeves, showed off his muscular body, patted his chest, and looked proud. I used to be afraid, but now I don't have to. Then he said word by word, because I'm also in the 9th level of the body-tempering realm. Immediately afterwards, the blood in his body boiled, and his strength at the peak of the 9th level of bodybuilding was revealed without reservation. Hiss! Several people in the training room were suddenly shocked and looked at him in unison, their eyes full of envy and admiration. The 9th level of the body-tempering realm was a rare existence in the whole of China. How did you do it? Most of us are only at the 5th level of the body-tempering realm. The big man had a proud look on his face, enjoying the attention of everyone, and pretended to be calm and composed. Nothing special, just practice makes perfect. Seeing the confused looks on everyone's faces, the big man cursed them for having no sense of humor, and then slowly said, To be honest, my realm has improved so quickly because of the cultivation of Patriarch Morong. He gave me 50 bodybuilding pills as a gift. After hearing this, the others were shocked. The Morong family and their employer were sworn enemies. It was said that a large-scale gunfight almost broke out in the Hungduan Mountains a few months ago. Some time ago, a vehicle heading to Hungduan Mountains was robbed by the Murong family, but they failed in the end. The big man quickly lowered his voice and said in a bewitching tone, "Everyone, think about this carefully. Have we gained anything from working for that Sue?" One of them immediately stood up and said in a pinched voice, "He paid us 50,000 a month, which was 8 times what we were doing before." The big man was stunned, then smiled contemptuously. "Nowadays, what's the use of money? Everything depends on realm and strength. Even the officials have stepped in to form Longting and gather practitioners. At this time, if we defend the mining area stubbornly but cannot get any spiritual stones, what's the point of defending it? Why don't you follow me and join the Murong family and be treated as an honored guest? Then spiritual stones and elixirs will be inexhaustible. So why worry about breaking through the body-tempering realm? Maybe you can reach the veins-shaping realm directly, and then you may become a truly powerful person in China, with honor and power coming one after another." The others were obviously a little moved, but still a little hesitant. One of them said, "From what I know, this Su Xian is not someone you can easily mess with. The Murong family suffered a setback in Hungduan Mountain before, and they still haven't gotten their revenge. And I heard from a brother over there that Su Xian hunted down a 10-ton beast." "What?" The big man who had joined the Murong family was startled. "Hunting ferocious beasts? This? So far, even the Chinese military has not heard of it, and even the Murong family only expelled the murderer." Suddenly, he had a bad premonition in his heart, but then he remembered that he was already in the 9th level of the body-tempering realm. So what if he was a little blatant and arrogant? Thinking of this, a trace of sarcasm flashed across his face. "If Su Xian dares to come, I will let him know the strength of the 9th level of body forging. I will kill a mere ferocious beast in front of me." Several people looked at him, not knowing what to say for a moment. At this moment, the door of the training room was gently opened, and a burly young man walked in. He had a silly look on his face, and he started to eat a bag of potato chips with a grunt. Seeing the young man, these people took a deep breath, then moved away from the big man and hurriedly distanced themselves from him. "It has nothing to do with us. He has taken refuge with the Murong family." The big man's face turned pale, and he felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. "What a bunch of villains. I heard that you've been very popular recently and have defeated many people. It's a good opportunity for me to come and see what you have to offer." The big man roared angrily, his muscles bulged, his blood boiled, and he rushed forward and attacked with a killing move. The young man was Dachuan. He was chewing potato chips while watching the big man's fierce attack. Suddenly, he threw away the potato chips and showed a rare anger on his face. "You just said bad things about Brother Su Xian. I heard it." The big man was stunned. "What a fool." The next moment, Dachuan shouted loudly. His whole body was covered with golden light, and he gently clenched his right hand and easily clenched the big man's fist, and the fist wind and the energy dissipated instantly. The big man was horrified and felt like he was being clamped in a pair of pliers. He used all his strength to try to pull out his fist, but it didn't move at all. "Let go!" A hint of fear began to appear on the big man's face, and he suddenly remembered that this young man had the reputation of being born with a diamond body. Dachuan smiled naively and rotated his right hand slightly. Then he heard the sound of broken bones, followed by the big man's heart-wrenching scream. "Ah!" The people nearby felt their scalps tingling as they watched. Could someone who had reached the 9th level of physical training be ravaged like this? Dachuan suddenly let go of his hand, and the big man hurriedly stepped back. Extreme fear flashed in his eyes. He looked to see that the door was open, and then ran towards the door with all his strength. "As long as I run out of this door and go to Murong's house, I can find a master and avenge myself." In his mind, Su Xian was always just a nouveau riche with some money, but he had no background and could not stay for long. Only a large Chinese family, like the Murong family, is the most suitable person to rely on, especially after the revival of spiritual energy. This feeling is even more obvious. "Just wait. When I find the person, I will break your hand." Unfortunately, the next moment, when he was running at full speed, Dachuan just flashed in front of him, with a look of surprise on his face. "Want to escape?" The big man's eyelids jumped. How come this fat man was so fast? "I will beat anyone who dares to betray Brother Su Xian." A rare serious look appeared on Dachuan's face, and then, before the big man had time to react as he was surprised, he punched him directly in the abdomen. Bang! The burly man, who was at the 9th level of the body-tempering realm, flew backwards, vomited blood in the air, slammed heavily into the wall, and then fell to the ground. His face was pale, and countless bones were broken. Dachun took a look, picked up the bag of potato chips on the ground, and continued eating. At the same time, he glanced at the people around him. "You guys, take care of it and hand it over to the audit department." After saying that, he grabbed the potato chips and ate them with a grunt, exactly the same as when he came. Those people nodded in response quickly, and at the same time they realized that even if they were at the 9th level of body forging, it would only take a punch in front of this young man with supernatural powers. This young man's admiration for Su Xian has reached a terrifying level. Thinking of this, these people did not dare to delay and started working immediately. After Dachuan finished dealing with things here, he inspected the mining area as usual. He found that everyone was mining seriously, so he didn't say anything and went back to his room to play a game of CS. Imperial Capital, Longting Headquarters, Conference Hall. Chen Tianping looked at Xia Changhe, who was covered in bandages and attending the meeting despite being ill. He felt a mixture of admiration and helplessness. China treated these civil servants relatively well. "You didn't have to come at all, Xiao Xia. You should rest well." Chen Tianping sighed, his face full of worry. "This time our analysis was insufficient. The beast's strength far exceeded our expectations. It looks like we must use more powerful weapons." Xia Changhe was wrapped in bandages, with only his eyes showing, looking like a mummy. He said, "No, I must come." Then, in front of all the senior executives of Longting, he took a breath and said carefully, "Because I saw a powerful man who descended from the sky like a god. He knocked the beast away with one punch, and then rode on the beast to violently hammer." Xia Changhe described the scene vividly, and then watched the faces of the people around him gradually become shocked, and he suddenly felt a sense of relief in his heart. "Xiao Xia, the strong man you mentioned, did not choose to join Longting. It is our loss." Chen Tianping went from being shocked to sighing, but he was also somewhat unwilling. "Is there any way to recruit them?" Xia Changhe smiled bitterly. "Director, let me be frank. They don't think highly of Long Tong. I estimate that his strength is at least the 7th level of the pulse-shaping realm." Hiss! The whole audience gasped. In just a dozen days, he had already reached the 7th level of meridian shaping. What a genius! It is said that the ancestor of the Morong family spent a huge amount of resources and only managed to cultivate a genius who had just entered the pulse-shaping realm. "Okay, we won't force it. Since he saved your lives, I will remember this favor for now and will repay him when I have the chance. Next, let's discuss the countermeasures for the frequent appearance of ferocious beasts on the border." Chen Tongping put away his smile. His face became dignified, and the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became depressing, and everyone felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. As you can imagine, the situation is very bad. China may be facing the greatest disaster in history. Chapter 39. The shock of the imperial capital and the Jinbei army. The appearance of the divine Bao. He glanced at Longting's senior executives. They were at least at the 8th level of the body-tempering realm. After some time, they would be able to enter the vein-shaping realm. By then, they would have a much better chance of winning against the ferocious beasts. But will the beast give us time? Will it give the whole of China time? What's next after the ferocious beast? At this moment, the man at the helm of the Chinese Public Security Bureau felt deeply powerless. If the cultivator Xiao Xiaominchin joins Longting, then China will be safe. For some reason, Chen Tianping had a premonition that he would meet him sooner or later, or rather, he would take action sooner or later and start to exterminate the ferocious beast. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered his daughter, who was still single. It is said that the man is also a young man, so it seems it is not impossible. But everyone, please be brave. Over the past thousands of years, China has faced countless natural disasters, invasions, wars, and attacks. But we have survived them all. I believe this time will be no different. Chen Tianping cleared the haze in his heart and encouraged everyone with great enthusiasm. Sure enough, everyone came out of their fear and sorrow and began to face it seriously. Chen Tianping also began to formulate a series of measures, such as lowering the threshold for recruiting Longting, purchasing a large number of bodybuilding pills and spiritual treasures, and began to consciously cultivate talented players, etc. The specific actions were implemented by other people. China, the far northern border military camp. This is the border between China and the Grizzly Empire. 10 days ago, ferocious beasts invaded and headed south, slaughtering all the surrounding villages and causing countless casualties. As the army responsible for the safety of the entire north, The Jinbei Legion was naturally sent here to resist the ferocious beasts. After sacrificing the lives of more than 800 people, consuming more than 30,000 bullets, a dozen fighter planes, and more than 30 armored vehicles, they finally resisted the invasion of the ferocious beast on the border and killed one. How is the construction of fortifications going? A general wearing a green military uniform with 5 stars on his shoulders sat on the main seat with a worried look on his face. General, we have built a 12-kilometer-long defensive wall on the border, starting from Yinshan in the west and ending at Liaohai in the east. The wall is 8 meters high, and 50,000 troops are deployed along the entire line. An officer of divisional rank below began to report. The general frowned. 8 meters, I'm afraid it's not enough. Continue to strengthen defenses. If you need money, ask the Imperial Capital Finance Bureau. Border defense is related to the safety of the entire human race and must be taken seriously. Yes. The general glanced at everyone. The solemnity and sadness on his face never dissipated, and his heart was weighed down by a huge stone. After a while, he slowly spoke. Next, let's start discussing the follow-up countermeasures. A young officer wearing glasses and looking relatively gentle spoke first, projected the PPT onto the big screen, stood up, pushed up his glasses, and began to explain. According to all the intelligence we have so far, there are a total of 5 beasts in this group, including the ones fighting us. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that there are more hidden ones. They are all creatures that are currently unknown on Earth, and there are only a few records of them in ancient books. Therefore, we speculate that after the spiritual energy revived, these ancient creatures also woke up at the same time, and they would fight against any living thing. Obviously, they still retain their traditional hunting instincts. According to our speculation, these beasts are at least at the 7th level of the vein-shaping realm, and they have super strong defense, speed, and lethality with almost no weaknesses. If we want to completely wipe it out, I'm afraid we need to ask the Imperial Commander-in-Chief to use nuclear weapons. After saying this, he sat down. Everyone was silent. Once nuclear weapons appeared, the world pattern would change. Moreover, even if the ferocious beasts were eliminated, it was hard to say whether the homeland on which humans depended for survival would still exist. The general hesitated and seemed unable to make up his mind. At this moment, an officer of the brigade commander level stood up and said loudly, "General, I have something to report." With an excited tone and a hint of joy on his face, the general frowned and nodded. There's news from Longting. A few days ago, near Tianshan, a young cultivator killed a fierce beast in the Xinjiang realm with 3 punches. Is this news reliable? The general asked in astonishment. It was sent by Chen Tianping. Hiss. After hearing this report, the entire conference hall fell silent, with only the sound of thumping heartbeats to be heard. These officers who had fought their way out of the sea of blood and corpses were all silent at this moment, and were extremely shocked in their hearts. If someone else had said this, they would definitely have questioned it. But this brigade commander was well known for speaking the truth without any compromise, and Chen Tianping was even more pragmatic than the brigade commander. If he said that he could kill with 3 punches, then that would definitely not be 4. Investigate this person's information immediately and mobilize all the resources of our Jinbei army to win him over. The general immediately saw hope, his expression showing excitement and anticipation. With this person around, why worry about the ferocious beasts not being destroyed? Even if he is made the head of the regiment, no. Just make him a general, that's fine. Everyone was stunned. How strict was the military system? Every promotion was based on real military merit. Not to mention being promoted directly to a general. Even becoming a brigade commander or a regiment commander was unheard of. It can be seen that the general has regarded this young cultivator, whom he has never met before, as the hope for defeating the ferocious beast, and perhaps also the hope for the entire China. Yes, General. Crossing the Valley of Depths and completely digesting the influences and changes after his realm upgrade, Su Xian has been able to fully adapt to the incredible skill Eagle Eyes, which is equivalent to installing a 100-fold telescope for himself, plus a microscope function. As for the skill, Unyielding, Su Xian has not found a suitable person to try it out yet. Maybe he should wait until he challenges someone above the Xinjiang realm to try it. However, without a foolproof guarantee, Su Xian would never take the risk. After all, a 15% probability is still very low if one's life is involved. The Bingpa Yumiao sword has not been used yet, except for killing a half-demon. In the previous life, not long after the arrival of the ferocious beast, those mysterious forces gradually began to step out from behind the scenes. At that time, the major families also began to turn against the Chinese government. Calculating the time, it should be less than 2 months. When the time comes, let this magic sword drink blood and kill to your heart's content. A fierce look emanated from Su Xian's eyes. During this period, the 5 mining areas began to transport materials one after another. Ever since the Morong family was defeated last time, the major families temporarily swallowed their anger and did not continue to launch attacks. However, Su Xian knew that this group of people would not give up. They were definitely waiting for the right opportunity to kill him with one blow. Su Xian sat cross-legged, a golden halo emanating from his body, and rich spiritual energy almost filled the entire valley. This is the advantage of the secret realm. The density of spiritual energy is 100 times higher than that of ordinary places, and the speed of cultivation is naturally faster. The day before yesterday, a noble family announced that they had broken through to the meridian shaping stage and stated that they were the first in China to do so, and no one objected. It seems that, apart from me, the highest realm of Chinese practitioners is still the pulse shaping realm. Su Xian nodded, quite satisfied with the current result. In less than a month, he had surpassed the 15 years of hard work in his previous life. At this moment, the magma in the center of the earth began to boil again, bubbling and gurgling. The scorching hot breath rushed towards him, but it was blocked by the green light emitted by the Bodhi tree. The Bingpa Yumiao sword behind him was buzzing and ready to move. Quiet! Su Xian gave a light shout, and the magic sword behind him actually stopped and became well-behaved, like a child who was scolded for doing something wrong. Looking at the restlessness of the magma at the Earth's core, Su Xian understood a little bit. During this period of time, whenever the magma surges up, it seems it is the most successful time to forge weapons. He then glanced around and threw the 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood that he had searched so hard for, as well as the ancestral dragon tendons given by the dragon and tiger temple, into the magma. After the lightning-struck wood merged into the magma, traces of pale blue lightning power crackled and turned into electric arcs, fighting violently with the magma, seemingly quite unwilling to give in. After the ancestral dragon's veins entered the magma, they underwent drastic changes. I saw the magma rising up to more than 6 meters high, and the scorching heat seemed to melt the world. Then a shadow appeared in the void. It was a black 5-clawed dragon. It raised its head and roared. The faint sound of dragon roars echoed back and forth in the valley for a long time. Su Xian was shocked. The origin of this ancestral dragon's tendon was mysterious. After so many years, a dragon tendon could still preserve such terrifying spiritual consciousness. At this time, the Bodhi tree appeared in his mind again, emitting a green light, resisting the impact of the void ancestral dragon. The magma at the center of the earth seemed quite unconvinced. As it rolled and boiled, it drew all the dragon tendons and the 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood into the center of the earth. After about 10 minutes, the magma calmed down. Su Xian's expression changed. It's done? Then, the magma suddenly surged up in huge waves, and a pale, blue divine bow, shining with dazzling light, slowly floated up. The bow is 2 meters long, with obscure runes engraved on it. Wisps of electric arcs are swimming on it, and they just stay there quietly in the void. It is a dazzling sight and an extraordinary product. Su Xian was overjoyed. Another magical weapon came into being. Then, a reminder came to my mind. Forge the immortal level divine weapon, Heavenly Punishment Thunder God Bow successfully. The forging level of the Earth Core Red Flame C was increased, currently at LV2. What? It turns out that this Red Flame C in the Earth's core can actually be upgraded? While Su Xian was thinking, a portrait suddenly appeared in the void. It was a god of war wearing a fairy robe, riding on an octagonal unicorn, holding a divine bow, looking very majestic. Looking closely, the divine bow is exactly the same as the one being made now. Suddenly, a bold guess emerged in Su Xian's mind. Could it be that this Heavenly Punishment Thunder God bow was the former weapon of this god of war? After a moment, the phantom dissipated, and the Thunder God bow slowly moved towards Su Xian. Su Xian stretched out his right hand and slowly grasped the magic bow. He suddenly felt a sense of vicissitudes of life flowing into his body, and the method of using the magic bow was also imprinted in his mind. This magical bow does not require arrows to use. As long as there is enough spiritual energy, you can keep shooting. Is it spiritual energy? This is what I lack the least. Thinking of this, Su Xian smiled slightly. In the south of the Yangtze River underground, there is a strangely shaped building that resembles an altar located in the pitch-black underground. In the altar, 12 figures covered in black robes sat around a round table. Everyone, the time has come. It's time to act. The black-robed man in the center crossed his fingers and spoke in a hoarse voice. Wait, I heard some very bad news recently. Is it related to our plan? I don't know yet. However, if we don't handle this matter properly, the coming of the adults in 3 months will inevitably be hindered. By then, none of us will have a good ending. What news? Someone in the north has broken through to the Xinjiang realm, refined a divine weapon, killed ferocious beasts, and controlled 5 major mining areas. This person is the one who stole the bronze sword from the tomb of the king of Yu. His name is Su Xian. The man who spoke first trembled slightly after hearing this. After a while, he exhaled and said calmly, "Notify the 10 great families and kill him." Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 40. Go out and kill the beast. The Jinbei army has been confronting the northern ferocious beast for more than a month. They killed 1 ferocious beast, but suffered more than 1,000 casualties. General Jinbei Wang's army built a 10-mile Great Wall, stretching from Yinshan in the west to Liaohai in the east. 50,000 troops were deployed along the entire line to try to stop the northern ferocious beast. The situation is worrying. The ferocious beast attacked in the south of the Yangtze River. The Murong family took action but disappeared. Suddenly, a group of sea beasts appeared in the East China Sea and attacked the port, causing hundreds of casualties. The entire Jinshi Corps was dispatched, a total of 16 fleets, engaged in a fierce battle with the sea beasts at sea, with countless casualties. The situation is worrying. A large number of atavistic creatures suddenly appeared in Yunbei ancient town, attacking the village in groups. The Jinbei army had no time to take care of them. The Longting Yunbei branch was dispatched and called on the local prominent families to resist together. Countless people were killed and injured. The situation is worrying. More than a dozen mummies were found north of the Great Wall. All the blood had been sucked out of them. The death was extremely horrific. The criminal police were dispatched, but have not yet found the murderer. It is speculated that it is an unknown creature. The situation is worrying. The Murong family's number 1 genius, Murong Wei, has broken through the body tempering stage and entered the meridian shaping stage. He is said to be the first genius from one of the 10 great families to enter the meridian shaping stage. The Murong family has announced that there is hope for revival. Xia Wenxi began to report on everything that had happened over the past month, as well as the current situation, which could be described in 2 words, worrying. Su Xian tore into the stake and listened to the news quietly. Compared with the previous life, the ferocious beasts in this life arrived much faster, and their numbers increased a lot. The overall situation was not optimistic, and thousands of humans died at the claws of ferocious beasts every day. Unless a strong man can enter the Xinjiang realm and then lead the team to start eliminating the ferocious beasts one by one, it will be possible to resolve the current crisis. In fact, the Chinese government is now facing unprecedented pressure. Since the revival of spiritual energy, sudden changes have occurred, and the most terrifying thing now is the ferocious beasts. Almost all of the 8 legions were deployed to set up a series of defense lines on the border, but they were still unable to completely wipe out the ferocious beasts. At this critical juncture, some leaders began to decide to use heavy weapons, even nuclear weapons, but this was rejected. After all, these are all Chinese lands, and the situation has not yet reached the end of the road. At least there are still thousands of Longting practitioners fighting against the ferocious beasts. When their realm is improved, the ferocious beasts will no longer pose a threat. Call Ahu over here. I have something to tell you. Only after Su Xian finished eating 20 pieces of black pepper steak did he slowly feel full. Yes. After a while, Ahu and Xia Wenxi walked into the office together. Now, where are the most ferocious beasts? Su Xian didn't waste any words and asked directly. Killing ferocious beasts can obtain inner elixir, which is extremely important for developing one's physical potential and improving one's realm. The two were slightly stunned and somewhat shocked. In the current situation, people were avoiding the ferocious beasts, and even the Murong family did not dare to confront them head-on. Is our boss going to take the initiative to attack? If we talk about the place with the most ferocious beasts, it should be in the north, which is the group that the Jinbei army is currently dealing with. According to what they said, there are at least a dozen ferocious beasts. Okay, Ahu, prepare the helicopter. We're going to the Jinbei army. Yes, sir. You go down and prepare. After the two left, Su Xian also began to prepare. He inserted the Bingpa Yunmiao sword behind his back and hung the Tianfa Lation bow diagonally on his back, looking like a hunter. At the same time, he also brought 10 spirit stones with the richest spiritual energy, which were already of top quality and enough for him to absorb for a period of time. Half an hour later, Ahu drove a helicopter and took Su Xian all the way north to the location of the Jinbei Legion. Jinbei Army, front line, 35 miles west of Shanhaiguan. Roar! A fierce and loud roar pierced the sky and sounded the clarion call for an attack on the Jinbei military camp. Prepare for battle. A captain stood in the watchtower, looking at the ferocious beasts rushing towards him about 1,000 meters ahead. They were very aggressive, and there were more than a dozen of them. Damn, these cunning beasts! The regiment commander's heart skipped a beat. He sent out a reconnaissance plane this morning to investigate and found that there was not a single ferocious beast within a radius of 20 miles. According to the speculation of the military political commissar, this place should not be the focus of the ferocious beast attack. As a result, unexpectedly, these ferocious beasts actually began to concentrate their strength, and more than a dozen of them attacked together. Reporting to the headquarters, this is the 126th Regiment. We are under attack by 15 ferocious beasts. We have less than 2,000 soldiers here. I am afraid it will be difficult to resist, requesting support. Repeat. This is the 126th Regiment. The person on the other end of the wireless intercom responded quickly. The current Jinbei Army headquarters has ordered the 126th Regiment to hold its position, and the support troops will arrive within 10 minutes. Putting down the wireless communication device, the team leader's heart sank. Can he hold on for 10 minutes? Roar! The beast covered a third of a 1,000-meter distance in just a few seconds, getting closer and closer to the defensive position. Shot! After entering the range of machine guns and artillery, the regiment commander gave the order without hesitation, and a fierce fire attack was launched on the position. Da-da-da-da. Hundreds of machine guns and tens of thousands of bullets poured out. Dust was flying below the position, and artillery fire was raging. The air was filled with a layer of sand and yellow soil that blocked the view, but the soldiers did not dare to stop. Roar! 10 seconds later, a ferocious beast with antlers and a length of 10 meters jumped up like lightning. Like an antelope hanging its horns, drew a graceful arc in the air, and instantly killed into the top of the position. The metal bullet that penetrated everything only left shallow marks on it, and could not even penetrate the body. In an instant, a hole was torn in the position. The ferocious beast raised its sharp claws and slapped 4 or 5 people away with a random strike. Fight! The commanding officer here roared, drew out his machete without hesitation. Blood burst out of his body, and rushed forward at the lead. Kill! A dozen warriors at around the 7th level of the body-tempering realm drew their swords and rushed over, with murderous aura rising into the sky. The ferocious beast opened its bloody mouth, roared, and started fighting with the group of warriors. After a while, a pile of corpses were lying on the ground, and the ferocious beast finally had wounds on its body, but it did not affect its movements at all. In just such a short period of time, the rest of the ferocious beasts climbed up to the position one after another. In an instant, the battle situation fell into a great disadvantage, and soldiers died every moment. The regiment commander's eyes were about to burst. While directing the battle, he urged the headquarters to send for help. Only 2 minutes have passed so far. 8 minutes left. What's going on? At this moment, the sound of helicopter propellers stirring suddenly came from the sky. The captain looked up and saw a young man carrying a bow and a long sword. He opened the cabin door and jumped down directly from a height of 100 meters. Are you crazy? Jumping down from such a high place? The captain's eyelids twitched. Boom! The young man in black tights smashed into the position like a cannonball, creating a deep hole in the ground. You're here to support me so soon? The captain was delighted that the young man in front of him jumped from a height of 100 meters without any injury. The aura emanating from him was far beyond the body-tempering realm, and had even reached the late stage of the vein-shaping realm. The noise made by Su Xian falling to the ground was so loud that it actually stopped the fierce fighting between the two sides. The soldiers and the ferocious beasts all looked at him with horror and confusion on their faces. After a rough look, there were more than a dozen ferocious beasts. Su Xian planned to end the battle quickly, so he slowly pulled out the Heavenly Punishment Thunder God Bow from behind. In an instant, the entire space was filled with terrifying thunder and lightning. The pale blue divine bow was shining brightly, with blue arcs of electricity jumping on it, looking quite extraordinary. Su Xian activated Eagle Eye and locked onto the target, which was a 40-meter-long python. Every time it slapped its tail, more than a dozen soldiers flew out, either dead or disabled, with an alarming kill rate. The python turned its head, spitting out its tongue, and stared at Su Xian. The next moment, Su Xian's whole body of spiritual energy was activated. Golden light was shining. The Bodhi tree in his mind emitted green light, and then he pulled the bowstring. Boom! At this time, the sky and the earth changed color. Dark clouds rolled up, and lightning tore a hole and came directly down. The soldiers around were all stunned. They stared blankly at this strange phenomenon in the world, their hearts filled with horror. This is? The captain stared at the darkening sky, the rolling dark clouds, and the thunder and lightning with a confused look on his face. This was far beyond his understanding. What kind of powerful person is this who can cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth just by pulling a bow? Su Xian pulled the divine bow to an almost full moon position, then let go. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow that was 4 meters long and as thick as an arm, condensed from blue light, broke through the air with great force. Because of its fast speed, it made a sonic boom. Almost at the same time, a shocking explosion sounded. The arrow hit the python accurately, directly blasting its body into pieces that flew all over the sky. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and a black inner pill flew high into the air. Su Xian was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He leaped up and grabbed it directly in his hand. It was cold to the touch, and then he threw it into the cloth bag hanging around his waist and continued to look for the next target. The python was shot through, leaving no trace of its body. The other dozen or so ferocious beasts looked at each other, then turned around and left, jumping off the city wall and retreating collectively. The young man in front of them brought too much terrifying pressure to them. He was completely invincible. What? Those soldiers were stunned, watching this ferocious beast that dared to challenge 50,000 people, dared to fight against hundreds of fighter planes, dared to challenge dozens of tanks, and even suppress the Jinbei Legion, but just ran away in the face of this young cultivator? Su Xian frowned. It was obvious that these ferocious beasts were much better at judging danger than the wolf and tiger. But now that I'm here, can you run away? Su Xian leaped up, flew onto the battlefield, locked onto a running beast, drew his bow, and shot an arrow. As soon as he let go, the arrow hit the target accurately like a meteor, making a deafening explosion, and blood and flesh flew everywhere, leaving no trace of the body. The remaining ferocious beasts fled even faster. Su Xian was speechless for a while. He had not yet strengthened his limbs, nor had he had time to practice any body movement techniques. It would be difficult for him to catch up for a while, so he waved to Ahu. After the helicopter landed, Su Xian turned around and left, preparing to open the cabin door. The leader suddenly woke up from his dream and asked, "May I ask?" However, Su Xian ignored him completely. After getting on the helicopter, he flew directly towards the fleeing beast. The captain's scalp tingled, and more than 1,000 people were stunned. He was chasing a ferocious beast. 5 minutes later, reinforcements from the Jinbei Corps arrived, with more than 50 fighter planes, and the leader was an Air Force major. "Captain, excuse me, where is your war? Where are the beasts?" The leader glanced at him and took a deep breath. "Major, before you." A young man jumped down from a helicopter, pulled a bow, shot a ferocious beast into pieces, and the beasts retreated collectively. Now, he has already flown a helicopter to hunt down the ferocious beast. The major just stood there in a daze, his mind a mess, feeling that the amount of information far exceeded his understanding. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 41, Killing Feast. He is God. So what you mean is that there is a person, a young cultivator, who killed more than a dozen ferocious beasts and forced them to retreat. And now he is even chasing them in a helicopter? The major spread his hands, a hint of anger on his face. He had fought with that group of ferocious beasts several times, losing many fighters and not gaining any advantage. He knew very well the combat power of those ferocious beasts, and it was impossible for one person to deal with them. So he questioned the scene described by the captain. The leader was stunned, and then he became furious. "Major, you can question me, but you cannot insult that godlike hero. There are more than 1,000 people present here, and they can all testify to this. And where you are standing now, if you look down, you will know." The major opened his mouth, but said nothing. Then he looked down, and his scalp went numb. There were pieces of meat all over the ground. I bent down to pick up a piece and saw the black snake scales as hard as steel. After a quick comparison, I immediately knew the answer. These snake scales belonged to that extremely cunning python. The pattern, shape, color, and size all match. The major took a deep breath. His mind was under an unprecedented impact. And finally, it turned into one word. Grass. Why the hell don't you keep him? He's the hero the general wants to recruit. The major suddenly remembered what the general had said before, and even asked him to search everywhere for the hero who killed the ferocious beast with 3 punches near Tianshan Mountain. It now seems that in addition to his fists, he also has a magical bow, which can blast a ferocious beast whose defense even a fighter plane cannot break through into pieces with just 1 arrow. The leader shrugged and spread his hands. Do you think he will listen to me? The major understood instantly, and then became extremely anxious. Which direction did he go? North. Very good, Captain. You have done a great job. If we can recruit that hero, please report the news to the general truthfully. I think he will be very happy. The major put on his helmet, got on his fighter, and dialed the communication settings. Brothers, head north and search for our hero. Receive. Su Xian held on to the group of ferocious beasts and headed north. The helicopter was flying very fast, and it didn't take long for him to catch up with the beasts. However, a new problem also arose. Every time he encountered a ferocious beast, he had to jump down, kill it, and then go up again. This going up and down was very time-consuming. However, even if you were standing on a helicopter and shooting, you still have to jump down to pick up the inner elixir. It would be great if I could break through to the Tianyuan realm. Then I wouldn't need a helicopter and could fly. After Su Xian killed the ferocious beast with antlers with 1 punch, he took out his inner elixir and took off again. He found that the beast had run a long way away, so he sighed. Keep chasing. Ahu controlled the helicopter and continued to chase towards the north, while the group of ferocious beasts ran for their lives in a panic and did not even think of dispersing. In this case, Su Xian was not worried and just kept hanging on. After catching up with one, he would kill it, get the inner elixir, and continue chasing it. Now, there are 4 inner elixirs in his cloth bag. These are all ferocious beasts in the Xinzong realm. He is confident that he can directly step into the peak of the Xinzong realm. At this moment, Ahu's radar panel suddenly detected more than 50 flying objects behind him. Sir, there are more than 50 fighter planes behind us. Judging from the radar, they seem to be Chinese military models. Don't worry about it. Let's continue hunting down the beast. Su Xian didn't care about it at all. There was only the ferocious beast and the inner elixir in his mind. Not long after, the group of fighter jets approached Su Xian and his team and sent out a communication request. Sir, the other party has sent a communication request. We could be on the same frequency. Do you want to answer it? Su Xian pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Ahu connected the communication device, and an extremely excited voice came from it. Hello, hero. I am Lin Jiping, a major in the Air Force of the Jinbei Corps of China. I am glad that you came to the rescue and drove away the beasts when the 126th Regiment was about to be defeated. Please allow me to express my respect to you on behalf of the entire Jinbei Corps. Hang up now. Su Xian frowned, wondering why the iron-blooded soldier became so nagging. Ahu cut off the communication settings, controlled the helicopter, and continued to head north to chase the beast. Through the glass, he could see that the beast on the ground was running away at all costs and did not dare to stay. Beep, beep, beep. The communication device rang again. Ahu turned his head and glanced at Su Xian, who narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded gently. After the call was connected this time, Ahu interrupted Major Lin Jiping's opening remarks. Mr. Major, please stop talking nonsense and get straight to the point. Okay. Don't worry, I won't nag you this time. Hero, our general has heard about your heroic deeds of killing ferocious beasts. He wants to recruit you to join the Huaxia Jinbei Corps. You can choose any position. I wonder if you... Not interested. Su Xian interrupted him directly. After a few seconds of silence, the man seemed a little awkward, and after coughing a few times, he continued. Hero, it looks like you're going to hunt down the beast, but to be honest, a helicopter is definitely not as fast as a fighter plane. I wonder if we can help you. Of course, it is also an honor for our Jinbei Corps to be able to help you. Ahu turned his head with a strange look on his face and glanced at Su Xian. He was extremely surprised. The Jinbei Corps was the leader of the 8 major corps in China, and its overall combat power was among the best in the world. It was said that their general was also very arrogant. Why at this moment? The tone seems to have a hint of flattery. Su Xian hesitated for a moment, took a look at the beast running on the ground, and felt a little overwhelmed, so he tentatively said, "You should have seen the dozen or so ferocious beasts in front of you. Can you force them into a certain area and prevent them from scattering, just like a sheepdog restraining a flock of sheep?" Ahu's mouth twitched. "Sir, your metaphor is really vivid. A dignified Air Force major is like a dog when described by you." Who knew that the next moment, confidence and cheers would burst out from there. "No problem. Please rest assured. I have more than 50 fighter planes equipped with China's most advanced drives and shells to ensure the completion of the mission." Lin Jiping doesn't care whether he is a dog or a pig. As long as he works for the hero, he would be willing to be a sheepdog or even a grandson. "Okay, start now and get ready to catch up. Leave the rest to me." After Su Xian finished saying this, he opened the cabin door, drew his bow and arrow, and remained motionless despite the howling wind. With the help of Eagle Eye, he could clearly see the specific location of the ferocious beasts and simulate their movement routes. After Lin Jiping received the news, he immediately took action. More than 50 fighter planes were divided into 3 groups and began to bombard the ferocious beast from 3 directions at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The shells poured down like a torrential rain, and the ferocious beast instantly became panicked. Sometimes it is just so strange. If the attack of these fighter jets alone is not enough to make the murderer react, they may even fight back. These shells hitting them are no different from taking a shower. However, if there is a cultivator in the Xinjiang realm following behind who can blow them into pieces at any time, these shells will immediately undergo a qualitative change. This is due to psychological effects, similar to a frightened bird. Under the repeated bombing of more than 50 fighter planes, coupled with the threat of Su Xian's divine bow, this group of ferocious beasts began to move away from the 3 directions and ran wildly towards the remaining direction. "Hero, we have completely blocked the east, west, and south directions with firepower. 3 kilometers to the north is a cliff that is 1,000 meters high. They can't climb over it." Seeing the beast running northward according to his plan, Lin Jiping began to explain confidently. Su Xian ignored him and hung on the cabin door, following all the way. About 2 or 3 minutes later, the group of ferocious beasts finally arrived at the top of the cliff. They roared and slowed down, turned their heads, raised their heads, and looked at the figure in the air, the invincible nightmare. Su Xian took a look at the group of ferocious beasts and jumped directly from a height of 100 meters. Like a cannonball, he smashed a big hole in the ground. Then he pulled out Bingpa Yunmiao and slowly approached the ferocious beast step by step, like the god of death. With every step he took, his aura rose rapidly. When he was less than 50 meters away from the ferocious beast, his whole body was emitting pure golden light, and the magic sword in his hand directly caused the air in the void to begin to freeze. "Quick, record it!" The major woke up as if from a dream and came to his senses from his shock. He quickly asked his men to stop the plane and start filming, and his blood immediately began to boil. Su Xian didn't waste any words. He moved his body, and the long sword in his hand flashed a series of afterimages. Wherever it passed, everything turned into ice. Roar! Those ferocious beasts that dared to challenge an army of 50,000 people and dared to fight with tanks and fighter planes now faced Su Xian. Endless fear rose in their huge eyes. They raised their heads and roared, trying to dispel the fear in their hearts. Swoosh! A cold light flashed, and Su Xian, holding the Bingpa Yunmiao sword, rushed into the group of ferocious beasts in the Xinjiang realm like a god descending from heaven or the reincarnation of the god of death, and launched a one-sided massacre. In the front was a ferocious beast with a horse face and deer antlers. There was despair in its eyes. It immediately lowered its head, and a ball of white light rose from its antlers, and it charged straight over. Su Xian's sword went straight in, piercing through its huge steel head and cutting off its indestructible antlers. Then he stirred it vigorously, causing the entire head to explode instantly. Blood and flesh splattered, and the 5 bodies fell down with a loud bang. After a successful attack, Su Xian did not stop. He swung his sword, and a crescent-shaped sword energy, more than 10 meters long, swept across. The group of ferocious beasts didn't even have time to defend themselves before their bodies were cut in half by the milky white sword energy. As soon as their blood flowed out, it was frozen by the cold air, and white smoke rose up. Several ferocious beasts in the front row fell to the ground with a bang. Su Xian did not stop, but rushed forward, jumped high, and landed on the back of a ferocious beast that was more than 10 meters long and looked like a wild boar. He grasped the hilt of the sword with his backhand, inserted it fiercely into its skull, and then stirred it hard. The whole head exploded and was covered in blood. After jumping down, he stabbed his sword into the bloody mouth of another ferocious beast. He suddenly exerted force with his right hand, and the sword energy was like a rainbow, piercing through the throat of the ferocious beast. This was the first time Su Xian used the Bingpa Yunmiao sword to engage in a large-scale battle. He was satisfied with its performance. It was indestructible and could release cold air to slow down enemies. It was indeed a magical weapon. However, he still felt it was not exciting enough, so he dropped his sword, leaped forward, raised his fists, and hammered the beast's head into a dent. Then he sat on it, held its neck tightly with his right hand, and with a little force, the head exploded, with blood and brains spurting out. In less than a moment, more than a dozen ferocious beasts were killed, before they even had time to put up a decent resistance. His clothes were stained with blood. The setting sun was as red as blood, and Su Xian's body was covered in the blood of ferocious beasts. He looked like an ancient killing god. The Jinbei Air Force members suspended in the air were stunned and even forgot to shift gears. They just looked at Su Xian quietly, feeling extremely horrified. A feast of slaughter, he is a god. After a long while, the major slowly trembled his lips and muttered to himself. Chapter 42. Continue to improve, 7th level of Divine Hidden Realm. It was not until the cloth bag could no longer hold the inner elixir that Su Xian waved towards Ahu. I still have to find a storage ring. I remember that this thing almost never appeared in my previous life, and there were only a few of them in the whole of China that could be counted on one hand. Perhaps it will only appear when the true king level arrives. After Ahu landed, he handed over several large bags. Su Xian collected all the inner elixirs and stuffed them all into the bags, unable to hide a smile on his calm face. I put in so much effort just for this moment. The harvest was good, and Su Xian's mood also improved. At this time, the more than 50 fighter jets found an open space and landed slowly. Major Lin Jiping just got out of the cabin door and ran over impatiently. He looked at Su Xian with admiration on his face. "Hero." Seeing Su Xian preparing to walk toward the cabin door, Lin Jiping hurriedly shouted. Su Xian turned around and asked calmly, "What's up?" Lin Jiping was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath to calm down his shock, and with a smile on his face, he slowly spoke. "Hero, may I ask your name?" "Su Xian." "Ah, you are that Su Xian." Su Xian smiled and nodded. The major had heard of Su Xian before. He was once China's #1 business genius. He started to run Beichen in his 20s and built Beichen into a world-class enterprise, creating a business legend for China. However, more than half a year ago, he suddenly sold his shares and started to buy up all kinds of antiques. The media reported and publicized his image as a prodigal son who spent money lavishly. Unexpectedly, the Su Xian standing in front of him was a killing god who killed more than a dozen ferocious beasts by himself. Those dozen ferocious beasts made the Jinbei Legion, the leader of the 8 major legions of China, unable to sleep or eat and suffered countless casualties. The momentary contrast was hard for him to accept, and in the end he could only attribute it to the unscrupulous media that would fabricate anything for the sake of traffic. The major looked at Su Xian calmly, his eyes full of admiration. Suddenly he bowed deeply and said seriously, "Mr. Su, no matter what you think, in the eyes of our Jinbei Corps, you are our savior and a hero of China. On behalf of the entire Jinbei Corps, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you." Su Xian waved his hand, his expression indifferent. "I killed the beast, not to save you. Frankly speaking, I don't really care whether your Jinbei Corps can hold off the beast." The major was slightly stunned and looked at Su Xian with his mouth wide open. But Su Xian suddenly became extremely serious and determined. "No matter who dares to invade China, I will make him pay the price." The major and the soldiers behind him were immediately in awe and saluted. "Okay, we understand Mr. Su's position. As I said before, the door of our Jinbei army is always open to Mr. Su. We welcome you to come at any time." Su Xian ignored him, turned around, and walked into the cabin. The propeller of the helicopter began to stir slowly, rising continuously, and finally turned into a dot in the sky, disappearing from the sight of the major and his men. "Go back immediately and report to the general that our Jinbei army is saved and China is saved." The major was so ecstatic that his voice trembled. The huge stone in his heart disappeared in an instant, and the haze that had troubled him for many days vanished. With this guardian god, why should we Chinese fear ferocious beasts or invaders? Crush them all? After returning to the Hungguan Valley, Su Xian immediately began to retreat. Things have completely changed beyond what happened in the previous life. In just over a month, ferocious beasts from the Xinzong realm have already descended. In the previous life, it would have taken more than 3 months to appear. Not to mention, it is a ferocious beast from the Xinzong realm. It seems that the horror of this life is far greater than the previous life. I don't know what I will face next. The only way to solve all these troubles is to speed up the improvement of my strength. I remember that in the last life, that mysterious force, a foreign race called prophets, should be about to appear. This group of foreign races is more terrifying than ferocious beasts. They incited the aristocratic families to rebel. They sacrificed all living things to revive the ancient clan. The arrival of the ancient clan has turned China into a complete hell. The country has been destroyed, families have been ruined, countless practitioners have been enslaved, and countless civilians have been displaced. Thinking of this, Su Xian's desire for strength became even stronger. After entering the Hungguan Valley, Su Xian took out 200 spirit stones from the warehouse. He held them in his hands without hesitation and began to absorb them. At the same time, the murderer's inner elixir was taken out of the bag and swallowed directly. After the inner elixir enters the body, it begins to slowly melt under the catalysis of spiritual energy, dispersing into wisps of spiritual power that wander around in the body. Now, Su Xian has reached the 3rd level of Xinzong. His heart, eyes, and kidneys have been greatly developed, and he has acquired the 2 skills of eagle eyes and unyielding. 5 minutes later, all the spiritual energy in the inner elixir was absorbed, and the spiritual energy of more than 30 spirit stones was absorbed completely and turned into a ball of ash. Su Xian's realm was approaching the peak of the 3rd level, and he was only 1 step away from a breakthrough. At this moment, Su Xian's lungs were suddenly hit by a crazy impact of spiritual energy. He felt a dull pain, and it felt like a boning knife was scraping his lungs, as if removing something. At the same time, the Bodhi tree in my mind suddenly appeared. Now it has grown into a towering tree with luxuriant branches and leaves. It exudes a strong green light, making people feel like they are bathed in the spring breeze, and its powerful vitality lasts forever. The green light instantly began to entangle with the spiritual energy in the body. The spiritual energy was responsible for transforming Su Xian's lungs, while the green light was working nonstop to repair and eliminate the pain. After 5 minutes, Su Xian felt a barrier in his body suddenly break open, and his lungs were constantly reorganizing and becoming as hard as iron. The transformation was successful. Su Xian opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. He took another breath and absorbed a lot of the rich spiritual energy in the valley. Simple breathing can actually absorb spiritual energy. Su Xian was greatly encouraged. His lungs had been transformed successfully, his potential had been tapped, and his absorption of spiritual energy had increased at least 100 times. Your realm has been raised to the 4th level of Xinzong. At the same time, a prompt sound rang in his mind. Su Xian looked excited. After the lung transformation was successful and he tapped into the divine treasure, his speed of replenishing spiritual energy and practicing were 100 times faster than that of ordinary people. I remember in my previous life, geniuses in the Xinzong realm had to spend several years to advance to each level. And they were geniuses from aristocratic families who used a large number of elixirs, magic weapons, and techniques to forcibly smash a path and build up their realm. In this time, it only took me 5 minutes. Some time ago, a genius from the Murong family broke through to the pulse-shaping realm. The whole of China was shocked. The other 9 great families sent treasures to congratulate them. Even some high-ranking officials of the legions said bluntly that the Murong family would become the backbone of China in the future. Su Xian shook his head. He couldn't imagine that the geniuses in this world were too weak. He simply couldn't muster any interest to pay attention to them. Unfortunately, this breakthrough did not seem to gain any additional skills, which Su Xian felt a little regretful. After taking more than a dozen deep breaths in a row, Su Xian slowly adapted to these changes and began to understand something. The slow and rhythmic breathing seemed to be able to absorb more spiritual energy. Afterwards, he continued to pick up an inner elixir and swallowed it, and then absorbed a total of 40 spirit stones. but found that the spiritual energy in his body still did not reach the threshold of the fourth level of Shinzong. It seems that the further you advance, the more spiritual energy is needed to improve your realm, and one inner elixir is no longer enough to break through a realm. This is just like playing a game. The further you advance, the more experience points you need to upgrade, and the monsters you need to kill will also be stronger. If one is not enough, then have another one. Su Xian made up his mind, endured the pain, and swallowed another inner elixir. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the body was rising wildly, like a surging river, spreading rapidly to the limbs and bones, and in one fell swoop directly reached the threshold required for the improvement. But it seemed that it was still a little short. Gluttonous! Su Xian cursed inwardly, gritted his teeth, took out another inner elixir, and stuffed it into his mouth. Suddenly, spiritual energy dispersed and powerful spiritual power came. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably explode directly. However, Su Xian had studied the Washing Meridian Scroll and was born with a divine body. The capacity of his tendons and veins was countless times that of an ordinary practitioner. Not to mention the current spiritual energy. Even if it was 10 or 100 times, he would absorb it all. Finally, under the effect of the 3 inner elixirs, Su Xian barely reached the barrier of the 4th level of the Shinzong realm. And this time, the spiritual energy impacted and transformed his liver. Among the 5 elements of the human body, the liver belongs to wood. Wood produces fire. The liver controls the tendons and veins and protects the blood. Corresponding to this is vitality, and the Bodhi tree currently seems to belong to the wood attribute. Therefore, this time the spiritual energy shock and transformation was particularly smooth, and Su Xian did not even feel any pain. More than 10 minutes later, the barrier in Su Xian's body was broken, and he officially stepped into the Shinzong realm and gained an additional skill: eternal life. Endless rebirth. Can quickly recover from non-fatal injuries. Can be used once a day. Recovery ability is linked to level. Currently LV1. Can be improved. Hearing this hint, Su Xian was ecstatic. With this skill, it is almost equivalent to immortality. As long as the injury is not fatal, it can be solved. Unyielding. Has a 15% chance of avoiding fatal injuries. The combination of these 2 skills can be said to give you enough capital to challenge the border. I remember that in the previous life, there was a peerless genius who gained skills when he transformed his body, and these skills needed to be enhanced with a special kind of medicinal material. This kind of medicinal material is rare in the world and will only appear after 100 years of spiritual energy recovery. In other words, the skill level cannot be improved now and can only be improved after half a year. However, half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Xian could afford to wait. Next, after using up all the inner elixirs, Su Xian began to transform his intestines and ears. Directly reached the 7th level of Shinzong. Su Xian stood up, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. In my last life, it took me 15 years to reach the threshold of the divine hidden realm. In this life, in just over a month, I have already reached the 7th level of Shinzong. As far as we know, the most powerful genius of the Murong family has barely broken through the meridian-shaping realm. Su Xian slowly walked out of the valley with his stomach growling. Xia Wenxi quickly arranged for 10 men to carry 500 kilograms of braised beef and 10 boxes of beer. Su Xian walked over slowly, grabbed the fragrant braised beef, and began to devour it while opening the bottle cap and drinking beer. After the transformation of his stomach and intestines, the essence of these originally ordinary foods was actually directly absorbed. In addition to enhancing the sense of fullness, Su Xian could also gain the blessing of spiritual energy. "Sir, I have something to tell you." Xia Wenxi hesitated for a while, but finally said it. "What's up?" The Murong family has joined forces with the 9 great families and started to plot against our mining area. Su Xian's eyes turned cold, and then he calmed down. "Eat first." Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 43. Murong family's preparations. Su Xian starts a killing spree. Half an hour later, Su Xian finished eating 500 kilograms of braised beef and 10 boxes of beer. He finally felt full and burped contentedly. He lay on the sofa and motioned Xia Wenxi to tell him what happened. News came from the Wenqing mining area that the Murong family bribed the workers in the mining area and tried to incite rebellion and break in from the inside. Now they have been taken down by Dachuan, and the audit department has intervened to investigate. In the white mining area, we have recently discovered many strange practitioners who are sneaking around, and seem to be gathering intelligence. According to the speculation of the people there, they're most likely from aristocratic families. In the Nanjing mining area, Murong Wei personally flew a plane there, circled the sky a few times, and made a harsh statement that the next time he came, the mining area would change hands. Judging from the words of Assistant Xia Wenxi, the top 10 families have already begun to take action one after another, trying to get their hands on their own mining areas, and some places have even infiltrated their interior. However, Su Xian has been busy improving his strength, killing ferocious beasts, and forging magical weapons, and has no time to pay attention to it. Now it seems that this group of people from the aristocratic families are getting too arrogant. It seems that I don't want to pay attention, and people mistakenly think that I dare not show up. Send a message to Murong Gui. If he shows any signs of targeting my mining area again, I will definitely have him removed from China. Su Xian's expression was calm, as if he was talking about something insignificant. In fact, the Murong family is also an insignificant existence to him, but the power behind him is still unknown. At this moment, a plan suddenly emerged in his mind, and he quickly said, Vinci, add one more sentence to the news I just told you. 3 days later, I, Su Xian, will go to Jiangnan. I hope Murong Gui will be ready to accept my great gift. Xia Wenxi was slightly stunned, and a chill surged in his heart. Suddenly, he remembered the terrifying methods that his master used in the mall in the past, and nodded quickly. Yes. Jiangnan, Murong family. Murong Gui called all the core members to a meeting with a sad and solemn look on his face. A capable middle-aged man on the left looked at Murong Gui, and after getting the latter's approval, he quickly stood up, cleared his throat, and said, The prophet has issued an order. Act quickly and kill Su Xian. After hearing this order, everyone in the conference room fell silent. The prophet had contacted them more than 3 months ago and predicted the revival of spiritual energy, reminding the Murong family to make arrangements in advance. This allowed the Murong family to seize the opportunity and plan ahead. After the revival of spiritual energy, the Murong family followed the prophet's instructions and secretly destroyed more than a dozen small businesses. They used their connections and relationships to seize many treasures from them. This allowed the young talents of the family to make rapid progress, and now 4 of them have entered the meridian-shaping realm. Therefore, for the Murong family, the prophet is their benefactor, but as for his origin, there is no way to know. Naturally, they followed the prophet's orders without hesitation, especially Su Xian, who was incompatible with the Murong family. Away, you are now the head of the Murong family. Tell me what you think. Murong Gui's face was calm, but there was a hint of worry in the depths of his eyes. Ancestor, since the prophet has given this order, it means that Su Xian has to be eliminated. Moreover, Su Xian has taken away the bronze sword that originally belonged to us, as well as those spiritual stone mines. He has long been at odds with my Murong family. Murong Wei is the strongest man in the Murong family today. He possesses the terrifying strength of the 3rd level of the pulse-shaping realm. In addition, he is resourceful and was promoted to the helmsman by the ancestor. What he says carries a lot of weight. Murong Gui nodded and ignored the others. So, getting rid of Su Xian is a must. That's right. Murong Wei nodded, his face calm, and continued. If I'm not mistaken, the other 9 great families should have received the same order. So this time our Murong family must unite with the other 9 great families to jointly eliminate Su Xian. Su Xian is far away in Hengguan Mountain, closest to the Li family, so we should let them investigate the situation first. After all, we still don't know Su Xian's true strength, but I think he is at most at the vein-shaping realm. Having said that, a hint of pride appeared on Murong Wei's face. No! Murong Gui suddenly shook his head, with an exaggerated smile on his face, his fingers clasped together, with extreme contempt on his lips, and said coldly, Su Xian has sent me a message, claiming that if my Murong family has any ideas about his mining area again, he will remove my Murong family from the family. Everyone was stunned and speechless after hearing this, while Murong Wei burst out laughing. Murong Gui seemed to be amused by Su Xian's terrible threat. He glanced at everyone and said slowly, in an unquestionable and somewhat arrogant tone, Since the founding of our Murong family, our family has been entrenched in Jiangnan for more than 1,300 years, becoming the leader of the top 10 families in China. No one has ever dared to talk about destroying the Murong family. But now there is... Everyone, what do you say we should do? He raised his voice noticeably as he said the last sentence. The people in the conference room suddenly felt a burning anger in their chests. A young yellow-haired man stood up suddenly, pounded his fist on the table, and almost yelled. Then send him to fill up the West Lake. Others shouted loudly. Ancestor, we should immediately surround and kill Su Xian and seize the Spirit Stone mining area. Grandmaster, give me a team of soldiers and I will definitely annihilate the Hengduan Mountains. Ancestor, I have now reached the meridian-shaping realm. I am willing to inform the entire Chinese nation and challenge Su Xian single-handedly. The crowd was excited, as if they were about to smash Su Xian's head. Murong Gue felt very satisfied. Facing foreign enemies, unity was more important than anything else, but one must not be reckless. He stretched out his hand and pressed down slightly in the air, signaling everyone to be quiet, and said slowly, in 3 days, Su Xian will come to Jiangnan in person and prepare to send a big gift to my Murong family. You will show your performance then. Now, let's adjourn the meeting. Ah Wei will stay. Everyone left the meeting room in confusion, leaving only Ah Wei and Lao Zhu. Ancestor, Su Xian may not be that easy to deal with. He sees the mining area. According to our intelligence, he has already transported hundreds of carts of spiritual stones. In addition to the various antiques he bought before, his realm may not be much lower than mine. Murong Wei pushed up his glasses, his eyes showing some rationality. Moreover, the spies we planted in the Wenxing mining area have been eliminated, including a master of the 9th level of the body-tempering realm. Murong Wei nodded, his face solemn. His previous words were just to cheer everyone up. When facing Su Xian, they still needed to be cautious. But that was all. He then said proudly, we have many ways to deal with Su Xian. There is no need to rush. We'll make good arrangements within these 3 days. 3 days later, Su Xian arrived in Jiangnan on Ahu's helicopter. After parking the plane in the parking lot, Su Xian, carrying the Bingpa Yunyao sword and the Tianfa Laishan Bao, slowly walked towards the Murong family's building. Walking on the sparsely populated streets, the former prosperity is no longer there. Only fallen leaves on the ground with no one cleaning them up. It is cold and deserted, and Su Xian feels a little emotional. After the appearance of the ferocious beast, the whole of China gradually fell into chaos, and the military was dispatched to guard the border to prevent the ferocious beast from invading the land of Kyushu and wreaking havoc on the Chinese people. Longting needs to maintain order in one area and does not have much time to ensure social stability. Therefore, ordinary residents rarely go out, and they practice hard at home to improve their realm. Due to social unrest, many businesses have closed, and a large number of office workers have chosen to stay at home instead of going to work. This has led to the desolation of today's big cities and the collapse of the entire economy, which is also a precursor to the collapse of the monetary system. Crossing the street and arriving at the ground floor of Murong building, Su Xian looked up and couldn't help but feel the luxury of this place. At this moment, a dozen young men suddenly rushed out from inside. They were wearing trendy clothes, had colorful hair, and their bare arms were covered with tattoos. They stood in front of Su Xian and stared at him with ill intentions. A 17 or 18-year-old boy in a jacket, chewing gum and looking like a gangster, slowly walked out of the crowd, tilting his head and squinting his eyes. What do you do? Su Xian smiled. It seems that Murong the old man has really run out of tricks, so I'm asking you a bunch of rubbish to disgust me. I'll count to 3, get out of here. After hearing this, everyone laughed contemptuously and looked at Su Xian, their bodies motionless. Su Xian spoke slowly. 3, 2. The group of young people, who were at the 7th level of the body-tempering realm on average, remained unmoved and even challenged him. I'm standing right here. Come and hit me. 1. As the words fell, Su Xian moved and punched out. The entire body of the young man in front of him exploded and turned into a ball of blood mist. The remaining people had expressions of shock and were stunned. Their brains were unable to react for a while. The 8th level of bodybuilding, being smashed into pieces by one punch, Su Xian didn't show any mercy to them. He punched them one by one, turning them into mincemeat. Su Xian showed no mercy to this group of young people who did evil things on a daily basis and helped the Murong family to kill and rob. What's more, I came to Murong's house today not to visit, but to kill someone. About 7 or 8 seconds later, more than a dozen young men were all killed, leaving no trace of their bodies. There was a pool of thick blood and broken meat scattered on the ground, emitting a pungent smell of blood. What a courage! At this moment, another group of people rushed out, holding various weapons in their hands, looking aggressive and as if facing a powerful enemy. The leader was 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, a crew cut, and a square face full of shock and anger. He shouted, "Su Xian, you slaughtered innocent civilians in broad daylight without asking any questions. Do you still have the law in your heart?" Su Xian took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off his hands and said coldly, "I'll count to 3. If you don't give way, you'll end up in the same situation. Then stretch out your fingers and start counting. 3, 2. The group of people quickly made way for him. No one dared to stop this killing god who could kill an 8th-level body-tempering realm expert with a single move. Su Xian ignored these people and slowly walked into the hall. He glanced at the dozens of people who were on full alert and finally walked to the front desk. He looked at a young woman in a professional suit and smiled. "Please take me to Murong Gui's office. I have an appointment with him for coffee at 9 o'clock. There are only 3 minutes left. I hope your elevator is fast enough so as not to delay us." The girl looked pale and managed a smile. Okay, please follow me." Then he took Su Xian into the high-speed elevator and pressed the button for the 105th floor. In the top-floor office, the ancestors of the 10 great families and the geniuses of the younger generation all gasped in shock as they watched Su Xian killing people on the surveillance screen. "You really don't take us seriously. We must teach him a lesson later." Murongwei looked at them as if they were idiots. He raised his hand and killed a 9th-level body-tempering realm cultivator in an instant. "Do you still think you can teach him a lesson?" Chapter 44, Is This the So-Called Genius? Vulnerable. The high-speed elevator was very fast, and it took less than 20 seconds to reach the 105th floor. The woman at the front desk brought Su Xian to Murong Gui's office. Boom, boom, boom. The woman knocked on the door, pushed it open after receiving an answer, and saw the room full of people. The fear in her heart was slightly relieved. After leading Su Xian in, she slowly left. Su Xian walked into this super luxurious office of over 1,000 square meters and saw 5 to 66 people, all looking at him. There is disdain, fear, doubt, and contempt, and in the very center, there was an old man with white hair combed back. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle as he looked at Su Xian. It was Murong Gui. "Welcome, Mr. Su. I'm sorry for not coming here to meet you." Murong Gui quickly stood up with the attitude of a protagonist, a slight smile on his face, as enthusiastic as if he had met an old friend whom he hadn't seen for many years. "Just now, there was a group of ignorant losers who came to greet me, but now they are all dead." Su Xian sneered, sat directly on the chair next to the round table, put his feet on it, stared at Murong Gui with an arrogant look, and said with a smile, "Old Murong, I heard that you were planning to take over my mining area recently, and you even planted spies inside to incite rebellion. I came here today without any nonsense. I said I would give you a big gift, so I will do what I said. I think this is the way to go. In Jiangnan, you give up 5 mining areas, pay 10 billion yuan in compensation, and then hand Murongwei over to me. I will not pursue your responsibility." Su Xian's words could be said to be extremely impolite and arrogant. In fact, in the past 1,000 years, the Murong family had never been attacked by anyone demanding compensation. Murong Gui's eyes rolled, and he was furious. Not to mention that he had not occupied the mining area. Even if he had taken it all for himself, he would not allow Su Xian to be so arrogant and overbearing. According to the Murong family style of doing things, if they take a fancy to the mining area, it is your destiny and blessing, Su Xian. Do you still dare to ask for compensation? They even demand 10 billion in compensation. Where will the compensation come from? If we talk about losses, it is also the loss of my Murong family. Not to mention, handing over Murongwei is the Murong family's greatest asset to dominate the world and the future pillar of the Murong family. How dare you? Su Xian, who do you think you are? How dare you shout at me in the Murong family? If you have the guts, do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one fight? A young man from the Murong family with dyed yellow hair suddenly stood up and, at Murongwei's suggestion, slapped the table hard, looking very imposing. Su Xian glanced at him, a waste of the 2nd level of the vein-shaping realm, and immediately lost interest in him. He said coldly, "I won't fight with trash. Go away." Hiss. All the young people in the room felt offended immediately. He is a powerful practitioner at the 2nd level of the vein-shaping realm, almost the ceiling practitioner in China. How could he be called a waste by Su Xian? Judging from his posture, he should be only at the vein-shaping realm, but the weapon behind him looks quite impressive. How dare you insult the genius of the Murong family? You deserve to die. Since you are so arrogant, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of everyone." The young genius of the Murong family slowly stepped out of the line, his blood boiling, his muscles bulging, and a murderous aura filled the entire office. Seeing this, everyone made way to make way for Su Xian and them, and then gathered around to watch. They also wanted to see how capable this arrogant and boastful guy was. The muscular man shook his neck with a grin, making a series of crackling sounds. He walked slowly towards them with a grin on his face. Then his eyes became stern, and he chopped down fiercely from top to bottom with a sharp knife. The strong energy overflowed, causing the air to twist violently, and the people around him gasped. As expected of the Murong family's genius, this kind of indomitable spirit is enough to make him stand at the pinnacle of the strong. If I'm not mistaken, he is currently using the mountain-splitting thunder palm. If he practices it to the extreme, he can even cause thunder to roll in the sky. The Murong family's background is truly enviable and amazing. A crowd of people expressed admiration and praise. Su Xian didn't even bother to look. He just picked up a cigar on the table and flicked it with his fingers. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air was heard, and the cigar smoke turned into the most fierce, murderous aura in the world, tearing through the void, penetrating into the muscular man's forehead like lightning, and coming out from the back of his head. The muscular man paused, the color in his pupils disappeared, and his body continued to pounce forward under the influence of inertia. Finally, he fell down powerlessly, his forehead hitting the table, and he knelt on the ground, as if he was kowtowing to Su Xian and admitting his mistake. He had no life left. For a moment, the entire office, 50 or 60 people, were all stunned, with shock and horror in their hearts beyond words. How is that possible? Murong Gui's lips trembled, and in the end he was unable to express the doubts in his heart. Compared to the loss of a genius, Su Xian's overwhelming and unimaginable strength has completely overturned his cognition. The cigar killed a practitioner at the third level of the pulse-shaping realm in seconds. Could it be that this realm has reached the level of the gods? At this moment, Murong Gui suddenly felt a strong sense of regret in his heart. He regretted that he had made enemies with Su Xian and should not have attacked Hingduan Mountain. One wrong step, all wrong. If it was a strong person in the Xinzong realm, then the Murong family's connections would not be able to deal with it. At this moment, Murong Gui was disheartened, his face was pale, and he was speechless for a long time. The other 9 great families were also on pins and needles, and they also felt regret in their hearts. Is this what you call genius? Su Xian grabbed the muscular man's hair and threw him away like a dead dog. Snap! The corpse fell heavily in front of Murong Gui, making his already pale face even more embarrassing, and the fear in his eyes became more intense. Su Xian, let me weigh you. At this time, a young man from the Murong family who was at the 4th level of the pulse-shaping realm stood up and shouted, completely ignoring Murong Gui's hint to him. His whole body exuded a terrifying bloody aura. At the same time, he drew out a big knife, and his eyes were bloodshot. Su Xian turned around and glanced at the young man, who had a jade guanyin hanging around his neck, exuding a mysterious aura. It seems that this is also a treasure, which gives him unrealistic confidence. The young man knew that Su Xian was very powerful, so he did not rush over recklessly like the previous man. Instead, he observed carefully and walked over slowly. With every step he took, the aura of the jade guanyin on his neck became stronger. It took him several minutes to walk the distance of 20 steps. His face was solemn, and he exuded a terrifying aura. Many of his tendons and veins were opened up. Su Xian smoked calmly and blew out a smoke ring. He didn't even bother to pay attention to him. He thought that he was just a small fry in the vein-shaping realm and was not worth paying attention to. Hateful. The feeling of being ignored made him very unhappy. He roared and swung his sword horizontally from a few meters away. The sword light rolled up like a silk thread, making a whistling sound. Su Xian gently waved his left sleeve, and a spiritual power like a stream of water spread out, instantly shattering the knife light. The momentum did not decrease, and it swept through the void, and with a puff sound, it directly cut his neck. The next moment, his eyes widened, a trace of blood appeared on his neck, and then his head fell off his neck, rolling on the ground, leaving a conspicuous bright red blood trail. The whole place was silent, with only the sound of rapid heartbeats being heard. With just one move, he instantly killed a genius who was at the 4th level of the vein-shaping realm and had a treasure on him. This young man is as powerful as Murong Gui and can be said to be the ceiling of the Murong family's combat power. However, in front of Su Xian, he is like an ant and is easily crushed to death. Old Murong, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Su Xian put out the cigar in the ashtray and looked down at Murong Gue with a cold expression. The huge pressure made everyone lower their heads and dared not look at him. 3. A voice like the god of death, demanding death, rang out. This ancestor of a noble family who had been ruling China for decades, this elite figure who was a big shot in the business world, this almost uncrowned king of Jiangnan, did not even have the courage to speak at this moment. 2. Su Xian shook his head in disappointment and continued counting. Okay, I promise you. Murong Gue exhausted all his life's strength and endured all the humiliation to say this sentence. Then his body went limp and he leaned on the sofa, feeling powerless all over and shaking uncontrollably with fear. This is a devil. This is Tao Dai. Very good. Wouldn't it be better if it was like this earlier? My assistant will send you the card number later. Tomorrow morning, I want to see the balance is the number I imagined. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Su Xian picked up the fine coffee on the table and drank it all. Good coffee, thanks for the treat. Then he put on the windbreaker on the sofa and left as if nothing had happened. When he was almost at the door, he suddenly turned around and looked at another ancestor of aristocratic family. He opened his mouth, revealing a row of white teeth. Li Tingshan, please send me your office address. I hope I can receive it when I arrive on the first floor. I will arrive on time at 9 a.m. 5 days from now. I hope to see you then. The white-bearded ancestor of the Li family, Li Tingshan, who had been active in the north for 50 years, was now weak all over. He opened his mouth slightly and smiled. No problem, Mr. Su. Su Xian nodded, then slowly walked out of the office and left the building. After making sure that Su Xian had completely left, Murong Gue slumped down on the sofa, his eyes empty and lifeless, and he raised his head and stared blankly at the ceiling. Drag him out. Murong Gue quickly called for people to move the body away, and then several cleaning ladies quickly came in to clean up. The rest were silent. What should we do next? This Su Xian will definitely mess with all of our 10 great families. An old ancestor of a noble family, his face full of panic. Murong Gue pushed up his glasses, glanced at everyone. His face was calm, and his tone was fierce. If we can't deal with him, then let the big guys behind us deal with him. Everyone at this point, don't hide it. You all have some connections and friendships with the officers of the 8 legions. Now is the time to mobilize their power. Besides, isn't the prophet about to show up? When they show up, what does it matter if Su Xian is at the divine hidden realm? Murong Gue and the ancestors of the 9 great families looked at each other, and a glimmer of hope flashed in their desperate eyes. Yes, how could we have forgotten the prophet? Old ghost, let's retreat first. I don't believe that Su Xian can be stronger than the military. After everyone left, Murong Gue looked at Murong Wei and other young people, and suddenly felt tired. Back then, the Murong family had offended a big shot, had to hide from place to place, and were even on the verge of being expelled from China, but they had never felt so desperate. Ah Wei, those prophets are probably not as powerful as you think. As for the military, they are now basically all deployed to the border to fight against the ferocious beasts, so it's not as easy to mobilize troops as you think. Murong Gue stood up. The wrinkles and vicissitudes on his face became more profound, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. No matter what, we must use all the power we can to deal with Su Xian. You go to Hengguan Mountain first and let him decide. He doesn't dare to do anything to you now. You all should leave. I want to be alone. Hashtag. Chapter 45. The Friendship of the Jinbei Army, the Prophet's Plan. Sir, the handover of the Murong family went very smoothly. All 5 mining areas have been taken over, and the contract has been signed. Our people are also preparing to arrive this afternoon to officially take over. Murong Wei has arrived at Hengguan Mountain. We followed your instructions and put a soul-locking ring on him. He can't use any spiritual energy now. Tens of billions of cash have arrived. After hanging up the phone with his assistant Xiaowensi, Su Xian did not leave Jiangnan. Instead, he found a more remote hotel, stood on the leaf-shaped window, and looked at the sea level in the distance. There were thick clouds rolling, almost sticking to the sea level, which looked very depressing. It is now December 20th, exactly 2 months before the spiritual revival. In the previous life, the 2 months were a relatively peaceful period. There were no vicious beasts, no half-demons, and no mysterious prophets appearing. The 10 great families also took advantage of the situation to rise, and relying on their own foundation and resources, they managed to produce several geniuses. But in this life, everything progresses much faster. In less than a month, the ferocious beasts have launched a fierce attack on the Chinese border, causing countless casualties. Longting is also on the brink of expansion. Since it is unable to supervise the land of Kyushu, it can only delegate responsibility through authorization. Once it becomes impossible to control the local areas, the areas under Longtung's jurisdiction will also be controlled by the aristocratic families and become their own forces. Eventually, they will gradually join the ancient clan and stand on the opposite side of humanity. Therefore, Su Xian would never show mercy to the Morong family, the number one traitor. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Ahu walked in slowly, dragging two 2-meter-long plates filled with barbecue. Sir, please have your meal. Su Xian nodded, sat down at the dining table, put on gloves, and stuffed the barbecue directly into his mouth. Since his realm was raised, his body strength has become higher and higher, and his organs have become more and more powerful, reaching an extraordinary level. Su Xian's appetite has also increased proportionally, and he only eats meat. When eating meat, it is naturally more enjoyable to tear it by hand. The amount of food that can be eaten with chopsticks and forks is too small and cannot satisfy one's needs at all. How's the search going? Su Xian asked vaguely while eating meat. Following the instructions of the gentleman, we found the place. Ahu opened the tablet and slid his finger across the map. However, this place was requisitioned by the military and turned into a secret military base. We can't get close to it at all. In order to avoid conflict with them, our people have temporarily retreated. Su Xian nodded and asked, which unit does this military belong to? The 3rd Division of the Jiangnan Army Marine and Land Special Operations Team. Su Xian immediately understood that the commander of the 3rd Division of the Jiangnan Army Corps probably had some close relationship with the Morong family. In the previous life, that group of mysterious forces survived the early chaos and weakness under the protection of the Morong family, and eventually summoned their king to wreak havoc in China. They were barely able to resist until the Bronze Sword Formation came into being. We have to find a way. Su Xian pushed the plate aside and handed it over with a number. This is the number Lin Jiping gave me. When you call him, tell him that I asked him for help. I, Su Xian, owe him a favor. Yes, sir. There was cheering in the Jinbei army camp. Since the last battle with the ferocious beasts outside Shanhaiguan, the threat of ferocious beasts to the Jinbei army has been completely eliminated. For several consecutive days, fighter planes have been flying hundreds of miles away and have not found any trace of ferocious beasts, which is enough to prove that the ferocious beasts no longer exist. The entire northern border is now safe. When the entire army heard the news, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and long-lost smiles appeared on the soldiers' faces again. After all, no one likes war. So the general decided that the whole army would celebrate for 3 days, and even drinking was not prohibited. Military songs float around the camp, expressing the soldiers' homesickness. The aroma of barbecue fills the air, making people salivate. In the command room, General He Jintian showed rare excitement on his face. Tell me quickly, how did that god kill the beast? Air Force Major Lin Jiping quickly saluted, took a deep breath, paced back and forth with a solemn and admiring look on his face, and narrated in a vivid voice. In a flash, our soldiers on the front line were losing ground, and their defenses were about to collapse, when suddenly, there was a sound of propellers stirring in the sky, and a figure jumped down from a height of 100 meters, just like Superman. He carried a magic sword and a magic bow on his back. Without saying a word, he pulled the bow, and suddenly the rich spiritual energy between heaven and earth rushed up into the sky. Lin Jiping even completely immersed himself in the scene, his face full of ecstasy, and he made some exaggerated movements, imitating Su Xian. The officers in the command room stared at him in amazement, and were shocked in their hearts as they listened to his brilliant description. They all had experience fighting against ferocious beasts, so they naturally understood how powerful they were. Even airplanes and tanks could not easily deal with them. They did not expect that they would be chased down for hundreds of miles and killed by a young man. He Jintian was fascinated by what he heard, his blood boiling. His right hand tightly grasped the armrest of the chair, suddenly stood up, slapped the chair, and smashed the armrest directly. What a young hero! What a killing god! Save the building from collapse, save the storm from coming. Our Jinbei Corps owes him a huge favor, and he is the lifesaver of the brothers of the 126th Regiment. Didn't you tell him that I was eager to recruit talents from him, and that my Jinbei army warmly welcomed him? Lin Jiping smiled bitterly. General, I told him, but Su Shun had no interest at all. But I still left him my phone number. I don't know if he wrote it down. He Jintian was slightly stunned, thinking that he was also a 5-star general of one of the 8 legions and a leading figure in China's contemporary military world, with an illustrious reputation. But he was rejected by a young man like him? No, he is not an ordinary person. He is a genius. The general's eyes sparkled. It's right to refuse. Tian Jiao is like this. As long as he can help China, his position is there. Whether he joins the military or not is not that important. At this moment, the phone in the major's pocket suddenly rang. He looked at the general with blank eyes, and the latter nodded. In the military, mobile phones are not allowed to be carried and used, and can only be used when resting. This time the general was celebrating by simply distributing cell phones to everyone. Lin Jiping answered the call. Hello, who is this? Ah, you are Su Shin's assistant. Hello? No trouble, please go ahead. I'd like to ask for your advice on this matter. Lin Jiping pressed the speaker of his phone and said, General, it's Su Shun's assistant. Before he could finish his words, his cell phone was snatched away by He Jintian, and a group of military officers came over quickly, almost putting their heads on the phone to eavesdrop. Lin Jiping looked at them in confusion. I'm He Jintian, general of the Jinbei army. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Of course. No trouble. Please also say hello to Su Shin for me. Okay, bye. After hanging up the phone, the smile on He Jintian's face instantly disappeared, and a murderous look reappeared on his face. Jiping, you go and do this yourself. If they dare to stop you, you can just fly your fighter jet over their faces. If anything goes wrong, I'll take care of the commander. Lin Jiping immediately closed his legs, stood up straight, saluted, and said loudly, Yes. Jiangnan, underground, altar. A group of people in black sat around a round table. The man in the middle slowly spoke. Su Xian has come to kill us. This time, the family has fallen into his hands. If we don't take action, I'm afraid he will come to our doors soon. It's a small matter for us to fight him. It's a big matter for us to destroy the adult's plan. A tall man in black snorted coldly, his tone full of contempt. The bunch of rubbish from the Morong family are at best at the vein-shaping realm, and they only reached that level after using a large amount of elixirs and spirit stones. This Su Xian is probably also at the vein-shaping realm, but it's just a matter of chance. Why should we worry? The other person pondered for a while and then said, As far as I know, Su Xian should be around the 3rd level of Shinzong. Hiss. Everyone looked at him and gasped in disbelief. The man in black who spoke first, who was also the leader of the prophets, waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Are you sure? No doubt. Su Xian occupied the Hengduan Mountains. You all know about the spiritual energy in that place. He also collected the 3 bronze swords and even forged a divine weapon. He is at the 3rd level of the divine hidden realm. Maybe he is a little conservative. He may even be at the 4th level. The group of men in black fell silent. 2 months, Shinzong realm. They had been planning for so many years and had already brought together the 10 major Chinese families, but it took them only 2 months to recover to the 2nd level of the Shinzong realm. This is the result of hundreds of years of planning by their entire clan. In my opinion, we should work together to kill Su Xian without anyone noticing and eliminate the trouble forever. I am always worried that he will ruin your plan. Someone suggested. No. The leader-like man in black interrupted in a deep voice. If we show up rashly, those old immortal creatures will definitely notice us. They have fought with you for so many years, so they will definitely interfere with your plan. Then what do you say we should do? We can't go out, and we can't stay out either. Besides, Su Xian has already arranged people to investigate. They will definitely find this place soon. By then, we won't be able to hide it even if we want to. Yeah, what should we do? Don't panic, we still have a trump card. The leaders suddenly sneered. After so many years of planning and the publicity, the rich 2nd generation of other people's families always buy luxury cars, date beautiful women, and live in luxury houses. As a 2nd generation rich person, I had no interest in these things at all. Instead, I chose to sell all my inherited property. It is only because in the previous life, a series of drastic changes caused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to revive, the 3,000 great ways to reappear, and all existing order would be broken up. So, at that time, money is nothing but waste paper and has no value at all. Even though I own Beichen Group with assets worth hundreds of billions, what can I do? After the spiritual energy revived, I suffered a lot because I was a step slower than others. I wasted more than 10 years and finally died tragically in the mouth of a ferocious beast. All the hardships in my previous life are still vivid in my mind. In this life, I am reborn and vow to change everything. I only have 10 months to plan ahead, and I have to cash out my shares as soon as possible and receive more than 60 billion in cash. Combined with the memories of my past life in my mind, I was able to leave everyone behind when the drastic changes came and become the top powerhouse after the revival of spiritual energy. But in this world, I'm the only one who knows the secret of the upcoming spiritual revival. So when people learned that I was going to sell off my inheritance, I was surrounded by shareholders who were surprised and angry. The old and stubborn Zhao Jiangwo was trying to persuade me desperately, with a look of pain in his eyes. He questioned my decision and even blamed me for betraying my parents' last wishes. Just as Zhao Jiangwo looked at me disappointedly, Luo Sun chuckled. This hypocritical guy has been waiting for an opportunity to seize control of Beichen Group, and he has even gone so far as to put pressure on me many times, both overtly and covertly. At this moment, his smile seemed a little funny to me. I slowly turned my head to look at him and said calmly, "Uncle Luo, haven't you always wanted to increase your stake in the group? Why don't I sell you the 39% of shares I have?" My words caused an uproar among the people present, especially Luo Sun, who was obviously stunned for a moment, revealing a look of suspicion. He has been being sarcastic to me for so long, but instead of being angry, I plan to sell my shares to him? Obviously, he couldn't hide his doubts, and there was a wary look in his eyes, as if he was wondering what I was thinking. "Sure, what's your price?" he asked tentatively. I pretended to be nonchalant and said, "One price, 80 billion. His eyes lit up slightly, and he seemed to be a little moved. 80 billion was indeed a big premium, but considering the future value-added space of Beichen Group, this price was not a ripoff for him. Besides, he is very ambitious, so how could he let go of this opportunity? He pondered for a moment, took out his phone, and said while flipping the screen, 80 billion? I can't take out that much cash. Can I use some real estate and other assets to pay for it?" The fish took the bait. I felt a little happy, but I kept my composure and nodded. Of course. His screen lit up, and the deeds and properties were listed one by one, including the southern peak of the Hengduan Mountains that had left a deep impression on me in my previous life. In the previous life, it was this inconspicuous piece of land that became the opportunity for the Luo family to rise after the spiritual energy revived. An S-level secret realm is hidden in it. In my last life, I regretted missing this secret realm, but in this life, I want to firmly grasp it in my own hands. In just a few dozen minutes, we completed a negotiation with a total value of 80 billion. Luo Sun smiled triumphantly, shook hands with me, and was still immersed in his self-proclaimed victory. I sneered in my heart, secretly lamenting his short-sightedness. For me, this deal was an unimaginable bargain. The shares now have no value to me, but this secret realm will allow me to be one step ahead in the future spiritual energy revival and become a top powerhouse. "Let's sign the contract tomorrow," I said with a smile, with a hint of determination in my eyes. Luo Sun nodded hurriedly, obviously afraid that I would go back on my word. This guy laughed so happily, thinking he had gotten an advantage, but he didn't know that he was leading himself into an endless abyss. At this moment, the other shareholders looked at each other, their eyes no longer on me, but turned quietly to Luo Sun, as if they had tacitly agreed that he would soon become the new person in power. Zhao Jiangwo looked at me, shook his head and sighed, his face full of helplessness. "Xiao Xian, you will regret this. If your parents knew about this, I'm afraid they would not be able to rest in peace." I looked at Uncle Zhao quietly, with a little emotion in my heart, but in the end I just replied calmly, "Uncle Zhao, don't worry, if my parents are still alive, they will only be proud of me." Zhao Jiangwo was so angry with me that he said nothing. He angrily slammed the table and turned away. And I just smiled and looked at everyone. My heart was extremely clear. At this moment, a familiar and dazzling string of numbers popped up on my phone screen. "Ding, your ICBC card with the last number 9527 has received 5 billion yuan, and the current balance is 41 billion yuan. I nodded gently, and the corners of my mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. The 500 billion in my account finally brought me back to reality from the share transaction with Luo Sun. Just 5 days ago, Luo Sun and I signed the agreement, transferring my 39% stake in Beichen Group in exchange for almost all of his cash flow and real estate, especially the piece of land at the south peak of the Hengduan Mountains, which was ordinary to others. And in my eyes, that will be the key to the future S-level secret realm. Such a huge amount of cash had to be transferred in batches. The service efficiency of the top-level black card is naturally excellent. Transfers of 5 billion have all been received within a few days. I didn't stay long and immediately asked the butler to arrange a private plane to fly to Britain. The purpose of this trip is very clear: to take the 3 ancient bronze swords in Johnson's hands as soon as possible. I took a brief rest for a few hours on the plane, and when I opened my eyes, there were still 5 hours before arriving in London. Picking up the satellite phone from the bedside, I dialed the number I had arranged in advance. A respectful voice immediately sounded on the other end of the phone. "Dear Mr. Su, your hotel is ready. The Collector Johnson has also accepted your invitation and will be waiting for you at his house. Cancel the hotel arrangements. I'll go straight back," I responded calmly. After hanging up the phone, I closed my eyes and thought. This trip to Britain was not for sightseeing, but to collect the 3 ancient bronze swords. These 3 ancient swords are treasures from China's spring and autumn period and warring states period. After the revival of spiritual energy, they will be completely renewed and form the peerless Kaitian sword formation. In the previous life, this sword formation suppressed countless beast tides, but its power was controlled by foreigners and eventually even used against us Chinese. In this life, I must bring it back and make sure that humiliation never happens again. The plane landed smoothly in London. As soon as I stepped out of the cabin door, I saw that the special car was ready outside, and the driver nodded to me respectfully. In Britain, many things can be solved quickly as long as you have money. I only spent a few £1,000,000 to get clues about Johnson's collection of ancient swords, which was incredibly efficient. "Mr. Su, do you want to take a rest first or go directly to see Mr. Johnson?" the driver asked in fluent Chinese. "Go meet him directly." Without even raising my eyes, I continued to use my phone to handle the transfer of domestic assets. About an hour later, the car drove into the estate on the outskirts of London. Johnson was clearly well prepared, and he welcomed me into the collection room and got straight to the point. There was no point in wasting time talking to him. "Show me the 3 ancient bronze swords." I went straight to the point without any further ado. He carefully took one of the ancient swords out of the glass cover and held it in front of me with both hands. The surface of the sword is covered with rust, giving it a faint sense of age, and the lines are blurred, but I can confirm that this is the sword I'm looking for. £10 million, sell me the 3 swords as a package. I offered calmly. £10 million was obviously enough to satisfy him, but his eyes revealed a hint of hesitation, as if he was considering whether to raise the price further. I glanced at him and said bluntly, £30 million. This sentence obviously stunned him, and then I saw shock and greed in his eyes. Obviously, he was not satisfied. I sneered and continued to raise the price. £30 million. Johnson finally fell silent. 3 swords approached £100 million, and he obviously couldn't resist anymore. But there was still a hint of playful sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, as if I, a rich man from the East, was just a sucker who could be slaughtered at will. He said, "There is an old Chinese saying that goes, all swords come from the same source. Since you like these 3 swords so much, and you are Chinese, selling them to you will be considered returning them to their original owner." I ignored his hypocritical politeness and directly threw out the black card, not wanting to waste a moment. A few minutes later, when the transfer was confirmed to be successful, Johnson could not hide the joy on his face. His eyes were full of greed, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he was obviously immersed in the joy of this huge sum of money. This ridiculous guy doesn't even know what he's selling. I sneered in my heart. £90 million was a sky-high price for him, but to me, it was just a number that would evaporate. These ancient bronze swords are one of the keys to China's future rise. When I received the 3 heavy bronze swords packed in a mahogany box, a sense of relief flashed across my face. It can be considered as taking back something from our ancestors, I said to myself, my heart filled with mixed emotions. Johnson respectfully escorted me to the gate of the manor, with a flattering and gratified smile on his face, and bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Su, according to your Chinese saying, this can be regarded as returning the jade intact to Zhao. Thank you for your generosity and integrity. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to contact my assistant." He stretched out his right hand, his blue eyes full of smiles. "It's a pleasure working with you. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly, and I shook hands with him politely, but I was sneering in my heart. The Eight-Nation Alliance invaded China and looted many precious treasures, which were finally displayed in British museums. In the future, I will definitely return these items to their original owners and will never let them continue to enjoy this pride. At this moment, a cold light flashed in my eyes. Johnson seemed to feel something, and his body trembled slightly. After I left the manor, he was still frightened and couldn't calm down. 5 days later, I returned to the manor where I lived, but my eyes were fixed on the 3 bronze swords on the table, and I was thinking about something. I stretched out my hand and gently stroked the brown sword body. There was almost no rust or scars on it, which undoubtedly reflected the superb casting technology of the ancient Chinese. The sword body is about 60 centimeters long and is carved with intricate patterns that resemble flowing water, clouds, the sun, the moon, and mountains. It is obscure and difficult to understand, but it exudes a strong sense of antiquity and vicissitudes, as if whispering about the changes in history and the passage of time. These 3 swords should be 3 of the 6 swords of King Yu. I was intoxicated by the aroma of red wine, and memories came flooding back. According to legend, the King of Yu ordered the strongest swordsmith to forge 6 bronze swords: morning light, dawn, cutting water, subduing demons, chaos souls, and splitting the sky. The 6 swords were used together, along with 3,000 Yu soldiers, to defeat the overlord of the spring and autumn period, King Fuchai of Wu, and the swords have been passed down to this day. As history progresses, dynasties change, and times pass. 3 of these 6 swords were discovered in the Old Summer Palace during the Ming and Qing dynasties. In modern times, they were snatched away by the Eight-Nation Alliance and eventually collected by Johnson. Now they've been passed on to me. I gulped down the wine, and my anger involuntarily surged up in my heart. The other 3 bronze swords are still nowhere to be found. After the spiritual energy of the previous life was revived, a powerful force took them out from the tomb of King Yu and finally combined them into a supreme sword formation to resist the invasion of ferocious beasts and the ancient clan. This should have been the strength of our China. However, at the critical moment, when the ancient true king arrived, they chose to betray and massacred humans on a large scale, causing China to fall into turmoil. I carefully put away the bronze sword and placed it in an alloy safe with 8 layers of passwords, then slowly walked out and came to the balcony. The moon was high in the sky. The breeze was blowing gently. I looked down at the lights of thousands of houses below the mountain, raised my glass, and whispered to the distance, "This glass is for the whole of China. May the mountains and rivers be safe, and the country be peaceful, and the people be safe." After saying that, I raised my head and drank it all in one gulp, with a surge of pride in my heart. The next day, in Suxian Manor, living room number 22 on the 2nd floor. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and the assistant's voice came from outside the door. "Mr. Su, they are here. Come in." I put out the cigar in my hand and sat on the leather sofa, looking calm. The door slowly opened, and Assistant Xia Wensi, wearing a neat suit, walked in respectfully, followed by 3 people in strange costumes. A man with braids and an eye mask, a fat bald man with a gentle smile on his face, and a young woman with a hot body and a sexy leather skirt. "Mr. Su, these 3 are the people you are looking for." Xia Wensi walked to my side and deliberately blocked the direction of these 3 people, appearing to be very considerate. I glanced at him, silently approving. Xia Wensi has been following me for many years. After my previous life spiritual energy was revived, I left Beichen Group, but he still followed me closely. In the end, in order to protect me, he stood in front of the monster and was killed by it. He is loyal, reliable, smart, and resourceful. "Please sit down." I waved to them to sit down with a casual attitude. The young woman saw the half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray and blurted out in surprise, "Gurkha Royal Courtesan cigar, worthy of being the chairman of Beichen Group, a billionaire worth hundreds of billions, and one of the top 10 richest people in China. A cigarette worth 1.5 million. You just said no, tut-tut. Ma'am, what is your name?" I was a little surprised. I looked at her and smiled. "You can call me Shirley. The one dressed like a Caribbean pirate is my senior brother, Zhang Sanlian. The bald guy is my junior brother, sure too." She did not shy away from anything and sat on the sofa in a daze. She said, "Let's not waste any more time. We are very clear about Mr. Su's commission. The older the tomb, the more dangerous it is. And the tomb of the King of Yu you are looking for this time is an extremely dangerous place after analysis." She said, her eyes serious and determined. If Senior Brothers Master Partridge and Master Bai were not in China, we would definitely invite them to participate, which would greatly increase the success rate. But even without them, we will work hard to complete it. After saying that, Shuali stopped talking and looked at me with her big, sparkling watery eyes, her face full of innocence and romance. I pondered for a moment, then understood what he meant and gestured with my hand. The assistant immediately took out 3 cigars and handed them to them. Ms. Shirley, I'm a direct person. I will never treat you unfairly in terms of price. As long as the task can be completed, I can raise the price. I leaned on the sofa with a calm expression. But before that, can you let me see your skills? I don't mean anything else. It's just that I've been very interested in your industry since I was a child, and I even often read the books of Nampai Sanshu. I said frankly. Shuali chuckled after hearing this, stretched out her green right hand, placed the cigar in her palm, then gently held it, and then opened her hand, and the cigarette suddenly disappeared. Mr. Su, this is not a magic trick. At the same time, she flashed and took back the cigar from Zhang Sanlian's head, and the cigar in Zhang Sanlian's hand had just been lit. I nodded and clapped my hands. Good move. In that case, I won't say any more. Just listen carefully to what I'm looking for. I said in a firm tone and got straight to the point. After some bargaining, we finally reached an agreement on a price of 5 million. These 3 tomb robbers will be responsible for retrieving the other 3 of the king of Yu's 6 swords. First pay a 30% deposit, then pay 20% after getting the exact information about the tomb of King Yu, and finally pay the remaining 50% when the bronze sword is recovered. After sending these tomb robbers away, Assistant Xie Wenxi stood aside with a look of doubt and worry in his eyes. Mr. Su, can these people complete the task? I leaned back on the sofa, smoking a cigar, and after a moment's hesitation, I replied, if Master Partridge and Master Bai were here, there wouldn't be much of a problem. I heard that these 2 are top masters in the tomb robbing world. Then these people, Xie Wenxi's worry was obvious. If they can't complete the task, won't our investment be wasted? I slowly stood up, patted his shoulder, and smiled. Don't worry. If they can't complete the task, they will try to find Master Partridge and Master Bai. In the tomb robbing world, face and connections are extremely important. The assistant suddenly realized what was going on. He turned around and said in surprise, so, you didn't care whether these people could find the tomb of the King of Yu at first, but wanted to contact Master Keiqiao and Master Bai through them? I couldn't help but smile at his understanding, but secretly admired him. Then I changed my mind and asked, how are the arrangements for the trip to the northeast going? It's already been arranged. A helicopter will pick you up at 2:30 this afternoon. You'll have a meeting at Uncle Gui's place at 5 o'clock. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Kyushu banquet will be attended by the directors of the Tourism Bureau, the Cultural Bureau, the Huaxia Construction Bureau, and the largest local foreman. I have conveyed your idea to them and confirmed it with their secretary. It should go smoothly. I nodded and said with satisfaction, that's a good arrangement. At 2:30 in the afternoon, with a strong gust of wind, a large-capacity helicopter hovered in the air and slowly landed on the platform on the first floor. The hatch opened and 2 people walked out. The leader was a burly, middle-aged man with short hair, wearing green light armor, and was energetic with a sharp look in his eyes. When he saw me, he respectfully called out, Mr. Su. Ahu, thank you for your hard work. I walked forward with a smile and nodded in response. Ahu shook his head and said with a hint of respect, working for the gentleman is not hard at all. This is for you, please put it on. He took the bulletproof vest handed to him by the man next to him and handed it to me. Ahu is my parents' confidant. He has been with me since I left the Beichen Group. He has been helping me resist the invasion of alien races until the spiritual energy was revived. His loyalty warms my heart. I didn't refuse. I took off my suit and put on my vest directly. After I tidied myself up, I put on my suit again and put on my ear cap. Let's go. The assistant followed closely behind, carrying a suitcase. Soon after, the hatch closed and Ahu controlled the helicopter, which took off slowly and gradually increased in speed, heading straight to the northeast and disappeared from sight after a moment. Tianjin is only a few hundred miles away from the northeast, and the helicopter is extremely fast, reaching its destination in less than 2.5 hours. At the airport, several people who had been arranged long ago came over, led by an old man wearing a Zhongshan suit and with slightly gray hair. There was a gleam in his eyes. When he saw me coming down the hatch, he immediately trotted forward and said respectfully, Mr. Su, we have been waiting for you for a long time. I nodded and said sincerely, Uncle Gue, Thank you for your hard work. This ghost uncle is also one of my parents' confidants. He runs a branch of Beichen Group in the Northeast and has close ties with the local government and other gray forces. Uncle Gui made a lot of contributions to the successful contact with the forces in Northeast China this time. 10 minutes later, we arrived at a secret meeting room in a hotel. I sat in the main seat, with about 10 people on both sides, including Uncle Gay, Ahu, Xia Wenxi, and some veterans of Beichen Group. They and my parents had experienced the development and listing of Beichen Group. After I sold my shares, these people left Beichen without hesitation and followed me resolutely. After taking a quick look, I spoke first. Everyone is gathered here, so I guess you already know what it is. I noticed that some people were confused, while others understood. I nodded and continued, your guess is correct. Selling the shares of Beichen Group is not a rash act on my part. My dear uncles, you have worked in Beichen Group for many years and have dealt with me before. You should understand that I, Su Xian, am not a man of courage but no strategy. Uncle Gui nodded quickly. We are naturally aware of Mr. Su's talents. Beichen Group has been singing all the way over the years, crushing Sony, defeating Samsung, suppressing Microsoft, and becoming one of the top 100 companies in the world. We have seen it all. In fact, Beichen Group is about to become the strongest in China, competing with world-class companies and becoming a symbol of China. However, everyone really doesn't understand why, Mr. Su, you chose to sell your shares at this critical juncture? Luo Sun's intentions are known to everyone. Others echoed, yes, Mr. Su. Beichen Group was founded and developed by your parents, and it has grown stronger under your leadership. Now it is thriving. Wouldn't it be a bargain for Luo Sun if you sell the shares and make others laugh at you? Of course, no matter what Mr. Su decides, we will never change our minds and will definitely follow you. I took a quick look and felt slightly disappointed to find that Zhao Zhengwo, the second largest shareholder of the group and the person my parents valued the most, was not among this group of people. But I didn't blame him either. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. After a few seconds of silence, I pressed my hands together and the place immediately became quiet. I slowly said, regarding the sale of shares, I can't explain it now. Anyway, everyone will understand it in the future, so I won't mention it again. My tone was gentle, but it carried an irresistible force. The elders shut up and looked up at me. Regarding the purpose of my visit to the Northeast, I will not reveal a single word of what I am going to say next. I hope everyone can keep their mouths shut. Everyone nodded. I can trust these people completely. After the spiritual energy was revived, they never betrayed me. Instead, the second largest shareholder, Zhao Zhengwo, immediately joined Luo Sun. Our main goal this time is to go deep into Danling to find a 1,000-year-old thunderwood tree. This thunderwood tree is deep in the primeval forest. It has survived thousands of lightning strikes and still stands tall despite wind and rain. Vinci will project its specific shape and appearance for everyone later. But our public statement is that we want to relax in the Danling scenic area, so we must send a large number of people to investigate and ensure that we can fully understand it. I have already communicated with the leaders of the relevant departments about this, and it will not cause much impact. However, what I'm most worried about is that Luo Sun will definitely become suspicious. If he intervenes and the news leaks, it will be extremely disadvantageous to us. After that, Assistant Xia Wenxi began to project the PPT onto the big screen in the conference room and explain them one by one. Everyone stared at the screen and was shocked when they saw the image on it. The image projected on the big screen was of an ancient tree with a diameter of 1 meter. The outer bark had been charred by lightning, but the tree still stood tall. The trunk was straight and towering, and the surrounding area was barren, as if all the vitality and nutrients were monopolized by it. I thought to myself that this tree must have an extraordinary origin. As everyone knows, the people of Northeast China have a tradition of using lightning-struck trees to ward off evil spirits, but this thunder tree has withstood multiple lightning strikes without falling or dying. The assistant stood up and began to switch to the big screen to show more details. According to my speculation, this tree grows in the primeval forest in the center of Danling, so we must be cautious this time. After he said that, the meeting ended and the elders quickly began to arrange the next work. This project is huge. The Danling area is vast and requires at least 1,000 people. With so many people, confidentiality of information becomes a problem. The time came to March 5, 2124, at 8 o'clock in the evening at Kyushu Banquet, the largest 5-star hotel in Northeast China. In the luxurious private room, the atmosphere was warm and everyone was talking to each other. I smiled and raised my glass, responding to their politeness. Mr. Su, this time we have invested a huge amount of money in the construction of the scenic area. On behalf of the entire Northeast Tourism Bureau, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Don't worry, the returns in the future will be generous. The director of the Tourism Bureau, a bald middle-aged man, had a shiny face and a smile on his face. With a smile on my face, I raised my glass and gently clinked it with the director's glass, bowing my head slightly. Director, you have made a long trip. For the development of the Tourism Bureau, I have decided to provide a 10 million yuan subsidy free of charge. The director's expression suddenly turned serious, and he quickly pulled the edge of the cup down to align it with me. The director said, "Don't worry, Mr. Su. The Dayangling Scenic Area will definitely be built into a 5A scenic area." After saying that, he immediately drank the white wine in the glass. Then I provided 10 million yuan to the leaders of the Cultural Bureau and the Construction Bureau as startup funds for the project. With the help of the China Construction Bureau, the project is progressing quite smoothly. The foreman, who seldom spoke, even promised that he had found a reliable team of 1,000 people and would start exploring the mountains early tomorrow morning. We toasted frequently during the meal, and the three directors had a better impression of me, and the smiles on their faces became brighter. They commented on me. "You are worthy of being the former chairman of Beichen Group and the youngest business genius in China." They did not mention the fact that I sold my shares. Apparently, these veterans who had been in the officialdom for many years were well versed in the art and knew what to say and what not to say. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was a little tipsy. I thought the time was right, so I asked my assistant to send the 3 directors away and leave the foreman behind. "Mr. Su, do you have anything to say?" The foreman seemed particularly cautious in the increasingly drunken atmosphere. I stopped trying to cover up and got straight to the point. This time, in addition to surveying the terrain, I also need your people to go deep into the primeval forest. The foreman frowned slightly. "The depths of the forest are extremely dangerous, Mr. Su. For those who go deep into the forest, it's 500 yuan per person per day," I said without question. He looked embarrassed. "Mr. Su, deep in the Den Mountains for so many years. 800 yuan a day." I continued to increase the price. The foreman fell silent, seemingly struggling. 1,000 yuan a day. If you don't take it, forget it. I don't want to waste any more time. Hesitation flashed across his face, but he finally seemed to have made up his mind and said through gritted teeth, "Okay. For Mr. Su's sake, I have no choice but to sacrifice my life for you. I'll take this job. After the matter is accomplished, the person who finds what I want can get a reward of 500,000, and you, my friend, can get 5 million. I added, looking at him with a smile. The foreman gasped in surprise. "Mr. Su, you are really generous. Don't worry, we will find it as quickly as possible." On March 6, 2124, Luo Sun stood in the Luo Sun Villa in Tianjin. On the luxurious bed in front of him, 2 young and charming women were lying on the left and right sides, soundly sleeping. "Mr. Luo, there's news." There was a knock on the door, and the assistant's voice came from outside. Luo Sun immediately opened his eyes and gently patted the 2 women's faces. "Go to another room to rest. I will find you in the evening." A woman yawned, put on her clothes reluctantly, and left the room. And when she opened the door, she did not forget to wink at the assistant. Su Xian went to the Northeast yesterday and met with the directors of the Tourism Bureau, the Culture Bureau, and the Construction Bureau. He hopes to develop a scenic spot in the Northeast, which seems to be related to Dayangling. The assistant reported the situation. Luo Sun frowned and pondered for a moment. This guy sold his shares just for this? Dayangling is underdeveloped. I also wanted to build a scenic spot here before, but gave up after an investigation. Could he have other purposes? Luo Sun paced back and forth in the room, and suddenly stopped and said to his assistant, "Send someone to the Northeast to investigate carefully and find out what Su Xian wants to do. If he is just going to build a scenic spot, report to me immediately. If it is something unimportant, let him do it." "Okay, Mr. Luo, I'll arrange it right away." The assistant retreated respectfully. Luo Sun fell in a deep thought, thinking to himself, "I must not let this guy make a comeback. He wants to build a scenic spot? No way." Thinking of this, Luo Sun immediately called the director of the Tourism Bureau. On March 6, 2124, I stood outside the jungle, looking at the endless, lush, and dense forest, and my heart was filled with emotion. After the revival of spiritual energy, many strange, ancient creatures emerged here, and the spiritual energy surged. Many great monks went deep into it and discovered 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood. They made them into divine bows with infinite power. Unfortunately, these monks eventually betrayed the human race. The foreman said, "Mr. Su will set off right away. They are all good fighters who can fight 10 people at once, and they are local, so they can definitely keep their mouths shut." The foreman stood respectfully in front of me, extended his hand, and introduced the burly men standing in a column behind him. I nodded and said nothing more. The foreman stood at the front and shouted in a loud voice, "Let's go." Then a team of hundreds of people, carrying tools, headed deep into the jungle. "Sir, there is news from the Tianjin auction." After everyone left, Xia Wenxi came over and whispered, "Auction?" My heart moved, and I felt a little happy, because I know that there are usually some antiques at the auction. The antiques may not be worth much now, but after the spiritual energy is revived, some antiques will absorb the spiritual energy and become priceless treasures. Go back to Tianjin. I made a decisive decision. I didn't want to waste any more time in this unknown forest. Let's see if there's anything worth looking at the auction. March 7th, 2124. There were still 2 hours before the auction started, and my assistant Xia Wenxi and I arrived at the auction venue, the Emperor Building, early. The items in this auction are said to be antiques from a long time ago and are very valuable. So those who come here are industry leaders, wealthy people from all walks of life, and collectors. Hey, isn't this Mr. Su, China's outstanding entrepreneur and the youngest legendary genius? Why are you interested in participating in this auction? Before he entered the elevator, a gloomy voice came from the side. I looked back and saw that it was Xia Jianren, the vice president of operations of Beichen Group. He was wearing a suit, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. When we were in Beichen Group before, he was very respectful to me. But now that I have left Beichen and sold my shares, his true face has been revealed immediately. This person has always been Luo Sun's confidant, and this time he was ordered to come to the auction and collect antiques. I was too lazy to pay attention to him. I just thought this lackey's provocation was ridiculous. Xia Jianren realized that I didn't want to pay attention to him, so he turned around and said nothing. As time went by, more and more bigwigs walked into the building, handed their black gold invitations to the staff, took the elevator, and went straight to the auction site. What a coincidence! Isn't this Director Su? When I walked into the venue, a group of familiar faces came into view. They were some shareholders or directors of the top 10 groups in Tianjin. I nodded slightly as a greeting. The spiritual energy of the previous life was revived, but these people were unable to break through because they were clinging to their assets. They used their own connections and relationships, and eventually betrayed humanity, joined the ancient tribe, and crazily massacred the Chinese people. Assistant Xia Wenxi looked unhappy, but he would never take the initiative without my approval, because he knows my character. Either I don't move, or once I take action, I leave the other party with no chance of fighting back. In my opinion, verbal disputes are like quarrels between children, which are meaningless. The big guys gradually came in, and the atmosphere became more tense. I simply closed my eyes and rested, not bothering to pay attention. My once respectful attitude was exposed after I left Beichen. It really puzzles me that these people are so eager to reveal their true nature. Logically speaking, they have been working hard on the business pyramid for many years and should understand the principle of not showing off one's happiness. Could it be that they have relied on luck to get to the top? An hour later, the auction site was already crowded with bigwigs and wealthy people from all walks of life, talking in low voices in groups of 3 or 5, and the time for the auction to start was getting closer and closer. A group of people not far from me were talking about the items in the auction. They said, "I heard that the items being auctioned this time are all antiques from a long time ago. Among them is a vase from the Han Dynasty, which is very valuable." That's nothing. I also heard that there is a meteorite that is said to be 5,000 years old. I opened my eyes, feeling a little excited. After the spiritual energy of my previous life was revived, antiques like vases naturally had no effect. But if those jades can absorb spiritual energy, they will become spiritual stones, becoming an important resource for cultivators to improve their strength. Such treasures are absolutely rare. As for the meteorites they mentioned, I'm even more looking forward to it. In his previous life, Luo Sun collected several meteorites and eventually forged them into treasures through the secret realm of the Hengduan Mountains, which greatly enhanced the strength of the Luo family and later became one of the top 10 families in China. Time passed minute by minute, and the auction finally began. An auctioneer in a tuxedo and with a slicked-back hair walked onto the auction stage, and the lights on the scene instantly focused on him. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for participating in this auction held by the Emperor Group. I am the auctioneer of this auction, Ma Domo, and I am very honored to serve you. His tone was confident and his voice was loud, attracting the attention of the entire audience. The theme of this auction is to explore ancient Chinese culture. The items to be auctioned are all Chinese antiques, which are very old and have extraordinary collection value. We welcome everyone to participate. His introduction lasted more than 10 minutes and sounded quite boring. Then, a slim Cheongsam girl walked onto the stage pushing the first auction item. Ma Domo walked to the center of the stage and began to introduce. The first auction item is Tang Sankai low-temperature glazed pottery, Silk Road. The starting price is 5 million. Each bid must not be less than 500,000. The bidding starts now. As the auctioneer's order was given, the scene suddenly became agitated. As the most distinctive pottery of the Tang dynasty, Tang Sankai has profound value and significance, and is a treasure that collectors dream of. But for me, this vase has no substantial function. After the spiritual energy of the previous life was revived, these beautiful vases had no other use except for viewing. So, I was too lazy to buy them. After several rounds of fierce bidding, a big boss finally won the bid at a high price of 12 million. Congratulations immediately rang out at the scene, and everyone praised the value of this item. The second auction item is a pair of ancient jade stones of mother and child from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Ma Domo continued to introduce. According to expert appraisal, this pair of jade is the oldest antique ever found. It is completely natural and has no traces of being cut by a knife or an axe. The starting price is 1 million, and each bid must not be less than 100,000. The auction begins now. I thought everyone would be very excited about this, but surprisingly, there were very few people bidding. Everyone's point of view is very direct. Even if it is ancient jade from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, it is impossible to have been preserved to this day. This so-called ancient jade from the Shang and Zhou dynasties is most likely man-made and has no value. The auctioneer was embarrassed and was about to let the item go. At this moment, I suddenly raised my hand and said, 1 million, I want it. Everyone around him immediately focused their attention on him, and everyone burst into laughter. No, everyone knows that ancient jade can only be stored for a few hundred years at most. The Shang and Zhou dynasties were thousands of years ago, so where did the pure natural jade come from? Did the former chairman of Beichen not understand this at all? Who knows? It is said that a few days ago, he sold all of his Beichen shares and gave them away. If Su Jie and his wife knew about this, they would surely die with regret. So it was him, the #1 prodigal son in Tianjin, who went from being a Chinese business genius to being the #1 joke in China. I don't care about the ridicule of the crowd. Only I know how useful this pair of ancient jade from the Shang and Zhou dynasties will be in the future, and these people will regret it immensely. The auction continued, and a number of antiques and calligraphy and paintings were unveiled one after another. Based on my memories of my previous life, I roughly determined that most of these items were only of ornamental value. Although the revival of spiritual energy will change many objects, and some antiques will absorb spiritual energy and become magical weapons, most antiques at present still do not seem to have actual spirituality. For example, one of the paintings, 100 Ghosts Parade at Night by Wu Daozi, was indeed exquisitely painted with powerful brushstrokes, but after the revival of the spiritual energy from the previous life, it did not show any special effects. The auction went smoothly, and 7 or 8 lots were sold at good prices one after another. The smile on Ma Domo's face became brighter and brighter. He estimated that today's commission had exceeded his annual salary. The atmosphere in the venue gradually became heated, and the bidding for several key items aroused the fighting spirit of some buyers. There was even a hint of disdain in their eyes when they bid against each other. After more than 40 minutes, the auction came to an end, and everyone knew that the most anticipated finale item had not yet appeared. Finally, after 5 minutes, the items were sold one by one. Ma Domo smiled mysteriously, as if he had whetted everyone's appetite. I'm sure you all know that the finale of this auction is of extraordinary value. It can even be called a treasure that transcends the category of antiques. He looked calm and spoke gracefully, as if every word carried a bit of magic, successfully attracting everyone's attention. Mr. Ma, stop keeping us in suspense, and take it out for us to see, someone said in a joking manner. That's right, Lao Ma. We old friends can't stand you playing like a cat teasing a mouse like this. Another one also agreed with a smile. Ma Domo smiled slightly and glanced at the entire audience. After the atmosphere was set just right, he clapped his hands. Then, two Cheongsam girls slowly came pushing a small cart with a bronze box on it. Looking at this ordinary box, everyone did not look down on it at all. In such occasions, the more ordinary things are often the most precious. Wearing professional dust-free gloves, Ma Domo carefully touched the box. He introduced, "This bronze box is extraordinary. It has been specially processed and contains 18 kinds of rare metals. It has extremely high protection, anti-oxidation, invulnerable to swords and guns, and impervious to water and fire. More importantly, what is hidden inside it?" My heart moved slightly as I noticed that he used the word treasure instead of antique. It was obvious that this auction was bound to be extraordinary. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ma Domo slowly opened the bronze box, revealing the item inside, a reddish-brown stone the size of a basketball, with an irregular shape and a hint of burning heat. The indescribable peculiar texture made everyone present hold their breath. My heart was shocked because it was almost exactly the same as the meteorite that Luo Sun got in his previous life. After the spiritual energy was revived, the meteorite was refined in a secret realm and cast into a peerless magic weapon, helping the Luo family become one of the top 10 families in China. When some rough people saw that it was a stone, they were immediately disappointed. Some even mocked in a low voice. I thought it was a rare treasure, but it turned out to be just a broken stone. That being said, I knew they were just playing psychological tactics to dampen the enthusiasm of bidders. Ma Domo smiled slightly, not affected at all, and explained, "Everyone, this stone is not ordinary. Experts have confirmed that it is a meteorite from outer space 5,000 years ago, containing more than 80 kinds of unknown mineral components." He paused for a moment, observing the interest on everyone's faces, and then said, "It can be said that these elements have never been seen on our blue planet. Perhaps it will subvert the existing periodic table of elements in the chemical world." The starting price is 20 million. Each bid increase must not be less than 2 million. The auction begins now. Ma Domo stopped talking, smiled calmly, and left the room for imagination to the bigwigs present. I immediately raised my sign. 30 million. This offer shocked the whole audience. Someone said dissatisfiedly, "Do you really need to add 10 million? 32 million. 50 million. Without hesitation, I raised the price again. The man was furious and said in a deep voice, "I am the young director of Beichen Group. Please give me face, friend. I will give you 52 million. The bidders on the side fell silent. Beichen Group was second only to Beichen Group, with an annual revenue of over 800 billion yuan. It was obvious that no one wanted to compete with it for a piece of stone. However, I ignored him and shouted, 80 million. Huaxin's young director obviously couldn't accept it and angrily yelled, "Are you sick? You added 10 million a moment ago, and now you add 30 million directly?" The sexy girl next to him whispered to him, "Shall you forget it?" He slapped him and threatened, "Shut up. If you don't want to die, don't talk too much." How could he retreat in this situation? Unfortunately, his funds were no more than 200 million, and he had to sell his assets to make up for it. "Shall you want to save face? 200 million. I sneered and immediately offered 500 million. The bigwigs in the audience were dumbfounded. Even the well-informed Ma Domo was stunned. Who could have thought that a piece of stone would be bid up to 500 million? Xiao Yu looked pale, and after a little sobering up, he sneered sarcastically. A mere broken stone, but he actually spent 500 million to buy it. This prodigal son was destined to become the laughingstock of the whole audience. I ignored all the looks and sat down calmly. Looking at this precious meteorite, I was extremely satisfied with this auction. Both it and the ancient jades would become priceless treasures. Just as I was about to leave, Ma Domo suddenly caught up with me and said, "Mr. Su, please stay. Our president wants to see you." Then I accepted the president's invitation. "Mr. Su, please take a seat." As soon as I walked into the office on the top floor of the Emperor building, the middle-aged man beside the desk stood up with a gentle smile on his face. This person is none other than the chairman of the Emperor Group, Sheng Qingping, a legendary figure in China's antique industry. He single-handedly established the Emperor Group and the Emperor Building, almost monopolizing the entire Chinese antique market, with his income from commissions alone reaching hundreds of billions. Moreover, in his previous life, after the revival of spiritual energy, he was the first businessman to notice the changes. He hoarded a large number of antiques and became one of the people with the most treasures in China. Later, he provided a lot of help to the government. After Ma Dumo lit my cigar, Sheng Qingping smiled and said, Mr. Su is indeed a man of vision and financial resources. I admire him very much. Let me introduce myself formally first. My name is Sheng Qingping. He personally poured a cup of tea and handed it to her, saying politely, This is the Golden Gourd tribute tea ship from Yunnan. Mr. Su, please have a try. I took a sip and the tea soup was rich and fragrant. It was indeed a good tea worth hundreds of thousands per gram. But I remained calm, put down my teacup and said, The president just mentioned some good stuff. I wonder if it can open my eyes? Upon hearing this, Sheng Qingping smiled and clapped his hands. Two Chongsam girls came in with two exquisite wooden boxes and placed them carefully on the coffee table. When the wooden box was opened, there were more than a dozen thumb-sized, dark red wooden beads inside, which looked very much like the elixirs in the novels about cultivating immortals. My pupils shrank slightly, and I secretly suppressed my inner excitement. These seemingly inconspicuous wooden beads are actually the elixirs with depleted spiritual energy that I saw in my previous life. After the recovery of spiritual energy, these pills, once absorbed by the spiritual energy, can help people quickly improve their realm. They are even more precious to those humans who have just started practicing. The quality is average. I glanced at it casually, pretending not to care, with a hint of disappointment on my face. Sheng Qingping obviously saw my hard-to-get attitude and hurriedly smiled and said, Mr. Su is knowledgeable and can certainly see the clues. These pills have been stored in China for many years and have never faded or deteriorated. It is really rare. He continued, How about this? I'll only charge you 50,000 for each of these medicinal stones. How about that? I was ecstatic after hearing this. Although these pills were not worth mentioning before the revival of spiritual energy, they would become priceless treasures afterwards. I nodded reluctantly. Since President Sheng said so, I won't refuse. I will accept all these pills. In addition, if the president has other antiques and rare treasures, please feel free to bring them out. In the end, I purchased a total of 100 pills for 5 million, which was enough for me to reach the Xinzong realm after the spiritual energy was revived. In my previous life, it took me 15 years to barely break through to the early stage of Xinzong. Now, with these pills, I will most likely surpass my previous life in a short period of time. When I was about to leave, Sheng Qingping's face suddenly darkened and he reminded me, Mr. Su, at this auction, you publicly offended Xiao Yu, the young chairman of Beichen Group, but you also offended the 9 major groups. He also said, Xiao Yu has always been vindictive and will definitely seek revenge in the future. The other 8 groups used to resist Beichen, and now they will not miss any opportunity to suppress you. So be careful. I smiled and thanked them. I had been on guard against these 9 major groups, but the revival of spiritual energy is about to come, and their so-called business threats will be nothing but paper tigers by then. After leaving the imperial mansion and returning to the estate, I began to take a detailed inventory of existing assets and resources. Time is running out. It is now March 7th, 2124, and there are less than 8 months left until the revival of spiritual energy. 3 months before that, strange phenomena will gradually appear on the blue planet, which will arouse the vigilance of certain major forces. Therefore, I must complete the layout as quickly as possible and seize the initiative as soon as the spiritual energy revives to avoid repeating the same mistakes. Now I have collected 3 bronze swords, enough to form a sword formation. As for the remaining 3, I still need to continue searching. After all, the location of the tomb of King Yu is secret, and it was only discovered 1 month before the revival of spiritual energy in the previous life. The 1,000-year-old lightning struck what is deep in Den Mountains, and it is difficult for me to find it at this stage. As for the meteorite from outer space, this auction has brought me an unexpected surprise. It will surely be made into a peerless treasure in the future. I already have 100 pills, which are enough to meet the cultivation needs of the first realm, but I still need to continue to purchase more in the future. The ancient jade has also been purchased, so my spiritual energy supply is temporarily worry-free. After counting, I still have more than 30 billion in assets on hand, which is temporarily sufficient to support subsequent acquisition plans. However, I still need to go to several key locations during this period before the revival of spiritual energy. On March 8, 2124, I stood at the foot of the Hengduan Mountains and looked up at the endless mountain ranges. The mountains were steep and rugged like a giant dragon lying across hundreds of miles. The Hengduan Mountains are located in the northwest, with an altitude of 7,000 meters. The peaks are undulating and the peaks are shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. There are more than 80 main peaks, which are vigorous and majestic. As far as I can remember, this valley will become an S-level secret realm after the spiritual energy is revived. The rich spiritual energy directly promoted the rise of the Luo Sun family. Now I have purchased the entire mountain in advance, nominally for the purpose of building a forest park, but in reality, it is just a cover-up. We got on the helicopter and flew towards the main peak valley. After landing, I jumped off easily with the help of Ahu. The valley before us is quiet and peaceful. It has not yet been developed into a scenic area. The road is winding and steep, and few tourists set foot here. This valley will be my key place in the future. After inspecting it with my own eyes, I finally felt relieved. The next step is to go to Yunbei to continue planning. An officer stood up, took off his hat, took a breath, and said, "General, it seems to be the Iron Cavalry of India." What? Lin Ziming's mind was buzzing. The cavalry of India actually crossed the border? How dare they? If all the communication equipment and radars had not been destroyed by the beasts, how could the Indians have marched straight in? Thinking of this, Lin Ziming was very angry, and then he cheered up. Regardless of the cost, rush to support Longhu Temple. This group of Indian cavalry must be annihilated. This task is handed over to the 101st Division headquarters. You must be quick and pay attention to avoid the detection of the beasts. Don't use nuclear weapons to avoid harming innocent people. Yes, General. The commander of the 101st Division stood straight, and saluted with a standard military salute. General, then what should we do next? Lin Ziming silently folded his hands. Now he couldn't make a decision. What else could he do except defend? Could he ask He Jintian and others for help? General, maybe there is someone who can solve the current beast crisis. Lin Ziming raised his head and looked at the officer, who spoke with a questioning look. It was Su Xian, the former chairman of the Beichen Group, who destroyed the entire northern ferocious beasts and half-demon cavalry some time ago, and was treated as a guest of honor by He Jintian. He is now a super cultivator across the Hengduan Mountains. That is the Chinese hero reported by the media. General, don't hesitate any longer. Only Su Xian can save the entire eastern border. Lin Ziming raised his head. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and finally made up his mind. Communicate to the Jinbei Corps immediately. I want to talk to General He. In the face of national affairs, what does a little face count for? Not to mention being ridiculed by old He, even if he rode on his head and shit. As long as the crisis in the western border can be solved, it doesn't matter. In the Jinbei Corps, in the command room, He Jintian was dressed in formal clothes and was busy observing the map, feeling very comfortable. Since Su Xian solved the crisis in the northern border in one fell swoop, the entire Jinbei Corps has not had any war. However, the attack of the ferocious beasts in front of him also gave him some warnings. That is, the current defense force is too weak. He followed Su Xian's advice and directly deployed various nuclear weapons. He deployed a super powerful defense system throughout the northern border and used modern scientific and technological means. As long as there was a little disturbance, he would be able to know immediately. The Air Force cooperated with the Army, and with the support of powerful information technology, it could achieve accurate nuclear bomb attacks. At this time, the Chief of Staff suddenly walked into the command room. General, your phone call. Who is it? General Lin of the Jinshi Corps. He Jintian raised his head in surprise and glanced at the Chief of Staff. Go get the phone. A minute later, an urgent voice came from the phone. Old He help. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 75, Obtaining the Sea Clan's Sacred Artifact, the Demonic Dragon Horn, and Understanding the Way of Chaos. Don't be impatient, Lao Lin. Take your time. He Jintian seemed to have never heard Lin Ziming's tone before, and his heart was also shocked. Lin Ziming and he graduated from the same military academy, and they were comrades in arms when they were in the army. He was calm and composed, and participated in many battles with the Indians. He had the ability to remain calm even when facing a huge crisis. However, now he could hear from the phone that he had obviously lost his composure, and even directly abandoned his so-called face and asked for help from himself. Lao He, is Su Xian still with you? I can't hold on here. There are too many beasts. We have suffered countless casualties, and even nuclear weapons cannot be used to deal with it. He Jintian pondered for a moment, and he had already understood that Lin Ziming must be asking for help from him, hoping that Su Xian would take action. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. The 8 major armies of China are also one of the most powerful armies in the world. Now, they are unable to guard the border and stop the beasts. In front of them was the Jinbei Corps, which was unable to resist the fierce beasts in the north and the half-demon army. In the back was the Jindong Corps, which was defeated by the fierce beasts of the Sea Clan. Now the entire western border is also in danger of falling at any time. Not to mention the most complicated situation in the southern border, where it is said that there are more than a dozen countries and 7 or 8 fierce beast forces involved, making it a mess. Everything depends on Su Xian to solve. There are more than 1 billion people in China, and there are so many people who point fingers at the country on weekdays. When it comes to the life and death of the nation, how many people stand up except the army and official forces? And many of the people protected by Su Xian happen to be such people. At this moment, He Jintian suddenly felt that the world was so ironic. After the recovery of spiritual energy, the cultivation civilization has surpassed the technological civilization. In this collision, the technological civilization was directly crushed. Taking a deep breath, He Jintian's face was solemn, and he said to the phone, "Lao Lin, Su Xian is not with me now." He went to Lao Wei. A large number of ferocious beasts have also appeared in the East Territory, and he needs to deal with them. Lao Wei talked to me yesterday and said that Su Xian used only one sword to freeze the entire East China Sea, and tens of thousands of ferocious beasts were killed alive. Now, the entire Sea Clan has hidden in the sea and dares not to show up again, and those lost ports have been taken back. I believe Su Xian will soon solve the crisis over there. There was silence for more than 10 seconds on the other end of the phone, and then he asked in a trembling voice, "Lao He, I have never asked for help in my life. I hope you can help our Western Territory Corps and ask Mr. Su Xian to come to the aid of my Jinchi Corps. If you have any request, as long as I can meet it, please feel free to speak up." He Jintian did not hesitate at all. "Don't worry, I will definitely fight for my life to let Su Xian support you." According to my observation, although Su Xian has a cold face, he has a warm heart. Any invader who threatens China will be punished no matter how far away he is. He is very active. Okay, then I'll wait for good news. After hanging up the phone, He Jintian called the chief of staff and asked him to contact the Jindong Corps, but not to rush Su Xian, to find out his movements and see if he could go to the East Territory to help. Passing through the main hall of the Cursed Temple, King Kanglin took Su Xian and finally came to the deepest part, where the holy artifacts of the Sea Clan were stored. It was a huge blood-red horn, 5 meters long, blood-red, dotted with a few white textures, complicated and difficult to understand, obscure. An ancient and vicissitudes of life breath came out, making Su Xian feel that it resonated with the breath in his body. Ah! Su Xian felt his scalp tingling, and in the void, there seemed to be a deafening dragon roar, loud and vigorous. "What is this?" King Kanglin didn't seem to feel it. His face was calm, and he gently stroked the blood-red horn. His movements were very gentle and cautious. Care carefully, as if treating your lover, and with a little reverence, as if treating your elders. This is the sacred weapon of our clan, the demonic dragon horn. King Kanglin stood in front of the huge horn, turned his head, his face full of pride, his eyes filled with incomparable pride and pride. This demonic dragon horn has protected our clan for thousands of years. It contains the divine thoughts left by the dragon god in the past, and can continuously provide amplification and blessing divine power to the sea warriors, allowing them to temporarily improve their realm and strength during battle. As for its origin, where it came from, we have no way of knowing. We only know that in the past, during the War of All Clans, the dragon god found a burial ground of a real dragon in the cemetery of gods and used extraordinary means to create this horn. Thousands of years have passed in the blink of an eye, and things have changed, but this demonic dragon horn has not undergone any changes. The divine thoughts in it are gradually fading, and it can only be placed in the cursed temple and nurtured with the power left by the dragon corpse in the temple. Now, since you have been recognized by the dragon god and are the son of the calamity and have prevented the sea race from falling into the abyss, I, on behalf of the entire sea race, will give you my clan's sacred artifact and am willing to establish friendship with you. At the same time, I also hope that I can protect the sea race when the calamity comes in the future. Su Xian's face was stern, and he looked at the huge horn. He couldn't understand the complicated patterns on it, but the ancient and vicissitudes of life contained in it made him feel inexplicably trembling. This was the divine thought left by a stronger person at a higher level. At present, I am only in the Tianyuan realm, and I can't comprehend the breath contained in this horn for the time being. When I break through the realm in the future, I may be able to explore the mystery. Su Xian nodded, looked at King Kanglin, and said slowly, "If the sea race is in trouble in the future, I, Su Xian, will take care of one or two, and I can't guarantee the others." "That's enough." King Kanglin also nodded. From his perspective of living for thousands of years, Su Xian is not only a human prodigy, his understanding and mind are definitely the top batch in these thousands of years. In addition, according to Xian Yuan's judgment, as the son of the calamity, his future achievements will certainly be immeasurable, and it is not impossible that he will be able to step into the two lost realms. After presenting the demon dragon horn to Su Xian, King Kanglin felt relaxed and relieved for a moment. Now that the spiritual energy has revived, all races are ready to move and have descended on the continent one after another, trying to split the human territory into pieces, trying to take the treasures left over from the past for their own use, and then start a war again, and finally the winner will distribute the resources. Separation and reunion, fighting and killing, this has been the case for thousands of years. King Kanglin plans to take the Sea Clan and all enter the cultivation mode, isolated from the outside world, and make other plans after his cultivation slowly recovers. Taking off the demon dragon horn and handing it to Su Xian, King Kanglin waved his hand and said, "Let's go. We don't know when we will meet again after the separation. I hope you can lead the human race and defend the territory." Su Xian took the horn, which was hot in his hand. Countless ancient and vicissitudes of life all poured into his body, and started a fierce struggle with the spiritual energy in his body. The Dantian Qi Si and the tendons and veins of his whole body were swollen and astringent. Suddenly, a lot of light emerged from the Bodhi tree and scattered into all the tendons and veins in the body, fighting against this evil breath, and gradually gained the upper hand and suppressed it. The demon dragon horn in Su Xian's hand seemed to gradually calm down and turned into an ordinary appearance, very quiet. It seemed that seeing Su Xian's dilemma, King Kanglin suddenly felt a little better in his heart. In his opinion, it was a very happy thing for such a demon genius to be defeated. Get used to it slowly. It is said that the dragon god stepped into the lost realm in the past. Su Xian was stunned. According to the current records, the highest realm is only the domination realm, which is similar to the end of the true god, mastering the power of the law. The fact that the dragon god actually surpassed this realm shows that at his peak, he may have surpassed the end of the true gods and entered the lost realm. No wonder the magic weapon he made, although it has been eroded for thousands of years, can still play such a powerful role. "Okay, this matter is over. You and I will say goodbye." King Kanglin nodded slightly, bowed with both hands, and his figure drifted away, leaving the cursed temple. The entire temple became empty, and the huge hall was full of loneliness and tranquility. At this moment, Su Xian suddenly entered the state of meditation again, and seemed to catch a trace of enlightenment in the dark, which was about the existence of Tao, illusory, and seemed to be close at hand. Putting the demon dragon horn in the storage bag, Su Xian sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend this illusory Tao. At this moment, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a fisherman driving a small boat on the stormy sea, wearing a bamboo hat and standing on the bow. There was a violent storm in the sky, lightning and thunder. The dark clouds were torn apart. Plasma bombarded the sea surface. Thousands of waves were swaying high. The boat was swaying left and right, rising and falling with the waves, and was almost swallowed by the huge waves. But the middle-aged man at the bow, wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, holding the oars with steady and powerful hands, seemed not to be affected by the violent storm and thousands of waves. His eyes looked into the distance, very firm, and he stood at the bow, standing tall and majestic even though the wind and waves swallowed his figure. At this moment, a bright white light tore through the dark clouds and sank into the sea, splashing thousands of huge waves with a huge momentum. With the help of the white plasma, the middle-aged man saw the agile figure clearly. It was a white dragon more than 10 meters long, snow-white and crystal clear, with green dragon horns raised high. The dragon head floated on the water, and the dragon body shrank in the water. Blood seeped out of the sea water, instantly turning the surroundings into a sea of blood. At the same time, a figure in the sky passed through the dark clouds, soaring into the clouds, holding the heavenly book in his hand, standing quietly in the void, waving his hand casually. The dark clouds dissipated, the thunder and lightning retreated, the wind and rain stopped suddenly, the clouds were clear, and the sky was bright again. The figure, wearing a yin-yang tai chi robe, a purple cloud crown on his head, a long sword inserted diagonally behind his back, holding a heavenly book in his hand, looked down at the white dragon with its head exposed in the sea water below, and said calmly, "Shuang, Hao Jie is not dead. It seems that you are not destined to die. From now on, you will live in this world and don't step into the outside world again." The figure glanced at the lonely boat in the sea and the man standing at the bow, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. After watching for more than 10 seconds, he flew away and threw the heavenly book in his hand directly down. Pa! The heavenly book fell on the bow of the boat. The middle-aged fisherman picked it up and looked at it. Suddenly, his eyes became lost, as if he was attracted by a magnet. He couldn't stop and kept flipping through the heavenly book in his hand. "Don't look! Stop!" The white dragon suddenly transformed into a stunning woman, floating towards here, with blood dripping on her body, trying to stop the fisherman from reading the heavenly book. But it was still a step too late. The middle-aged fisherman suddenly changed his temperament, and his realm was rapidly improved. He was promoted from a mortal to the Tianyuan realm in a moment, and then closed the heavenly book, looked at the woman in front of him, smiled slightly, and said, "Girl, are you okay?" Boom. The picture dissipated. Su Xian opened his eyes and felt that his head was about to explode. The middle-aged fisherman just read the content of the heavenly book, which seemed to be connected with himself and his consciousness. Then a prompt came from his mind. "You have realized the existence of the Chaos Tao, and your consciousness has increased tenfold. Continue to comprehend, and you will have a chance to obtain the Chaos Tao." Chaos Tao? Su Xian left the cursed temple and muttered silently in his heart. Is this white dragon named Shuang from the Dragon Clan? Then who is this middle-aged fisherman? And who is the young man in Taoist robes in the air? What is the Chaos Tao? Everything made him feel that all the secrets seemed to be hidden in the ancient heavenly book. It seems that he must find the dusty magic stone as soon as possible to crack the secret of the heavenly book. When he left the seabed and came to the land, all the senior officers of the Zhendong Corps were personally receiving him at the Ningqing port. Wei Minghuang rushed over enthusiastically and laughed. Su Xian. Dozens of officers looked at Su Xian in unison and shouted in unison. Su Xian. Su Xian was a little confused. He liked to keep a low profile. Did these soldiers mess it up too much? He waved his hand and said, "The disaster of the Sea Clan has been eliminated. There is no danger here for the time being. I suggest that you still strengthen the defense. Do everything you can." Wei Minghuang nodded. Su Xian, don't worry. After this battle, we will definitely strengthen the defense line of the East Territory. Su Xian nodded, turned around, and was about to leave. Su Xian, please wait. Is there something? The East Territory still needs your support. General, he called, and the situation is not optimistic. Su Xian said, "Oh," lightly, and ignored it. It was good that he helped China resist the beasts, but he was not at the mercy of others. With more than 1 billion people and 8 legions, what were they doing? God Su. It is said that the Dragon and Tiger Temple in Tibet seems to have been invaded by the Buddhists from India. Wei Minghuang thought about it and told Su Xian the news. Su Xian's pupil shrank, and he was filled with murderous aura. Without saying a word, he took off into the air and flew towards Tibet at lightning speed. He disappeared into the sky in a moment. This scene made tens of thousands of soldiers below gasp. God Su, you are so strong. Hashtag. Chapter 76. Rushing to the aid of Dragon and Tiger Temple from 1,000 miles away, killing a Tianyuan realm expert in seconds. In the west, Longhu Temple, Elder Huiyuan and Laki, a Buddhist monk, fought in the air. Laki practiced the Hinayana Buddhism of Asen country and believed in the great god Brahma. As soon as he made a move, all kinds of hand seals that covered the sky fell from the sky. The Ganges hand seal. Laki's face was filled with a confident smile, and his right palm pushed out flat. In an instant, a golden hand seal of more than 10 meters came from the air, with a majestic momentum that almost flattened the entire Longhu mountain. With the second level of Tianyuan realm, Laki was also the strongest cultivator in the entire Asen country. All this came from the power of his faith in the Buddhist temple and the power of his believers. Through various means, even at the cost of using political means, he made more than 100 million people in the entire Asen country become his believers, and he also ascended to the Tianyuan realm and called himself the Supreme Venerable Lord of the Buddhist Kingdom, the uncrowned king. Laki often said this. In the entire Buddhist sect, except for the great god Brahma, he was the strongest. All disciples who believed in Buddhism must convert to the Hinayana Buddhism and the Supreme Venerable. Elder Huiyuan inherited the legacy of Elder Feikong, and his realm has reached the second level of Tianyuan realm. He has learned the powerful hand seals of Tantra, and he was not vague at the moment. He stared at the Buddhist monk with angry eyes, his white beard fluttering, and a palm print was made. The same giant palm of more than 10 meters came from the air and collided directly with the Ganges hand seal. This move was also learned by Elder Huiyuan from the secret book left by Elder Feikong. It was called Great Compassion Palm, and its power should not be underestimated. In an instant, 2 giant palms exploded in the air, creating a circle of terrifying energy, cutting the scenery in all directions into pieces. The crowns of the towering trees were directly cut off, and the sea of clouds in the sky was torn into pieces. A look of surprise appeared on Loki's face. He couldn't accept the result that his Ganges Great Seal was blocked by someone. His face was filled with anger and confusion. You are quite capable of catching my Ganges Great Seal. Although I only used 30% of my cultivation, you are proud of yourself? After he finished speaking, Loki rushed forward fiercely again, this time in close combat. He threw out both fists, and his body made a strange starting posture in the air. He raised his right leg and placed it on the left knee. He opened his arms and leaned forward like a monkey. Hui Yuan's expression did not change. The ring knife in his hand appeared out of thin air. With a loud shout, the ring knife was as powerful as thunder. The pale blue plasma jumped repeatedly on it, revealing an unparalleled power. The ring knife was swung out, and Loki's face changed. He quickly added a protective shield to himself and took the knife head-on. With a loud rumble, Loki's cassock was shattered and flew all over the sky. His expression changed drastically. The confident smile at the beginning disappeared, leaving only shock and confusion. Elder Huiyuan did not intend to be merciful. After all, this man tried to interfere with Buddhism and destroy our Buddhist sect. So he shouted angrily, swung his sword again, and cut off his head with a move of splitting Huashan. Loki's expression changed drastically. As his body retreated, he raised his hands above his head. Countless mental powers surged out of his body and gathered into a black mist, which actually carried a trace of evil. Evil demons, seeing the resentment of all living beings in this demonic breath, Elder Huiyuan shouted loudly and swung his sword again, cutting through the air, revealing an unparalleled, terrifying momentum, which made Loki's heart and liver break. In the open space at the entrance of Longhu Temple, those Indian iron cavalrymen covered in black armor screamed in seconds, holding long spears, and fought with the monks of Longhu Temple. This place is narrow, with cliffs on both sides, so the cavalry's charge power cannot be brought into play. Each row can only accommodate 10 people side by side, so the battle situation here can never be opened. In addition to reciting scriptures, the monks of Longhu Temple also practiced many formations at the request of Elder Feikong, such as the 18 Bronze Men formation, the Tiangang Beta formation, etc. These formations played a powerful defensive effect when used, so that this group of aggressive Asen cavalry could never enter the gate. Moreover, the battle between the two people in the air did not determine the winner. Over time, the morale of the Asen cavalry was greatly reduced, and small-scale riots and defeats began to appear. Loki looked at the battle on the ground from time to time, anxious, and at the same time, he also had a better understanding of the strength of the monks in the Tibetan land of China. Originally, he thought that with his Tianyuan realm strength, he could crush them at will after coming to China. If he met a monk with a high realm, he would deal with it himself, and then leave the ground to this group of invincible black armored cavalry. It took only more than 10 minutes to capture Longhu Temple. Now it seems that I thought too simply. This dragon and tiger temple actually hides a master of the Tianyuan realm, and the monks in the temple have also gained a huge improvement with the recovery of spiritual energy. More than 100 people, based on this narrow passage, actually held back tens of thousands of cavalry. Roar! At this moment, the roar of a beast suddenly came from not far away. Everyone present was horrified. Most of the beasts in the Western Territory ran down from the Himalayas. After the recovery of spiritual energy, the size of these monsters has skyrocketed, and their strength has been greatly improved. They have also become cruel and bloodthirsty, and instinctively invaded and brutally killed the human race. There are even more terrifying beasts that have reached the Tianyuan realm of flying in the air. They are not afraid of even the missiles of the Jinshi Corps, causing the Jinshi army to retreat step by step, lose soldiers and generals, and the entire Western Territory has almost fallen, leaving only the Dragon and Tiger Temple under the Dragon and Tiger Mountain. Lockie was full of doubts. When he was distracted, Hui Yuan hit him in the chest with a palm. He flew backwards, spitting blood, and his face showed a very angry look. You actually attacked me by surprise. You have no martial ethics. Old monk. Elder Hui Yuan stroked his beard and smiled. There is no need to use martial ethics to deal with a group of beasts like you who are taking advantage of the situation. As soon as the voice fell, the sword was swung continuously, and the sound of breaking through the air continued. The sword light exploded like spring thunder. Lockie's face was solemn. He fought and retreated with Hui Yuan. Suddenly, he heard screams all over the mountains. He looked in the direction of the sound and was immediately furious. Because the passage of Longhu Temple was narrow, tens of thousands of cavalry were not allowed to enter, and the entire Longhu Mountain was blocked. And the group of beasts happened to rush down from the mountain. Seeing so many cavalry, they rushed and killed without hesitation. In just a few moments, thousands of cavalrymen were torn into pieces by the beasts, and the blood stained the entire Longhu Mountain. The Indian cavalrymen fell off their horses before they could react, and were bitten crazily by the beasts. Retreat! Lockie knew the horror of these beasts. There was even a life-threatening existence not far away, approaching rapidly. If he continued to fight, he might have to die here. At this moment, Lockie's view of China changed 360 degrees. What kind of terrifying existence are these beasts in China? If it were in my Indian country, how could we resist it? Want to leave? Hui Yuan saw Lockie retreating while fighting, and knew that he wanted to escape, but how could he let the invader go? So, he directly used various killing moves to try to keep Lockie. Now that the beasts are restraining the cavalry, it is the best time to destroy their entire army. Damn it! Lockie was shocked to see Hui Yuan fighting with him, and his heart and liver were broken. He quickly used the secret technique in the Brahma treasure scroll, and at the cost of his life, he escaped from Hui Yuan's pursuit and then looked at him coldly from the distant sky. Old monk, our green mountains and green rivers will not change. You won't be so lucky next time we meet. He had made up his mind that after returning to India, he would never come out again, vigorously develop his own believers, and come to China when he reached 1 billion. I can't see you. Suddenly, a cold voice flashed by his ears. Lockie was horrified, and the sense of crisis of death rose from the soles of his feet. When he was stunned for a moment, he saw a man in white clothes shooting from the front, holding a long sword, and a sword light crossed the void. When he reacted and wanted to dodge, he suddenly found that his speed became as slow as an ant, and he couldn't even take any steps, and his neck was cut by the sword light. The head soared into the sky, and the body fell quickly. The first monk of Beichen Kingdom, the supreme master of Hinayana Buddhism, was killed instantly by a sword. When Hui Yuan rushed over, he happened to see the white robe that was whiter than snow and put his palms together. Umitba. It turned out to be Su Shirshir. Su Xian nodded slightly, with a concerned look, and asked, Master, are you okay? Hui Yuan smiled and shook his head. I am fine. I didn't expect Su Shirshir to rush to help from thousands of miles away, and he is so loyal and righteous. Elder Feikong was right that day. Su Xian nodded. I promised Elder Feikong that I would help Longhu Temple when it was in trouble. Now I am here to fulfill my promise. Please don't be surprised, Master. Of course not. Speaking of which, the entire Western Territory is now under attack by ferocious beasts. The Jinshi Corps is retreating step by step, and the Western Territory is almost completely occupied. My Longhu Temple remembers the ancestral teachings and really can't get away. Hui Yuan sighed slightly, looking at the Beichen Kingdom cavalry being killed and defeated by the ferocious beasts below, and waves of fear rose in his heart. Su Xian smiled slightly. From now on, it's not the same anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xian took the Thunder God bow from his back, shot out like lightning, and used his spiritual energy as arrows, shooting the bow nonstop. Suddenly, with a swish sound, arrows with lightning fiercely shot towards the place where the cavalry gathered. In the explosion, countless cavalry were blown away by the airflow carried by these arrows. Every time an arrow fell, at least hundreds of people were bombarded and flew into the air. Countless broken arms and limbs rolled in the air. The blood instantly dyed Longhu Mountain, and it turned directly into Shura Purgatory. Hui Yuan opened his mouth wide, wanting to say something, but stopped. Then he put his hands together, chanted a Buddhist name, and spun the sword in his hand. He joined the massacre, bombarding with sword light, and easily shook dozens of Asin cavalry away. Su Xian frowned slightly. This efficiency was too slow, so he put away the Thunder God bow, looked at Huiyuan quickly, and said, "Master, can you let the disciples of Longhu Temple return to the temple and activate the defense formation?" Huiyuan was slightly stunned, then realized that Su Xian was definitely going to use a large-scale killing move and nodded and said, "No problem, I'll arrange it right away." Then he flew down and came to the place where the monks of Longhu Temple and the black armored cavalry were forming a formation. He raised his palms and directly shook off the black armored cavalry in the front row, and then shouted loudly, "All monks, retreat to the temple and activate the mountain protection formation." The monks retreated to the temple without any hesitation and activated the mountain protection formation. Huiyuan saw that the black armored cavalry in the front row had almost been invited, so he looked up at Su Xian in the air, nodded slightly at him, chanted a Buddhist name, and retreated to Longhu Temple, closed the door tightly, and jumped into the formation of 180 monks, personally serving as the center of the formation. The next moment, a shadow of a five-clawed black dragon more than 20 meters long appeared in the void, roaring to the sky and moving its body. Then, there was another shadow of a tiger, crawling on all fours, raising its head and roaring, causing the entire Longhu mountain to be in turmoil. Su Xian turned his head and glanced at the black dragon and white tiger in the void, and nodded. The origin of Longhu Mountain was mysterious. It was indeed the place where the ancestor dragon and the white tiger rested. At this moment, they appeared to help Longhu Mountain resist foreign enemies. Then, let these beasts go to hell. Chapter 77. Beheading 100,000 people, the god of killing descends to the world. At the foot of Mount Longhu, tens of thousands of cavalrymen from the Asin kingdom suffered heavy casualties under the ravages of the beasts. No matter how the 10 generals chose to break through, they were repelled by the fearless beasts. In front of them, the Longhu Temple opened the mountain protection formation. They tried to attack the temple, but before they reached the stone tablet, they were directly smashed by a terrifying force. The front and back attacks instantly made this group of cavalrymen who had stepped into a foreign country feel deeply desperate. If it weren't for the venerable who insisted on us coming here, how could we have fallen into this situation now? I'm still eating curry chicken at home. A general was indignant, took off his helmet, and slightly adjusted his sweat-soaked bangs on his forehead to the side. His curly beard stood up, showing his extreme anger at the moment. "How dare you? The venerable is the strongest monk in our country. How dare you question it?" A short general raised his gun and shouted, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Your Excellency? Ha! He's already been beheaded by that monk with a sword, and you're still defending him. Your head must have been kicked by a bull in the Ganges. Stop arguing. Do you still want to go home and eat curry chicken?" Seeing that the two generals were still arguing, another burly, black-faced general with curly hair began to dissuade them. Hearing about curry chicken, the two arguing generals immediately quieted down, snorted coldly, and stopped talking. "Now, our biggest trouble is not those terrifying beasts. No matter how sharp their teeth and claws are, they can't tear our armor easily." The black-faced general began to analyze rationally. "The most terrifying opponent is the young man in white in the sky. Did you see his sword? It carries bursts of shuddering coldness. If my guess is correct, this young man should be the strongest swordsman in China. As long as we can deal with him, we can be saved." The remaining generals looked at him as if they were an idiot. The venerable is so powerful, but he chopped off his head with one sword. How can we, a few useless people who can't even fly, deal with him? That's right. We are weak now. How can we beat him? In my opinion, we should commit suicide. The Curry family doesn't need to eat anymore. Looking at the decadence and despair of these generals, the black-faced general couldn't help feeling very contemptuous. He snorted coldly and said, "Who told us to fight him to the death? Isn't it enough for us to kneel down and beg for mercy?" "Well said. Then I'll go first." A general knelt on the ground excitedly and kowtowed to Su Xian. The other generals were immediately very angry because they could not keep up. The next moment, with a puff, the body of the kowtowed general stiffened, and he slowly fell forward, with a bloody hole on his forehead. Before the remaining generals could react, they saw Su Xian snap his fingers, and a series of terrifying chi energies shot through their eyebrows, and then fell to the ground and died. After killing the leading generals, Su Xian held Bingpi Yunmiao with both hands and flew down. The spiritual energy in his body was surging wildly, and his black hair was fluttering. Then, with his body as the center, thousands of huge waves surged out wildly, converging into a river, and instantly submerged Longhu Mountain, forming a vast ocean. Countless black armored cavalry were swallowed up by this vast ocean and struggled to stand up. As for the group of fierce beasts, they were also beaten by the sudden tide and could not stand steadily. What was he going to do? Elder Huiyuan in the air saw this scene and was puzzled. Was he going to drown the cavalry and the fierce beasts? The next moment, Su Xian told him the answer. Su Xian, dressed in white clothes as white as snow, thrust Bingpa Yunmiao into the ground with both hands. Ice for thousands of miles. With him as the center, all places with sea water were frozen, and it continued to spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, freezing all the black armored cavalry and ferocious beasts all over the mountains in an instant. Elder Huiyuan was in the Dragon and Tiger Temple. Seeing this scene, he was horrified. What kind of terrifying swordsmanship was this? He was also in the Tianyuan realm, but it was impossible for him to release such a terrifying magical power. Apart from anything else, the consumption of spiritual energy alone was probably something that even 20 Tianyuan realm cultivators might not be able to achieve. After all, he was still the genius that Elder Feikong had chosen. This terrifying strength was beyond the reach of cultivators in the same realm. Su Xian slowly flew up, stood still in the air, looked at the ice sculptures all over the mountains, without missing any, then formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Break!" As his voice fell, the ice sculptures shattered instantly, exploded into ice crystals, and dissipated between heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of Asin cavalry and beasts were directly killed, and their bodies disappeared, turning into clouds and smoke. Elder Huiyuan stood still in the air, watching this tragic scene, and couldn't help but chant a Buddhist name. After all, Buddhism does not advocate killing. Su Xian opened his consciousness and found that there were several powerful beings in the Tianyuan realm, just 2 kilometers away from Longhu Mountain. He laughed in anger, holding a magic sword, wearing fairy armor, turning into a meteor, and disappearing in a flash, heading straight for the location of those auras. A few minutes later, Su Xian saw those powerful beings. They were several beasts that had transformed into human forms. The leader was wearing a white fox fur coat, with a handsome face and a sickly blush on his cheeks. When he saw Su Xian approaching, his peach blossom eyes showed some horror and fear. On the left was a werewolf, 5 meters tall, burly, shirtless, revealing lean muscles, full of explosive power, with fierce eyes, staring at Su Xian. The remaining few people were all fierce beasts transformed into human forms. They looked at Su Xian with unfriendly eyes, and fear was revealed in their horror. The sword just now made these fierce beasts who had reached the Tianyuan realm feel extremely scared in their hearts, and they did not even have any intention of resisting Su Xian. "Since you are here, why are you in a hurry to leave? Everyone, I have a sword, please." Su Xian's face turned cold, and his murderous aura soared to the sky. He held the long sword across his chest, and countless sword chi crisscrossed, cutting back and forth around these fierce beasts that had transformed into human forms, and in an instant cut them into pieces of meat flying in the air. There was a loud explosion. The leaders of the beasts that had troubled the Western Territory for several months and defeated the 100,000 Western Territory troops were killed without any reaction. Su Xian's face was cold, and his heart was calm. He had no feelings about killing. He was like a butcher who had been killing fish in the market for 30 years. His heart was as cold as a knife. "What is that?" In the command room of the Jinshi Corps, Lin Ziming and the senior officers of the Jinshi Corps stared at the battle on the big screen. With Su Xian's entry, in just 10 minutes, tens of thousands of cavalry and beasts were wiped out in the blink of an eye. There was no trace of their bodies, and they didn't even have time to escape. How'd he do it? A division commander who had fought with the beasts for several months and dozens of battles was speechless when he saw what happened on the screen. The physical strength of these beasts that came down from the Himalayas had reached a very terrifying level, and they could withstand missiles without any injuries. In front of the powerful fighting power of these beasts, technological civilization is not worth mentioning, and is ruthlessly crushed, causing no harm at all. For a time, they fell into despair, and even made plans and determination to stop the beasts, even if all the 100,000 Jinshi Corps died heroically. However, at this moment, in front of this young swordsman, these beasts that brought catastrophic disasters to the western part of China were killed with a single sword, without even begging for mercy. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Is this the legendary cultivator after the revival of spiritual energy? Turning his hand to make clouds and turning his hand to make rain, raising his hand to burn mountains and boil seas, and raising his hand to destroy cities and open the sky? Lin Ziming took a deep breath and said slowly, "He is Su Xian, the first killing god in China, the strongest." The officers couldn't help but take a breath after hearing this. As the saying goes, a person's name is like the shadow of a tree. The name Su Xian has appeared many times. His terrifying record is circulated in the Jinbei Corps. He guarded the northern border with a sword and killed 50,000 half-demon cavalrymen. The whole army was annihilated, and the beasts in the entire northern border trembled and dared not step into the northern border. In this battle, more than 100,000 heads were beheaded. He deserves the name of the killing god. China has Su Xian, and we are not afraid of any invaders. This time, Maijinshi Corps can survive because of Su Xian. At this moment, the officers felt what the Jinbei Corps felt at that time, and they had reached a point of great admiration and respect for Su Xian. They walked out of the command room in an orderly manner, looked at Longhu Mountain in unison, and then slowly raised their right hands to their eyebrows and saluted respectfully. Su Xian flew around Longhu Mountain and found no more beasts. He returned to Longhu Temple, where 180 monks were waiting for him in the square. Amitabha, the chaos and hushy area of Longhu Temple this time is thanks to Mr. Su. On behalf of the whole Longhu Temple, I would like to express my gratitude. Elder Hui Yuan chanted a Buddhist name, bent down, and bowed to Su Xian respectfully. The 180 monks of Longhu Temple bowed to Su Xian. Su Xian waved his hand and said, "Elder, you are too polite. Elder Feikong treated me well in the past. I promised him to help Longhu Temple. I, Su Xian, cannot bear this responsibility." Elder Hui Yuan stroked his beard and smiled, nodded slightly, and was more sure and recognized of Su Xian's character and virtue. This boy is neither arrogant nor impatient. No wonder Elder Feikong is so optimistic about him and gave him a magic weapon. "What's your plan next, Mr. Su?" Su Xian turned his head and looked at the world's highest mountain. His pupils shrank slightly, and with a murderous look on his face, he said coldly, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. Since the Indians dare to provoke my Chinese border and even launch an attack, I have no choice but to go and greet them. Lest our neighbors think that China is easy to bully or the Da Qing of hundreds of years ago." After saying that, Su Xian jumped up, glided in the air, flashed, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Hui Yuan was slightly stunned, then smiled, and secretly said in his heart, "What a personality. Hashtag, 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 hashtag." Chapter 78. Strong Attack, Disaster for India. In the eastern border of the country of Asen, 100,000 troops are stationed at the border. In the command room, a middle-aged man with curly hair, dark cheeks, and a height of 1.5 meters kept picking his little finger from his nose, and after picking out a ball of something, he stuffed it into his mouth, and an intoxicated look suddenly appeared on his face. "Wonderful. It tastes like curry chicken." The officers around him, wearing green camouflage uniforms and flat-top military caps, couldn't help showing a look of disgust, but they resisted the urge to vomit and continued to report. "General, I have to remind you that the Venerable has been gone for a whole half-day, and we have lost contact. We can't contact the leader of the cavalry corps he took away." "What are you panicking about? The Venerable has a great cultivation and can fly in the air. The mere Chinese Western Border Corps can't do anything to him. At this moment, I'm afraid he has already found a few Chinese women in that corner to enjoy." The short man called the general didn't care. He sucked all the unknown objects stuck on his hands clean, and he seemed to be unsatisfied. "General, China has gone through thousands of years. Although dynasties have changed, it has become stronger and stronger. Although the Venerable is the strongest in Asen, there may be such a powerful monk in China. I think we should make plans in advance." The man did not give up and continued to persuade the general. In his opinion, the Venerable's ambition of taking the Western Territory within 1 day, marching to the Northern Territory within 5 days, controlling the Chinese Buddhist sect within 10 days, and conquering China in 2 months was not real and effective. China has gone through thousands of years and has experienced countless wars and invasions by imperial powers, but it has never been destroyed. It has always stood firm and has become a world superpower. If it were not for the revival of spiritual energy this time, the Western Territory was restrained by fierce beasts, and the Venerable would never have had the opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity. let alone occupy the Western territory. However, it is obvious that the general does not think so. So what? They're being held back by the beasts, so how can they take care of the Western territory? You know, even the Venerable cannot fight against the beasts. Our entire southern territory of 2 million square kilometers has become a habitat for the beasts. Whenever the general thought of this, he felt endless fear engraved into his bones. Those beasts were invulnerable to swords and guns, and even the most powerful motorcycle cavalry of the Asen Kingdom could not resist. In just a few months, the 2 million square kilometers of territory of the Asen Kingdom were occupied. More than 1 billion people were killed and left homeless, leaving less than 500 million people. Of course, at least 90% of them were poor people of the lower castes, and it was not a pity to die. The upper class relied on wealth and power to move east and north, while the legion he led was responsible for guarding the entire eastern territory, adjacent to the Huaxia Kingdom. It happened that the Venerable came out of retreat, thinking that the western territory of Huaxia was in turmoil at the moment, and he could send troops to occupy it and expand the territory for the Asen Kingdom. He and the general hit it off, so he led tens of thousands of cavalry and directly attacked the western territory of Huaxia. At this moment, the communication equipment in the command room suddenly sounded, and the general was ecstatic. Could it be that the Venerable had already occupied the western part of China? This was much faster than expected. After answering the phone, the next moment, an extremely urgent and trembling voice came from inside. General, the front line was attacked, and there were heavy casualties. Request for support. The general frowned, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Wasn't it a sneak attack on others? Why was it attacked in turn? However, as the highest leader of the Legion, calmness and composure are the most basic qualities. Therefore, the general took a deep breath, tried to calm himself, and slowly asked, "How many soldiers are there on the other side? Which country's army is it?" "General, it's from China. The other side is only one person. Our 30,000 troops have no power to resist. Send the most powerful monks quickly. We can't hold on." The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly disappeared, leaving only the last scream. The general's face was solemn, feeling very absurd. One person made 30,000 troops unable to resist? The other officers looked at each other and the general, as if asking, "What should we do now?" At this moment, the officer who spoke first shook his head and stamped his feet, sighing uncontrollably with deep despair in his heart. Sure enough, the Venerable must have been killed, and it is estimated that tens of thousands of cavalry were also wiped out. Now the Chinese monks who came to kill him must be here for revenge. Fight? Can't beat him. Escape? Can't escape. Now, we can only surrender. When he was about to make a suggestion, the general suddenly rubbed his hands, with endless fighting spirit on his face. "A mere one person. Why should we be afraid? Pass my order, 100,000 troops. All rush to the front line. I want to see which blind thing dares to invade my powerful and unreasonable country of India." The other officers around him were infected by his confidence and momentum, and for a moment they seemed to think that they could fight, so they issued orders one after another, and 100,000 troops rushed to the front line. On the eastern border of Asen, on the other side of the Himalayas, Su Xian stood quietly in the void, with a sea of blood under his feet. Countless corpses fell to the ground, and the blood gathered into a Shura purgatory. Tens of thousands of corpses floated in the pool of blood. The breeze blew, emitting a pungent smell of blood. Just now, before the 30,000 frontline troops had time to reload their shells, Su Xian rushed into the army alone, and thousands of swords were everywhere, killing the group of Asen soldiers and making them scream. In just 5 minutes, 30,000 people became the dead souls under Su Xian's sword, and no one survived. Su Xian had no good feelings for this neighboring country that opposed China everywhere. He dared to invade China, so he would not let it go. This time, Su Xian came with hatred, and he did not spare any effort. Su Xian's eyes suddenly moved slightly, and not far away, a series of fighter planes roared in. Before they got close, the barrels were already on fire, and countless ammunition poured in, like a violent storm. Su Xian snorted coldly, and his figure flashed like lightning. He came directly to the wings of a fighter plane, stretched out his right hand, tore off the left wing of the plane, and then punched it. The huge force, coupled with the loss of the left wing, caused the fighter plane to fall rapidly. In the pilot's horrified eyes and fierce screams, it directly hit a boulder at the foot of the mountain, exploded with a bang. The fighter plane was torn into pieces. Thick smoke billowed, and the pilot inside was burned to charcoal in an instant. After dealing with his fighter plane, Su Xian took off the Thunder God bow of heaven punishment, pulled the bowstring, and the Qi Jin shot out like lightning, directly hitting the nearest fighter planes, exploding with a loud bang. Thick smoke billowed down, and the fighter plane fell. Following the same method, Su Xian destroyed more than 50 fighter planes in less than a minute and vented the hatred in his heart a little, but it was far from enough. At this moment, suddenly a huge missile in the distance, with a terrifying speed, shot towards his position. So fast, Su Xian's eyes shone, and he did not choose to dodge, but swung his fist to meet it without hesitation. Boom! The giant missile that was 20 meters long and 1 meter in diameter was directly smashed by Su Xian, and the terrifying high temperature and air waves spread out, almost melting everything around. Countless sharp shrapnel, with unparalleled sharpness and cold light, cut towards Su Xian. The terrifying aftermath of the explosion was enough to split mountains and rocks, destroy cities and open the sky, and turn all living things within a radius of 1,000 meters into dust. However, facing the attack of nuclear weapons and the high temperature of thousands of degrees, Su Xian did not retreat at all, allowing those shrapnel and aftermath to hit his body, collide with the Red Lotus prison breaking armor, make a ding-dong sound, and then melt or bounce away, without even a trace. As for the high temperature of thousands of degrees, it was not enough. Su Xian could even withstand the high temperature of 1 million degrees in the red flame sea at the center of the Earth. So what was the instantaneous high temperature generated by a nuclear bomb? At most, it was just tickling myself and blowing hot air. After a full 30 seconds, the impact of the missile disappeared completely, without causing any harm to Su Xian. After the dust settled and the smoke dissipated, Su Xian looked coldly at the 100,000 troops that had assembled on the ground, as well as the densely packed tanks and armored vehicles, as well as various cannons and machine guns, and sneered endlessly. In the eyes of the strong men in the Tianyuan realm, these high-tech hot weapons are not worth mentioning. Leaping down, Su Xian pulled out the Bingpa Yunyao sword behind him, raised it above his head, and swung it out with all his spiritual energy. A huge sword beam, over 100 meters long, emitting a dazzling white light, just chopped towards the 100,000 troops. Afterwards, any creature that was hit by the sword beam, whether it was an indestructible armored vehicle or an alloy tank, was cut in half like tofu by a knife. And the soldiers of the country of India under the sword beam stared blankly at the sword beam that was comparable to the doomsday disaster, turning their bodies into powder and blood mist. The sword beam seemed to carry endless spiritual energy, splitting the location of the 100,000 troops into two parts, forming a 20-meter wide canyon in the middle, spreading from the east to the west of India, splitting the entire country of India in two, and then slowly stopped. All creatures hit by the sword beam were cut into two parts. If you look down from the air, you will find that the entire country of India has been cut into two large pieces along the entire Himalayas. What a terrifying scene is this! The generals and officers on the ground who had luckily escaped the sword beam were so scared that they wet their pants, their faces were pale, their bodies were weak, and they couldn't breathe smoothly. The young swordsmen in white in the air became an indelible shadow in their hearts for the rest of their lives and a nightmare for the entire country of India. The army of fierce beasts far away in the southern and western borders of Asen looked at the sword light that cut them apart in a daze, not knowing what to do. At the same time, the entire Asen kingdom, because of this sword, directly triggered a magnitude 15 earthquake. The buildings of countless cities collapsed instantly, and hundreds of millions of people died in the earthquake. This day is also known as the biggest natural disaster day in the history of Asen. Su Xian looked at this scene coldly, and then said a sentence lightly. From now on, with this as the boundary, the east of the canyon belongs to China. The west of the canyon is up to you. Anyone who dares to cross the east of this canyon will be regarded as a Chinese invader and must be killed. Su Xian's words spread throughout the entire Asen kingdom in an instant, and everyone was silent. And the whole world, because of this move, has undergone earth-shaking changes. After dealing with the matter here, Su Xian did not look back and rushed to Hunduan Mountain. There was a call from his assistant. Xia Changhe had already arranged the people he wanted, and some of those spiritual mining areas had already collected the spiritual or in advance and were waiting for his next command. It's time to start planning. I hope to give the king of the ancient clan a big surprise. Su Xian smiled slightly, and his figure flashed away. Chapter 79. Half of the world has fallen. The Tiandao League is established. Good evening, it's 1900 hours here in the capital. I'm Xiao Tang, the announcer. Today I'm going to report to you. It's been 7 months since the spiritual energy was revived, and great changes have taken place in countries around the world. Among them, more than 30 states in the United States, half of which have been occupied by green giants, unknown beasts, and aliens who control storms and steel. The 7 legions have died a total of 700,000 people, and the civilians have died a total of more than 80 million people. According to official reports from the United States, the overall productivity has regressed 150 years. More than 7,000 urban buildings have been destroyed, more than 200 million residents have been displaced, and the country has fallen into chaos and turmoil. For this reason, their government has formed a powerful heroic army, known as the Avengers. Since the spiritual energy was revived, China's news reports at 1900 hours every night have attracted the attention of everyone in the country, and the ratings have directly become the first. The content of the news reports every day is closely related to everyone, and today's report is about the report and analysis of the current situation in countries around the world. Xiao Tang, a short-haired beauty, dressed in a decent suit, speaks fluent Mandarin on the screen, and has always been very popular. Britain lost 500,000 soldiers in a battle with the beasts in the Gili Strait and was defeated. More than 1/3 of the country's territory has been occupied. The Prime Minister is preparing to rebuild a special force to resist the beasts. In Sakura country, a large number of ninjas suddenly emerged. They appeared in various cities and specialized in hunting men. According to official statistics from Sakura country, more than half of their young men have been killed in a very cruel way. This result shows that more than 90 million women will not be able to marry, and their birth rate will drop again. A large number of beasts suddenly emerged in the Mao country iceberg. They are extremely cruel and kill anyone they see. They have occupied half of the cities. More than half of the huge territory has been occupied. Everyone is shrinking in the south, preparing to fight the beasts to the death. Hunduan Mountain. In the office, Su Xian put his legs on the table, smoking a cigar while carefully tasting the top-quality red wine brought by Wei Bo, squinting slightly, looking comfortable. On the big screen, the turmoil in various countries around the world is being broadcast. The beasts were cruel and ferocious, tearing and ravaging people from various countries as prey, destroying their solid buildings, and twisting the army's hot weapons into twists. At this time, the armies of various countries also showed their military temperament, not surrendering before death, and engaging in fierce battles with the beasts. In the office, Assistant Xia Wenxi, as well as Uncle Gay, Ahu, and more than a dozen former confidants of the Beichen Group, who are now generals under Su Xian's name, are all sitting in chairs, drinking beer wantonly, eating barbecue, and then looking at the situation around the world. The impact of this spiritual energy revival is no less than the end of the world. It seems that at least half of the countries have fallen into the base camp of the beasts. Although the remaining half of the countries are still struggling to hold on, if there are no other variables or strong people appearing, they will probably fall. Uncle Gue is a little older and has done sinister things for decades. At this time, he is a little sentimental. After all, as human beings, when facing beasts, they can express some feelings of common hatred and hatred. While tearing the barbecue, Ahu said vaguely, "None of these countries is a good bird. They always wanted to attack China. Whether it is economic, cultural, or military, they always wanted to suppress the rise of China. Now it's good. China is safe and sound. Except for a little chaos in the southern border, it can be said that all the beasts have been eliminated. But these bastards are now busy with their own affairs. If you ask me, damn, they died well." Xia Wenxi smiled and said nothing, and did not comment on the views of Uncle Gue and Ahu. Isn't it Mr. Su who can make China safe and sound? Whether it is the beasts in the north, the sea tribes in the east, or the invasion of other countries in the west, if it weren't for Mr. Su, the situation in Huaxi would not be much better now. After hearing this, another confidant couldn't help but sneer, then raised his glass and looked at Su Xian respectfully. "Mr. Su, I toast you a glass." Su Xian smiled slightly, clinked his glasses with him in the air, and then drank the whole glass of red wine. After all, we are all human beings. Seeing this makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Uncle Gue didn't know whether it was because he was old or what, but he couldn't bear to see the tragic scenes on the screen where other countries were killed by beasts and aliens without any chance to fight back, and countless civilians were displaced. "Uncle Gue, I think you are old and want to retire, right?" Ahu sneered. "Don't you know that the Sakura country killed innocent people in China in the past? Now I just hate that these ninjas didn't kill enough and were not cruel enough. If I were there, I would kill all the men and rape all the women, leaving no one alive. Ha ha ha. Several people around him also laughed, clinked their beers, and drank. Uncle Gue sighed and didn't argue. Su Xian glanced at these people and suddenly said lightly, "Spiritual energy is revived, fierce beasts are coming, and every country in the world is fair. This is the time to show the unity and strength of all countries. Whether it is the Sakura country or the United States, they don't deserve sympathy. We just need to take care of ourselves." Uncle Gue suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and his heart beat violently. Su Xian's words are actually a warning. Think about it. The troubles in China have not been completely cleared up. In the past month, the 10 major families are ready to move again. Some small forces that have never been heard of before have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, and many desperate people have organized to fight against Longting. The 8 legions are busy dealing with border wars, so they naturally have no energy to govern. And Longting has a limited number of people, and its headquarters is in the imperial capital. The local areas are all handed over to the branch office. There is no extra power and manpower to restrain it. It is inevitable that there will be many people with ulterior motives. However, in Su Xian's view, all this doesn't matter. Because of the rise and fall of China and the future crisis, this group of people do not have enough knowledge and cannot participate in it. They can only be the lowest keyboard warriors, pointing out the world on the internet every day and being submissive in reality. If something really happens, this group of people will hide far away. After hearing this, the other dozen people all cast their eyes on Su Xian, feeling that he would say something next. Su Xian drank the red wine in the glass, then squinted his eyes with a serious look on his face, and slowly said, "Now we have a lot of people in Hengduan Mountain and 25 mining areas. I plan to form an organization. The name has been thought of. It is called Tiandao League. The reason for calling this name is that Su Xian actually also expressed his ambition. In the future, he must step into the realm of ascension and compete with Tiandao, so he simply gathered these people and established an organization in advance. More than a dozen people muttered this name and immediately nodded in approval. This name is domineering and makes people feel excited. The creation of the Tiandao League will be handed over to Wensi. You must think clearly about all aspects, including personnel, development planning, organizational structure, financial resources, resource allocation, etc." Xia Wensi was slightly stunned and then nodded vigorously. "Okay, sir. I will not let you down." Su Xian then looked at Uncle Gue and said slowly, "The research and development of the Tiandao League and the cultivation of culture will be handed over to Uncle Gue. You must remember our purpose, practice Taoism with all your heart, and do not interfere in the disputes of other forces. But if someone provokes you, just crush them with the power of thunder." Looking at Su Xian's fierce eyes, Uncle Gay was slightly stunned, and then nodded vigorously. "I understand, sir." Next, Su Xian assigned the other links of the Tiandao League to several core members one by one, and discussed the organizational structure and principles in detail, with more than a dozen people present according to some methods of corporate management. In the end, everyone unanimously decided to adopt the principle of voluntariness. After all, it is difficult to force people to do things, and they will not get the corresponding loyalty. The most important thing for taking in and recruiting members is to see whether his values are consistent with the core purpose of the Tiandao League, that is, to seek Taoism and practice, and strive to improve strength. Secondly, we need to see whether the character of these cultivators can withstand the test and investigation. Finally, we still need to look at their cultivation talent and realm strength. After all, the Tiandao League is an important force for Su Xian to fight against the ancient clan in the future. It is impossible to select some people who have no realm strength to come in. After finalizing all the details one by one, Su Xian pondered for a while and suddenly said, "Wensi, the skills I have collected in the warehouse will be distributed to the members of the Tiandao League after they are truly implemented. These skills will be distributed according to the realm and the contribution made to the Tiandao League. Remember to make more copies to ensure that those who have made contributions can learn the skills." "Okay, sir." Xia Wensi's fingers slid quickly on the tablet, quickly wrote down Su Xian's requirements, and bolded the words, "Those who have made contributions can learn the skills," and also constructed a corresponding distribution system in his mind. After arranging all this, Su Xian waved his hand, and everyone walked out of the meeting room and began to prepare for the establishment of the Tiandao League. Only Xia Wensi was still recording on the tablet. "Vinci, your task is very heavy. In the future, you will also be the core management of the Tiandao League. You must remember that we cannot exploit employees like running a company. We must cultivate talents like a sect and provide them with cultivation plans. Su Xian spoke earnestly, his face solemn, and flicked the ash of a cigarette. After all, these people will play a big role in the future. I still remember that in the last life, when the true king of the ancient clan descended, tens of millions of alien races descended on countries around the world and launched a strong attack. However, due to the severe shortage of cultivators around the world, most forces acted independently, resulting in one-by-one defeat. Official agencies were also unable to reverse the situation. In the end, many forces were either swallowed up or surrendered to the ancient clan, stabbing the entire human race in the back. In the final analysis, it is still because the human cultivators have not been organically integrated together, a powerful sect has not been created, and the cultivation management has not been arranged in advance, resulting in the entire human race being a mess. In this life, I have arranged in advance. Now that the spiritual minds have basically been mined, the vacant manpower can be used to train and form the Tiandao League. Ancient clan, I will definitely not let you have an easy time in this life. Su Xian's eyes flickered, revealing a brilliant light. Chapter 80. The third level of Tianyuan realm, understanding the fist intentions, 6 paths of reincarnation. Sir, don't worry, I understand. Xia Wenxi nodded. He had followed Su Xian for 10 years and fully understood the mood and thoughts of this young chairman. When he was in charge of Beichen Group in the past, he had sought benefits for employees many times and raised salaries 5 times in a year, which was twice the industry average. Later, he was boycotted by more than 30 top Chinese companies. In the name of destroying the market, they strongly demanded that he reduce employee salaries and only allow one increase within a year, and the range must not exceed 10%. For this matter, Su Xian decisively confronted these more than 30 companies. Not only did he not agree to their unreasonable demands, he even directly raised salaries for employees every quarter. As a result, entrepreneurs throughout China were furious, and even some famous entrepreneurs from decades ago came out one after another and appeared in the media and newspapers to denounce Su Xian's destructive behavior. The most famous of them was a tycoon who made glass. He asked a gunman from a certain media to write a 10,000-word manuscript overnight, criticizing Su Xian verbally and in writing, which was no less than Chun Lin's condemnation of Cao Cao back then. In the end, under the interference of external forces and the joint pressure of the entire shareholders' meeting, Su Xian had to compromise. However, this also won him a good reputation. The young chairman did not go along with the capital, which attracted public opinion and attention at the time. Nowadays, when forming the Tiandao League, Su Xian clearly required that the capitalists should not follow the path of using members as cattle and horses, which was to tell Xia Wenxi that the Tiandao League was not equal to Beichen. Okay, you make arrangements immediately. Take Hingduan Mountain as the base and expand around it. I want you to make it look like a sect of cultivation, but at the same time, don't lack modern scientific and technological facilities, so that everyone can experience the civilization of cultivation and continue to enjoy the convenience brought by scientific and technological civilization. Xia Wenxi nodded, left the meeting room, and immediately began to make arrangements. In the afternoon, a guest came to Hengduan Mountain. After Su Xian heard about it, he asked him to come to the reception room directly. After entering the reception room, the young man took off his hat. He was wearing a black tang suit and looked refreshed. When he saw Su Xian sitting on the sofa and smoking, a flattering look suddenly appeared on his face, and his eyes showed admiration and excitement. God Su. Xia Chang'e bowed slightly and saluted Su Xian. Then he turned around and ordered several people of different sizes and ages behind him. Come here and salute. This is God Su. 7 or 8 people with different expressions behind him hurriedly stepped forward, clasped their hands together, and bowed to Su Xian. Greetings, God Su. Su Xian nodded slightly with a gentle smile on his face. He glanced at Xia Chang'e and the folding fan on his waist and suddenly said, Director Xia has also broken through the Xinjiang realm. Congratulations. Xia Chang'e was extremely excited to receive Su Xian's praise. His face flushed slightly. He waved his hand and said, God Su, you are too kind. My humble realm is no match for God Su's rapid progress. We all know that you created a large canyon with one sword in India. Now your prestige has become the first in China. Everyone gives you a thumbs up when they mention you. Su Xian smiled without saying anything. He didn't care how the world viewed him. What he wanted to do was to use his own way to ensure the safety of China as much as possible and deal with future crises. Are these the people you found? You've worked hard. Xia Chang'e shook his head quickly after hearing this. Not bad, not too hard. Su Shin, these guys all have some Taoist skills and are quite proficient in battle formations. I think they should be able to meet your requirements. Okay, a total of 200 people are needed. When you gather them, send them all to Hengduan Mountain. I will personally teach them for a day, and then everyone will go to the designated location. Su Xian's face suddenly became solemn. He looked at these Taoist monks with fanatical eyes. Everyone, this matter is of great importance. Please be sure to keep it secret. The task is arduous and quite difficult. If you want to quit now, it's not too late. The men looked at each other, and then a burly giant in the middle laughed loudly. Su Shen underestimated us. We heard that Su Shen needed manpower, so we came here immediately. Now that China is in danger, we cannot be as powerful as Su Shen, but we are willing to contribute our humble strength. If Su Shen has any instructions, we will do our best. The other few people also nodded, obviously agreeing with what the strong man said. Seeing this, Xia Chang'e added calmly, "Don't worry, Su Shen. These 200 people are all first-class men." Su Xian's heart moved slightly. If China is full of heroes, what is there to be afraid of foreign enemies? After a brief conversation with Xia Chang'e, after those people left, Su Xian stopped Xia Chang'e and looked at him. "Xia Ju, I see that you are practicing external moves. I have a suitable skill here. It should be good with your fan." Xia Chang'e, who was originally planning to leave, trembled after hearing this. He turned around, tears flashing in his eyes, and his expression was excited. He couldn't say a word for a long time, and his admiration and respect for Su Xian deepened a lot. "Okay, don't say anything, Longting still needs you." Su Xian patted his shoulder and smiled. When Xia Chang'e took away the 18 Styles of Peach Blossom Fan secret book with satisfaction, Su Xian felt that the spiritual energy in his body became very full, and the barrier stuck in the second level of Tianyuan began to loosen a little. He knew that it was time to break through the realm. Arriving at Hengduan Valley, Su Xian began to meditate, closed his eyes, and began to copy the previous battle scenes with the kings of the Sea Clan. There is no doubt that the 10 Directions Annihilation move of the Tide King is extremely powerful and has exceeded the scope of the Tianyuan realm cultivators. If he did not have the fairy-level armor to protect himself and the unyielding skill to avoid fatal attacks, he might not be able to completely block it. Even if he blocked it, he would be injured. Fortunately, Endless Life continued to recover for him, which caused the Tide King's suicide attack to almost lose its effect. As for the Naga King's tomorrow, he also used the magic of transformation to condense the spiritual energy and killing power, but it seemed ordinary. Her eyes were very scary. As long as you look at her, you will be petrified. In addition, Su Xian no longer felt any existence that could threaten his life and death, but he did not dare to be careless. Because in the previous life, he had witnessed the scene of the arrival of the ancient clan's true king. It was almost comparable to a god. Standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, his words were followed by the law. With a flip of his hand, he destroyed the city and opened the sky. The Chinese army had no power to resist at all. We must become stronger as soon as possible. The situation and rhythm of this life have accelerated a lot. The arrival of the ancient clan may not be long. Su Xian closed his eyes and began to carefully comprehend the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. After comprehending the third level of sword intent, Su Xian has reached the realm of heavy sword without edge, no longer pursuing the ultimate sharpness. Every move he made was earth-shattering, and he used pure power to crush others. Skills were no longer that important. After comprehending the 3 levels of meditation, Su Xian's mindset had become very clear. He could vaguely feel the mysterious experience of seeing the true self and the Tathagata, as described in the Hinayana Buddhism. These mental states could also support him to kill as many people as possible without being affected. After absorbing more than 200 pieces of top-grade spiritual stones, a small mountain of dregs and powder had piled up in front of Su Xian, and the rich spiritual energy in his body was almost bursting out. The tendons and veins of his body were filled with spiritual energy, causing bursts of swelling and pain. Su Xian was slightly surprised. After practicing the pulse cleansing scroll, the amount of spiritual energy his tendons and veins could accommodate was at least 100 times that of the cultivators of the same realm, which means that he could activate the 10 Directions Annihilation of the Tide King for a full 100 times. This was a very terrifying level, equivalent to stuffing the spiritual energy of 100 Tide Kings into Su Xian's body. However, even so, this top-grade spiritual stone still filled his veins alive. It seemed that the spiritual energy contained in the top-grade spiritual stone was quite terrifying. And the current output of top-grade spiritual stones was also quite terrifying, enough to support the future open heaven sword formation. Su Xian concentrated his energy and emptied his mind. The Bodhi tree began to grow continuously under the bath of spiritual energy and further branched out. The Bodhi seed slowly began to mature. There were also hundreds of larks perched on it, chirping and very lively. The Bodhi tree seemed to grow again. Although he didn't know the origin of this Bodhi tree, Su Xian knew that this magic weapon must be an extremely terrifying existence in ancient times, and it was not even weaker than the ancient heavenly book. Perhaps he had to wait until he entered a certain realm before he could find out the true origin of this Bodhi tree. At this time, the groan of the dragon god against the sky suddenly appeared in Su Xian's mind. It was still the same scene. In the void, the dragon god and the winged god were fighting. Both of them were covered with wounds. Countless turbulence cut their armors and blood splashed. The long sword in the dragon god's hand was also chopped to pieces. The golden armor of the winged god was hit and dented, and the magic weapon in his hand was also full of gaps. Enai Songtian suddenly threw away his long sword, clenched his fists, and rushed straight to kill. The endless terrifying fist and tension directly shook this small piece of heaven and earth, as if it would be torn apart in the next moment. The bodies of the myriad races fighting below were unstable. They almost stopped their hands at the same time and looked at the terrifying fist in the sky. The other two gods watching the battle were shocked when they saw Enai Songtian punching, and they cried out in surprise. Enai Songtian, you actually comprehended the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Do it. We must not let him leave today. The two gods looked at each other, then flew over and besieged Enai Songtian. The dragon god was not afraid at all. He punched out with both fists suddenly. The golden-armored god was blown away by the terrifying fist. His armor was torn apart inch by inch. The wings behind him were shattered. He stared at Enai Songtian with wide eyes, full of incredible expression. The picture suddenly disappeared. The outline of the 6 paths of Samsara fist and the blatant momentum suddenly flashed in Su Xian's mind. His consciousness was wide open, and he caught a trace of the fist. At the same time, the barrier stuck in Su Xian's body broke open, and the 3rd level of the Tianyuan realm was officially reached. You have comprehended the fist meaning of the 6 paths of Samsara fist. Reincarnation is endless. Life and death are endless. You have officially broken through to the 3rd level of the Tianyuan realm. A reminder sounded in his mind, and Su Xian opened his eyes suddenly, feeling full of strength. If it were now, facing the 10 directions annihilation of the Tide King, Su Xian was sure that he could smash it directly with his fist. Strong self-confidence surged in his heart, and Su Xian felt that his strength had gone a step further. Perhaps, with the help of the Kaitian sword formation, I can fight against the ancient clan's true king. Chapter 81. The situation in the Southern Territory, the arrogant Sakura country. 3 days later, on the platform at the foot of Hengduan Mountain, Su Xian stood on the platform, looking at the more than 200 people standing neatly below. They stood straight with their hands behind their backs, looking at Su Xian in unison, their eyes full of endless admiration. Su Xian glanced at the crowd. According to Xia Chang'e, this group of people had a foundation in formation. After the recovery of spiritual energy, many cultivators emerged in China, practicing various kinds of exercises. China is vast and rich in resources with a long history. As early as thousands of years ago, there was a prosperous scene of 100 schools of thought, and countless ancient relics were left. After the recovery of spiritual energy, these ancient relics changed and became magic weapons of various qualities. Some people obtained treasures by chance, and thus obtained corresponding cultivation methods and ways. Among them, some people practiced formations. They might not be very powerful individually, but if they cooperated with certain formations, they would exert infinite power. Coincidentally, the 200 people standing on the platform were such cultivators. Their loyalty and character had been personally tested by Xia Chang'e, and there was no problem. The next step was to teach them how to use the Wuji Zhutian formation as soon as possible. Su Xian did not say anything, but stretched out his right hand and drew in the air. As his right hand danced, a mysterious formation diagram appeared vividly in the air, creating ripples in the air, and countless spiritual energy rushed into the formation frantically, and it came alive in an instant. Su Xian pointed at the formation that looked similar to the 8 diagrams and began to introduce it. This formation is called the Wuji Zhutian formation. The style you see now is a bit like the 8 diagrams. Just as you imagined, this Wuji Zhutian formation has a total of 8 directions, corresponding to 8 gates, and the eye of the formation is in the center. However, this formation is very different from the 8 diagrams, because the 8 gates here are all changing, real and fake, with a total of more than 3,000 types. The essence of the formation is to rely on these changes to encircle and strangle the invading enemy. The formation requires at least 9 people. The more people there are, the greater the power, and there is no upper limit. If more than a dozen people from the entire China jointly control this formation, of course, the premise I said is that they are proficient in the changes of the formation, then this formation can kill even the God King who descends. More than 200 cultivators under the platform became extremely excited in an instant. This formation was so terrifying that even gods could be killed. For a moment, they all listened attentively to Su Xian's explanation, and many highly talented cultivators even began to deduce it in their hearts. It took a whole day for Su Xian to explain the routine changes of the Wuji Zhutian formation, as well as the core mysteries and precautions. As for how much they could listen to, it all depended on their comprehension ability. In the evening, under the secret arrangement of Xia Wenxi, the 200 people took secret transportation and arrived at the 25 spiritual mining areas distributed in the east, west, south, and north, and began to lay out the formation according to Su Xian's instructions. Sir, can they use such a profound formation? Xia Wenxi was a little puzzled. It doesn't matter. Even if they can't fully exert the power of the formation, as long as they practiced diligently in the past few months, as I said, they should not be underestimated. Although Su Xian has reached this realm and no longer needs to eat, he is used to the deliciousness and taste of food and still comes to have some grilled steaks and fine red wine from time to time. After stuffing a whole piece of tomahawk steak into his mouth, Su Xian took a sip of red wine from the goblet and slowly asked, "How is the situation in the southern border?" Now, the fierce beasts in the northern border have all been dealt with, so there is no need to worry. The half-demons in Shoshan Baiyao Road have no signs of moving out for a while. Yijintian moved the northern frontier 1,000 miles to the north, directly to the border with Mao country. As long as there is any movement on the half-demon side, it can be discovered at the first time. Su Xian believes that those cunning half-demons should not attack rashly in a short time. Even if there is a problem, he can rush over the first time. In the eastern border, the 3 kings of the Sea clan have been killed. King Kanglin has completely retreated with the Sea clan, and he has also obtained the inheritance of the dragon god. The Sea clan will definitely not make trouble again. The entire eastern border is already very safe, and there is no need to worry about it. As for the western territory, ever since he had taken such a powerful action and killed all the beasts that had escaped from the Himalayas, no beast dared to invade the Western Territory Legion anymore. And the country of Asen was now in a state of panic. The strongest man had been killed by him, and the entire country's territory had been split in half. I believe they would not have the courage to invade again, and the Western Territory Legion had already recaptured all the city and village chiefs in the entire Western Territory. The only thing that needed attention was the Southern Territory. The Southern Territory was more complicated than the other 3 because there were as many as 20 or 30 countries stirring up trouble in this place, and there were also many beasts like a pot of porridge boiling in it. After hearing this, Xia Wenxi immediately reported, "Sir, the situation in the southern border is rather strange. There are hundreds or thousands of islands in the South China Sea, with more than 30 countries and more than 90 tribes gathered here. When the ferocious beasts descended, dozens of countries participated in the battle at the same time. The scene, according to the battle report sent by the Southern Border Legion, the ferocious beasts seem to be still fighting with the armies of various countries around the South China Sea. The Southern Border Legion has not been affected too much, but there are still a few casualties. Among them, there are 5 countries that are making the most noise." Su Xian put down his wine glass, lit a cigar, and raised his eyebrows. "Tell me about it." "Among them, the one that is clamoring the most is the Sakura country. This country has wolfish ambitions and is trying to expand everywhere. In history, it has done many evil things to our China, and there are countless cases of occupying the magpie's nest." Xia Wenxi pushed his glasses, a fierce light in his eyes, as if he was extremely disgusted with the Sakura country. This time, the Sakura country has the support of the United States, and it is even more unscrupulous. It has openly taken several islands in the South China Sea and has become famous all over the world. Those islands have belonged to the Sakura country since ancient times. In fact, they used to be the territory of China. If it weren't for the loss of Qingdai, it wouldn't have come to this. Su Xian waved his hand and said coldly, "It doesn't matter. Let them jump for a few days." What about other countries? Other countries are basically running dogs of the United States, including the Coconut Country, the White Elephant Country, the Thousand Islands Country, and the Rubber Kingdom. Su Xian nodded and said thoughtfully, "In this case, I have to go. It's time to let them know that China is not something that these jumping clowns can get involved in. It wasn't before, and it's even less so now." Southern border, South China Sea Islands. More than a dozen giant warships are patrolling. The speed is not fast, but the Navy on the warships have solemn expressions. This is a warship from the Coconut Country, and the sea area where it is located is also near their country. They have just fought with the ferocious beast and have lost a full 10 giant warships and sacrificed 3,000 elite Navy. On the leading warship, the captain, wearing a white uniform, white gloves, and holding a telescope, observed the front. The sea was calm, the sky was blue, and the sea was blue. Everything seemed so peaceful. Suddenly, a loud noise streaked across the sky, and the sound of horns echoed throughout the sea. In his field of vision, more than 100 warships were coming in an overwhelming and dense manner, with a fierce momentum and no reason at all. The captain of the Coconut Country was shocked and quickly ordered people to sound the whistle to warn, and raised the flag of retreat on the top of the ship. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The loud whistle sound pierced the entire sea, and the overwhelming warships in the distance ignored the warnings from the Coconut Country and sailed against the wind and waves. The captain was horrified. Seeing the red sun flag, his scalp went numb, and he shouted angrily, "It's the Sakura Country. Too rampant. This is my Coconut Country's waters. Captain, what should we do now?" The captain's face turned pale. After a while, he said, "Fire shells to warn them that this is my Coconut Country's waters. If they continue to move forward, it will be regarded as a provocation. My Coconut Country is not afraid of the Sakura Country's warships." Yes. The next moment, the shells of the Coconut Country's warships roared and landed in front of the Sakura Country's warships, blowing up thousands of waves with amazing momentum. Bagayaru! Counterattack! The captain of the Sakura Country's frontmost warship roared loudly. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of giant warships of the Sakura Country fired together. The deafening roar resounded throughout the sea, and countless shells fell directly into the Coconut Country's warships, which were immediately blown to pieces. Although the Coconut Country fought back, it was no match for the Sakura Country. In the end, it was beaten and fled in a panic, retreating towards the country. The Sakura Kingdom claimed this sea area as its own, and kept calling the Sakura Kingdom headquarters, asking them to send more fleets for support, and also requested the U.S. warships to intervene in the South China Sea. Ichiro Koizumi, keep going. Captain Yamamoto, a fat middle-aged man of 1.5 meters, stood at the bow, exuding extreme confidence. Ichiro Koizumi, the captain of the Second Fleet of the Navy, was stunned for a while after hearing his superior's request, and then exclaimed, "Sir, if we go further north, it will be China's waters. What are you afraid of? The Chinese fleet is now busy with its own affairs, so how can it have the time to fight against our Sakura fleet? Moreover, in terms of naval military strength, our Sakura is unparalleled in the world. We are not afraid of anyone except the U.S. fleet. No need to say more, keep moving forward. If the Chinese fleet dares to fire, we will directly counterattack. The South China Sea has always been our Sakura waters. There is no doubt about that. The despicable Chinese people have occupied the magpie's nest through shady means. Now is a good time to recover it." Yamamoto's eyes were shining. He had long wanted to compete with the Chinese fleet. Now that the opportunity came, he would naturally not let it go. Ichiro Koizumi felt very uneasy. After all, China is not in the Qing dynasty. Its military strength is very strong. To be honest, these fleets of Sakura may not be defeated. Fortunately, the ferocious beasts in the South China Sea are rampant now, and the Chinese fleet may not have time to deal with these things, but they can seize the opportunity to invade. For a time, hundreds of giant warships from the Sakura Country lined up in a row, heading north in a mighty manner, heading towards the Chinese waters. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Chapter 82. Six Nations War. Su Xian takes action strongly. South China Sea, China Jinan Corps, Frontline Fleet. South China Sea Coordinates. XXYY. A large fleet is coming. They look aggressive. It seems to be running towards our fleet. They are not friendly. It seems to be the Sakura country fleet, 10 nautical miles away from our waters. Please tell us how to respond. This is the 127th Battleship Squadron. Over. A signalman reported the situation on the front line. About 10 seconds later, the command center came back with a message. Artillery warning. If you don't listen, we will directly launch an attack. Don't have any concerns. Sink their warships and let them know the great power of China. The signalman took a deep breath with an excited smile on his face and then conveyed the message to the naval colonel. After hearing this, the colonel was even more excited and gave an order directly. Launch an attack and sink all those bastards from the Sakura country. Whoever sinks more will treat him to steak tonight. Suddenly, all the warships were ready and the shells were accurately positioned. The next moment, countless shells flew into the sky, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then landed directly in the battleships of the Sakura country. Boom! Thick smoke billowed, the explosion shook the earth, and the shells instantly engulfed the battleships of the Sakura country like a torrential rain, instantly melting more than a dozen battleships. Countless fragments flew into the sky, and then fell into the sea. Baga! Fight back! Fight back! These Chinese fleets, are they going to rebel against Tianjin? Yamamoto screamed and immediately connected with the United States on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. General, we have not yet entered the Chinese waters, and we have been frantically counterattacked by the Chinese fleet. Please support us. The voice of a U.S. Navy colonel came from the other end. Hey, Yamamoto, listen to me. Don't panic. We have arranged for the 5 countries to participate in the joint elimination of China. Within half an hour, the warships of the 5 countries will be dispatched. Hold on for a while. Boom. Another round of artillery shells came, and several warships were blown to pieces in an instant. Countless Navy ships were blown away and fell into the sea. Sharp shrapnel cut the bodies of the Navy ships, and the screams mixed with the sound of artillery shells were deafening. Yamamoto was furious. General, hurry up, China's firepower is too fierce. Beep, beep, beep. The other end of the phone hung up directly, and Yamamoto was so angry that he cursed. Fuck, you always use us as guns. What should we do now? Ichiro Koizumi was horrified, his body trembling, hiding in the cabin of the battleship behind. What else can we do? Keep fighting back. Hold on for half an hour and wait for the other 4 useless armies to come to support us. Yamamoto gave the order in a bad mood. The 5 countries had been planning today's plan for half a month. It happened that they heard that the beasts in the South China Sea had pinned down the Jinan Corps, which was the best time to attack the South China Sea. Originally, they thought that they could rely on the powerful strength of the Sakura Navy to catch the Chinese Corps off guard, and then the other 4 countries would jointly besiege and continuously encroach on China's territorial waters. Unexpectedly, they started off badly. Before the warships of the other 4 countries arrived, they were hit head-on by China and suffered heavy losses. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have pretended to be cool in the territorial waters of the coconut country. Yamamoto punched the steel plate of the warship heavily and was furious. As a result, the shells of both sides came back and forth, colorful and lively, and the Chinese warships began to suffer casualties. The war entered a white-hot stage, and there was no time to declare war. Since the revival of spiritual energy, countries no longer abide by the previous peace agreement. While the beasts are holding back the main force, they attack neighboring countries, occupy territory, and plunder resources. This kind of thing did not happen in the past few months, but it has happened frequently this month. Due to the huge pressure brought by the beasts to various countries, many countries cannot guard against these sneak attacks all the time. So many countries are in this state of chaos. A world-class war is about to break out. About half an hour later, a team of warships slowly came. It was the coconut country that had returned. After a quarrel with Yamamotoki, they also joined the attack on the Chinese warships. In an instant, the pressure on the Chinese warships increased dramatically. Headquarters requesting support. This is the 127th Battleship Squadron, which has been attacked by the Sakura country and the coconut country. At present, there are heavy casualties and support is needed as soon as possible. Over. After a while, the message came from the other side. Hold on for 10 minutes. The headquarters will immediately send warships and reinforcements. So the Chinese warships began to hold on hard and fought fiercely with the warships of the 2 countries. Fortunately, the Chinese Navy has world-class military technology and excellent combat capabilities. They fought against these 2 countries and suffered much less losses than them. However, immediately afterwards, warships from 3 other countries slowly sailed towards this side. They were the warships of the White Elephant Country, the Thousand Islands Country, and the Rubber Kingdom. They sent out more than 500 giant warships, which were so dense that they almost filled the entire South China Sea. For a while, the Chinese warships fought against the warships of 5 countries at the same time, which made those soldiers feel like they were dreaming of modern naval battles. All the Chinese warriors, with their blood boiling in their hearts, were not afraid at all. They fought bloody battles with the South China Sea countries. Even though the artillery fire was raging, they still moved forward bravely. At the same time, on the other side of the South China Sea, the Chinese Jinan Corps fought a group of ferocious beasts. Unlike the fierce beasts in the north and east, most of these fierce beasts are giant birds, more than 10 meters long, with 4 wings, sharp claws, and high-pitched calls. They glide in the clouds, light in shape, and dodge all the shells fired by anti-aircraft guns. The cry of a crane sounded, and a giant bird over 20 meters long, with 4 wings and 4 claws, swooped down directly from hundreds of meters high. With a strong airflow, it flapped its wings and directly knocked the giant shells away, and then directly inserted them into a warship. Its claws tore a piece of the warship, made of steel alloy alive. Countless strange birds launched a fierce attack on the Huaxiao Legion, causing a large number of casualties in a moment. All monks above the pulse-shaping realm step out. Seeing that technology could not defeat the strange birds, the general could not help but shout loudly, intending to resist with the power of the monks. At one time, more than a dozen monks holding various weapons walked out of the deck of the warship. They exuded a red glow of vigorous blood, and their eyes were filled with extreme murderous intent. They looked up at the beast screaming in the sky. Oh! Seeing the beast swooping down, the monks all flashed their blades. However, the realm gap was too large. With one dive, hundreds of monks were caught by the claws, then flew to a height of 1,000 meters and dropped, where their bodies were torn apart alive by the claws. Seeing this scene, the general's eyes were about to burst, but he was powerless. The realm of these beasts was too high, and their combat power was too strong. There was no way. In an instant, the situation became very unfavorable. The warships could not only not get rid of the beast's lock and attack, but also could not rush to the front line. At the front line, at this moment, the warships of the 5 countries were besieging China together. The general was in a panic, and even showed a look of despair in his eyes. Ah! A strange bird with a red body and emitting flames, with a strange cry, opened its bloody mouth and sprayed at the warship below. Suddenly, a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters shot into the air. Boom! The fireball exploded in the warship group, and hundreds of people were buried in the sea of fire in an instant. The eyes of the remaining soldiers turned cold, and they continued to fire at the beasts. Although it didn't have much effect, they still fired unswervingly. Is God going to destroy my Jinan Corps? The general showed great despair in his eyes, watching the beasts that covered the sky and the sun, passing through the clouds and swooping down. At this moment, suddenly a bright sword light lit up, a full 50 meters long, passing through the sea of clouds and slashing towards the densest group of beasts. Like a long rainbow passing through the sky, the cold light instantly cut the group of beasts into 2 sections, and the sword light dissipated. All the beasts touched by the sword light were cut into 2 sections. Blood and corpses rolled down. This sword swept across the sky, killing at least 200 beasts. Whoosh! A figure flashed in the sky, with white clothes whiter than snow, long hair fluttering, holding a magic sword, like an immortal descending to the world, indescribably unrestrained and unrestrained. In an instant, the group of beasts became restless. Facing the young man in white, they were all terrified and began to retreat continuously, trying to stay away. The general of the Huaxiao Jinan Corps below saw this scene. After the initial stagnation, his face showed ecstasy. Looking at this sword immortal, who seemed like a banished immortal, his already desperate heart changed again. General, this sword immortal seems to be Su Xian. A soldier was sharp-eyed and recognized Su Xian. The general was slightly stunned and asked, "Which Su Xian is it?" "Yes, it's the sword cultivator who pacified the fierce beasts in the northern border, split the Asen kingdom in half with one sword, and wiped out the fierce beasts in the eastern border. He is unparalleled in the world, Su Xian." The warrior's eyes were filled with extreme admiration and fanaticism. Looking at Su Xian, he couldn't help but clench his fists, his blood boiling, and he was extremely excited. Su Xian saw the fierce beast scattered and fled in all directions, and his eyes turned cold. Want to run? So he put away his sword, crossed his fists in front of his chest, and the scene of the dragon god against the sky against the three gods appeared in his mind. And then he punched. Suddenly, the breath of the 6 reincarnations and endless life came, and the endless terrifying pressure enveloped the entire sky. In this sky, Su Xian is the master, who can control everything, and even the routes that the fierce beasts want to escape are clearly known. Boom! The fist force spread out, forming a shock wave in front of the square, as fast as lightning. In an instant, caught up with the fleeing beasts and killed them all. Blood rain flew, feathers fell. These thousands of beasts, the giant strange bird that beat the Jinan core without any chance to fight back, were just blasted in a blood mist by a punch, and no bones were left. Su Xian nodded silently. Not bad. Then he slowly floated down and came in front of the general. Thank you, Su Xian, for your great help in rescuing my Jinan core. The general saluted with a sincere face, expressing his sincere gratitude to Su Xian, but at the same time, his face showed a bit of sadness. Su Xian, I still have something to deal with. Please wait. Su Xian frowned when he saw his anxious look. What's the matter? An angry look appeared on the general's face, and he said, just over half an hour ago, the 127 battleship squadron on the front line was invaded by 5 countries led by the Sakura country. Now I need to send warships immediately to help. When Su Xian heard about the Sakura country, he was murderous. His face turned cold in an instant and waved his hand and said, I will go myself. Then he jumped high, flashed away, turned into a meteor, and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Chapter 83. The Power of Thunder. Instantly killing the armies of 5 countries. South China Sea Islands, Wenlai Empire. This beautiful country located on the Star Island in the South China Sea has always advocated peaceful coexistence and has never actively participated in wars. Just like this time, the 6 Nations War, under the behind-the-scenes push of the United States and other Western countries, led by the Sakura Kingdom, with the participation of 4 countries including the White Elephant Kingdom and the Rubber Kingdom, they launched an attack on the South China Sea area of China, assembling thousands of giant warships, dispatching 10 aircraft carriers, and thousands of fighter jets. Head of State, the South China Sea War has broken out. What should we choose? The Admiral of the Wenlai Empire asked in the communicator. The head of state, who was sitting in his office in the capital, loosened his tie a little, looked at the video of the general on the screen, and said slowly, keep the troops in place. They think too simply of China. Although the main forces of the South China Sea team are fighting against the ferocious beasts in the west, the Chinese fleet guarding the South China Sea also has world-class combat effectiveness. Except for the Sakura country, the combat effectiveness of the remaining countries is vulnerable. Therefore, I dare to conclude that they will definitely not occupy the South China Sea so easily, unless the Chinese South China Sea team is completely destroyed by the ferocious beasts. It is only possible. Therefore, we need to stick to our countermeasures and wait and see. If the 5 countries win this battle, we will provide material support. If China wins, we will block the 5 countries' retreat and conclude an alliance with China. The general in the video agreed with it and nodded after a military salute. Yes, head of state. At the same time, more than 30 countries in the South China Sea chose to watch the battle and did not take action. Huaxia has a history of thousands of years and has risen for more than 200 years. Whether it is scientific and technological strength, military strength, or politics and economy, it is a world superpower. In fact, they are all very curious about the true strength of Huaxia. It happened that the spiritual energy revived, the beasts descended, and the 8 legions of Huaxia were restrained by the beasts on the border, which led to these countries that had always been against Huaxia jumping out one after another. It just so happened that with this opportunity, they wanted to see clearly whether Huaxia's military strength was unparalleled in the world. In the South China Sea, Tinya Islands, the sky full of artillery fire blew up the island. Smoke billowed on the sea. Countless warships were bombed and sunk. The sea temperature suddenly rose, and corpses of various countries floated on the sea. The captain of the 127th Battleship Squadron of the Huaxia Jinan Corps is a young man in his 20s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, a firm face, and sweat and blood slowly falling from the brim of his hat. Facing the encirclement and fierce bombardment of the 5 countries, as well as the fighter planes dropping bombs from time to time in the sky, The young Chinese captain showed calmness and excellent military command ability in the face of 10 times his own troops and configuration. It lasted for more than 30 minutes. Although the team had lost more than a dozen warships, it still did not lose and continued to fight back tenaciously. Boom! The shells tore through the sky and exploded on the sea, ruthlessly venting the anger of the Chinese Navy and expressing extreme dissatisfaction with these unscrupulous invaders. Fire! The young captain roared angrily, his voice hoarse, and he never stopped. The soldiers of the entire fleet, without blinking, resolutely aimed and fired at the distant warships. The five-nation camp, 5 fleets, came in a mighty force, but at this moment they were a little tired and frustrated. Especially Yamamotoki of Sakura country, who thought that the battle could be resolved in 10 minutes. But he didn't expect that after suffering more than 3 times the damage of China, he still failed to enter the territorial waters. Even with an advantage of 10 times the number of troops and warships, they still could not defeat the Chinese fleet. This was when the main force was not there, and they still had the natural advantage of deploying 10 aircraft carriers. In the command room, Yamamoto Mu was sitting on the main seat. He stood up and shouted angrily, "Bakayeru, your fleet is trash. Your soldiers are garbage. We are already close to China's territorial waters and are about to crush them with firepower. But you are dragging your feet. Trash! All of you are trash." The commander of the White Elephant Country was instantly impolite and slapped the table. "How good can your Sakura country be?" As soon as our submarines approached, they were blown to pieces by thousands of torpedoes. Our small warships were attacked suicidal by the group of Chinese lunatics as soon as they entered the territorial waters. "How can we fight? They don't want to live, and we don't want to live either." The commander of the Thousand Islands country was silent. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, he immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Stop quarreling. The Chinese army is fearless and brave. We really didn't expect this. There is no need for us to risk our lives with them. Since we have the advantage in equipment and manpower, we will fight a war of attrition with them. Anyway, the main force will not be able to support us so quickly. When they run out of ammunition, what will they use to fight back? Will they use their fists, fly over, or call on the gods?" The last sentence was a joke, which instantly made the atmosphere in the command room relaxed, and all the commanders laughed. Call on the gods? At this time, an untimely voice suddenly sounded. "Everyone, don't forget that China has a Su Xian. He split the Asian kingdom in half with one sword. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a god, right?" It was like a basin of cold water poured on everyone's head. At this time, even the most arrogant Yamamoto Ki was a little frightened. The fear in his heart continued to rise, and slowly dissipated after a while. He sneered, "They have the cultivator Su Xian in China, and my Sakura kingdom has the Yamata no Orochi god. What are we afraid of? If Su Xian interferes in the affairs between our armies, our god will not sit idly by." The commander of the White Elephant Kingdom agreed with him and nodded. "That's right. My White Elephant Kingdom also has the ancestor of all Buddhists. We are not afraid of a mere Su Xian." With the assurances of the commanders of the Sakura Kingdom and the White Elephant Kingdom, the faces of this group of people looked a little better. They changed their tactics. The young captain saw the 5 fleets moving on the sea and began to attack the Chinese fleet in rotation. The fighters in the sky also began to drop shells in rotation. He immediately understood their tactics. They want to wear us out alive. Call headquarters to see how long it will take for the reinforcements to arrive. The captain's face was a little solemn. If the beasts really dragged the generals and couldn't split up, it would be troublesome. Once the ammunition was exhausted, it would be impossible to defend. There were a large number of fighters circling in the sky, and it was impossible to avoid their vision. As for the other legions, they were also exhausted now. It must be said that these countries chose the right time. Keep fighting back. Don't stop. The captain knew that this was a war of attrition among the 5 countries, but he didn't dare to stop fighting back. Boom. So there was another round of fierce bombardment. The flames shot up into the sky. The sea water swept through thousands of waves, and the whole island was plunged into smoke and blood. Yamamoto stood on the battleship, watching the battle on the screen, with a confident smile on his face. Just now, His Majesty the Emperor had told him that the god was nearby, and as long as Su Xian dared to come out, he would be killed immediately. "Everyone, it seems that we need to open champagne tonight. Haha." Yamamoto raised the sake in his hand, looking like he was sure of victory. "Cheers to our victory." The other 5 commanders raised their glasses and clinked them together in the air. Boom. At this moment, suddenly they felt a shaking vibration under their feet, and it was like spring thunder in their ears, and the giant battleship began to shake. Yamamoto stumbled, the glass in his hand flew out, his body shook, and he almost fell to the ground. He couldn't help but curse. "What's going on?" "Sir, there's a person in front, blocking our fleet." The young adjutant who was observing the radar did not turn his head back, with confusion on his face. "Are you talking about one person?" Yamamoto was full of doubts, and then he became furious. "Then what the hell are you still standing there for? Bomb him to death with a cannon." "We bombed, but it didn't work." The young adjutant turned around, his face full of horror, and his body couldn't stop shaking. Suddenly, the 5 commanders stood up, their hearts sank, and they looked at each other. Their faces were suddenly full of horror, and endless horror rose in their eyes. They all had one thought in their hearts. "Is he here?" When the 5 commanders put their faces close to the big screen, they suddenly felt their breathing stagnate. Their scalps were full. Fear and coldness rose from the soles of their feet, spread to the top of their heads, and their hearts felt like they were falling into an ice cellar. In the picture, in the void, a man in white clothes, holding a magic sword, wearing red battle armor, was murderous. With a wave of his hand, a giant sword light that was 100 meters long split the entire sea and then cut into the battleship. Like cutting tofu with a knife, the steel warship was split into 2 by the sword light, accompanied by the explosion of countless soldiers' bodies, blood rained flying, horror and horror. "It's Su Xian." I don't know who shouted, and suddenly everyone in the command room of the 5 countries was panicked and trembling. The next moment, Su Xian swooped down, waving the long sword in his hand, and his whole body rotated as if it fell off. With the sword energy, hundreds of warships were cut into countless pieces, broken arms and limbs soared into the sky, and blood fell into the sea, instantly dyed red, turning into Shura purgatory. The fighting force in the air tried to launch an attack, and the machine gun spewed flames and made a clattering sound. Su Xian turned back indifferently, letting the torrential rain of bullets shoot at his chest, like tickling, soft and powerless. Then, his figure was like lightning, and he landed on top of the fighter plane with a whoosh, grabbed the top of the fighter plane with his right hand, and tore the top of the fighter plane off with a little force, and then punched out, blasting the pilot's head into a bloody mist. Then, he swung the left wing of the fighter plane and swung it casually. It flew at a very fast speed and smashed into the dense fighter planes. It exploded and blew the group of fighter planes to pieces. Su Xian simply took off the Thunder God bow of heaven punishment from behind, and the thunderbolt shocked the string. One after another, arrows with plasma blew the armies of the 5 countries in this sea area to pieces in an instant. Whoosh! Su Xian landed on the main battleship, looking at the commanders of the 5 countries with a playful look, and collapsed on the ground, his eyes full of fear, gasping for breath, and incontinence of fear, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. So far, the fleets of the 5 countries have all been killed by Su Xian. Except for the 5 commanders on the main battleship, Su Xian did not hold back and slaughtered all the soldiers of these hostile countries. Su Xian sat on the soft sofa, took out a bottle of red wine, filled a glass for himself, then raised his head and drank it all, looking at the group of people calmly, and said, "Not bad. Wine from the 1980s. The 5 commanders and the generals of the Navy's elite camp were pale at this moment, unable to say a word, and looked at him in horror. Chapter 84. South China Sea. China has the final say. After Su Xian praised the red wine, he did not say anything else. Instead, he took out a cigar, lit it, blew out smoke rings, and looked around at the luxurious layout inside the battleship. He completely ignored the 5 commanders, as if they were just here for a trip. The more Su Xian showed this calmness, the more uneasy the 5 commanders became, as if a butcher's knife was on their necks, but they would never cut it down. If Su Xian came in and directly announced the death penalty to them and then killed them, there would be no such fear. In other words, Su Xian proposed some conditions to let them go. However, Su Xian did not do this. After coming in, he first killed all the other people on the battleship and then sat next to them in a swagger, drinking and smoking, pointing fingers at the surrounding layout, and did not take them seriously at all. This psychological pressure instantly made them collapse. Yamamoto's body kept shaking, and at the same time, he hoped that the god of Sakura country would come as soon as possible. Yamada no Orochi was the only true god against the ninjas of Sakura country. If it were not for his existence, I am afraid that the entire Sakura country would have been destroyed long ago. His lips slightly opened and closed, and he said tremblingly, "Su Xian, I admit that you are very strong. You are the strongest in China, but in front of our Sakura country Yamada, no Orochi god, your strength is not enough. If you know what's good for you, you might as well let me go now. Otherwise, when the god arrives, you will definitely die without a burial place. Puff! The next moment, Su Xian inserted the steel fork on the table directly into his mouth, and it came out from the back of his head and penetrated his brain. In Yamamotoki's horrified look, blood slowly flowed out of his mouth and dripped on his white uniform, which was very shocking. Su Xian wiped his bloody right hand with a handkerchief as if nothing had happened, and threw the handkerchief casually, covering Yamamotoki's head, and died with his eyes open. The remaining 4 people were instantly filled with fear in their hearts, trembling, looking at Su Xian, as if looking at the god of death and the devil. Su Xian ignored them and continued to light a cigar, put his legs on the table, and looked at the map in the command room. The entire South China Sea was dotted with thousands of islands. Under the blue sky, it was vast and boundless. The azure blue water was swaying with the wind, and the beautiful scenery was like a picture scroll. Dozens of countries, thousands of islands, and more than 1 billion people in the South China Sea live together under the blue sky and blue sea. Everyone has a consensus, that is for peace. Su Xian suddenly turned his head and glanced at them, making the 4 naval leaders who dominated the South China Sea tremble, lower their heads, and wet their crotches. Once upon a time, these 4 people were also considered to be powerful and influential figures in the entire South China Sea. They were well known and were also known as the pillars of the Southern powers and famous generals in the military. Now, in front of this young Chinese man who seemed to be the god of death, they are not even as good as ants. They lowered their heads in fear, not daring to look at Su Xian. The fear in their hearts was infinitely magnified. In addition to their own lives, they suddenly worried about their country. After all, they had seen the shocking fact that the young man in front of them cut the entire country of Asen in half with a sword on the news. The United States was the mastermind behind this. If we don't carry out the plan, we will be raised by their naval warships. This matter is purely our own decision and has nothing to do with our country. The commander of the White Elephant Country mustered all the courage in his life, raised his head slightly, exhausted all his strength, and said this sentence with great difficulty. After listening to this, Su Xian nodded and smiled. I understand. There are always some people, some countries, who bully the weak and fear the strong. They become arrogant when they can win a fight, and they can't wait to swallow the bones of the weak. If you can't win, you start to blame others and bring the trouble to others. It seems that your White Elephant Country follows the lead of the United States, bows down to them, and flatters them. Because they are ferocious eagles and domineering lions. You are afraid? Are you afraid? After hearing this, the commander of the White Elephant Country's expression changed, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His thoughts were completely seen through. In fact, what Su Xian said was completely right. They were afraid of the tyranny and hegemony of the United States and chose to surrender, while hurting their neighboring countries. Su Xian suddenly stood up, took a deep breath, shook his head, and said, You are afraid of the United States, so you are not afraid of China? The 4 commanders were stunned, and mixed emotions suddenly surged in their hearts. On the one hand, they were ashamed of the weakness and fear they showed to the United States, and on the other hand, they began to think of China's strength. Whether it is technology, military, economy, or politics, in this era, China is definitely a superpower that can compete with the United States and has chosen the kingly way of peaceful coexistence. It will never bully the weak and dominate the world like the United States. At this time, Su Xian's expression suddenly changed slightly, glanced at them, and sneered. It seems that you still don't know your own weight. As soon as the voice fell, Su Xian sucked the air with his right hand, grabbed the 4 people directly in the air, unable to move, and then jumped out of the warship, threw these people on the deck, and then stood quietly in the void, looking at the warships rushing in from all directions. Cutting through the waves, on the sea, the 5 countries sent out dense warships, which were speeding over to try to encircle the entire South China Sea. At the same time, China's Jinan Corps and the main fleet also rushed over in a mighty manner, forming a confrontation with the warships from all directions. The whole world is the enemy? Su Xian folded his arms and scanned these giant warships that seemed to him to be a mob, feeling a little funny and a little sad. China advocates peaceful coexistence. For thousands of years, it has always regarded itself as a country of etiquette in the East. In diplomacy, it advocates the kingly way and the principle of co-creation, lends a hand to the weak, trades with the strong, and takes responsibility for the world. However, these actions were considered by many countries as a symbol of weakness, so they turned to the Western super empires one after another. In the last life, the world was in chaos. Within 15 years, fierce beasts, demons, ancient tribes, foreign lands, and various forces descended. At least two-thirds of the countries were occupied, and the regime collapsed. Su Xian had no good feelings or dislike towards these countries from the beginning to the end, but from today on, everything has changed in his heart. There is no need for the 5 countries in the South China Sea to exist. Woo-woo! A sharp warning sounded, and the captain of the Huaxia Jinan Corps fleet turned on the loudspeaker and began to shout. This is Huaxia's territorial waters. Further advances will be considered an invasion. Please retreat in time. Su Xian frowned, crossed his arms, and said nothing. To be honest, he did not agree with this practice of using courtesy before force. A senior military veteran once said, "Dignity is only on the edge of the sword, and truth is only within the range of the cannon." It has already hit the doorstep, and it is still polite before force. Su Xian does not agree with this practice and view. However, if you dare to invade Huaxia, then Su Xian will definitely make the invaders pay the price of blood and life, and even let their country and family be destroyed. Fighting violence with violence and killing with killing may be extreme, but in this era, it is the most effective. You can't put too much energy on dealing with things on the border. After all, it won't be long before many disasters come. After a while, the Sakura country also sent a message. Release our Sakura country's Colonel Yamamotoki, and we will withdraw our troops immediately. Soon, China directly counterattacked. Impossible. Now within 10 seconds, you must withdraw your troops. Otherwise, you will be regarded as invaders and killed without mercy. The strong and domineering answer instantly caused an uproar in the 5 countries, and their leaders began to talk. However, there was no sign of retreat. For a moment, the situation was tense, and the war was about to break out. Su Xian shook his head, carrying Yamamotoki's body, slowly rose into the air, and then looked down at the Sakura country warships below with indifference, and the coldness in his eyes became stronger and stronger. In the past, it was this group of beasts who invaded China and committed crimes that were outrageous to both humans and gods. Baka, it's Colonel Yamamotoki. Let go. Damn it. Chinese pigs, let our colonel go. Facing the incompetent curses of the Sakura country, in full view of the crowd, Su Xian directly threw Yamamotoki's body down. And then, the long sword attacked, countless sword chi crisscrossed, and in an instant, Yamamotoki's body was cut into pieces, blood flew in the air, and flesh fell into the sea. Countless people were stunned, and they really couldn't imagine that Yamamotoki, a famous naval general in the South China Sea, was chopped into pieces by a Chinese monk, just like slaughtering pigs and dogs, in front of the navies of 6 countries. Su Xian stood quietly in the void, his eyes were cold. He glanced at everyone, and said word by word, South China Sea. From today on, China has the final say. As soon as the voice fell, his pupils were white, and his whole body was filled with a murderous aura, almost tearing the sky of the entire South China Sea apart. Then he raised his sword above his head, aimed at the location of the Sakura country's army, and slashed it down suddenly. Suddenly, 100-meter sword light fell from the sky and directly cut into the fleet of the Sakura country. The sharp sword light was indestructible. In an instant, these alloy steel warships were cut into pieces and exploded with a loud bang. Accompanied by screams and cries, thousands of soldiers of the Sakura country were blown away by the huge air waves and force in an instant and fell into the sea, while the soldiers at the center of the sword light were directly exploded and blood rain rose into the sky, which was extremely cruel. For a moment, tens of thousands of navies of the 6 countries saw this scene and couldn't help but gasp. When extraordinary power has completely surpassed the existence of technological civilization, humans cannot understand this terrifying killing power and behavior. Su Xian did not stop after splitting the Sakura Kingdom fleet into pieces with one sword, but dived down and killed the White Elephant Kingdom fleet. 10,000 sword chi bloomed and exploded on the sea surface. A 10,000-foot-long dragon soared into the sky. Su Xian was like a killing god descending to the earth. Wherever the long sword passed, the sword chi smashed the warships and the navy into pieces. Broken arms and limbs soared into the sky, and blood rain fell one after another. The entire sea surface was like a Shura purgatory. Wherever you look, there is endless blood and tragedy. The bloody wind and rain, facing the sea breeze, came in waves. The sea water was stained. The blood flowed slowly, and the thick and sticky blood dyed the blue sea water into the red of hell. Su Xian stood with a sword in his hand, wearing a white robe that fluttered in the wind, and the murderous aura on his body continued to rise. Looking indifferently at the soldiers struggling in the sea of blood and corpses below, he said in an extremely cold voice, "This is just the beginning." Chapter 85. One Man, One Sword, Killing into the Sakura Country. When Su Xian slowly descended and landed on a giant warship, Colonel He Ziming of the South China Sea Fleet of the Jinan Corps immediately came over with a smile on his face. "Thank you, Su Xian, for resolving the South China Sea crisis. You are a hero of the entire China. All of us salute Su Xian." After saying this, the colonel raised his right hand to his eyebrows, his face solemn, and saluted in a standard manner, with gratitude in his eyes. Clang! Tens of thousands of Navy officers, standing on the deck and in the cabin, stood at attention in unison, looking at Su Xian with admiration and gratitude in their eyes, slowly raised their right hands to their eyebrows, and saluted him. "Thank you, Su Xian. God bless China." "Thank you, Su Xian. God bless China." Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison, shaking the earth and heaven, and converging into a masterpiece. Su Xian nodded and looked at the colonel. "From today on, the entire South China Sea is China's territorial waters. You are ready to take over and deal with these bodies." He Ziming nodded heavily, his face solemn, and said loudly, "Don't worry, Su Xian. I will definitely get this done." Su Xian nodded, then turned around and prepared to leave. He Ziming looked at the tall and majestic back, his heart pounding, as if he had seen an unparalleled leader, very excited, and then slowly asked, "May I ask where Su Xian is going now?" Su Xian did not turn his head back, flew into the air, like a meteor chasing the moon, flashed away, and a loud and domineering voice rang in the air. "The tiny country of Sakura has repeatedly invaded China, and it deserves to be destroyed. As soon as..." The voice fell, the figure instantly disappeared into the sky. The 10,000-man army was silent, saluted again, and looked at the disappearing back in the sky, unable to withdraw their gaze for a long time. The colonel suddenly took a deep breath and said word by word, "I am willing to lead the troops across the Yellow Sea and the East China Sea to attack the Sakura country. Is anyone willing to go with me?" Tens of thousands of people around him burst into a loud voice without hesitation. "We are willing to go. Attack the Sakura country. I will go no matter what. Count me in." In an instant, the crowd was excited and came up one after another, wishing to cross the East China Sea and head straight to the territory of the Sakura country. The colonel's eyes were moist. Looking at the brothers around him, he suddenly choked and said, "To be honest, I have not received any orders to send troops to the East China Sea to fight against the Sakura country, but Su Xian has already gone there alone. As Chinese men, how can we sit idly by? You have to think clearly. Following me is disobeying military orders. Sending troops privately will be punished by military rules and regulations." A burly man with a beard took off the white military cap on his head and threw it into the vast sea. "This action is my own private behavior and has nothing to do with the Jinan Corps." For a moment, everyone followed suit and threw away the hats on their heads. "If I back down today and don't follow Su Xian, my wife and son will definitely laugh at me when I go back." A young Navy man threw away his hat and said with a determined look on his face, "So, I choose to follow Su Xian. Even if I have to be beheaded, I will accept it. Fuck you." The colonel looked at the fleet of 10,000 people who were so determined that no one gave up because of military regulations and orders. His heart was warmed, and his eyes were filled with tears. He shouted loudly, "Everyone, take care of the aftermath first. We will set off in an hour. Target, East China Sea. If anything happens, even if the King of Heaven comes, I will take care of it." When Su Xian's body came to the territorial waters of the Sakura country, various warnings and alarms were immediately heard from below. "Retreat quickly. You have entered the territorial waters of the Sakura country. If you don't retreat within 3 seconds, your life or death will be at your own risk." Su Xian stood in the void, took off the thunder god bow of heaven punishment behind him, and took a look at the strict defense device of the offshore base. There were a full 100 anti-aircraft guns, with black barrels, exuding a numbing breath. More than 30 patrol warships were wandering back and forth. Hundreds of radars were scattered in an orderly manner, monitoring the entire area within a radius of more than 10 miles. In addition, there were more than a dozen arrival launchers, towering into the clouds, which brought people in incomparable shock. It must be said that the defense of Sakura Country is indeed perfect, but it is a pity that they encountered the god of killing Su Xian. Boom. 3 seconds later, the sea base of Sakura Country launched an attack. The overwhelming shells were directly aimed at Su Xian and bombarded him. Su Xian just stood quietly in the void, holding the thunder god bow in his hand, and the blue arc instantly filled his arm, making a sizzling sound. The red lotus prison armor exuded a terrifying red glow, forming an indestructible barrier around Su Xian's body, allowing the torrential rain of shells to hit him, without any feeling, and all were bounced away. Thick smoke filled the air, and the rumbling explosion enveloped the void. After a full minute of continuous bombing, a dazzling ball of light exploded in the air. Dead. Definitely dead. Thousands of shells are enough to flatten an entire city. Why do I have a bad feeling? Let's see. Below, several Navy leaders of Sakura Country, who were about 1.4 meters tall, were discussing. The next moment, the smoke cleared, the fog dissipated, and Su Xian's figure was revealed. The red light on his body was intact, without any damage. What? Impossible. How could he withstand the attack of shells? The Navy guarding the East China Sea in the Sakura Country base was stunned, and their hearts were extremely horrified. They stared at Su Xian in the air, completely unable to understand. Su Xian's eyes were cold, and the red light disappeared. He drew his bow and shot an arrow. In an instant, a rapid cry sounded, and the arrow, which was 1 meter in diameter and 100 meters in length, condensed by spiritual energy, turned into a blue dragon, with blue lightning snakes flashing on it, jumping with incandescent plasma, and with the terrifying momentum of destroying the world and tearing the sky apart, it shot towards him. Boom! The arrow hit the entire naval base, making a deafening explosion. Suddenly, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The high temperature and air waves instantly raised this base that cost Sakura Country 1 billion to the ground and turned it into ruins. As for the people inside, they were all blown into pieces of meat and no bones were left. Su Xian took back the thunder god bow of heaven punishment and looked coldly at the intercontinental missile flying in the air. It was 100 meters long and 10 meters in diameter. It carried at least 30 tons of TNT explosives. His expression was indifferent, his pupils were white, and the Bodhi tree in his mind emitted a faint green light. Break! Facing this intercontinental missile that was enough to raise the entire city to the ground, Su Xian's face did not change at all. He clenched his right fist, rushed forward, and emitted billions of terrifying forces, instantly hitting the terrifying missile. Boom! The terrifying force of the fist directly smashed the missile to pieces. There was a crackling explosion. The huge impact force of 30 tons of TNT explosives exploding together rushed towards Su Xian, trying to blow him into pieces. Su Xian crossed his arms and activated his whole body of spiritual energy. The red light on the Red Lotus prison appeared again. The defense of the ferry-level armor was fully opened, allowing this impact force that was enough to raise the entire city to the ground to continue to impact his body. The scorching high temperature and powerful impact had no effect in front of Su Xian's ferry-level armor, and were all blocked by Su Xian. The terrifying impact for a full 3 minutes was completely blocked by Su Xian, and did not even cause a little damage. Thick smoke billowed, and after the violent explosion in the air faded, Su Xian saw the densely packed fighter planes in the air through the smoke and couldn't help but sneer. This so-called intercontinental missile is weaker than the Tide King's 10 Directions Annihilation, and it is useless. In front of the cultivation civilization, the technological civilization is not worth mentioning. Su Xian rushed into the fighter planes of Sakura Country without hesitation. It didn't take long for him to kill all the ace air forces of Sakura Country. Thick smoke billowed, and fighter planes crashed one after another. Seeing that there was no more obstruction, Su Xian flew directly over the territory of Sakura Country and looked down at the city below indifferently. Chaos, dirtiness, desertedness, and desolation. Since the revival of spiritual energy, many terrifying ninjas have suddenly emerged in Sakura Country. They have superb skills and are proficient in various ninjutsu, illusions, and physical skills. They are cruel and specialize in hunting young men in Sakura Country, leaving no one alive. Although the Emperor of Sakura Country called on the army to send troops to encircle and suppress them, the effect was not good, and many cities still lived in fear and haze. The military really has no ability to restrain and control this group of elusive ninjas. Although there are also monks in Sakura country and have obtained some opportunities, they have no power to fight back in the hands of this group of cunning ninjas and were ruthlessly slaughtered. The cities of Sakura country are all shrouded in shadows. It is said that at this time, a sea snake that the military had used for experiments suddenly inherited the ancient Yamata no Orochi and transformed into a monster with 8 tongues. Strangely, the giant snake did not attack the civilians of Sakura country, but fought with the ninjas everywhere. This prevented Sakura country from being completely exterminated, and half of the cities were not in such danger for the time being. Su Xian completely released his consciousness, closed his eyes, and stood still in the void. Then he sensed several powerful auras within 100 miles, and immediately took out his long sword. His white clothes were whiter than snow, fluttering in the wind, and shouted loudly. The Chinese monk Su Xian is here. Is there anyone in Sakura country who dares to fight? In an instant, Su Xian's voice spread throughout the void and throughout the Sakura country, with a powerful momentum, unstoppable and domineering. Seeing that those powerful auras did not respond, Su Xian's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the magic sword in his hand exploded with cold light. The dazzling sword light fell from the sky, like the Milky Way in the sky, landing on the 100-meter-high building under his feet. Boom! A strong explosion sounded, and the 100-meter-high building collapsed instantly. Countless concrete and brick fragments fell one after another. The entire high-rise building was cut in two by the sword light and fell to the ground with a bang, smashing the surrounding buildings and cars into powder. Countless screams were heard, and the whole city fell into even greater chaos and madness. Now it's time to show up, right? Su Xian stood with a sword in his hand, watching indifferently as the people of Sakura country ran back and forth on the street. The police walked onto the street and began to maintain order. Suddenly, a purple portal lit up next to Su Xian. Then, 6 ninjas in black robes slowly emerged from the portal, and with flickering shadows, they surrounded Su Xian tightly. Chinese monks, you are too arrogant. The leading ninja, wearing a black robe with a blood-red circular pattern engraved on it, was charming and evil. ##. Chapter 86 Battle Against the 6 Paths Ninja King. Su Xian glanced at the 6 ninjas. They were quite powerful. All of them were at the 3rd level of the Tianyuan realm. Their position seemed random, but in fact they blocked all their routes. If a cultivator of the same realm came, they might be trapped and unable to escape. Like the fierce beasts in China, the ninjas that descended from the Sakura kingdom were also mysterious species after the spiritual energy was revived. As for where they came from, it was unknown. Just like the fierce beasts, countless cultivators and scholars spent a lot of energy and time studying them for 15 years in the previous life, but nothing was found out. After the spiritual energy was revived, the first stage was the arrival of fierce beasts and powerful creatures of other races. Obviously, ninjas and fierce beasts were not of the same kind, but for humans, they were both catastrophic. Su Xian pointed the tip of his sword at the 6 powerful ninjas. His eyes were as cold as water, and he slowly said, "You're selling your head." Immediately, his figure was as fast as lightning, and his sword energy was everywhere. He used the supreme sword technique of ice breaking 10, and countless ice true meanings appeared, freezing all the air into ice crystals. The temperature around him suddenly dropped by 200 degrees, directly to more than 100 degrees below zero. With Su Xian as the center, all living things around him were swallowed by this terrifying coldness. Visible ice blocks suddenly took shape, turning into an ice dragon, circling and flying in the air, opening its bloody mouth and directly trying to swallow a ninja. The ninja wore a forehead protector, his eyes were hollow, like a dead body, and his short red hair stood up. When the ice dragon roared and attacked him, he suddenly formed seals with both hands and shouted loudly. Spiritual, 10,000 beast summoning technique. Bam! Countless birds and beasts suddenly appeared out of thin air above the void, baring their teeth and claws, and pounced on the ice dragon together, starting a fierce fight. They used their claws and fangs to lie on the ice dragon, gnawing and tearing, and making strange howling sounds. At the same time, the remaining 5 ninjas formed seals at the same time and launched an attack on Su Xian. Ninjutsu. All things in the world. Ninjutsu. Light will flash. Ninjutsu. World destruction. Su Xian's surroundings suddenly grew vines, moving at a speed visible to the naked eye, tightly wrapping Su Xian. Those vines that flashed with dark green luster were as agile as tentacles. After wrapping around Su Xian, they frantically absorbed spiritual energy like a thorn in the bone, which was extremely terrifying. Then, in the void, the black-haired ninja raised his hands above his head, holding a black-red sun, opened his mouth, and roared down at Su Xian with great force. The red-haired ninja behind him was as fast as lightning. With a clanging sound, the sword energy was crisscrossed, like a ghost, and he slashed directly at Su Xian's back. Facing the joint attack of the 6 ninja kings, Su Xian was calm, letting the vines absorb spiritual energy and watching the battle between the ice dragon and the monster. Ah! With the wailing and roaring of the monster, the ice dragon instantly penetrated the summoned monster. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and broken arms and limbs fell one after another. The dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and the 10,000-foot ice dragon circled and swooped down, turning into a meteor lightning, easily breaking through the siege of the beasts, and with a terrifying momentum, easily pierced the body of the red-haired ninja. With a bang, the red-haired ninja was blown into a bloody mess. A second later, his body broke and turned into blood clots. Su Xian had a sneer on his lips. His arms, which were tightly bound by vines, exerted a little force outward. With a bang, the vines exploded directly and turned into pieces, floating in the air. With his right fist clenched, Su Xian arrived first after the black-haired ninja. In a flash, he directly blasted the black-red sun that was pressing down on him like a mountain, turning it into streams of light. In the ninja's horrified eyes, his fist did not decrease, and he directly blasted his body into pieces. The situation changed instantly. 2 of the 6 kings of the ninjas of the Sakura country died in a breath of time. Su Xian suddenly felt bored. Is this the invader of the Sakura country? The 6 Paths Ninja King? It's too boring. Su Xian shook his head and dodged the terrifying sword from behind. Then he drew out the Bingpa Yumiao sword in the air, turned around and swept it, and pushed the ninja back 10 feet. At this time, Su Xian suddenly noticed that the ninja at the back, who had not made a move from beginning to end, suddenly flashed and retreated dozens of feet, then stood still in the void, opened his hands, and quickly formed a seal. In front of him, the space was distorted, the sky and the earth lost their color, and a deep purple mist rose. Then a black-robed figure slowly appeared. His face could not be seen clearly. Like a black shadow, it could be seen that it was a monster with a dog's head and a human body, holding a huge sickle, and the breath of death spread all around. The ninja stretched out his right hand without hesitation. The dog-headed man's sickle fell, and the ninja's arm was directly cut off, and then it was sucked into the dog-headed man's throat and swallowed. The next moment, the 2 ninjas killed by Su Xian actually walked out of the void at the same time, like zombies, with dull eyes, still wearing black robes, looking at Su Xian coldly. Then, the dog-headed figure laughed strangely and disappeared out of thin air. The surroundings returned to their original appearance, and the world became clear and bright. Su Xian nodded slightly, looking at the leaders of the 6 ninjas, and said calmly, "Reincarnation and rebirth are quite interesting. Are you the 6 Paths Ninja Kings?" The leading ninja leader had a calm expression, as if a well was still, and there was no fluctuation on his square face. His voice was cold. "It is your honor to die at the hands of the 6 Paths. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the 6 Paths Ninja Kings Deva Path. They are respectively the Human Path, Asura Path, Hell Path, Hungry Ghost Path, and Animal Path. By the way, let me tell you that my realm is the 4th level of the Tianyuan realm, 1 level higher than yours." Su Xian nodded, his expression calm. "Your realm is indeed good. If I am not mistaken, the 6 Paths Ninja King, you are their leader, or in other words, they're all zombies, your clones. Deva Path practice Deva Ninjutsu, which is very powerful. The one who was able to reincarnate just now should be the Hell Path. The one who released the vines and absorbed spiritual power was the Asura Path. The one with superb swordsmanship and sneaked up from behind was the Human Path. The one who released the spiritual art is the Animal Path, which can control all beasts. The light will flashed, it should be the Hungry Ghost Path. You 6, each doing your job, cooperated well, and could play a strong offensive effect, but unfortunately, you met me." Tai Shindo's white pupils suddenly shrank, obviously very shocked. He was seen through in such a short time. The Chinese monk in front of him was extraordinary and should not be underestimated. Just now, he only made 3 moves. 1 move to kill the animal path, 1 move to kill the hungry ghost path, and 1 move to force the human path back. Such strength is unheard of. Although the hell path has the magical power of reincarnation, each time it consumes a part of its body, and it cannot be repaired in a short time. Just after resurrecting the hungry ghost path and the animal path, his right arm has been cut off, and he can't let him consume it anymore. Thinking of this, Tai Shindo immediately launched a command. Divine Art, Heavenly Star Attraction. Tai Shindo made seals with both hands, and powerful spiritual energy condensed. The frenzied airflow raged in the void, and instantly formed a black vortex around, constantly absorbing everything around it. Su Xian felt that his body was pulled by the black vortex with a diameter of 10 meters, and the giant trees and tall buildings around him were broken under the powerful attraction and sucked into the vortex. This is the power of space. Su Xian's heart trembled. The power of space has begun to touch the rules and domain levels. At least you have to reach the Ascension realm and walk through the Heart Demon Ladder to touch it. However, this Tianshan Dao is clearly only at the 4th level of the Tianyuan realm. Why does he have such magical powers? There's only one explanation. He once cultivated to the Ascension realm, but fell later and has not yet fully recovered. At this moment, the Bodhi tree in Su Xian's mind suddenly emitted a green light, eliminating all the attraction from the outside world to him. Su Xian stood quietly in the void, watching Tianshan Dao controlling the black vortex indifferently, and his confident expression gradually turned into surprise. Impossible! Tianshan Dao's expression changed drastically. His robe fluttered in the wind, and there was great surprise in his pupils. He looked at Su Xian in disbelief. As a super shadow level divine art, Taiyang Xinjian has completely surpassed the limits of ninjutsu. It is easy to deal with Tianyuan realm cultivators. Unexpectedly, it was now easily broken by a Chinese Tianyuan realm cultivator. This made him feel extremely incredible. Su Xian's expression did not change. He took off the Tianfa Thunder God bow, turned around suddenly, bent the bow, and pulled the arrow. Like a string of cannons, he quickly released 4 arrows, carrying terrifying plasma and thunder, and killed the 4 nearest ninjas. Block! Tai Shindo looked horrified, and his heart was filled with turbulent waves. The moment the divine bow was used, he felt the crisis of life and death. He did not dare to be careless. He formed seals with both hands, and a wall of earth with an orange-yellow light was erected in the air to block the arrows. It shattered with a bang, and the earth wall collapsed in an instant. Tai Shindo's expression changed drastically. He formed seals again and shouted, Rashomon 9 layers. In an instant, he consumed a lot of spiritual energy and erected 9 terrifying strange doors in front of him, engraved with the angry eyes of the King of Hell. Bang, bang, bang. 9 consecutive sounds. The Rashomon 9 layers that could block everything in the world were directly defeated by Su Xian's arrows. Fortunately, the last of its strength was exhausted, and it shattered less than half a meter in front of Tai Shindo's chest, turning into streams of light. However, the remaining 3 people were not so lucky. Renji Andeo originally planned to continue the sneak attack from behind, but was hit by Su Xian's arrows. He hurriedly used his sword to resist, but was shocked to find that he could not block it at all, and watched the arrow pierce his chest. Shirodeo wrapped himself in vines, trying to block the terrifying arrow, but was blown to pieces. Blood rained down his body, and he was riddled with holes. His face was pale, his breath was weak, and there was little spiritual energy left in his body. Animal Dao was directly blown into powder by the arrows, and he didn't even have time to use spiritualism. So strong! Retreat! Tai Shindo's eyes were filled with despair, and his heart went from shock to endless fear. He had already understood the horror and strength of this Chinese cultivator, and that the 6 paths at this stage could not fight against him at all. He immediately issued an order without hesitation. As long as Hell Path could escape, the rest of the people could survive. Under Tai Shindo's command, Hungry Ghost Path tried its best to stop Su Xian, and a blazing golden light ignited on its body, trying to delay time by self-destruction. Hell Path fled at the first opportunity, without the slightest hesitation, and in a flash, it had already run 100 meters away. Tai Shindo quickly formed seals with both hands, spitting out a mouthful of blood, with his thumb against his forehead, his face ferocious, and shouted, Divine Art! Super God Luo Tianzheng. Chapter 87. Powerful Killing, Sakura Country's Savior? Nightmare. Originally intending to bypass the two ninjas who blocked the way and pursue Hell Road, Su Xian suddenly felt an extremely dangerous feeling coming, which was even more terrifying than the Tide King's 10 Directions Annihilation. He did not hesitate and flew back, swinging the long sword in his hand. The white pupils of Taiyan Shindo were blood red, and his face was hideous and terrifying. As he formed seals with his hands, the air around him twisted, and there was a sharp hissing. The invisible and powerful repulsive force came like a tidal wave. The high-rise buildings in the whole city were blown into pieces in an instant, and the rest collapsed one after another. Dust rose to the sky. The residents of Sakura Country below were trembling in their homes. They were pushed directly into the sky by this powerful repulsive force, and then fell rapidly, smashed on the ground alive, and fell in a pool of blood. Within a radius of 100 miles, all objects were pushed away by this powerful repulsive force. The high-speed train that was 100 meters long was pushed away in an instant. The rails shattered, and the passengers inside were knocked all over the place. The towering trees were smashed to pieces by the repulsive force. This terrifying ninjutsu directly destroyed the central city of Sakura Country, turning it into nothing, comparable to a nuclear bomb baptism, leaving no grass. Countless people were pushed into the sky, screaming, and then either fell to the ground and turned into a pool of blood, or were torn apart by this terrifying force and turned into blood mist. In an instant, the city of Sakura Country turned into a purgatory on earth and became a ruin. Taiyan Shindo was panting heavily, and the spiritual power in his body disappeared rapidly. This magic technique was far superior to Taiyan Xinjian, and it had consumed 80% of the spiritual energy in his body. It's done? Taiyan Shindo's divine sense expanded and searched everywhere, but he didn't find Su Xian's breath. There was confusion and a little relief on his face. It seems that this Chinese monk was killed by this world-destroying ninjutsu, and his body was gone. Now, I'm relieved. Taiyan Shindo breathed a sigh of relief. After spending a huge price, he finally got rid of this Chinese monk. This time, I may have to trouble Hell Dao. Tianxian Dao shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. I feel something is wrong. Hungry Ghost Dao, who was next to him, frowned and suddenly spoke lightly. Tianxian Dao's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head and stared at him with an unhappy look. What do you think? Do you think that a cultivator of the Tianyuan realm can stop my super god, Luo Tianzheng? Hungry Ghost Dao's face changed slightly. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and he shook his head quickly. That's not what I meant. I just think that this Chinese cultivator is not so easy to kill. When you use Tianxing Yin just now, you should be able to feel that he didn't react to your move at all. It seems that there is some mysterious magical power in his body that can restrain and resist it. So, I think he must have some secret technique that can resist the magic you practice, whether it is suction or repulsion. Tianxian Dao raised his eyes and thought carefully, and suddenly felt that what Hungry Ghost Dao said made a lot of sense. The ninjutsu and divine arts that I practice were actually mainly about using the different properties and release methods of spiritual energy to create strong suction and repulsion, and then through this invisible force, control the opponent, and finally achieve the goal of killing the enemy. If there were no experienced monks, even if they were at the same level as me, if they didn't discover it in advance, they would definitely be hit. However, it is obvious that this Chinese monk had never fought with us before, so he must not know. And from his initial performance, he was also a little surprised, and even his body began to move closer to the vortex, indicating that he was still affected. So, Taiyan Shindo and Hungry Ghost Dao looked at each other, then felt their scalps tingling, a chill rising from the soles of their feet, and said in unison, Hellblade! Damn it! This cunning Chinese monk, his target is Hell Dao. Taiyan Shindo shouted badly, and quickly activated the 6 Daos oneness induction technique, instantly locating Hell Dao a few hundred meters away. There was no problem with the breath, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but then he thought of the disappearance of the Chinese monk's breath, and his face changed drastically. Hurry up! Hungry Ghost Dao had less loss, nodded, and quickly started his body skills and approached Hell Dao. Now, the hope of the entire 6 Daos is on Hungry Ghost Dao. As long as he is still alive, the 6 Daos will be reborn, and the reincarnation will not stop, and they will not die. Once the Hungry Ghost Dao is killed, then they can never come back to life, and the 6 Daos will fall. Thinking of this, the Hungry Ghost Dao was anxious, and the long sword in his hand flashed with a fierce, murderous aura, and he chased after the hungry ghost Dao frantically. 1,000 meters away, Hell Dao covered half of his right hand. His face was as pale as paper, his body was as fast as lightning. And according to the instructions of Tianqian Dao, he quickly ran towards the base camp of the 6 people, leaving a series of afterimages in the void. He had just resurrected 2 people in succession, and his spiritual energy had been consumed by 60%, and his right hand was cut off by the god of death, and it could not be regenerated in a short time, so his combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Too strong. Su Xian just shot 4 arrows, killing 3 people, forcing Tianqian Dao to sacrifice Rashomon 9 layers. It is conceivable how amazing the lethality should be. If I were in front of him, I would probably be killed with 1 sword. Thinking of this, he flew in the void even harder, not daring to stop. It's almost there. Seeing the scene in front of him change, the 100-meter tower tip was only 1,000 meters away, and Hell Dao was ecstatic. As long as he entered the Samsara Tower, he would no longer be afraid of this Chinese monk. Even if Tianqian Dao and Hungry Ghost Dao both fell, it would be fine. He had the reincarnation resurrection technique, and he could revive them. By then, as long as they take a good rest, it won't take long for the 6 paths to return to their peak state again. Come on! Hell Road cheered himself up, full of energy, and the desire to escape became stronger and stronger. The spire in his eyes was getting closer and closer. In just a moment, it was only a few hundred meters away. Looking at the Samsara Tower in front of him, Hungry Ghost Road couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Su Xian, as long as I step into this Samsara Tower, what can you do? He began to smile, even with a victorious attitude. However, the next moment, when he raised his eyes, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. His face stiffened, and the fear in his heart spread all over his body, making him feel like falling into an ice cellar and stopping in the void. In front of him, a man in white clothes, holding a long sword and wearing a blood-red battle armor, was like a 9-hell demon, looking down on the world and despising him. The ghost is still there. In an instant, Hell Road felt his heart stop beating. Run? Keep running? Su Xian looked at him coldly, with contempt and teasing at the corners of his mouth. Hell Dao did not speak, just standing quietly in the void. The despair in his heart was like a surging tide, endless, and waves of powerlessness came from his body. He could not run anymore, he could not fly anymore, so let it be. Hell Dao suddenly felt relieved. Why don't you run anymore? Su Xian's figure stepped across the void step by step, came to the front of Hell Dao, and stopped about 10 meters away. Want to go in? Try it. The long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed like a spirit snake, silently, and pierced through his throat in the desperate eyes of Hell Dao. Blood dripped. Hell Dao covered his throat and felt that his consciousness gradually began to blur. He made meaningless ho-ho sounds from his mouth, and then his whole body fell rapidly. Su Xian snorted coldly, took off the heaven punishment thunder god bow behind him, and suddenly let go with a sharp look in his eyes. Whoosh! The arrow was like lightning, looking down from above, and directly blew Hell Dao's body into pieces. No! At this moment, both the heavenly god Dao and the hungry ghost Dao came and saw this scene that made them despair. The most worrying thing happened. At this moment, the 2 kings who stood at the top of the ninja world were disheartened. The tight strings in their hearts were instantly broken, and all their hopes were gone. Su Xian sneered. So anxious to come and die? Then, the sword light on the long sword surged, and the murderous aura was rising, directly killing the 2 ninjas who had no intention of fighting. That's it. Su Xian was not happy at all after killing Lu Dao with force. Although they were both in the Tianyuan realm, they did not bring him the pressure he should have, which made him unable to fight to his heart's content. There were still many trump cards in his hand that he had not used. Even unyielding was useless. Su Xian glanced at the Samsara Tower. It was an octagonal tower that was 300 meters high. It was dazzling black and looked ordinary. There was nothing special except that it was high. However, Su Xian knew that the place that could be used as the base camp by Lu Dao must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Su Xian slowly landed on the ground, put the long sword and the magic bow into the storage bag, dressed in white, spotless, long hair fluttering, sword eyebrows and star eyes, like an immortal. When he landed on the ground, a large number of Sakura people suddenly rushed over. They looked at Su Xian and immediately knelt down, their eyes full of gratitude and respect. Among them, there were many soldiers who drove armored vehicles and rushed over. They looked at Su Xian and knelt down immediately. Thank you, immortal, for eliminating harm for the people." The voice was like a bell, and thousands of people shouted loudly. At this moment, Su Xian felt very ironic. He just killed Lu Dao casually, but was regarded as a hero by this group of Sakura people. A white-haired, prestigious old man came over, looked at Su Xian, and slowly said, "Immortal, you came at the right time. You killed these 6 demons and are our savior." Su Xian smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. Savior? Interesting. Then his eyes turned cold, and he punched out, directly smashing the old man from Sakura in front of him into pieces. What about now? Tens of thousands of Sakura people were terrified, pale with horror, and looked at Su Xian in bewilderment. They didn't understand why the savior of Sakura would attack them the next moment. Suddenly, a child of 7 or 8 years old stood up and said in a baby voice, "He is a Chinese." At this moment, the people of Sakura stood up and cursed. It turns out to be a Chinese pig dog. Damn it, stand up. Have you forgotten the inhumane practices of China in our Sakura country? Ah, I just knelt down to the Chinese? I want to have a cesarean section. Su Xian looked coldly at these clown-like Sakura people, sneering in his heart. Falsifying history, refusing to admit crimes, wolfish ambitions, and trying to invade China all the time. The crimes of Sakura are too numerous to list. In that case, let me enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Su Xian looked at these confused and angry Sakura people with a calm face. Chapter 88: Killing Like Cherry Blossoms. Understanding the true meaning of reincarnation. Historical facts and memories of past lives came like a tide. As early as the Ming Dynasty, the Sakura country had repeatedly invaded China, burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of evil. In modern times, various wars have occurred frequently, such as the Yellow Sea War and the War of Aggression against China, and countless innocent civilians have been massacred, including men, women, young and old. This unscrupulous country, this country that is bent on dominating the world, this nation that dares to compete with the world's powers with only a tiny piece of land, has massacred innocent civilians from all countries for its own militaristic ideas. People and gods will be punished together. Su Xian held the hilt of the magic sword with both hands and inserted it fiercely into the earth. With a roar, the overwhelming spiritual energy all poured into the magic sword, and the coldness rose all around, forming a cold space in the air, almost freezing everything around. Then, with him as the center, ice blocks spread out in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a spider web, making crackling sounds. In the horrified eyes of the surrounding Sakura people, they stretched for thousands of miles, all frozen, and turned into ice sculptures. Looking up, all the people within a radius of thousands of miles were frozen, including those armored vehicles. At this time, Su Xian raised his head and suddenly saw patches of cherry trees, with cherry blossoms slowly falling, and the fallen petals were colorful and extremely beautiful. The pink petals, like elves in the flowers, floated and fluttered in the wind in the air. Bursts of refreshing fragrance came, making people feel relaxed and happy. What a beautiful flower, but it was defiled by this group of people. Su Xian shook his head, feeling that the people of Sakura country did not deserve such pure and fragrant flowers. The next moment, he turned the hilt of the sword and shouted loudly, "Break!" Ice sealed thousands of miles. Xian Bingsha's Fengshen sword technique appeared again. Crack, crack! The sound of countless ice sculptures breaking came, and tens of thousands of Sakura people, as well as those armored vehicles and cars, all broke into pieces, turned into little ice crystals, and dissipated between heaven and earth. At the same time, the wind was howling, the cherry trees were shaking, and suddenly a rain of cherry blossoms floated in the sky, which was magnificent and very romantic. Killing blooms, just like cherry blossoms. On this day, Su Xian, the first monk of China, killed into the Sakura country with one sword, broke through thousands of miles with one sword, and killed tens of thousands of Sakura people. The world was shocked and expressed extreme fear of Su Xian. Everyone was afraid that this killing god would strike a sword at their country. At this time, China had become an existence that no one in the world could afford to offend. In the Black Palace Hall of the United States, the black-skinned president sat on his desk, holding his chin with his right hand, and turned his head to look at the scene on the big screen. It was the terrifying scene of Su Xian destroying the warships of the 6 countries in the South China Sea with one sword, which brought a sharp impact. On that day, Su Xian was in the country of Asen, and he split the entire country of Asen in two with one sword, which was already very shocking, but the video of the scene was not widely circulated. This time, in the war between the 6 countries in the South China Sea, China won all the battles. The warships of the 5 countries were annihilated, the commanders were slaughtered, and the entire South China Sea completely belonged to China's territorial waters. Especially Su Xian's sentence. South China Sea. China has the final say. Let everyone in the world never dare to step into the South China Sea again. After reading it, the black-skinned president pinched the thermos cup into a twist with his right hand. His eyes twitched wildly, and his face was full of anger. The invasion of China by the 5 countries in the South China Sea was his request and the secret arrangement of the U.S. military. He thought that he could take advantage of the great opportunity of the invasion of China by the beasts, and he didn't expect that he would lose soldiers and generals, and the territorial waters that originally belonged to the 6 countries would completely disappear. Then, the U.S. strategy of using the South China Sea as a springboard to curb China's development in the future will also become empty talk. Bang! The president punched the sandalwood desk, making it deeply dented and with chips flying everywhere. How does the Sakura country do things? Facing the president's questioning, the military leaders of the United States in the office all lowered their heads and dared not speak. They did not dare to bear the president's anger. However, the political leaders began to take the opportunity to make trouble and ridicule. This is also in line with the actual situation in the United States. What I want to say is, Mr. President, with Su Xian in China, we will not have any chance unless a 5-star general of the military finally couldn't help but speak. Unless what? The president leaned back in his office chair, his eyes like an eagle, sharp and incomparable, staring at the general. Being stared at by the president, the admiral felt as if he was falling into an ice cellar and could only answer with a stiff upper lip. Unless we send out the Avengers under the president, only by using superheroes can we compete with China, and if we want to deal with Su Xian, at least all our members must be mobilized. The president was slightly stunned, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Is this Su Xian so strong? All his actions can be done by the heroes of our Avengers. Very strong, ridiculously strong. He can even be called the most powerful monk on the earth. In that case, let's make arrangements. This time, it must be foolproof. The president's eyes flickered and turned around, showing his cunning and ferociousness. As for the Sakura country, cut off all contact and don't let China find any evidence that could be detrimental to us. Sacrificing the car to save the driver. This is a routine operation. The bigwigs in the office naturally understood it and nodded quickly to start making arrangements. By the way, how are the states we lost before? Mr. President, I just wanted to report to you that we have recovered 1/3 of the territory we lost before after the Avengers were dispatched. I think within 3 months, if no new beasts or other creatures come, the country will return to the period of great unification. The president smiled. It's good news. At the entrance of the Samsara Tower, Su Xian looked inside and felt that it was not that simple. Like a huge mouth of the abyss, the inside of the Samsara Tower was pitch black, with a stone door wide open, and strange images were carved on it. There were scenes of monks meditating and confronting demons. There were scenes of monsters with 8 heads, spewing water and fire, and killing people wantonly. There were werewolf warriors on horseback, wearing armor, with their swords pointing directly at demons. It looked very creepy. Su Xian stretched out his index finger and gently stroked it. A dazzling white light suddenly appeared on his fingertips, emitting a strong light, illuminating the entire dark Samsara Tower like daylight. As soon as he entered the Samsara Tower, Su Xian felt all kinds of strange cries in his ears. He couldn't see or touch them, but they seemed to exist. They kept attacking Su Xian's consciousness, trying to devour him. Resentment. Su Xian snorted coldly, and his consciousness suddenly became stronger. The breath of the 3rd level of Zen meditation emanated from him. Combined with the sharp sword energy, he instantly killed the monsters composed of these resentments around him, and they screamed. After a while, his ears returned to silence, and the resentment in the distance did not dare to approach Su Xian at all. With a powerful spiritual sense, Su Xian's mental power has now increased many times, and the mental attacks of these resentments have no effect on him. Su Xian took a general look at the 1st floor of the Samsara Tower. There were terrifying and hideous pictures carved on the wall, including ox-headed and horse-faced monsters, hell-hungry ghosts, and everything else. After entering the 2nd floor, Some resentment rushed over, but they were all eliminated by Su Xian's powerful mental power and did not dare to approach. The pictures on the second floor are somewhat similar to those on the first floor. The styles are both very strange and terrifying, and they look very much like the pictures of hell, but they are somewhat different from the first floor, and the painting style is even more terrifying. On the third floor, with the help of the white light in his hand, Su Xian saw a blood-red pattern. It was the painful expressions of countless naked people tied to the red-hot oil pan, waiting to be cooked. Could this samsara tower be the scene of the 18th floor of hell? Su Xian was moved and continued to slowly go up the stairs. His spiritual consciousness spread out, and he found that there were very powerful, resentful bodies here. There were bursts of shrill wails and screams in the void, as if these resentful people had experienced extremely terrifying things before they died. The samsara tower, reincarnation, and rebirth, life and death, just happened to correspond to the 6 reincarnations. At this moment, Su Xian felt that the fifth meaning in his mind had changed again, and it seemed to begin to sense and resonate with the breath of this place. He had obtained the dragon god's 6 paths of reincarnation fist against the sky, which just happened to coincide with the theme and concept of this samsara tower. Su Xian simply sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend. The figure of an eye Sangtian in his mind became clearer and clearer, and the 6-path reincarnation fist, a total of 36 styles, were also slowly absorbed, copied, and imprinted by him until he mastered it. Around him, the breath of the endless cycle of life and death became stronger and stronger, sometimes like an old tree that was about to die, sometimes like a new bud of a dead tree in spring, sometimes an old man who was running out of energy, and sometimes a young man full of vitality. Birth, aging, sickness, and death, alternation of withering and flourishing, all kinds of states appeared around him. And those resentments hidden in the void gradually calmed down from the initial fear and restlessness, as if they had found their own obsession and destination. After a while, a middle-aged man in green military uniform gradually appeared in the void. He was a soldier of the Sakura Empire who died on the battlefield. At the moment of his death, he was still concerned about his wife and children at home, so he did not enter the reincarnation. He turned into a lonely ghost and drifted to the Sakura Kingdom. He was imprisoned in the reincarnation tower by the 6 Paths Ninja King. At this moment, under Su Xian's demonstration of the true meaning of reincarnation, the middle-aged man finally understood that his obsession came from his longing for his wife and children, but he was already dead. If his soul did not dissipate, his wife and children would suffer with him. The widow and the dead were separated by yin and yang, and they could not escape the fate of reincarnation. "Thank you, sir." The figure bowed to Su Xian in the void, then dissipated between heaven and earth and re-entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. Almost at the same time, figures appeared in the void. They were all homeless ghosts. Because of their obsession, they could not re-enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. They were imprisoned by the 6 Paths Ninja King. They continued to expand the samsara tower and provided a lot of samsara power for their own cultivation. When all the resentment in the samsara tower dissipated, Su Xian slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were white. After this brief meditation and perception, Su Xian found that his 6 paths of reincarnation fist had made another step forward, and the barrier of the Tianyuan 3 realms also showed some signs of loosening. At this time, he suddenly remembered that this 6 Paths Ninja King gave him the feeling like a walking corpse. Could it be? Su Xian's pupils shrank, and a bold guess appeared in his mind. Whether it was true or not, he still needed to verify it himself. It seems that the secret seems to be on the top floor. Su Xian raised his eyes and looked at the top floor of the samsara tower with a thoughtful expression. The divine consciousness was opened and ascended 300 meters. At the top, he felt a strong breath, but it seemed very old and seriously ill. At the same time, a familiar aura appeared, faint but real, and this aura seemed to have something to do with the ancient heavenly book. Su Xian stood up and climbed towards the top floor of the samsara tower step by step. ##. Chapter 89. The King of Samsara and the 4 Blood Guards. The Truth of the Disaster. The samsara tower is over 300 meters long and has 60 floors. Each floor is filled with a lot of resentment. The walls are engraved with terrifying and hideous patterns, like the floating paintings of hell. As the resentment was transcended by Su Xian with the true meaning of reincarnation, it disappeared. After re-entering the 6 reincarnations, the floating paintings of hell on the wall gradually changed. The strange red light that flashed before disappeared, leaving only stone carvings, as if they had lost the support of the soul and were just empty shells. Su Xian's mind moved slightly, and his consciousness was opened again. He found that the breath on the top of the tower seemed to be slowly weakening, giving him a feeling that the person on the top of the tower is about to die. Are these patterns a seal for resentment? After the resentment was transcended by me, these seals lost their effect and became meaningless. At the same time, the person on the top floor seemed to rely on resentment to practice and improve. Once the resentment disappeared, his cultivation began to gradually decline. Su Xian began to think. In this samsara tower, every step can make his 6 paths of samsara fist go a step further, so Su Xian did not choose to fly up directly, but slowly climbed up step by step. This is not only a test of his state of mind, but also a great opportunity for him to comprehend the true meaning of the 6 paths of samsara fist, and use it to hone the primary form of Tao, fist intention. Although he is only at the 3rd level of Tianyuan realm now, he has mastered the 3 primary forms of Tao, sword intention, fist intention, and Zen intention. His real combat power should be able to fight against the cultivators in the close body realm. If he adds the 10th level, unyielding, and the fairy level armor, red lotus prison break, Su Xian is confident that he can fight against the peak cultivators in the golden body realm. As for the ancient clan True King who descended in the previous life, he has reached the Ascension realm, or even higher, so he needs to use the 6 swords of the King of You to form the Kaitian sword formation to fight against him. From the recovery of spiritual energy to now, more than 8 months have passed, not even a year, and he already has such strength, comparable to the top level of the human race that appeared 10 years later in the previous life. Thinking of his miserable state in the last life, struggling to survive in the cracks, and his realm improvement as slow as a snail, Su Xian felt a sense of emotion. Opportunity is important, connections are important, and now it seems that the information gap that is mastered in advance is the most important. Calculating the time, there are more than 3 months to a full year. By that time, the spiritual energy recovery will enter the 2nd stage, and the world will become more chaotic. We must improve as soon as possible and make arrangements in advance in those places to cope with the 2nd stage of spiritual energy recovery. Su Xian's eyes showed a solemn look, feeling that time waits for no one, and he was still a little rushed. So, he hurriedly accelerated and went straight to the top of the samsara tower. Su Xian walked very slowly this time, and every step was honing his fist intention and gaining a lot. 10 minutes later, when he came to the door at the top, the realm of the 6 paths of samsara fist had reached the 3rd level. God has arrived. According to the realm division of the 6 paths of samsara fist, there are a total of 5 realms of fist intention, from low to high. Blood full, chi strong, God has arrived, return to the truth, and see the gods are not bad. And he has already reached the realm of the gods. Among the same realm, he is the top combat force. Even the ancient clans Tianjiao and the demon clan Saint are inferior to him. Pushing open the stone door on the top of the tower, Su Xian slowly stepped into it. The white light in his hand illuminated the entire empty tower top like daylight, and the darkness was pierced in an instant. Cough, 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 cough. There were bursts of heart-wrenching coughs from the bone throne in front, as if to cough out the heart, which made people's scalps numb. Su Xian's face was calm, and he slowly approached and stopped 10 meters away from the throne, looking at the skinny figure on the throne. This skinny young man was covered in a gray robe, with long hair growing like weeds, pale face with a sickly blush, and handsome cheeks. He raised his eyes, which were white and incandescent with black patterns inside, and a 3rd eye on his forehead. Samsara eye. Su Xian recognized this kind of pupil. This is a talent that is passed down in the ninja world of Sakura country. The Samsara eye has the ability to control corpses and bring the dead back to life. At this moment, he understood that the 6 paths ninja king should be controlled by the young man in front of him who looked weak. Young man, I am surprised that you can come here. The skinny young man on the throne smiled, with a little admiration in his eyes, but because he was so thin that he had almost no meat, his smile was creepy. Su Xian ignored him, stretched out his right hand, sucked a stone bench on the right side through the air, then slowly sat down, took out a pack of cigarettes from the storage bag, started to light it, crossed his legs, and puffed out smoke. Want one? The young man on the throne shook his head. No, that thing is very powerful. I can't bear it. Su Xian nodded, looking at him calmly, without any fluctuations. It looks like you are about to die. As you can see, I am indeed about to die. The young man admitted generously, which surprised Su Xian. It will only take 3 minutes of your time, so I can finish what I need to say, okay? Son of the tribulation. The young man smiled slightly, and after saying this, he began to cough nonstop. Su Xian was shocked. How did the other party know that he was the son of the tribulation? So he nodded, indicating that he could do whatever he wanted. It looks like you were surprised why I know you. The young man on the throne suddenly laughed. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Janine. I can't remember how many years ago. They called me the king of samsara. As you can see, the 6 paths were also carefully selected and refined by me from tens of millions of corpses. You have the aura of an unparalleled villain. You must have read the ancient heavenly book. Your boxing method contains the true meaning of the 6 paths of reincarnation, which should be related to the dragon god Ni Tsang Tian. Your swordsmanship looks similar to that of the ancient swordsman Xian Bingsha. Did you inherit his legacy? And your magic bow has a different origin. It's made of 1,000-year-old lightning-struck wood, right? It has a close connection with the ancient thunder elves. Cough, 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 cough. Su Xian was very surprised that all his cards were seen through by this young man in front of him who looked only at the Tianyuan realm and whose aura was still weakening. This person should have lived for thousands of years, which corresponds to the period of spiritual energy depletion in the ancient heavenly book. Son of the calamity, don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Jin Yin's face was always filled with a gentle smile. I'm here, always waiting for someone who can bear the calamity, comprehend the opportunity, and take the heavy responsibility of ending the calamity, destroying the calamity, starting the calamity, and dispersing the calamity. Now it seems that I have waited for that person, and it's you. Now, can you tell me your name? Su Xian looked at him coldly with some doubts in his eyes. Instead, he asked, what is the calamity? Along the way, Su Xian had heard Xian Yuan talk about calamity, heard King Kanglin talk about it, and heard King Chaoshi talk about it. He also saw the strange picture of the middle-aged fisherman and the white dragon in his dream, saw the dragon god fighting against the 3 gods against the sky, saw Xian Bingsha practicing sword and stabbing the glacier in the vast snow, and saw the Bodhi monk sitting in meditation. All of this, plus the records in the ancient heavenly book, made Su Xian feel that he had been drawn into some kind of mysterious vortex. The root of the vortex seemed to be related to the revival of spiritual energy, which is what these people called disaster. After hearing Su Xian's question, King Janine of the reincarnation suddenly smiled mysteriously. The so-called disaster is actually the exhaustion and revival of spiritual energy, the death and rebirth of monks, and the destruction and reconstruction of civilization. Maybe you will understand and find the truth in the future. Thousands of years ago, countless strong men spent thousands of years to find out the truth, but they never found the source. So, son of disaster, you have to complete this task yourself. Su Xian remained silent, which was as good as saying nothing. In his heart, he felt that he would definitely reach a very high level in the future and fight a powerful monk to the death. Now, I need to tell you some news. And this news is related to the ancient heavenly book you saw. Zhenin lowered his head, with a look of nostalgia and recollection on his face, as if he was immersed in the memory of the past. Speaking of this catastrophe, it was a long, long time ago, so long ago that I can't even remember it. After the beginning of the world, all races coexisted, and then there was the war between the 3 emperors, and finally countless true gods, demigods, and quasi-gods fell. After who knows how many years, a huge cemetery suddenly appeared in the center of the continent. No one knows how many years it has existed, no one knows its area, and no one knows its origins. It was as if it appeared out of thin air. There was an old man in the cemetery who had been guarding the cemetery for endless years. It is said that ancient gods and demons are buried in this cemetery. One day, suddenly a powerful monk who called himself the Ice Peak Demon Emperor led countless armies to attack the cemetery, as if to release something in the cemetery. So, the old man who kept the grave began to lead countless grave keepers to fight the Ice Peak Demon Emperor. This battle was endless. The years were boundless, the heavens and the earth were boundless. In the end, 4 powerful monks among the gravekeepers stepped forward and assisted the old gravekeeper in defeating the frozen tribe and repelling the demon emperor. These 4 people were the 4 blood guards. And I happen to be a disciple of the 4 blood guards. I don't know how many years later, all the spiritual energy between heaven and earth suddenly dried up, countless monks passed away, and I was forced to fall into a deep sleep. Until a few months ago, the spiritual energy revived, and the reincarnation tower began to awaken. I walked out of it. I had planned to resume my cultivation and continue to explore the truth of the year. I didn't expect this thing to make me weak all the time, and I could only rely on a lot of resentment to support myself. After Zhen Yin finished speaking, the sound of his cough became louder and louder. He was almost terminally ill and in danger. With his skinny and slender fingers, he took out a palm-sized, snow-white stone from his arms and handed it over. I feel that this stone seems to be connected to the ancient heavenly book. Since you are the son of calamity, it is reasonable to give this treasure to you. Cough, 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 cough. Zhen Yin's breath became weaker and weaker, and he kept coughing. Su Xian felt that he could not hold on for a minute. So he took the stone without any hesitation and began to explore it through his spiritual sense. Then he felt that the spiritual energy in his body was madly absorbed by the stone. His vitality was constantly disappearing, but his strength was constantly getting stronger. Stop! You can't resist its backlash now. Zhen Yin shouted with all his strength. Su Xian hurriedly stopped, with cold sweat on his forehead, and the lost spiritual energy began to recover quickly. After seeing this, the king of Samsara was stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. You actually have the inheritance of Jade Bodhi. Very good. Suddenly, the king of Samsara became very excited, glanced at Su Xian, and said in a deep voice, "Close your eyes immediately and put this stone away first. I will now teach you the true meaning of reincarnation." Su Xian heard this and quickly closed his eyes, sat on the ground, and began to comprehend the true meaning of the 6 reincarnations. ### Chapter 90. Comprehending the 4th level of fist intentions. Returning to the realm. Black stripes began to appear in Zhen Yin's white pupils. He put his hands together, and the elusive power of reincarnation poured into Su Xian's body. It was a power different from spiritual energy. In Su Xian's mind, the 6 moves of the reincarnation fists suddenly appeared. The dragon god Ni Tsangtian was the leader of the dragon clan. He was extremely talented and fought against gods in heaven. He created countless magical powers in his life. In addition to the taboo technique of Hung Gu Chong Chong, the most famous one was the 6 reincarnation fist. After a large amount of reincarnation power poured into his body, Su Xian felt that the moves that were a bit sluggish before suddenly became natural, as if they were born with instinct. Now, he felt that the 6 reincarnation fists had both spirit and form, and had reached the level of perfection, with an effect similar to that of the dragon god Ni Tsangtian in the past. At the same time, invisible fist intentions took shape in his mind. Now he has realized the 3rd level, the god's arrival. With the blessing of the power of reincarnation, his blood and chi are full and vigorous. It is obvious that the 1st level of blood and the 2nd level of chi have reached the great perfection. The 3rd level of the god's arrival realm is to raise the boxing intention to a higher level. After realizing the true meaning of the moment of life and death, he directly reaches the great perfection. At this moment, Su Xian finally understood what the god's arrival realm is. The god's arrival realm is the 3rd realm of martial arts boxing. After experiencing the tempering of blood and chi, the physical body reaches a terrifying level, almost equivalent to the golden body realm cultivator. The physical body is invincible and flawless. At this time, the bottleneck in the body is broken, no longer pursuing an ordinary physical body, but breaking away through the cultivation of the spirit to make up for oneself, to reach a realm almost comparable to the gods, that is the so-called land immortal. Su Xian has the blessing of the Bodhi tree. After obtaining the recognition of the dragon god, coupled with the unique identity of the son of the catastrophe, he has realized the 3rd level of boxing in the Tianyuan realm, which is indeed beyond the scope of the golden body realm. After 10 minutes of reincarnation, the power in Su Xian's body became more abundant and terrifying. He also reached the state of great perfection and was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 4th level, return to the true self. Zhen Yin slowly opened his eyes. His cultivation level plummeted, and there was no more spiritual energy fluctuation in his body. He was like an ordinary person. His long black hair turned snow white in an instant, and his face instantly aged by dozens of years. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Su Xian. There was actually some regret and some expectation in his eyes, which was very complicated. If I'm not mistaken, the stone that can increase my strength but consumes my vitality should be a piece of broken skin of the dust-sealed demon stone. You have now mastered the true meaning of reincarnation and obtained the power of reincarnation. Your fist intent has reached the peak of the third level, but you still need a lot of effort to break through. You can try this dust-sealed demon stone, but remember that if your spiritual energy can't withstand the demand, you need to stop immediately. Su Xian nodded. Understood. Okay, I can only help you here. The road ahead will be extremely difficult, but this is your destiny. You can't avoid it, and you can't escape it. This man who was once a disciple of the Four Blood Guards, this powerful man who had cultivated to the sky for thousands of years, now looked like an old man in his twilight years, reaching the end of his life, with emotion and regret on his face. The world is like chess, and the universe is unpredictable. After the words fell, the head of the king of Samsara slowly drooped, and the whole person was no longer breathing, and he sat there. Su Xian stood up, walked in front of him, slowly closed his eyes, then bowed, and then came to an open place and took out the fragments of the dusty magic stone from the storage bag. Although the effect of this stone has not yet been activated, Su Xian has already felt a stinging pain in his hand, and the spiritual energy in his body is surging wildly, appearing very irritable and restless, as if he wants to break out of the shackles. At the same time, the spiritual energy in his body was actually absorbed by this stone, and his vitality gradually disappeared. Su Xian felt an irresistible pressure coming from this stone, which tightly enveloped his body. Now he is only a step away from the fourth level of fist intention return to the true state. Su Xian gritted his teeth, directly held the fragments of the dusty magic stone in his hand, and then poured a large amount of spiritual energy into it, and activated this stone according to the spell taught to him by the king of Samsara. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist emanated from the sealed magic stone, full of evil aura. Su Xian felt as if there were 10,000 leeches sucking his blood, and he felt countless stinging sensations. His vitality was constantly being sucked away, and he began to age instantly. Just as Su Xian was horrified and ready to stop, the Bodhi tree in his mind suddenly emitted a green glow, completely dispelling the negative effects of the sealed magic stone. The black mist, looking at the green light ball, was like a mouse seeing a cat and quickly left. After a while, it was swallowed up by the green light ball emitted by the Bodhi tree. Absorb? Su Xian was shocked and had a better understanding of the origin of the Bodhi tree. It seemed that so far, the green light ball emitted by the Bodhi tree was almost invincible. Then how powerful was its owner, the Bodhi monk? Taking advantage of the terrifying power from the fragments of the sealed magic stone, Su Xian simply absorbed it crazily. Countless terrifying auras in his body surged crazily, and the terrifying auras contained in it were absorbed crazily by Su Xian. After a while, Su Xian felt that his third level of boxing intent actually had a faint taste of breakthrough. Blood is full. Qi is strong. Gotta rise. Return to the truth. See, the God is not bad. Each level of boxing intent requires various hard training to achieve. He is now at the peak of God, which is the best time to hone his boxing intent. If he misses it, he may never reach the God arrive realm in this life. Thinking of this, Su Xian resolutely concentrated his whole body's spiritual energy and quickly attacked the fourth level of boxing intent. Return to the truth. The black, evil aura on the sealed magic stone was endless and flowed into Su Xian's body crazily, and then it was absorbed by the green light ball emitted by the Bodhi tree, and it was repeated over and over again. About 10 minutes later, Su Xian's mind was clear, and his body was full of inexhaustible power. The boxing intent officially broke through to the fourth level, return to the truth. Returning to the original state, seeing the mountain as a mountain, and meeting the true self. This is similar to the enlightenment mentioned by Buddhists. At this moment, Su Xian's aura quickly became restrained, and in less than a moment, he was like an ordinary person who had never practiced. It's done. Su Xian immediately stopped the function of the dust-sealed magic stone and carefully looked at the fragment. According to the king of Samsara, this is not the complete version of the dust-sealed magic stone. There are 7 fragments in total, and after gathering them together, they can be called the final version of the dust-sealed magic stone. The magical powers and skills recorded in the ancient heavenly book also need the dust-sealed magic stone as a medium and carrier to be understood. At this moment, Su Xian's desire for the dust-sealed magic stone reached its peak. It is necessary to collect the dust-sealed magic stone as soon as possible, unlock the secrets of the ancient heavenly book, and learn the magical powers on it, so that you can be completely invincible. Even if the true king of the ancient clan comes, you will not be afraid at all. Su Xian stood up, looked at the body of the king of Samsara again, bowed, and planned to leave this place. This trip to the Sakura country has not yet ended. Su Xian slowly walked out of the Samsara tower and came outside, and found that this place has been surrounded by thousands of troops. They are all the troops of the Sakura country, fully armed, and all heavy weapons are used. Fighter jets are circling in the air, armored vehicles are densely packed on the ground, and rocket launchers are set up and aimed at Su Xian. The missile launchers not far away are also ready and can be launched at any time. As long as the order is given, tens of thousands of bullets and shells will be bombarded here, razing the Samsara tower to the ground. It seems that knowing that Su Xian killed the Six Paths Ninja King, the army of the Sakura country rushed in without hesitation and surrounded the Samsara tower tightly. Facing these Sakura country troops and the heavy weapons that look very scary, Su Xian suddenly felt bored. At this level, this body, heavy weapons have no effect on him at all. Don't they know? Su Xian suddenly felt that these people in the Sakura country were very stupid. So he walked out of the Samsara tower with a swagger, and with a casual pull of his right hand, he grabbed the nearest senior officer of the Sakura country in his hand, and then glanced at these people coldly. The next moment, in full view of the crowd, he gently clenched his right hand, and with a loud bang, he directly crushed the officer who was at least a colonel, turning him into a ball of blood mist and shattering. Su Xian! An angry shout rang out. The next moment, countless shells poured in, machine guns made a clattering sound, and flames spewed out of the barrels. 50 rocket launchers rushed over in an instant not far away. Su Xian stood there without any movement, allowing these hot weapons that were enough to destroy the entire city to hit his armor and his body without causing any damage. Stop! Finding that something was wrong, the commander of the Sakura country immediately issued a ceasefire order. After the smoke dissipated and the dust settled, a tall figure slowly appeared in the fog of war. Su Xian's face was calm, and his consciousness had already detected a powerful aura 500 meters away, which was no weaker than the king of Samsara, and seemed to be observing in secret. Mr. Su, if you leave Sakura country now, we will forgive you for the past and never set foot on Chinese territory again from now on. How about that? The commander of Sakura country, the commander-in-chief of the army, Saburo Okamoto, talked to Su Xian through the communication device. A playful sneer appeared on Su Xian's lips. Now he changed his name to Mr. Su? In a while, will he have to change his name to Dad or Ancestor? Sakura country is like this, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Finally, someone who can speak human language has come. Can you represent the military of Sakura country? Su Xian pointed to a building hidden 100 meters away. Behind layers of defense, it was Saburo Okamoto, the commander-in-chief of the Sakura country army. After a long silence, the other side replied in a strong voice. I can represent the will of His Majesty the Emperor and the intention of the Sakura country military. Mr. Su can rest assured. As long as you leave now, we can completely pretend that nothing happened, and from now on, Sakura country will never set foot in China again. Su Xian couldn't help laughing after hearing this, and said slowly word by word, You are not qualified to talk to me. I now ask you to leave within 10 minutes and send your emperor to me, otherwise. The cold light flashed murderous. I will flatten your Sakura country and remove it from the world map. Chapter 91. Massacre of the Sakura country army. The emperor appears. Hiss! Everyone in the audience was shocked and silent. At the same time, someone broadcast the Sakura country live, and more than 200 live broadcast platforms around the world began to broadcast the scene. Facing the heavy siege led by the commander-in-chief of the Sakura country army, Su Xian was alone and spoke shocking and domineering words. Huaxia live broadcast site. Hundreds of millions of viewers began to discuss, with a huge amount of barges per minute. Fuck, it's Su Xian, who actually reached Sakura country. What a man. He did what we have always wanted to do in our lifetimes. Now it's interesting. I hope Su Xian can remove Sakura country from the map. This inferior nation should not exist long ago. Militarism destroys peace and the environment, and is hated by both humans and gods. Su Xian is so domineering. This sentence directly made Okamoto Saburo lose face, and the entire Sakura country will now become the laughing stock of the whole world. Ha! Su Xian is worthy of being here. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you ask your emperor to roll over and kneel before Su Xian and beg for mercy? This time, Su Xian, one man and one sword, killed his way into Sakura country, and launched a ruthless massacre in the entire city, resulting in the death of tens of thousands of people. He even dispatched the entire army of Sakura country to come and encircle and suppress them. As a result, those heavy weapons that were enough to flatten the entire city were completely useless in front of Su Xian. Compared with Su Xian, the entire Sakura country suddenly felt that ninjas and beasts were not that scary. At least heavy weapons and nuclear weapons could be eliminated. At the same time, live broadcast platforms in other countries around the world also began to watch the current images of the Sakura country. At this moment, they suddenly realized how powerful the Chinese monks were with their immortal-like figures. Taking a deep breath, Okamoto Saburo felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed 10 pounds of shit. His face was uncertain, and he didn't know how to answer. If he dared to disobey Su Xian, his head might be moved in the next moment. If he showed weakness in front of tens of thousands of people at this time, no, it was a live broadcast of billions of people around the world, then the dignity of the Sakura country would be trampled underfoot from now on, and it would never be able to raise its head again. For a moment, Okamoto Saburo was caught in a situation where he had to advance and retreat, while Su Xian stood there calmly, treating the tens of thousands of Sakura country troops as nothing. At this moment, the adjutant next to Saburo Okamoto whispered, "Commander, Lord God will be at the scene soon." After hearing the news, Saburo Okamoto was cheered up, and the fear in his heart instantly dissipated. With the help of Lord God, even if Su Xian had great magical powers, he would definitely not be his opponent. Thinking of this, his confidence increased greatly, and his courage instantly rose to the highest. Through the communication device, he deliberately raised his voice and shouted, "Su Xian, don't push your luck, otherwise you will die without a burial place. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't leave, you will bear the consequences." With a loud voice, Saburo Okamoto suddenly stood up, causing the live broadcast rooms all over the world to boil instantly. Fuck! Did Saburo Okamoto take the wrong medicine? Why is he so powerful all of a sudden? Does the Sakura country have a backup plan to fight against Su Xian? Don't make a sound. I feel like Saburo Okamoto is going to kneel. Just as people in the live broadcast room were discussing, Su Xian's eyes flashed. He followed the sound and found the location of Saburo Okamoto. He bent his knees slightly and then rushed over like an arrow. Boom! Everything that stood in front of Su Xian, whether it was an armored vehicle, the army of the Sakura country, or the solid walls of those high-rise buildings, was directly knocked away or smashed by Su Xian. "He's coming," Saburo Okamoto's adjutant reminded him. "Where is Lord God?" Seeing Su Xian's figure outside getting closer and closer, Okamoto Saburo was so frightened that he could hardly breathe. He was furious and said, "Didn't you say Lord God would be here soon? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" The adjutant looked extremely embarrassed, lowered his head, and said slowly, "Commander, Lord God will be here in 3 minutes. We only need to stop Su Xian for 3 minutes." 3 minutes? Are you kidding? Okamoto Saburo felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Knowing that he could not escape Su Xian's pursuit, he simply asked the monks who had been prepared in advance in this building to block the door and try to stop Su Xian for 3 minutes. A large number of burly devil muscle androids injected with radioactive biological elements, fully armed, blocked the door. The next moment, boom, like a missile smashing in with a huge momentum and infinite power. Su Xian turned into a nuclear bomb, smashing through at least a dozen walls, destroying countless objects. The artificial humans, like the tide, stood indifferently at the door and were knocked away by Su Xian. Boom! A whole wall collapsed in an instant. In the dust, Okamoto Saburo kept coughing. The next moment, he saw a man in white standing in front of him with an indifferent look. "I told you to call the Emperor over, but you insisted on making the decision yourself. Why are you so disobedient?" Su Xian's tone seemed relatively calm and helpless, which made Okamoto Saburo suddenly have some illusions, as if Su Xian would not do anything to him. "Okay, since you can't even do this, I'll go talk to the Emperor myself." Su Xian waved his hand, looking very impatient, looking at Okamoto Saburo with disgust. Huh. Okamoto Saburo breathed a sigh of relief. If he went to find His Majesty the Emperor, he would be let go and survive. Su Xian turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. He turned his head and looked at Okamoto Saburo coldly, smiling and saying, "It is said that you are the chief planner of this South China Sea War." What? Okamoto Saburo's heart skipped a beat, and then he shook his head quickly. This matter has nothing to do with me. It was arranged by that damn black pig in the United States. Far away in the Black Palace Presidential Hall of the United States, watching the live broadcast, the fork in his hand shook and fell to the ground, his face showing a very angry look. Mr. Marshall, within 3 minutes, if you can't take action against the Sakura country, then I will propose to Congress to remove you from your position. The burly man next to him, the U.S. Army Marshal, a burly white soldier, stood up quickly. Mr. President, I will definitely not let you down. Then, the soldier left the presidential hall and began to arrange things. The live broadcast rooms around the world were instantly fried, and everyone understood that the United States has always wanted to curb the development of China and has mobilized all the surrounding countries and often made trouble on the border. I didn't expect that this South China Sea war was actually directly authorized by the president. No wonder the Sakura country was so bold that it directly invaded China's South China Sea. Su Xian said meaningfully. Really, Mr. Su, don't worry, I am not involved in this matter. All of Yamamoto's actions have nothing to do with me. I am the commander of the army. As if to clear his suspicion, Okamoto Saburo tried his best to explain. Su Xian nodded. What you said makes sense. The next moment, suddenly his figure flashed and a punch came, directly smashing Okamoto Saburo's head into meat dregs, blood mist splashed, and turned into a headless corpse, slowly falling down. But you still have to die. In the live broadcast room, billions of people around the world were all stunned. Su Xian's decisive killing made everyone in China excited. 99% of them supported the killing of the officers of the Sakura country, and the remaining 1% were traitors and lackeys who worship foreigners. At the same time, it also made those countries that were against China feel trembling and uneasy. If Su Xian came to kill them one day, even nuclear bombs would be useless. What else could they use to resist? Call the emperor now and ask him to get here within 10 minutes. If he fails to do so, I will kill 100 Sakura people for every minute that passes after the time is up. Do you understand? Su Xian ignored the adjutant's incontinence and trembling performance. His eyes were as cold as water, without any emotion. The adjutant was so scared that his legs were shaking and he couldn't speak clearly. I understand. Then his hands kept shaking, and he took out his mobile phone. After pressing for a long time, he slowly got used to it and called the emperor's office. Hello, this is the Great Drum Tower. Junichiro Ko, the adjutant of the Army Commander-in-Chief Okamoto Saburo, please tell His Majesty the Emperor that he must be here within 10 minutes, and quickly. What? His Majesty wants to rest? Tell him that if he can't get here within 10 minutes, there is no need for the army to exist. What? His Majesty still wants to eat? There's a meeting? It will take an hour to get here. The adjutant, who was like a mouse seeing a cat when facing Su Xian, bombarded and cursed at the emperor's secretary under a strong desire to survive. Tell him to come quickly. That's right now. Many people have died. Yes, now, right away, immediately. Don't know? Turn on the live broadcast, and you will know. Yes, Commander-in-Chief Okamoto has died heroically. After 3 minutes of laborious explanation, the other party finally understood that the army of Sakura country was facing a life-and-death crisis. The secretary immediately went to wake up the emperor and told him the severity of the situation. Your Majesty, I think we have to go. At least for now, our Sakura country is in a disadvantageous situation. It can be said that it is a matter of national survival. The secretary pushed his glasses and opened the live broadcast room with a serious expression. The emperor took a look at the screen and was immediately furious. A bunch of trash. What Bushido? What Ninja King? They are all trash. They can't even stop a mere Chinese monk. Your Majesty, do you think that a monk who can kill the Six Paths Ninja King, walk out of the Samsara Tower, and withstand a nuclear bomb with his body is weak? The emperor took a deep breath, stood up, and suddenly took out a sword that had not been used for decades from the wall. He said calmly, "Notify the Lord God to go and wipe out the Chinese monks. We will set off immediately." Yes, Your Majesty. Okay, time's up. Su Xian looked at the adjutant and glanced around. As the incident escalated, all the people of Sakura country poured out, more and more, and surrounded this place tightly, but no one dared to step forward. It seems that Your Majesty the Emperor does not take you seriously. Su Xian flicked his finger and instantly killed the nearest group of people. A blood hole appeared on their foreheads, and their bodies fell to the ground together. Wait! At this moment, a voice came from afar through the communicator. Then, a helicopter slowly landed, and a short, middle-aged, bald man with a mustache walked out of the cabin door and looked at Su Xian from a distance. The surrounding Sakura people bowed together. Your Majesty, the Emperor. Su Xian smiled. This man was the current ruler of Sakura country, Emperor Abe. Chapter 92. The Emperor, the lamb to be slaughtered, fights the Yamaoki. Mr. Su, please stop. This Emperor is not good-looking, even ugly, short, and a rabbit. His image can be said to be very bad, but his aura should not be underestimated, with a hint of pride and majesty. But unfortunately, these are useless in front of Su Xian. Are you Emperor? Su Xian pointed the long sword in his hand at him, his eyes narrowed slightly. Yes. Emperor ignored the dissuasion of his men, slowly crossed the isolation belt, slowly walked through the separated crowd, looked calmly at Su Xian, and stopped 20 meters away. Mr. Su, please tell me your conditions. Emperor looked very calm, but in fact, cold sweat had already appeared on his back, and his palms were full of sweat. The Chinese monk in front of him, who was known as the god of killing, had killed millions of ferocious beasts and split the country of Asen in half with one sword. Billions of people around the world were afraid of him, and that was engraved in their bones. He knew very well that there was no need to say harsh words at this moment, and it would be useless, so it would be better to just lay it out. Su Xian invaded Sakura country mostly to seek justice in the South China Sea, which Emperor could understand. The most important thing now was to delay time and wait for the Lord of God to arrive and fight Su Xian. The Sakura country army would cooperate, so that it would be possible to completely kill Su Xian. Su Xian's consciousness was activated, and he had detected a strong aura dozens of kilometers away. It should be the Lord of God they mentioned, Yamada no Orochi. This aura was not weaker than that of the king of Samsara. It seemed that he should also be at the Tianyuan realm. It's very simple. All those who participated in this South China Sea war will be dealt with by China. Su Xian narrowed his eyes and stuck his sword into the ground. He had a cold look on his face and a murderous aura. In addition, from now on, you are required to cut off all contact with the United States. If I find that you are still communicating with each other, then next time I will definitely flatten the Sakura country and completely remove you from the map. Third, from now on, you must hand over 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones to China every month. Fourth, all losses suffered by China in this South China Sea war will be paid by you, and an additional compensation of 100 billion in cash will be paid. Note that it is Chinese currency. Fifth, all officers above the rank of Admiral of the Sakura Empire will collectively go to China to defeat and comfort the dead at the place where the massacre took place that year for 7 days. Sixth point, on behalf of the Sakura country, you must announce to the global media the crimes of your Sakura country in the past, as well as the mastermind of this South China Sea war, and apologize to China. If you dare to conceal it, I will flatten your entire Sakura country. Emperor frowned, and tens of thousands of people present showed extremely angry expressions. Su Xian's 6 requests were difficult for you, and each one could be said to be trampling on the dignity of the Sakura country, and the spiritual stones and cash were also astronomical. It can be said that he could not agree to these 6 points at all, and the people of the Sakura country would not let him agree. Bold, insolent. Do you want my Sakura country to bear 1,000 years of humiliation? Chinese boy, don't be aggressive. Sakura country and China are neighbors and have a deep relationship. Have you forgotten China's way of peaceful coexistence? Have you forgotten the etiquette of your great country? Facing the incompetent roar of the Sakura people, Su Xian did not say anything. As long as anyone dared to speak up to resist, he would kill them all with a snap of his fingers, leaving no one alive. This scene made tens of thousands of Sakura country soldiers extremely angry, but they did not dare to act rashly. The scene of them just resisting the rocket launcher and nuclear bomb by themselves was still vivid in their minds. Mr. Su, I really cannot meet your request. Emperor smiled bitterly and continued to delay time. According to the secretary's judgment, the Lord God would arrive in 5 minutes at most, and it would not be impossible to kill Su Xian at that time. I think you can agree to it. Su Xian appeared in a flash, and the whole person disappeared in the building in an instant. He came directly in front of Emperor, with the shining sword on his neck. What do you think, Your Majesty? The biting cold penetrated his skin, and the cold murderous intent penetrated his bones. Only then did Emperor understand what kind of fear and pressure those people killed by Su Xian faced at the moment of death. He was shivering all over, and the cold sweat on his back wet his shirt. After a while, he sighed and shook his head. Mr. Su, even if I agree to your request, the people of Sakura will not let me go. What does that have to do with me? Su Xian gently slid the sword, and a drop of blood quietly slipped down. The sharp pain of piercing the skin came instantly. Ampere trembled all over and dared not object anymore. He nodded and agreed. Mr. Su, I agree to your request. Ampere said this, as if he had exhausted all his strength, and then closed his eyes, his heart full of humiliation and pain. Tens of thousands of people around looked at their most beloved emperor in disbelief, and anger and abuse came instantly. Your Majesty, why did you agree to him? There are still hundreds of millions of good men in our country, and we will never be slaves of a conquered country. Even if we try our best, we cannot compromise. Your Majesty, you have betrayed the oath you promised when you took office. You have betrayed the people of Sakura country, and you are no longer worthy of being our emperor. Don't agree to him, Your Majesty. We can just fight him to the death. Your Majesty, why? The roars of these people shook the earth, as if they wanted to run over immediately and fight Su Xian, gritting their teeth and bulging their eyes. But from beginning to end, no one dared to jump out and fight Su Xian head-on. Su Xian sneered in his heart. They are all a group of mouth cannon kings. Ampere was disheartened, and suddenly felt extremely disappointed with these Sakura people who bully the weak and fear the strong, and are greedy for life and death. They keep saying that they admire the spirit of Bushido and swear to defend their homeland, but in the end, no one dares to take a step in front of this Chinese muck. Is this the current state of the people of Sakura country? At this moment, Emperor Amp felt like a lamb to be slaughtered, and at the same time, he was deeply disappointed with the people of Sakura country, and even disgusted. Very good. I hope you can arrange it now. I will not leave here today. Report any progress to me as soon as possible. Su Xian put down his sword, turned around and left, leaving towards the Samsara Tower. But he was sneering in his heart. His spiritual sense had already detected the location of the powerful aura, which was less than 500 meters away from him, but he did not show up and seemed to be watching. Tens of thousands of people just watched Su Xian go on a killing spree, threaten the emperor, and kill people in a casual conversation, but they were powerless. When Su Xian was about to step into the Samsara Tower, suddenly a loud and angry shout came from the sky. Chinese monks, dare to come to the sky to fight with me? A figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Tens of thousands of people in the Sakura country actually knelt down, their faces full of piety, prostrating themselves on the ground. Lord God! Su Xian raised his eyes and suddenly saw a tall figure in the void, wearing a gray fox fur coat, with long black hair, a handsome face, and a few sickly blushes in his paleness. The young man, with a blood-red totem on his face and 16 long swords inserted behind his back, leaned over to look at Su Xian, and a solemn look flashed in his black pupils. Yamada, no Orochi, Luji, this vicious demon who appeared in the legend of the Sakura country, in this era, actually walked out of the laboratory after the spiritual energy was revived and obtained a great opportunity to cultivate to the Tianyuan realm and become a hero of the Sakura country. For the Sakura country, this is actually somewhat sad. However, Su Xian can be sure that the young man in front of him, who is called Yamada no Orochi, should not be the same as the Yamada no Orochi in the myth of the Sakura country. He flew up and stood still in the air, facing LVG from a distance. The Bingpa Yunyao sword in his hand exuded an unparalleled cold light, which instantly turned the air cold and murderous, and the temperature suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees. What a good sword! LVG's pupil shrank, and he looked at the milky white long sword in Su Xian's hand, and his heart was shocked. This sword might be a divine weapon. He did not dare to be arrogant, and pulled out a 3-foot-long demon sword from his back. On one side, the blade was sharpened, like an arc-shaped crescent, flashing with evil demonic aura. This sword is called Tian Kyuzin, known as the first demon sword. It is used to kill you today, which is considered to be the best use of it. LVG looked indifferent and calm, and pretended to be good, which instantly made the people of Sakura country below boil. Su Xian naturally saw the extraordinariness of this demon sword. It seemed that there was a terrifying existence sealed in it, but it was far from being able to threaten him. With one sword, the sword light swept through thousands of troops, sweeping over. The world seemed to be split in half by this sword light. Endless turbulence danced and stirred in the air, turning all living things into dust. LVG's pupil shrank, as if facing a great enemy. As Tian Songyun swung his sword, black demonic energy filled the void. The brown-red sword light lit up and collided with Su Xian's sword light. It collapsed with a bang. A terrifying airflow swept over the void, tearing the void apart. Su Xian moved his body and chose to fight in close combat. The long sword was filled with terrifying cold air, and any object it touched was directly frozen. While LVG's long sword released terrifying demonic energy, and any object it touched was corroded by this demonic energy. The two sides fought in close combat, and the divine weapons clashed, sending out waves of terrifying air waves that almost destroyed the world, rolling up thousands of feet high, covering the sky and the sun, making the entire void tremble, and the sun and the moon were dark. Tens of thousands of cherry blossom people below stared blankly at the scene in the sky, muttering to themselves, "Is this a battle between gods?" Su Xian obtained the inheritance of Xian Bingsha and comprehended, "I seal 10 breaks." His swordsmanship has reached its peak, and the third level of sword intent is even more terrifying. In just a moment, he cut hundreds of sword marks on Lu Ji's body. The gray fox fur was instantly dyed red, but Lu Ji's breath was not weak, and his pupils exuded a strange blood red. Chinese cultivator, you have won the recognition of this seat. Next, you will face a scene that you will never forget in this life. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Ji retreated rapidly. After being hit by Su Xian's sword, which almost cut him in half, his eyes became more and more blood red, and his body was full of blood. All kinds of rot and blood were permeated at the same time. He raised his head and screamed, "In my name, I respectfully invite the Lord of the Eight-Headed Snake. The gate of hell, open." ##. Chapter 93. Killing the Yamada no Orochi, the fate of the Sakura country. Then, a black vortex with a diameter of 10 meters suddenly appeared in the void, like a door. The surrounding area was filled with twisted black mist, and waves of monstrous demonic energy were released from it. Lu Ji's body suddenly began to expand, and the gray fox fur on his body burst directly, revealing his strong muscles. His height increased by 10 meters like a giant. Tian Quzhen cloud also grew larger, directly expanding to 4 meters long, flashing with a dark light. Lu Ji's pupils suddenly turned blood red, and his handsome face became extremely hideous and distorted. The skin on his face became wrinkled and shriveled, like an old man who was about to die, and then it was stretched out piece by the objects inside. Hiss! Lu Ji's body underwent a huge change, and his mouth unconsciously made a sound similar to the hissing of a python. And then there was a cracking sound on his neck, and the original head broke directly from his neck. 8 python heads grew out of the blood-red wound, and the black scales reflected bursts of dim light. Roar! 8 huge snake heads roared and hissed, and LVG's body began to change. The skin of the original body faded away as if it was dehydrated and slowly fell off. A huge snake body drilled through it, winding and circling, 100 meters long, spanning the void. All these changes happened in a flash. When the snake bodies of the 8 heads all grew out, the tails also began to fork. The 8 snake tails separated and occupied half of the sky. You are very strong, but you are a cultivator of Tianyuan realm after all, and you have won the recognition of this seat. But you still have to die. With a roar, the 8-meter-long Yamada no Orochi finally showed its complete form, covering the sky completely, and it was fierce. The 16 long swords behind LVG flew out at the same time and headed straight for Su Xian. After revealing its true form, the Yamada no Orochi's realm directly rose to the 5th level of Tianyuan, which was 2 realms higher than Su Xian. That's more like it. Su Xian nodded, with endless fighting spirit in his eyes. For nearly a year, he had killed countless people, and even killed the fierce beasts in the 4 realms of China, but he had never met an opponent who could match his strength. The Tide King was at most half a champion, and this was because he was able to release the magical power of 10 Directions Annihilation. The King of Samsara was also half a champion, but unfortunately his cultivation had not recovered, and he was backfired by the dust-sealed magic stone, and his life came to an end. As for the remaining fierce beast lords and half-demon cavalry leaders, most of them were chickens and dogs, not worth mentioning. Now that Lu Ji was in his complete form, he looked a bit like a chicken and a dog, which could arouse his interest. Su Xian suddenly retracted his sword, and the red light of the red lotus prison-breaking armor on his body suddenly appeared, becoming more and more intense. His eyes were white and fiery, and his white clothes fluttered in the wind. He clenched his fists. An endless reincarnation aura poured out of his body. 6 paths of Samsara fist. Su Xian's pupils suddenly contracted, and his figure was like lightning. He flew directly into the air. Before he arrived, the fierce fists had already spread all over the sky. Boom! 16 flying swords were directly knocked back by the 6 reincarnation fists, making a humming sound in the air. The 8 snake heads of the Yamada, no Orochi, opened their bloody mouths and roared to the sky. The fishy smell emanated, almost covering the entire sky, making people dizzy. Su Xian was not afraid. His palms were like the wind, dispersing the stench. Then he flew onto the neck of the Yamada, no Orochi, raised his right hand, and smashed it violently at the head. Bang, bang, bang. Punch after punch. A huge force of tens of millions of pounds blasted down, carrying the terrifying power of reincarnation. In a moment, the snake head was smashed into a bloody mess, and it kept screaming in pain. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining snake heads waved like whips, sweeping towards Su Xian, whistling and whistling. Su Xian's whole body glowed blood red. He ignored them and used his strong body to withstand the sweeps of these tails. The bangs fell on Su Xian like raindrops, but did not cause any damage. Even the light on the armor did not fade. Ding Yui, you have so little strength? Su Xian taunted, glancing at the Yamada no Orochi. Suddenly, Lu Ji, whose head was smashed into pieces, roared hysterically. The remaining 7 heads all stretched out, opened their bloody mouths, and sprayed out a stream of dark green poison arrows, shooting directly at them. The air was filled with a strong corrosive smell, with a fishy and unpleasant smell. The air was corroded and made a sizzling sound. Su Xian felt the strong toxicity contained in the green poison arrows, and did not dare to be arrogant. He immediately flew back, and his whole figure floated like a ghost, avoiding the spray of poison arrows. Roar! The Yamada no Orochi saw that it could do nothing to Su Xian, and it could not help but become even more angry. It bit Aim Kuin with one head, and black water like ink seeped out, wrapping his whole body tightly. Then, Aim Kuin's demon sword suddenly changed suddenly, and the huge sword body suddenly shattered. Countless brown-red evil auras gathered into turbulent currents, escaping everywhere, and then slowly gathered into a pool of unknown monsters, which was always above the void, like a mixture of mud and blood. Oh! The shape of the body of that unknown creature changed dramatically, and instantly became a humanoid creature made of mud. 10-meter-long claws stretched out from it, and stretched infinitely in a few seconds, grabbing Su Xian directly. The speed was as fast as lightning. Su Xian was slightly startled, then drew out his long sword, turned around and spun, and the sharp blade carried the terrifying ice true meaning, instantly cutting off this strange arm. The next moment, the severed arm suddenly grew rapidly again and became 2 arms. Su Xian frowned, vaguely guessing the nature of this monster. In order to verify his guess, he directly wielded thousands of sharp sword chi and cut this mud-like monster into pieces. Sure enough, the next moment, those pieces began to grow and formed thousands of tentacles, wriggling in the void. The tens of thousands of troops of the Sakura country below were collectively dumbfounded, looking at the unknown monster. Their impression of the Lord God began to collapse bit by bit. I didn't expect that the Lord God would seal this kind of monster. It doesn't matter. No matter what magical power the Lord God practices, we support him. The magical power of splitting is similar to the spread of cancer cells. It can't be killed or eliminated, and it is endless. Su Xian saw the magical power and talent of this monster, and no longer hesitated. The long sword kept waving, like a storm, constantly cutting the body of the monster. In an instant, thousands of sword beams rose into the air, constantly cutting the fragile body of the monster. In just a moment, it had turned into tens of thousands of tentacles, which made people's scalps numb. Su Xian's expression did not change at all. He continued to cut like a robot, allowing the monster to split into more tentacles. A minute later, the monster had turned into dense tentacles, shaking in the void, with blood-red light and sharp barbs growing at the end. There were no eyes, but it seemed to stare at Su Xian viciously. Someone in the live broadcast room said that he couldn't understand. Since it has the ability to split, why does Su Xian keep cutting and chopping? In this way, won't there be more and more? I can't understand it either. Su Shun is already a combat genius and the strongest man in China. He should be able to figure it out. At this time, some professionals began to come out to analyze. Because the power of this tentacle monster comes from its main body, the more it splits, the more the power and spiritual energy in its body will be diluted. It's like adding fresh water to salt water. The more you add, the fresher the water will be, and the less salt it contains in the average volume. So, I think Su Shun should want to use this monster's magical power to let it consume the power of its main body. The more it splits, the weaker the power of its main body will be. When it reaches a critical value, the main body will be sucked to death. And in fact, Su Xian did plan so. 5 minutes later, when the monster had split into trillions of tentacles, no matter how Su Xian chopped it, it could no longer split. Has it reached its limit? Su Xian put away his sword and stood, looking at the monster with a sneer. The Yamada no Orochi behind him seemed to have noticed something was wrong. At first, he thought Su Xian was very stupid, and there were more and more monsters, but gradually he found that the monster was getting weaker and weaker, and when the number of its attacks reached a certain level, it actually stopped splitting. Damn it, keep splitting. After paying a huge price to release the ancient blood demon from the Tenmasukimo, Luji thought he could kill Su Xian in a snap, but now it seems impossible, and he couldn't help but roar. Unfortunately, the blood demon no longer has the strength to split. Su Xian grinned, his white clothes fluttering in the wind, his figure flashing, and the sword energy was crisscrossing, continuing to slash at the monster. Swish! The sword light passed through the monster, directly cutting its body into pieces, and the tentacles were broken, unable to split anymore, and began to roll down from the void, accompanied by bursts of blood rain. The people of the Sakura country below were horrified and hurriedly dodged. As long as they were touched by the blood rain, their entire bodies began to be severely corroded. Pain and death permeated among tens of thousands of people in the Sakura country. The Yamada no Orochi Tenmasukimo could not be used. And the next moment, Su Xian directly cut off his head, and his body fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily, dust flying, and blood flowing like a river. Tens of thousands of people in the Sakura country were stunned and silent. They could not accept the killing of the Lord God. They stood there numbly, their eyes blank, at a loss. Su Xian landed on the ground and pointed his sword at the emperor. "It's your turn." The emperor was trembling with fear, but his face still showed a trace of pride and unyielding. "I won't agree to you." "Okay." Su Xian nodded and chopped off his head with a sword, and it rolled to the ground. "From now on, you are the emperor of Sakura country." Su Xian suddenly pointed his sword at the emperor's secretary. "What do you think?" The secretary was slightly stunned after hearing this, and then he knelt down and bowed happily, crawling on his body and shouting loudly. "Don't worry, Su Shun. From now on, I am the emperor of Sakura country, and I agree to all the conditions listed by Su Shun." Su Xian nodded and put away his sword. "Fire!" Suddenly, a white-haired old general in the Sakura country army gave an order. Boom boom! The awakened army fired their cannons, directly at Su Xian and the secretary beside him. "You're looking for death.